I have clearly awakened all attribute beast taming talents, and also obtained a heaven-defying beast taming atavism system. This should have been my moment of soaring to fame. However, in everyone's eyes, I am a joke who can't even afford a beast tamer. When I decided to contract a turtle abandoned by the whole world, all I got in return was endless ridicule and contempt. A fool worse than a dog. This is the label they put on me. Even the school beauty who had pursued me for 2.5 years broke up with me without hesitation. Because in this world, beast taming represents status, and only those who possess powerful beast taming can have everything. Since the mass extinction of ancient ferocious beasts, the bloodline of ferocious beasts has been broken. The once savage, violent, and powerful beasts are long gone. Instead, there are docile, beautiful, and cute spiritual beasts. Nowadays, only those beastmasters who have cute beasts can stand at the top of society. However, they have no idea that I have a trump card hidden behind me, the beast taming and reversion system. As long as the integrity of a creature's ancient bloodline exceeds 1%, I can awaken their ancient power and transform them into their ancient state. Moreover, the more complete the ancient bloodline is, the longer the transformation time is, and the stronger the strength is. At this time, in an old hospital, my thin figure was as hard as an iron pestle. I stood alone outside the ward, and heard harsh insults in my ears. Didn't we agree at the beginning? After giving that bastard Longchen to your Long family, you should disappear without a trace. Why are you asking us to borrow money now? Are you going to buy a spirit beast for Longchen? Do you think that if you let Longchen become a beastmaster, the Long family will accept him? Let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible. Stop dreaming. That child will never be able to return to the Long family. The Long family only has my son, Long Jihao. Don't even think about competing with my son for any family property or resources. In the ward, a woman in luxurious clothes, accompanied by a group of ferocious guards, was mercilessly accusing my adoptive parents. I clenched my fists, anger burning inside. More than a decade ago, I traveled to this world full of forbidden areas, giant beasts, and threats of disaster. As the son of Long Jinbang, the great general of Linjang Prefecture's demon-suppressing army, theoretically I should have become a top talent admired by everyone. Fame, wealth, resources, and a bright future should all be within my reach. But I am just a bastard from a wealthy family. Since I was a child, I was sent to the border town of Jiangqing and adopted by an ordinary family. It was not until the high school entrance examination that I awakened my talent for taming beasts with all attributes. Only then did I gradually change my destiny and enter Jiangqing No. 1 Beast Taming Middle School. In order to give me a chance to realize my dream, my adoptive father ventured into the forbidden area all year round, until he finally contracted the blood poison from the forbidden area and became terminally ill, having to rely on chemotherapy in the hospital to maintain his life. In the ward, the adoptive mother's angry voice sounded again. Chun'er is our child. If you don't want to lend the money, just forget it. There's no need to say these nonsense. We have never thought of letting Chun'er return to the Long family. Humph. Well, in that case, let's go. When they walked out of the ward, they saw me standing at the door. The woman said to me arrogantly, Longchen, be smart and stop being stubborn. You can't go back to the Long family. You are destined to be a waste. I looked at her coldly, feeling an indescribable disgust in my heart. Objectively speaking, she is my stepmother. My foster mother asked her to come here to borrow money to buy a spirit beast for him, as the family may have no money left. After a while, my foster mother came out and handed me a brown paper bag. The foster mother's smile was a little tired, but still warm. Chun'er, use this 150,000 yuan to buy the spiritual beast you want most. Becoming a beastmaster is your dream. We will support you. My adoptive father also smiled and nodded, signaling me to relax. But I know that my adoptive father regarded his life as my future, and he used his life to pave the way for me. I lowered my head and forced a smile. I understand. After going downstairs, I walked to the hospital window without hesitation and returned the 150,000 yuan to my adoptive father for the next stage of treatment. The remaining 5,000 yuan in the envelope was not enough to buy even a qualified spirit beast claw. I took out my phone and saw the promotional text message. To buy a spiritual beast, please look for our really cheap spiritual beast company. All prices are as low as 5,000, just buy it. Selling spirit beasts below the safety threshold is a prohibited gray industry. The blood of ancient beasts remains in their bodies. They are wild and difficult to control. They have a very low compatibility with the beast's master and may even devour their master. According to regulations, unqualified spirit beasts should be destroyed, but merchants sell them through illegal channels. I made a phone call and ordered the 5,000 yuan spirit beast. The other party warned me. Are you sure? A spiritual beast of this price is almost a fierce beast, and it is extremely difficult to control. I know, I answered with great conviction. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You have to walk the path you choose. When I got home, there was a huge metal cage covered with cloth at the door. As soon as I lifted the cloth, a wild beast suddenly rushed out of the cage, frightening me so much that I fell to the ground. It was a huge green turtle. Emerald turtle? I frowned, feeling somewhat surprised. Unlike what I saw in the spiritual beast illustrations, this emerald turtle had bloodshot eyes and a fierce look, and it did not have the docile characteristics described in the illustrations at all. This must be a failed product, I whispered to myself. Nevertheless, since I bought it, I have no choice but to give it a try. I took out the contract symbol and prepared to force the contract on it. The green turtle resisted extremely fiercely, banging the iron cage frantically. I took a deep breath, forced myself to calm down and focus. After half an hour of mental suppression, the runes on the contract symbol were finally successfully imprinted on the head of the green patterned turtle. The contract was successful. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to get closer to observe, the green turtle suddenly roared and pounced on me. You want to rebel? Sit down! It still didn't listen, biting the iron cage violently, showing no sign of obedience at all. Just when I was at a loss of what to do, the system's voice suddenly sounded, ding! The purity of the beastman's bloodline was detected to be greater than 1%, which meets the standard. The atavism Great Evil system is being activated. The beast taming return has been activated. The 10,000 beasts mirror has been activated. Assimilation has been activated. The ancient world training ground has been activated. A cold mechanical voice echoed in my ears, and a system panel appeared in front of me. Longchin, Occupation, Beastmaster. Level 1. Talent, all attribute Beastmaster. Additional talent, each contracted beast loyalty 100%, compatibility 100%, control 100%, stability 100%. Initial gift, return to the ancestors liquid, *1. The beast detected is Super 1-star green turtle, which can be reverted to Super 2-star blood turtle. I was confused. What the hell is a blood-veined wild turtle? According to the description in the Spiritual Beast illustration book, the evolution of the emerald-veined turtle should be the jade-veined turtle. In order to find out, I quickly took out the Spiritual Beast illustration book issued by the school. This illustration book contains more than 3,600 spiritual beasts known to mankind, and lists their descriptions and evolutionary routes in detail. The description of the jade turtle in the illustration book is as follows: Jade turtle, level, extraordinary level 2 stars. Features: the carapace presents a warm emerald green color, like a piece of finely carved jade, inlaid with delicate gold lines. Gentle, loyal, and obedient to the master, and cooperates well with the beast master in battle. Evolution limit, extraordinary 3-star emerald turtle. It's really not that good. The extraordinary level is originally the most basic level. Beast tamers are divided into extraordinary level, elite level, commander level, brilliant level, and heavenly brilliant level. I heard that there are stronger beings above the Tianyao level. But that is the ceiling that humans can reach. Each level is divided into 3 sub-levels. Extraordinary 3 stars is really nothing. Even if you go to the Demon Suppression Army, you can only be a sergeant at most. I sighed. Although I shouldn't expect too much from buying a spirit beast for 5,000 yuan, the evolutionary potential is too low. Then, I continued to look through the spiritual beast illustrations. Combat characteristics: strong carapace, strong defense. Slow movement and reaction speed, average strength. Basic stats: strength 50, speed 5, endurance 50, spirit 30. To be honest, it's not that good. It reminds me of a saying: weak beast masters are not even as good as warriors of the same level. I turned around and looked at the description of the blood vein turtle on the system panel. Bloodline Savage Turtle, level, extraordinary 2 stars. Features: the carapace is a deep red color, covered with rough black cracks, symbolizing the traces of countless battles. The edges are inlaid with sharp bone spurs, like a sharp blade, flashing cold light. He has a violent personality and an almost crazy desire for battle. Once he enters a combat state, he is full of blood and devastating attacks. Combat characteristics: strong strength, strong bite force, and will not let go of the target easily. Fast speed and reaction ability, strong carapace. Strong vitality and endurance, and a certain self-healing ability. The blood pattern turtle is fearless like a wild beast in battle, its attacks are deadly, and it hardly gives the opponent a chance to breathe. Basic stats: strength, 180 speed, 60 stamina, 150 spirit, 80. I was completely confused. Is this, a blood-marked wild turtle, really a turtle? From the description, it looks exactly like a ferocious beast. Saying that it has a fanatical desire for battle is simply praising it for being too gentle. Even ferocious beasts have to give in to it. Compared with the evolutionary path of the jade turtle, it is completely different. The jade tortoise is like a well-behaved rabbit, docile, delicate, and cute. And the atavistic blood-marked wild turtle? That is a ferocious monster. Its stats are incredible, and its combat power is off the charts. Moreover, the system also says, talent skills! My eyes widened. Extraordinary level people have innate skills? According to my understanding, innate skills generally have a chance to awaken only at the commander level, and the chance is pitifully low. Even if you buy a skill book, it costs millions of dollars, and you may not be able to learn it after buying it. But the blood-marked wild turtle is born with it, which is equivalent to saving a lot of money. Talented skill: burning blood. In the burning blood state, the blood pattern turtle's blood boils like lava, bringing a 3-fold increase in strength, speed, and defense. I was stunned. It was too damn strong. It was simply overwhelming. This atavistic route was much more powerful than the evolutionary route. I got goosebumps. What are you still hesitating about? Evolution. No, reversion to the ancestral green pattern turtle. Reverting to the ancestral state. Reverting fluid -1. The green striped turtle in the iron cage suddenly grew larger, and its carapace gradually turned deep red. Atavism, like evolution, takes time. While I was waiting, the class group became lively again. Have you heard? Wan Hao from Class 2 spent $1 million to buy a super spirit snake, and spent another $1 million to buy evolutionary fluid, evolving it into a super 2-star emerald scaled snake. The stats are incredible. The strength has reached 90, which is equivalent to the strength of 10 adult men. Oh my god, this is the best! These $2 million are worth it. I will definitely be in the top 10 in the entrance examination, and I will definitely be able to enter the advanced beast taming school. You are so rich! I am so envious. Young Master Lu from our class is even more awesome. He has evolved into a 2-star red flame fox with a strength of 110, and can smash a truck into pieces. These are all monsters. Do we, who are 1-star extraordinary people, still have a chance to pass the entrance exam? It's a dead end. Those rich people are trying so hard to get admission. I heard that there are even fewer places for admission this year. If I had gone to Warrior Middle School, maybe I could have made it through with hard work, but now all the students at Beast Tamer Middle School are big spenders. If I can't get promoted to a higher education institution, I can only join the Border Demon Suppression Army. Aren't we all? If we can't avoid military service, we all have to go. Where's Princess Su? She's the top student in our class, right? No news yet. I read the messages in the group. Wan Hao's green scaled snake, strength 90. Lu Yanrui's red flame fox, strength 110. Not as good as my blood-marked wild turtle. Its strength is as high as 180. I grinned unconsciously. My beast is too strong. Moreover, through the system's myriad beasts mirror, I also found that if I take the route of reversion, the spirit snake can revert to become a super 2-star bone-eating snake, and the spirit fox can revert to become a super 2-star blood-eyed demon fox. Their strengths are 150 and 200 respectively. In comparison, The advantages of reversion are obvious. I am so lucky. With the atavism system, I will not only have the potential to become the strongest beast tamer, but I may even be able to pass the college entrance examination, get a scholarship to #1 middle school, and pay for my father's subsequent medical expenses. Extra! My cousin is from the law enforcement department. He just busted a group of illegal traders who were selling obsolete spiritual beasts. He also sees the list of buyers. Can you guess who's on the list? Who? Could it really be Linjang? Who is it? I was joking when I said he was on the news. He wouldn't really buy it, right? Everyone's curiosity was immediately ignited. Really? Look. A classmate sent the buyer's list to the group. The group suddenly fell silent. My pupils suddenly shrank. How could the buyer's list be leaked? Ha 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 ha! $5,000 to buy a spiritual beast. Is he crazy? This isn't just buying a vicious beast and taking it home. Poor guy, his family has no money, but he still wants to be a beastmaster, so he has no choice but to take a risk. Back then, with all the talents of beast control and the halo around you, did you really think you could have the same reversal of fate as Princess Su? I was stunned as I watched the laughter in the group chat. I didn't expect the buyer list to be exposed. At this moment, looking at those words like, poor loser, wasted talent, waste, and destined to be at the bottom, I felt an unprecedented humiliation. It was like being stripped naked, and the most shameful side of me was being mocked by others as a laughing stock. I gritted my teeth, with a cold light flashing in my eyes. Smile, after the entrance examination, you will know who is the real loser. Someone else spoke in the group. His family is so poor that they don't even have 80,000 yuan? I was really shocked. Fortunately, I broke up with him, otherwise I would have given the money to that poor loser for nothing. The speaker was Bai Lily. She used to be my girlfriend, but later betrayed me and went out with Lu Yanrui, the young master of the Lu family. Bai Lily even said in front of everyone that the annual living expenses of a poor loser like me are not as much as the money that Mr. Lu spends on inviting her to a hotel room. Before we broke up, that pervert wanted to get a room with me, but I refused. A poor loser like him should just watch some porn and have sex with his hands. What girl is blind enough to sleep with him? 10,000 Longchens are not as good as a hair of my brother Lu. Ha! A burst of laughter broke out in the group. I was shaking all over, and my heart was filled with anger. In order to please Lu Yanrui, Bai Lily actually spread rumors in the group. When did I ask her to get a room? It was totally groundless. Instead, she suggested getting a room with me many times, trying to repay me in this way, but I repeatedly refused. Bai Lily, what spirit beast did you buy? Did Lu Xiao help you evolve it? Someone asked curiously. Humph! I'm Brother Lu's girlfriend, so of course Brother Lu will help me. I bought a benevolent bird with 80% controllability, and Brother Lu also bought me evolutionary fluid, which successfully evolved into a 2-star transcendent light feather hatchling. Wow, I'm so envious. With the support of a Kryptonian gold boss, it's different. He has become a second-level beastmaster. Bai Lily's academic performance was average, and her talent in beast control was mediocre. She was almost expelled from school, until I spent a lot of time helping her with her lessons, and she was able to graduate successfully. As a result, she betrayed me and joined Lu Yanrui. In a short period of time, she became a level 2 beast tamer. Maybe she won't be able to enter the higher beast taming school, but she will definitely get the honorary title of Outstanding Graduate. With this title, it became easy to find a job. Who would care about her past? After all, this was an era where people laughed at poverty but not at prostitution, and no one laughed at Bai Lily for selling her body. Everyone will just think that she is very capable and a winner in life, who played a bad hand so brilliantly. I typed in the group. Bai Lily, you spread rumors about me. I will be waiting to fight you after the entrance examination. When everyone saw the protagonist, Longchen suddenly return and challenge the level 2 beast tamer Bai Lily, the group instantly burst into laughter. Longchen, what do you have to challenge Bai Lily? Just your vicious beast emerald turtle? I bought this discarded product for 5,000 yuan. Longchen, you are so talented. What does it look like? Post a picture for everyone to see. Do you want to eat your master all the time? Bai Lily was not to be outdone. Okay. I'll wait for you. I'll let my light-feathered chicks eat your green-veined turtle and beat you back completely, so you'll never be able to get up again. I was about to fight back when the system prompt sounded. Ding! Extraordinary 2-star blood pattern turtle reversion completed. I immediately put my phone down and turned to look at the iron cage. The iron cage was stretched to pieces, and the turtle shell grew several times larger. The carapace was covered with rough black cracks, and the tips of the bone spurs shone with a cold metallic luster. The eyes of the blood-marked wild turtle flashed with wild light, revealing a primitive and undisguised brutality. Its aura completely overturned my understanding of turtle spirit beasts. Bloodline Savage Turtle, Spiritual Beast Qualification, S. Bloodline Purity 5%. Innate Skill, Burning Blood. Common Skills, Blood Armor Impact, Tearing Claw Attack, Violent Bite, Low-Level Self-Healing. Although the blood pattern turtle became more powerful and ferocious, it was surprisingly quiet, lying on the ground obediently, as if waiting for my instructions. I instructed it to retract its shell, and the blood-marked turtle did so without hesitation. Then, I instructed it to do other actions, such as stretching its head, wagging its tail, extending its left paw, and extending its right paw. Every action was performed accurately. This is the additional talent the system gave me: 100% loyalty to spirit beasts, 100% compatibility, 100% control. The system also gives the subsequent atavism routes: Red Armored Crazy Turtle, Ancient War Turtle, Blood Armored Crazy Beast, Blood Emperor Spirit Turtle, Savage Overlord. These names cannot be found in the Spiritual Beast Encyclopedia, and they all sound like ancient species before the mass extinction of ferocious beasts. According to what we learned in history class, the end of the age of vicious beasts. Tens of thousands of years ago, ferocious beasts were the rulers of the world, while humans were the lowest and most vulnerable species. Until one day, an internal fight broke out among the ferocious beast tribe, blood flowed like a river, and finally a mass extinction occurred. The bloodline genes of the ferocious beasts were broken, and then new species of beasts were born. They were no longer so powerful, savage, and violent, but became docile, intelligent, and sophisticated. But those spiritual beasts that contain the blood of ferocious beasts, even if the blood is only 0.1%, will reduce their controllability. It seems that the green pattern turtle I bought, although seemingly 10% easy to control, actually contains a high level of fierce beast blood. After the system reversion, the purity of its blood has been increased to 5%. Reversion to the past, so it's to revive the blood of the ferocious beast? I quickly covered my mouth and looked around. Fortunately, no one noticed me. Fierce beasts are absolutely taboo for humans. According to human regulations, anyone who finds a ferocious beast must be killed immediately to prevent future troubles. But I don't think other people would consider the blood-marked wild turtle as a fierce beast. After all, fierce beasts have disappeared for tens of thousands of years. According to official data, there has not yet been a truly fierce beast. I continued to browse the system functions. In addition to atavism and myriad beasts mirror, there are two more functions. One is assimilation, and the other is ancient world training ground. The function of the ancient realm training ground is grayed out and cannot be activated. The condition for activation is to pay 10,000 yuan in one lump sum. What is this? He wants 10,000 right out of his mouth? A thought flashed through my mind, and my breathing suddenly became rapid. Could it be a training ground similar to the actual beast taming training ground? The beast taming combat training ground is very expensive. I heard that it costs at least hundreds of thousands of dollars for one session, and the time is very short, so every second is burning money. Poor students can't even think about it. They have to spend millions of dollars in a few days in such a place. If compared with this, 10,000 yuan seems ridiculously cheap. As for assimilation, the system introduction shows that the beast master can use the assimilation ability to play the role of a spirit beast and temporarily gain some of the spirit beast's abilities. The higher the score of the spirit beast played, the stronger the ability gained. After the assimilation is complete, there is a chance that some of the abilities will be retained in the original body. In other words, can some of the abilities of the spirit beast be copied to oneself? For example, the strength or defense of the blood-marked wild turtle? Isn't that the super warrior mode? The spirit beast physique and strength easily crush the warriors of the same level. This function is simply amazing. As we all know, the weakness of the Beastmaster is the fragility of the main body. If the main body can be as strong as the warrior, then the Beastmaster will be almost invulnerable. However, assimilation also has requirements. The mental strength must be above 50, and my mental strength is only 19. Well, let's first consider how to use the ancient world. Besides, the ancient world is very important to me. The entrance examination requires 3 tests. The first test evaluates the spirit beast's qualifications and skills, as well as the compatibility and obedience between the Beastmaster and the spirit beast. The second test is to see the level of the spirit beast. The higher the level, the higher the score. Therefore, rich people spend a lot of money to evolve spirit beasts. If you want to pass the entrance examination, 2 stars is just the minimum requirement. The third test is a practical test. The ranking is determined based on the scores of the first 2 tests. For example, if there are only 10 enrollment places at a higher beast taming school, as long as you rank in the top 10, you will have a chance to enter. But if someone challenges and succeeds, you have to go down, and the spot will be taken by the challenger. For me, the third test may be the only chance. My scores in the first 2 tests may not be low, but they are not very high either. As long as I can successfully challenge the top 10 people, I can get a place. The third test is the most brutal. In previous years, many spirit beasts died in the test. Therefore, before the test, I must accumulate enough practical experience. There are 2 ways to gain practical experience. One is to go to the real magic cave restricted area for actual combat, but this is too dangerous and there is a high risk of death. The other is to go to the artificially set spiritual beast combat training grounds. These training grounds are equivalent to low-profile restricted areas and can provide sufficient combat training. I heard that some wealthy students have already booked all the practical training grounds in Su Qing in advance. This has once again widened the gap between them and us poor students. But it doesn't matter, I still have the ancient realm training ground. Although it costs 10,000 yuan to open it once, I can afford to give it a try. The next day, I got up early and went to Jiangqing Trade Union. There is a difference between a union and a guild. A guild is a private organization for profit, while a union is a place to help people find jobs and post tasks. I registered as a second-level Beastmaster, and the tasks recommended by the union were relatively basic. For example, the soul beast sales were mainly responsible for selling soul beasts and soul beast equipment to novices. This job is suitable for young and beautiful girls. If a boy does this, it will be difficult to succeed unless he sells to rich women. There is also the work of taming spirit beasts, which requires rich experience to assist novices in taming spirit beasts. The mission also includes finding out-of-control spirit beasts, which may have escaped the control of the Beastmaster and escaped. At this time, someone needs to find and capture them. I looked for a long time and finally saw a job opportunity for a spirit beast combat trainer. The sponsors in need are generally students who want to get good rankings in the college entrance examination. They need some practical experience, but cannot afford the cost of a spirit beast practical training ground, so they choose to hire a practical trainer to come to their home. It wasn't too difficult for me, so I picked the one that paid the most. Recruiting spirit beast combat trainers, accompany extraordinary 2-star spirit beasts for combat training. Fee, 10,000 yuan per time. Each training lasts for 1 hour. If the training effect is good, long-term cooperation may be possible. Requirements: only extraordinary 2-star beasts can participate, and the beasts of both sides are not allowed to carry equipment. Risks are at your own risk, and the defense must be strong. If you are killed in actual combat, we will not be responsible. The reward for this task is quite generous: 10,000 per hour. If this task had been released earlier, it would have been snapped up long ago. Now it just so happens that my blood-marked wild turtle perfectly meets the requirements of the task. I quickly accepted the task. The receptionist of the union was a woman in her early 20s, wearing a cheongsam. She was elegant and charming, and her curvy figure attracted the attention of many men passing by. "Sister, I want to take this task," I said with a smile. She looked up at me, her expression changing slightly. "Are you sure? Have you really thought it through? The other party is a beastmaster of the same level as you. If you don't have an overwhelming advantage, you won't be able to guarantee the safety of the spirit beast," she reminded him again and again. "I've thought about it," I answered firmly. She was a little hesitant, but the mission had been posted for a while and there was no suitable candidate, so the sponsor was anxious. Hearing that the sponsor was of noble status, the union leaders did not dare to neglect him, and finally she agreed. The mission location is up there, you can just go there. Thank you, sister, I responded happily and turned to leave the union. She looked at my back and sighed. The staff member next to him whispered, Yunli, do you think he will be the 13th? Jiang Yunli did not answer, her expression was complicated. But she knew in her heart that it was very likely. When I arrived at the designated location, I was completely shocked by the luxurious gate in front of me. The Baroque-style building in front of me was magnificent, and every aspect of it exuded an atmosphere of luxury and power. This was clearly the residence of a wealthy family. No wonder they were so generous. I couldn't help but tighten my black robe, which was the clothing I chose to conceal my identity. After all, the other party might be a student of Beast Taming No. 1 middle school, and it would be troublesome if he was recognized. I explained my purpose to the guard at the door. The guard glanced at me, and there seemed to be a hint of sympathy in his eyes. The guard led me through the heavy iron gate and into the courtyard, which was filled with the scent of birdsong and flowers. I walked all the way until I came to the backyard, and I immediately found the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The smell made people gasp. It was the smell of the blood of spirit beasts, and there was more than one. The guard seemed to notice my reaction, and said with a subtle reminder in his tone, Relax, you are already the 13th. I was slightly stunned, and couldn't help wondering, What 13? Gradually I realized that the danger of this mission was far beyond my expectations. The beastmasters in front of you are crying miserably, they're spirit beasts. Before the guard could finish his sentence, a sudden powerful pressure forced him to the ground. I turned around in shock, and in front of me was a female warrior in black and gold armor, with a pretty face and awe-inspiring aura. The pressure from her blood and energy easily made the strong guards lie on the ground, unable to move. This pressure must be from a 4th-level warrior at least. A 4th-tier warrior was no different from an elite beastmaster, and a 2-star extraordinary blood-veined turtle wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from such a warrior. At this moment, I realized that the female guard in front of me was much more powerful than ordinary people. Looking at the entire demon suppression army, she was also capable of serving as a centurion. How dare you, a servant, say so much? The female guard smiled coldly and spoke in a dignified tone. The guard dared not say anything more and looked nervous. She turned to me and smiled softly. Miss is already waiting for you at the training grounds. Miss? The other party is actually a girl? I couldn't help but feel nervous. This female guard is obviously the other party's follower. Then, who is the other party? Such a strong guard, is it arranged by her father for her? I followed her into the training ground, and the bloody smell in the air became stronger. The training ground in front of me was like a bloody battlefield, with bloodstains all over the ground, as if it had experienced a brutal massacre. My heartbeat started to speed up, and I suddenly realized that no one dared to take on this task, not because it was newly released, but because no one had completed it so far. The 13th? Where did the first 12 go? Did their spirit beasts all die here? Will I also follow in their footsteps? Just then, I saw her, the girl sitting in a corner of the training ground. She was wearing a training suit, holding a dagger, and looking at me coldly. Her high bun made her look like a female warrior, and a ray of sunlight shone on her face. She was so beautiful that I was momentarily stunned. Su Qing. She was actually Su Qing? The school beauty of Beastmaster No. 1 Middle School, the goddess in the hearts of all the boys. She is the daughter of the Lord of Linjang, possessing endless power and wealth. Why did she appear in this small Jiangqing? Moreover, she had such a strong guard. Miss, the trainer has arrived, the female guard said respectfully. Su Qing nodded coldly, her eyes fixed on me calmly. At that moment, I could almost feel her eyes piercing through me, making me shudder. I felt a little nervous, but tried to stay calm. I suddenly remembered that there is something else. I turned around and prepared to leave, but the female guard blocked my way without hesitation. Once you accept this mission, you must complete it, she said in a cold and intolerant tone. I turned around helplessly, facing Su Qing again, and forced a smile. Be gentle, okay? Su Qing stood up slowly, her voice low and cold. With all your strength. She took out a bank card and shook it gently. The bank card flew across my cheek like a blade and instantly embedded in the door frame. A corner of my cloak was also cut, and blood immediately seeped out of my face. The pain was unbearable. The password has 6 zeros, and there is 1 million in it. If your spirit beast dies here, take the bank card and leave. A cold light flashed in her eyes, but her voice remained cold. I sighed in a low voice. She is worthy of being a princess. She is very generous. She frowned slightly, as if noticing what I said. You know me? Are you from Beast Taming No. 1 Middle School? My heart suddenly tightened, and I almost lost my composure. Could it be that she had guessed my identity? I was thinking about how to respond, but I found that she didn't care at all. She urged coldly. Let's start, the next trainer is here. I looked back and saw a young man being brought in by a female guard, Wang Hao. He is the genius of Class 2, and has evolved into a 2-star extraordinary emerald-scaled snake. He has incredible strength, and has easily blown up a truck. Unexpectedly, he also accepted this expensive training task. Is he short of money? Obviously not, he is not as rich as Liu Yanrui, but he will not accept the task for the 10,000 yuan. Wang Hao was also surprised when he saw Su Qing, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was also quite famous in Beast Taming No. 1, and he was able to remain calm in the face of someone like Su Qing. I took the initiative to make way, thinking to myself, let me first see what Su Qing's spirit beast is. Wang Hao stood in the training ground without hesitation and summoned the emerald-scaled snake from the beast taming space. The snake was 7 or 8 meters long, with emerald-green scales gleaming in the sun, as hard as metal, and its tail as sharp as an arrow. But Su Qing only frowned slightly, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Then she summoned her own spirit beast. A 9-colored light instantly filled the entire training ground, and then a giant beast 2 meters tall and 4 or 5 meters long slowly walked out. At that moment, Wang Hao and I both changed our expressions. 9-colored fox. The 33rd ranked rare beast on the heavenly ranking. Among the more than 3,600 kinds of spiritual beasts, the 9-colored fox is one of the strongest. It is not only a strong one on the heavenly ranking, but also has potential beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Wang Hao's green-scaled snake seemed insignificant in front of such a top-grade spiritual beast. Su Qing said lightly, "You two can come together." I blurted out, "How do you calculate the money? Isn't it 10,000 per hour? If we do it together, should we split it equally?" Su Qing looked at me speechlessly and said, "The money will be settled as usual." I was delighted and said, "That's great, I have no objection. This is a great thing for me. I have a partner like Wang Hao, who can share the risk with me, and most importantly, the settlement money remains the same. This is a perfect combination." But Wang Hao frowned, his face livid. "I don't agree. I don't need to join forces, I want to fight you fairly." The female guard behind Su Qing chuckled and interrupted. "The lady is thinking about you. She knew you were about to take the big test, so she let you join forces. It not only ensures the effectiveness of the training, but also prevents your spirit beast from getting hurt in the battle. You should be grateful to her." However, Wang Hao still refused and insisted on fighting Su Qing one-on-one. Su Qing nodded and agreed to Wang Hao's request. The female guard gently pressed a button. Suddenly, the entire training ground changed. The area of several thousand square meters instantly turned into a dense jungle. This turned out to be a small multidimensional training ground. The setting of the ground must have cost tens of millions to build. I was stunned and almost couldn't help but blurt out, "This is too extravagant. Compared to the high medical bills I have to worry about every day, this kind of venue is an astronomical figure." In Su Qing's world, money seems to be just a number. When Wang Hao saw this place, he immediately showed an ecstatic expression. This place was the main battlefield of the green-scaled snake. He commanded the green snake to quickly enter the jungle and lurk in the wet grass. The scales of the green snake blend perfectly with the surrounding environment, and the green is so lush that it is almost unnoticeable. It stares closely at the 9-colored fox not far away its target. There was a cold light flashing in the green-scaled snake's eyes, and its tongue kept extending and retracting, capturing all the breath in the air. Suddenly it launched an attack, its body moving through the bushes like lightning, opening its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs, and charging straight at the nine-colored fox. The nine-colored fox slightly side-glanced and jumped lightly to the side, avoiding the attack of the green-scaled snake. Its 9 colorful tails turned into 9 sharp knives, cutting through the air and bringing out brilliant rays of light. The surrounding bushes were cut into pieces in an instant. When the 9-colored fox's tail knife swept across the green-scaled snake, sparks flew, scales were cut off, and flesh and blood were blurred. Wang Hao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly commanded the green-scaled snake to dodge. But the green-scaled snake was obviously frightened, and its body curled up into a ball, trembling. I frowned. This is the problem of trust and obedience between beast masters. When a spirit beast is in an extreme situation, if the trust is not enough, it will disobey the beast master's orders and act according to its own intentions. However, Su Qing's 9-colored fox was indeed powerful. In an instant, the green-scaled snake was completely blown up. The combat power of the two was simply a world of difference. Please, please! Wang Hao begged for mercy. But Su Qing remained indifferent. The 9-colored fox continued to carry out her orders and attacked the green-scaled snake frantically. The 9 tail knives danced like a group of demons, quickly destroying the green-scaled snake into coma. The outcome has been decided. Considering that you are about to take the entrance examination, I will spare your life, Su Qing said coldly. Wang Hao fell to his knees, his eyes filled with despair. The green-scaled snake might not be able to recover in a short time, and he would not be able to take the entrance exam. He was doomed. It's your turn. Then Su Qing turned to me. I took a deep breath and summoned the blood-marked turtle. The rough shell of the blood-patterned wild tortoise forms a sharp contrast with the exquisiteness of the 9-colored fox, which is simply like the Beauty and the Beast in the world of spiritual animals. When Su Qing saw the blood-veined wild turtle, she first showed a hint of surprise, and then a hint of disappointment appeared on her expression. This spiritual beast looked like an evolution of the emerald turtle. It was mediocre in appearance, and looked difficult to control. Obviously, this opponent was no match for the emerald-scaled snake. Wang Hao smiled gleefully when he saw the blood-patterned wild turtle. The 9-colored fox's tail blade is so sharp that even turtle-like spirit beasts can't defend against it. It looks like your spirit beast is in a worse situation than mine. I was a little upset that the blood-patterned barbarian turtle was underestimated, so I fought back. Then let's give it a try. I let the blood-patterned turtle walk into the training ground openly without any hiding. Su Qing frowned and sneered. What a bad command strategy. If you had chosen to launch a sneak attack, you might have had a little chance, but now, it's completely gone. The 9-colored fox's tail knife danced wildly again, cutting through the air and slashing towards the blood-patterned turtle. Each strike of the knife made a sharp sound, and the surrounding jungle was flattened in an instant. However, the blood-patterned turtle remained motionless, with only a few shallow marks left on its shell. I breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect its shell to be so hard. Wang Hao snorted coldly. This is also normal. After all, the advantage of turtle spirit beasts is their tortoise shells. Su Qing's eyes showed a rare look of surprise. She continued to let the 9-colored fox launch a fierce attack. In her opinion, a spirit beast like the 9-colored fox should be easily defeated by an opponent of the same level, even a turtle spirit beast with strong defense. But this turtle spirit beast was obviously not simple. I watched the time go by silently. 10,000 per hour. Suddenly, I felt like I had grasped something. In fact, I didn't have to do anything at all. The money would automatically arrive in my account when the time came. I was a genius. On the training ground, the sound of swords continued. 2 hours passed. The 9-colored fox was exhausted, his eyes were filled with astonishment, and his tail blade began to become blunt. It stared at the blood-patterned wild turtle's shell, as if wondering, why is this turtle shell so hard? Su Qing's face was also a little pale. Such continuous high-intensity beast-controlling battles consumed a lot of mental energy. However, she found that her compatibility with the 9-colored fox seemed to be slowly improving. She glanced at me, with some thoughts in mind. Let your beast move! Su Qing suddenly spoke. I was excitedly looking at the time. 2.5 hours had passed. At this pace, I had already made 30,000. Then I heard Su Qing's voice, with some reluctance. But the task you issued did not stipulate that there must be a confrontation. If your 9-colored fox is defeated, won't the training be over? Next to her, the female guard's pupils moved slightly, and she quickly looked at Su Qing. Sure enough, anger gradually emerged in Su Qing's eyes. Defeat? Who? Is it you? Su Qing was furious and said, It seems that you care a lot about the training time. How about this? If you beat my 9-colored fox once, I will give you 100,000. My eyes lit up and I was suddenly a little excited. 100,000? Are you serious? I never break my promises, Su Qing said coldly. She was already a little angry at the moment. Okay, then I'll make 1,000,000 first. I cheered myself on secretly. Chapter 7: Victory or defeat is decided at the first strike. Let's see whether your beast-taming tortoise shell is harder or your mouth is harder. Su Qing was angry. She doesn't allow herself to be looked down upon. Even if the other party might be a teacher at beast-taming No. 1 middle school. You have no right to look down on her. Wan Hao felt extremely unbalanced and almost cursed Longchen, saying, The biggest advantage of your turtle spirit beast is defense. If you dare to attack, you will be in a worse situation than my green-scaled snake. Stupid. Longchen only responded with 2 words. You. Wan Hao was so angry that his face turned red. But after looking at his half-dead green-scaled snake, he could only swallow his anger for the time being. When this guy's spirit turtle was also seriously injured, he had to teach this hateful guy a lesson personally. The blood-marked turtle crawled out of its shell. His limbs are strong and powerful, and his claws are as sharp as knives. Especially its fierce eyes reveal an unyielding fighting spirit. Even Su Qing's 9-colored fox was a little shocked. What's wrong with you, the beast tamer? The more Su Qing looked, the more she felt that Long Chen's beast was different. Completely different from other turtle-like spiritual beasts. Instead, it is more like a ferocious beast. We don't need to worry about this, right? Longchen asked with a smile. Su Qing snorted. 9-colored fox, chop it into pieces. The 9-colored fox finally moved. It moves quickly through the jungle. As fast as a flash of light. Wan Hao immediately clapped his hands and cheered. Good strategy. We'll use the 9-colored fox's extreme agility to kill the turtle by surprise. The speed of a super 2-star turtle-like spirit beast is generally only about 5, which is equivalent to twice the speed of an ordinary person running at full speed. The 9-colored fox can definitely kill this turtle in seconds in terms of speed. Longchen glanced at Wan Hao and asked, Do you understand what I mean by watching the battle without saying a word? Wan Hao sneered. What? Are you afraid that I will give Miss Su Qing some advice and beat your turtle hard? I just feel that this victory or defeat has nothing to do with you. If Princess Su gives the wrong command due to your wrong information, can you bear the responsibility? Longchen just meant well. But Wan Hao didn't think so. False information? Are you saying that I said that the speed of a super 2-star turtle spirit beast is only about 5, which is false information? Haha, is your trick useful? Everyone knows that turtles are slow? Longchen was too lazy to say anything. If the emerald turtle follows the evolution path and becomes a jade turtle, its speed is indeed 5. But his blood turtle's speed is 60. The 9-colored fox appears and disappears in the forest. It went around to the side and rear of the blood-veined wild turtle, intending to chop off one of its hind hooves with its sharp tail blade. Su Qing also felt that it would definitely hit the target. But at this moment, the blood-patterned turtle suddenly moved. It turned on the spot at an astonishing speed, and with a tearing claw strike, it hit the 9-colored fox's tail blade hard. Clang! Claws and tails collide. A lot of sparks burst out. The 9-colored fox's tail knife was directly knocked away. Su Qing's pretty face changed slightly, and she quickly asked the 9-colored fox to turn around, first avoiding the claws of the blood-patterned turtle and looking for another opportunity. But the 4 thick legs of the blood-patterned turtle began to run wildly. Like a heavy off-road tank. With overwhelming momentum, he actually caught up with the 9-colored fox. Like a pervert, he stared at the 9-colored fox with a vicious look on his face. The 9-colored fox was dumbfounded. Is it not awake yet? I was so fast, but I was caught up by the turtle. Su Qing and Wang Hao were so shocked that they forgot to control their expressions. What speed is this? 9-colored fox! Su Qing shouted quickly. But it was too late. The claws of the blood-patterned turtle slammed heavily on the 9-colored fox, which was sent flying dozens of meters away and broke several trees before it stopped. The clean hair on the body suddenly became a little dirty. My eyes are full of disbelief. But the blood-patterned turtle did not stop attacking. Instead, it came across the jungle again like a chariot. It opened its bloody mouth full of fangs, ready to bite violently. The 9-colored fox panicked. He quickly jumped up and avoided the mouth of the blood-veined turtle. The blood-patterned turtle bit off a tree trunk that was more than 1 meter thick in one bite. The tree collapsed with a loud bang, raising a large amount of dust. Outside the court, Wang Hao was dumbfounded. It was like an electric current running from the soles of my feet to the back of my head. Is this a turtle? Are you sure it's not a tyrannosaurus in a tortoise shell? Tyrannical tiger, the third spiritual beast species on the yellow list. It is also known for its violent attacks. I heard that someone from the previous class of beast taming middle school evolved. Later, that person entered a higher education institution and was once a star senior discussed by his younger classmates. It's a pity that the Tyrannosaurus is too expensive. A Tyrannosaurus with 80 controllability costs more than 2 million. It becomes even more expensive to evolve to extraordinary 2 stars, and most people cannot afford it. Longchen didn't say anything. He stared at the ball of dust, and then an idea came to his mind. A blood-red shadow rushed out. Once again, he launched a desperate pursuit of the 9-colored fox. The training ground of several thousand square meters is simply too small for this speed. Su Qing saw that the 9-colored fox was about to be caught up again. Immediately let the 9-colored fox activate its innate skills. Enchanted blade. A layer of red light immediately appeared on the 9-colored fox's tail blade. Fire element enchantment. Longchen frowned. The reason why the 9-colored fox is listed on the heavenly ranking is because it can empower itself with magic, including 9 kinds of magic such as fire, water, wind, and thunder. The extremely sharp tail blade, coupled with enchantment, has greatly increased its power. 9 flaming tail knives swung wildly, scorching the ground where they passed. The whip hit the blood-patterned turtle's back shell, leaving burn marks. The sharpness has increased by more than 10 times, and even the blood-patterned turtle cannot withstand it. As expected of a spiritual beast species on the heavenly ranking, it is indeed very powerful. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the blood-patterned turtle's attack had weakened. Many people don't know that the 9-colored fox is not just a single physical enchantment. It is 70 physical enchantment and 30 spiritual enchantment. Therefore, being whipped by the enchanted tail knife is like having your spirit whipped by flames. This kind of pain is unbearable. Under this extreme pain, the spirit beast will most likely escape the control of the beast's master. As long as this turtle escapes from the training ground, she wins. Go for it! Tear it up! Suddenly, Longchen gave orders to the blood-patterned turtle. Su Qing shook her head slightly. At times like this, putting pressure on spirit beasts may not necessarily be a good strategy for taming beasts. Properly comforting and encouraging the spirit animal's mind may have a better effect. But the next second, the blood-patterned wild turtle, bearing the flaming tail blades falling from the sky, approached the 9-colored fox step by step. The 9-colored fox panicked. Immediately increased the speed of the flame tail blade. But it was obvious that the trajectory was a little chaotic. The blood-patterned turtle seized the opportunity and, regardless of the high-temperature burns, fiercely bit the 9-colored fox's tail blade. Violent biting, launched instantly. The blood-patterned turtle instantly transformed into an invincible monster. He shook his head madly, using the 9-colored fox as a whip and hammering it repeatedly on the ground. Su Qing's pretty face was shocked. Pupils tremble. After her 9-colored fox evolved to the extraordinary 2-star, she had never been so brutally abused by the same level. The female guard quickly announced the end of this training session. Okay, stop. Longchen gave the order. The blood-patterned turtle opened its mouth instantly. The 9-colored fox was thrown out of the venue, with bruises all over its body. Chapter 8 Ancient World Training Ground, ancient world. Su Qing squatted beside the nine-colored fox and couldn't help but shed tears. Only then did she understand the feelings of the 13 beast masters before her. So sad, so heartbroken. Wan Hao quickly picked up the bank card on the ground, put the green-scaled snake into the beast-taming space, and left on tiptoe. It's so scary. I've never seen such a fierce turtle. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid the other party will come after me. Did I win? Longchen asked Su Qing. Su Qing stood up, nodded, and asked the female guard to pay Longchen's bill. A total of 130,000. 3 hours of training, and 100,000 is the cost of defeating him. Longchen suppressed his excitement, and reminded the settlement amount. The female guard looked at Longchen deeply, then swiped 130,000 yuan into his bank card. Longchen held his bank card in his hands and couldn't believe it. No wonder people say it's easy for beast tamers to make money. He made 130,000 on his first day as a beast tamer. Dad's medical expenses for next month are paid for. You are from Beast Taming No. 1 Middle School? Su Qing suddenly asked. Long Chen's heart tightened. Discovered? Recognized? Are you a teacher? Su Qing asked. How do you know? Guess. Oh, you're awesome then. Longchen didn't dare to say much. It seemed that Su Qing thought that the students couldn't have such ability. Hey. Being mistaken for a teacher doesn't seem like a bad feeling. Shall I come again tomorrow? This is the key point. Longchen thought about it for a moment. Su Qing thought Longchen was hesitating, so she immediately said, I can pay more, 20,000 per hour, 10 hours of practical training per day. How about that? 20,000 an hour? Longchen was shocked. Earn 200,000 a day? Oh shit! He couldn't help but sigh again. It's so damn easy to make money as a beast tamer. It's hard for an ordinary person to earn $200,000 a year. If you still think it's too little, I can raise the price to 30,000 per hour. How about that? This was the first time that Su Qing encountered such a powerful spirit beast of the same level. She felt that it could help her and the nine-colored fox improve a lot, so she was very eager to cooperate with Longchen for a long time. Good! Longchen agreed. 300,000 a day. Isn't that 9 million a month? Where can I find this way to make money? Longchen suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, I'll give you 100,000 for every victory you make. Will it still count tomorrow? Su Qingxing felt as if she was severely hit. Are you treating her as a cash cow? It doesn't count. I invited you here to train. How can I train you if you beat me every day? You're right. Longchen left in a hurry. He is also very anxious now. Just now I was helping Su Qing's nine-colored fox improve its combat skills. But he also had to improve the combat power of the blood-vein turtle. The nine-colored fox is very strong. The reason why the blood-pattern turtle won so easily was largely because Su Qing did not expect that the blood-pattern turtle was different from other turtles. Only by attacking the enemy unexpectedly and catching them off guard can victory be easily achieved. You won't be so lucky next time. When Longchen returned home, his mother had not come back yet. He went into the bedroom and immediately opened the system page. Found the ancient world training ground. The admission ticket is 10,000 yuan each. Longchen bought one and opened it directly. In an instant, the scene around him began to change. It was as if he had traveled to another time and space. The next second, he was in an unfamiliar place. Everything around was desolate, the air was filled with the smell of blood, and the sky was covered with red clouds, as if the end of the world had arrived. Where is this? Longchen squatted down carefully. This place inexplicably made him feel very dangerous. The system suddenly pops up an interface. Rules of the Ancient World Training Ground. The Ancient World Training Ground can travel to the Ancient World. They are the Ancient World, the Upper Ancient World, the Archaic World, the Eternal Ancient World, the Wild Ancient World, the Wild Ancient World, the Mysterious Ancient World, the Nether Ancient World, the Dark Ancient World, and the Beginning Ancient World. The older the Ancient World Training Ground, the more dangerous it is, but also the greater the rewards. currently in the Ancient Realm. Difficulty level, 1 star. Mission, kill 10 ancient tiger beasts. Award. Extraordinary 1-star reversion fluid 0.1. Assimilation times 1. Beastmaster, strength plus 10, spirit plus 5, speed plus 3, stamina plus 3. Beast tamer, strength plus 20, spirit plus 5, speed plus 5, stamina plus 5. There is actually a mission after traveling to the ancient world training ground? And the rewards? No wonder he didn't see how to get the atavistic fluid. The atavism fluid can only be obtained after completing the specified tasks in the ancient world training ground. Moreover, after completing the task, not only the attributes of the Beastmaster will be improved, but also the attributes of his own body. When the strength reaches 30, it reaches the standard of a first-level warrior. His current strength is 10. With this 10, wouldn't it be 20? If he comes in a few more times, he will be more powerful than a first-level warrior. From this point of view, the ancient world training ground is many times stronger than the training ground outside. It can also improve the personal attributes of the Beastmaster. Long Qin immediately summoned the blood-marked turtle. Ride on the back of the blood-patterned wild turtle to search for the fierce tiger beast. The fierce tiger beast does not appear at all in the Spiritual Beast Encyclopedia. It should be one of the beasts that once disappeared. There is a detailed description of the fierce tiger beast in the system's Book of Beasts. Fierce tiger beast. Level, extraordinary 2 stars. Feature. It is huge in size, with a body length of 5 to 7 meters. The brown-black hair with black stripes can serve as a protective color in nature. Battle features. Known for his strength, he can easily tear through his opponent's defenses and can shatter stone and crack gold with one palm. Although it is huge in size, the speed of the fierce tiger beast is not inferior to that of agile spirit beasts. It can burst out with amazing speed in a short distance. The fierce tiger beast has extremely high endurance and can maintain efficient attack power in long battles without getting tired easily. Skills: Tiger Roar Wave, Tiger Pounce. Habits. The fierce tiger beast usually lives in deep forests or mountains, which provide it with abundant food resources and a hidden living environment. They like to be active at night and rest in caves or under the shade of trees during the day. Lihu beasts are solitary spirit beasts. They have a strong sense of territory and will mark their territory by leaving scents and scratches. The Book of All Beasts says that the fierce tiger beast is a nocturnal animal. That means it's basically impossible to find during the day. However, the approximate location of the tiger beast can be found through their scratches. Long Qin and the blood-patterned turtle open their eyes as wide as possible. Compare the detailed pattern of the scratches on the Book of All Beasts. Finally, I found a wide scratch on a thick tree trunk. Judging from the area of the scratches, this fierce tiger beast must be at least 6 meters long. Oh my God! This is my first time at the Ancient Realm training ground, and the system assigns me such a difficult task? The system didn't say if you died in the ancient world training ground, would you really be dead? Long Qin found a place for him and the blood-patterned turtle to hide. Waited until late at night. Long Qin could hardly hold on any longer, and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, there was a click. It was as if something huge had stepped over the tree trunk on the ground. The sound of breaking. A fierce aura immediately came from the depths of the forest, mixed with a strong smell of blood. Long Chen's heart was beating wildly. Long Qin immediately perked up and looked around. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything. But the blood-patterned turtle next to it moved, as if it had discovered something. Before he could react, the blood-patterned turtle started like a chariot, rushed towards a place. Then came the sound of wild beasts fighting in the depths of the jungle. Long Qin was stunned. The blood-patterned turtle was too warlike. After a few minutes, the fighting stopped. Then some huge monster came towards him. Long Qin stared at the front and saw the blood-patterned turtle walking back with blood in its mouth. And he was dragging a huge corpse. It was the corpse of the fierce tiger beast. Ding! Kill the fierce tiger beast 1. Bloodline turtle fighting will plus 10, combat experience plus 10. Harvest 2 fierce tiger teeth, 4 claws, and 1 tiger skin, which can be used to create equipment. A skill book can be found in Chapter 9. Is this the completed one? Long Chen was a little confused. He hasn't figured out what's going on yet. The blood-patterned turtle has ended the battle? No, I have to watch the next battle carefully to better understand the blood-veined turtle. If his mental power reaches the standard of assimilation in the later stage, the more detailed his understanding of the blood-patterned turtle at this moment, the higher the degree of assimilation will be. Roar! A roar like a tiger roaring in the mountains was heard. Long Chun and the blood-patterned turtle immediately followed the sound. On a sloping hillside, a fierce tiger beast was swaggering around in its territory on the slope like a king inspecting his territory. Long Chun crawled down and ordered the blood-patterned turtle to attack immediately. The blood-patterned turtle immediately started its engine at full speed and rumbled towards the fierce tiger beast. When the fierce tiger beast took a look, he was stunned. Is this a turtle? But the turtle was baring its teeth at it. The fierce tiger beast was furious. It was the king of this forest. How could it tolerate being provoked by a turtle? He also rushed towards the blood-patterned turtle in anger. The two beasts started biting each other instantly. The fierce tiger beast's brain is very flexible, looking for the weakness of the blood-veined turtle, but the blood-veined turtle's brain is more flexible. The skills of the fierce tiger beast are Tiger Roar Wave and Tiger Pounce, but the blood-patterned turtle has a special violent biting skill. After a bloody fight, the blood-patterned turtle bit the carotid artery in the tiger's neck, and then used its powerful strength to drag and tear it apart. The sharp bloody claws tore at the fierce tiger beast's body desperately, leaving bloody holes in the tough tiger skin. Long Chen felt extremely distressed. Don't damage the fur! The fur will be worthless if it is damaged! The blood-patterned turtle immediately changed its attack method, using its heavy and hard carapace to hit the fierce tiger beast. After being hit dozens of times in succession, the fierce tiger beast's body became deformed and it collapsed to the ground, breathing out but not in. Ding! Kill the fierce tiger beast 1. Bloodline turtle fighting will +10, combat experience +10. Harvest fierce tiger fawn 1 claw 3. Harvest skill, tiger pounce. Sure enough, the tiger skin was damaged, so the tiger skin was not obtained. However, I actually got a skill book. Long Chen quickly clicked it. I found that there is only a 7 chance of a skill book popping up. Oh shit! Make a fortune! Although it is just an ordinary skill book. But at least it is worth hundreds of thousands. Let the blood-patterned turtle learn quickly. Although the turtle beast is not suitable for the tiger's pounce skill. But he was just willful and wanted to teach the blood-patterned turtle. What? And at the ancient world training ground, Long Chen discovered that the blood-patterned turtle was much more violent than at Su Qing's house. It's like going back home. Nothing to worry about. Directly revealing the most terrifying and perverted side of the blood-patterned turtle. Good. Long Chen was overjoyed. The fighting power of the blood-patterned turtle was much stronger than he had imagined. They are naturally better at fighting than those spiritual beasts that are hatched and bred. Long Chen's back felt a lot stiffer. And the blood-patterned wild turtle swaggered through the mountains and forests. During this time, a fierce tiger beast suddenly jumped out and attacked. But the blood-patterned turtle reacted faster and bit off the opponent's neck in one bite. The scene was very bloody. After half an hour of hunting, 10 fierce tiger beasts were finally killed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the fierce tiger beast 10 out of 10. Task completed, please receive the reward. Bloodline turtle strength +20, spirit +5, speed +5, endurance +5. Long Chen strength +10, spirit +5, speed +3, endurance +3. Extraordinary 1-star atavism fluid 0.1. Number of assimilation 1. Long Chen clearly felt that his physique had suddenly become at least twice as strong. This surge of power made him feel like a warrior. I heard that if a warrior wants to quickly increase his physical strength, he will take qi and blood pills. The market price of a qi and blood pill is over 100,000, and it seems that it can only increase the strength value by 10 points. In other words, he just accompanied the blood-patterned turtle for a walk in the ancient world training ground, which was equivalent to obtaining a blood and chi pill out of thin air. Longchen was ecstatic, it was so awesome. The only drawback is that he only gave 0.1 of the atavism fluid. It seems that he has to complete the level at least 10 times to get the complete atavism fluid. However, it can only be used on 1-star extraordinary spirit beasts. Leaving the ancient realm training ground. After a few seconds of countdown. When Longchen opened his eyes, he found himself back in the room. What happened just now? Did my physical body travel to the ancient world training ground? Or did my spirit travel there? And is the ancient world training ground a real world? What if I die in the ancient world training ground? Longchen's mind is now full of questions. But there is no relevant introduction to the system. Longchen looked at the time. He had been in the ancient world training ground for about 5 hours, but only 5 minutes had passed in the outside world. The flow rate of time inside and outside is different. He went to the ancient world training ground 10 times, and only about an hour passed in the outside world. Hiss. There was a chill in Longchen's teeth. It is simply the most perfect training ground for spirit beasts. No doubt about it. He looked at the amount in his account. There are still 120,000. Longchen did not hesitate and bought another ticket to the ancient world training ground. This time he noticed the system prompt. Purchase 1 ticket to the ancient realm training ground, funds minus 10,000, remaining purchase times today 1. You can only go to the ancient world training ground 3 times a day. Longchen was a little disappointed, but then he changed his mind. Yes, if the ancient world training ground allows unlimited entry for training. As long as he has enough money and stays in the ancient world training ground, he will probably become the world's #1 beast master in less than a year or 2. Longchen directly bought the remaining admission ticket and then entered the ancient world training ground again. He had 2 options before him. Option 1, enter the ancient realm, difficulty level 1 star, rewards halved. Option 2, enter the ancient realm, difficulty level 2 stars, rewards doubled. There doesn't seem to be anything to worry about, right? There are only 3 chances a day, so of course I have to choose the training ground that rewards more. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Longchen clicked option 2. This time the scene changed. It was no longer a forest, but endless grasslands and hills. But the sky was still covered with red clouds. The system pops up an interface. Currently in the ancient realm. Difficulty level, 2 stars. Mission, kill 30 shadow wolves. Award. Extraordinary 1-star reversion fluid 0.2. Assimilation times 1. Beastmaster, strength plus 10, spirit plus 5, speed plus 3, stamina plus 3. Beast tamer, strength plus 30, spirit plus 6, speed plus 6, stamina plus 7. What's going on? The attributes added to the beast seem to have been improved. But the attributes added to him are still the same as in the previous level. Forget it, it doesn't matter. As long as he passes this level, his physique and at least strength will be comparable to that of a first-level warrior. He is looking forward to it. Longchen checked the introduction of the shadow wolf in the Book of All Beasts. Although the number of beasts to be killed in the mission had increased to 30, their combat effectiveness was still not as good as that of the fierce tiger beast, so he felt that the difficulty of the mission had not actually increased much. Just keep on killing. While Longchen let the blood-patterned turtle carry him to find prey, he briefly looked through the information of the shadow wolf. When he saw the column of living habits, it said, Shadow wolves are famous for their ability to work in groups. When hunting, they will cooperate precisely and have a clear division of labor. Some are responsible for driving the prey, some are responsible for ambushing, and some are responsible for the final kill. A shadow wolf pack consists of 30 to 50 individuals. When the shadow wolves come out in full force, even elite spirit beasts may become their food. Chapter 10 Challenge failed, but speed plus 10. Longchen's heart sank instantly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then the sound of rapid movement could be heard from the weeds in all directions. It was as if a big net was encircling them in an orderly manner. Oh no! Go! The Book of All Beasts also says that shadow wolves are good at using the environment to hide. They are able to approach their prey with almost no sound. when hearing the movement of Shadow Wolf. Often they have completed their layout and started the final group hunt. The blood-patterned turtle immediately started its engine and, like a powerful lawn mower, rolled forward. But the dark shadows from all around were closing in at an extremely fast speed. Rushed directly towards Longchen. Longchen was prepared. He leaned over and climbed up to the belly of the blood-patterned turtle with his bare hands. He used his hands and feet to hold onto the blood-patterned turtle's plastron and hung it upside down. If it were the previous Longchen, he would not have possessed such power. 7 or 8 shadow wolves pounced on the blood-patterned wild turtle, biting its back shell madly. The blood-patterned wild turtle charged forward madly, then bit a shadow wolf to death with one bite. Ding! Kill shadow wolf, drop attribute, speed +5. One dropped so quickly. Li Yi immediately added it to the blood-patterned turtle's attribute panel. The individual combat power of the shadow wolf is not even half of that of the fierce tiger beast. But there are too many. Shadow wolves kept pouncing on it, biting the blood-patterned turtle's neck madly. The blood-patterned turtle roared angrily, trying to throw the shadow wolf away. But the shadow wolf is slender, with sharp teeth and sharp claws, biting firmly on the neck of the blood-veined turtle. The blood-patterned turtle fought desperately and killed several shadow wolves. Ding! Kill shadow wolf, drop attribute, speed +5. Another one dropped? It seems like challenging the difficult ancient world. Higher explosion rate. But it was difficult to fight against a large number of enemies outnumbered, and besides, there was Longchen below who needed protection, so the blood-patterned turtle soon fell into a disadvantage. Blood flowed all over the turtle's body. Finally, the blood-patterned turtle couldn't hold on any longer and fell down with a loud bang. But in order not to crush Longchen to death, he held on tightly with one foot. But the slender shadow wolf poked its head out, bit Longchen's shoulder, and pulled him out. Longchen took out the dagger he had prepared in advance. Stabbed fiercely into the shadow wolf's eyes. The shadow wolf felt pain and loosened its mouth. Before Longchen could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that he was thrown into the air. And below, there were 7 or 8 shadow wolves staring at him covetously. Finished. It's over. The moment it landed, it felt like several huge wolf heads were swooping down towards him. He lost consciousness in the severe pain of the bite. Ah! Longchen opened his eyes with a scream. He suddenly sat up in shock, gasping for breath frantically. He quickly touched his body. All are here, no fewer parts. Look around again. It was still his familiar little room. Longchen paused for a moment before suddenly looking at the clock on the wall. Less than a minute had passed. It seems that dying in the ancient world training ground will not really mean death. But you won't receive any rewards, which is equivalent to wasting a 10,000 yuan admission ticket. Call. It was really dangerous. Don't make such rash decisions next time. This is a lesson learned. Fortunately, you can die and come back again in the ancient world training ground. If this were the real world, he would be gone. There is still one ticket left, so there is no need to worry. Definitely option 1. The less reward the better. It is obvious that he cannot complete Shadow Wolf's mission in his current state. It's no use trying again. Afterwards, Longchen and the blood-patterned turtle spent 3 hours in the ancient world training ground to kill all 10 fierce tiger beasts. The reward is halved. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the fierce tiger beast October 10th, Tuesday. Task completed, please receive the reward. Bloodline turtle strength +10, spirit +2.5, speed +2.5, endurance +2.5. Longchen strength +5, spirit +2.5, speed +1.5, endurance +1.5. How to say it? Although the challenge to the fierce tiger beast was successful, but the reward did not increase by 10 points at once. The rewards for completing missions are more comprehensive, though. All the added attributes added together would definitely be far more than 10 points. It is more cost-effective to complete the task. There is no need to gamble on the uncertain explosion rate. Longchen saw it in the class group. Some people are discussing group buying of the Spirit Beast Combat Training Ground. The price of the Spirit Beast training ground is very high during this period. The starting price for an extraordinary 1-star field is 200,000 and can only be used for 4 days. This expense is too expensive for ordinary students. If everyone really has so much money, they might be more willing to spend it on evolution liquid. Evolution can definitely improve combat effectiveness better than accumulating practical experience. Of course, there are also people who have just evolved their spirit beasts. Since he was short of money but wanted to gain combat experience, he proposed to share the order with others. There are 4 days in total, and each person uses it for 2 days or 1 day. It depends on the number of people who are placing the order. I heard that the Spirit Beast training ground of the Yuling family is very useful. Someone came out to prove that it only takes 1 week of continuous use. There will be a significant increase in combat experience. It can be improved by at least 30. But the price for booking the venue for a week is 500,000. I heard that Lu Yenrui and Bai Lily booked the theater for 2 weeks. Another million spent. It really is money spent like water. TSK. The classmates were jealous. The crow turns into a phoenix. I envy young Master Lu and Bai Lily. When they come out of the training ground, their actual combat experience will be far ahead of ours. We will be in big trouble then. You idiot, why are you so unlucky? Do you think you are qualified to fight against young Master Lu's Red Flame Spirit Fox? You are no match for him. Instead, I think the unlucky one is Long Chen. Long Chen was in the group a while ago, speaking harshly to Bai Lily. He said he was going to teach Bai Lily a lesson in the college entrance exam. I feel like Long Chen must be panicking right now. Ha 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 ha! Long Chen had a blank expression on his face. In fact, I even felt like laughing. What a sucker. It takes 500,000 yuan and a week to increase combat experience by 30. And his blood-patterned wild turtle, when it first entered the ancient world training ground. Every time you kill a fierce tiger beast, you can gain 10 combat experience and fighting will. It has already increased by almost 200. He only spent $30,000, and the whole process took less than 10 minutes. These people are really ignorant. However, he was more looking forward to the battle with Bai Lily in the college entrance examination. If Bai Lily is too weak, he will also find it boring. The next day, Long Chen went to Su Qing's house early. The guard from yesterday was still there and saw Long Chen coming again. A look of surprise. He was punished to stand in the corner yesterday because he talked too much. So I don't know what happened to this person afterwards. I originally thought that, just like the 12 beast tamers before, the spirit beast was killed on the spot by the young lady. But I didn't expect that the beast master would come again today. What are you doing here again? The guards were very cautious, as if they thought Long Chen was here to retaliate. Your lady asked me to come. Miss? How could she let you? The guard was halfway through his words when he suddenly thought of something. Then he stared at Long Chen seriously with wide eyes. Did you succeed in defeating the young lady's spirit beast? The words haven't been finished yet. A powerful pressure instantly pushed the guard to the ground. The female guard appeared. It seems that the lesson I taught you yesterday was not enough. You still haven't figured out what you should and shouldn't say. The guard was almost crying. Why does this scene seem familiar? Long Chen looked at the guard with sympathy. Bro, you are really miserable. Why don't you consider changing jobs? Chapter 11 First Blood Boiling. Scared the school beauty. Come to the training ground again. Su Qing was still waiting there early. However, Su Qing's attitude today was obviously a little softer than when she saw him yesterday. Teacher, I'll leave today's training to you. Su Qing bent down, observing student etiquette. Long Chen was in a strange mood. Student Su Qing has a really nice figure. Those 2 big fruits seem to jump out of my clothes when I bend over. If Su Qing knew that she was not a teacher, will he be killed? Long Chen couldn't help but shiver. Su Qing raised her head in confusion and glanced at Long Chen. Although she couldn't see the other person's face, Su Qing vaguely felt where the other person's gaze was resting. Su Qing's eyes began to turn cold. Long Chen was startled, and quickly retracted his gaze, pretending to be serious, and said, Let's start. In order not to waste time, Su Qing did not pursue the matter. Both of them summoned their beasts. Longchen noticed that Su Qing's 9-colored fox seemed different from before. Although I haven't activated my talent skill, enchantment, yet. But there is already a sense that fire is brewing and ready to break out. In order to prevent Longchen from taking it lightly, Su Qing took the initiative to say, "My 9-colored fox just learned a skill book yesterday, which is about fire magic." Longchen suddenly realized. No wonder, it feels like the 9-colored fox is a lot stronger than yesterday. But he is really rich. Magic skill book. This is much more expensive than ordinary combat skill books. The Beast Tamer skill book is not meant to allow the Beast Tamer to learn an ability that has nothing to do with the Beast Tamer. It shortens the time it takes for the Beast Man to master this skill. For example, the 9-colored fox is originally good at magic. It would take 3 to 5 years, or even 10 to 8 years to learn a magic attack skill. But by using a skill book, the time can be shortened immediately, and you can even learn it in one day. But such a skill book is definitely priced sky high. I'm afraid it's at least a few million? Longchen was shocked. How rich is this? Okay, I got it, let's get started. Longchen was not at a disadvantage either, because his blood pattern turtle had also been greatly improved. The female guards constructed a combat training ground. 2 spirit beasts entered at the same time. With yesterday's experience, the 2 spirit beasts saved the time of testing each other. The battle immediately reached a fever pitch. Su Qing was a little surprised. Why did it feel like the turtle today was better at fighting than yesterday? The combat experience seems to have skyrocketed? Su Qing immediately denied it, thinking that she must be overthinking it. The opponent's turtle cannot grow that fast. Moreover, she will not take it lightly today. The 9-colored fox was afraid of being approached by the blood pattern turtle, so it used high-speed movement to keep distance. The 9-colored fox is getting serious today. Regular highway speeds are at least over 130. The maximum speed during an explosion may be over 180. A very exaggerated number. The blood pattern turtle had the boost from the 2 ancient world training grounds yesterday. The speed value has only reached 67.5. There was no way to even touch the shadow of the 9-colored fox. Swish! The 9-colored fox suddenly enchanted its tail knife. The flaming tail knife looked like a fiery crescent in the air. A flash and fell. Slashed on the back shell of the blood-patterned turtle. The tail knife that was unable to hurt the blood-veined turtle yesterday actually created a small crack today. Moreover, the mental pain inflicted on the blood-patterned turtle will be more severe. The blood-patterned turtle's body paused, as if someone had used a red-hot iron to hit its defenseless spiritual body hard. Its body was shaking from the pain. Longchen frowned. He and the blood-patterned turtle have a telepathic connection. I know that at this moment the blood-patterned turtle's spirit body has suffered a terrible blow. And the 9-colored fox only cut once with its sword. This is the most terrifying thing. It wasn't so serious yesterday, why is it so different today? What skills did the 9-colored fox learn? Su Qing seemed to see Li Ye's confusion and said it directly. The skill that the 9-colored fox learned is fire / dot. Longchen was struck by lightning. Fire / Skills on the magic skill book ranking? Spirit beasts are generally divided into combat skills, magic skills, healing skills, auxiliary skills, support skills, control skills, and reconnaissance skills according to their abilities. Each type of skill has yellow, black, earth, and sky rankings. Those who are selected for the heavenly ranking are extremely expensive and rare. It is usually extracted from high-level spiritual beasts. Maybe if you use one book, you will have one less. The spiritual beast species of the heavenly ranking plus the magical skills of the heavenly ranking. It's like putting an airplane engine on a Rolls-Royce. Top configuration. No wonder the improvement is so great. Clang! 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 The 9-colored fox's flaming tail knife slashed at the blood-patterned wild turtle's back shell again and again. The blood-patterned turtle seemed to be controlled and fixed in place, unable to move. It is suffering from the destruction of its spiritual body due to high density. And there are more and more cracks appearing on the back shell. We can't sit and wait for death any longer. Li immediately had an idea and let the blood pattern turtle activate its innate skills. Burning blood. The blood temperature in the blood pattern turtle's body suddenly rose. It's like it's boiling. The blood vein turtle's eyes turned red. The blood veins on the carapace began to wriggle like a living thing, gradually becoming hot and bright. Some blood mist spurted out from the gap in the back shell. The blood mist surrounded the blood pattern turtle, forming a red energy field around its body. A strong smell of blood began to permeate the air. See this scene? Su Qing and the female guard were both shocked. What is this? Why does it feel like the other turtle's temperament has suddenly changed a lot? It was already brutal and violent, but now it seems to be even more vicious. Is this a skill? Su Qing told the nine-colored fox not to take it lightly. The female guard took a deep breath. For some reason, the changes that happened to the turtle made her feel a little dangerous. She is a 4th-level warrior, comparable to an elite 1-star spirit beast. Only Longchen himself knows the situation best at the scene. In the blood-burning state, the blood pattern turtle's strength, speed, defense, and ferocity all increased threefold. Especially in terms of speed, the blood pattern turtle was far behind the nine-colored fox. But after a threefold increase, the blood pattern turtle's speed reached over 190, exceeding the nine-colored fox's maximum speed. With 4 strong legs, it chased after the nine-colored fox violently. The nine-colored fox was frightened out of its wits. He quickly used his hands and feet to take advantage of the terrain and tried to get rid of the blood pattern turtle. But the blood pattern barbarian turtle does not take detours, it rushes forward wherever it goes. In addition, the training ground was not big, and after a few seconds the nine-colored fox was knocked to the ground with one claw. The bloody mouth full of sharp teeth was about to bite off the nine-colored fox's neck in one bite. I give up! Stop! 2 voices, almost at the same time. The blood-marked turtle that was extremely crazy and bloodthirsty a second ago. Now keep your mouth open like a sculpture. The nine-colored fox was frightened and trembled. Not only the nine-colored fox, but Su Qing was also frightened and turned pale. The plot was not unfolding the way she had imagined. Originally, she thought that the nine-colored fox would be able to defeat the turtle after learning the fire-slash technique. But I didn't expect that the turtle would be forced to explode completely, and almost kill the nine-colored fox. That was a close call. Longchen said seriously. Aren't we doing actual combat training? Why do we need to use magic skills like fire-slash? Su Qing lowered her head with some self-blame. I just want to win. If this were a real battlefield, your nine-colored fox, including you, would have been dead, do you understand? Su Qing was silent for a while, then nodded. I understand. So don't use your trump card easily. How about we conduct regular combat training first? The main reason is that after the blood pattern turtle's blood-burning technique has been used, it cannot be used within a short period of time. It takes more than 12 hours. If the nine-colored fox launches fire-slash again, there will be no way to fight it. Chapter 12 The assessment method is temporarily changed. Good. Su Qing agreed. Then Su Qing gave the nine-colored fox some healing medicine. The injuries on the nine-colored fox were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Longchen could only watch helplessly. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle looked at Longchen, wondering if he was feeling guilty. He could actually see a pitiful look in the blood-veined wild turtle's green eyes. Don't look. A bottle of this healing medicine costs tens of thousands, maybe even more, and he has no money. Can't you heal yourself? Save some money. The blood-patterned turtle could only retract its head pitifully. He looked at the nine-colored fox with envy. It was also an animal but lived in the sky. Su Qing noticed the wounds on the blood-veined turtle's body. He took the initiative to hand the healing medicine to Longchen and said, Heal it. Longchen stared at the bottle of blue liquid in his hand. It is exactly the same as what is displayed in the window of the spirit animals supply store. The price tag seems to be 120,000? The blood-patterned turtle immediately looked at Longchen with anticipation, smacking its lips. Give me food quickly, give me food quickly. If you wait any longer, my wound will almost heal. But Longchen installed it directly. Are you kidding? He could sell it for at least 80,000 yuan. It would be a waste if it was eaten by the blood-veined turtle. Su Qing noticed Long Chen's little action but didn't say anything. Wait until the 9-colored fox finishes healing and revive with full health. Looking at the blood-patterned turtle again, his eyes almost popped out. It had just launched a fire slash and left those scars on the blood-patterned turtle. It's basically healed. Su Qing also noticed it and was a little surprised. Teacher, is your turtle's self-healing ability so strong? Yeah? I'm always called teacher, but after getting used to it, it feels pretty good. Next. Long Chun was trained by Su Qing for more than 9 hours. From morning to night. Huff huff. Huff huff. Both were breathing heavily. Although it is spirit beasts that are fighting. However, fighting with spirit beasts consumes a lot of the mental and physical energy of the beast master. Especially with such a long period of high-intensity training. Long Chun was still quite happy, even though on the surface he was helping Su Qing with practical training. In fact, to put it the other way around, wasn't it Su Qing who helped him with practical training? This year's top scorer helps himself with practical training. Who can have this treatment? The key is to give him back the money. Isn't this wonderful? After the training, the female guard gave Long Chun a reward. 200,000. The reason is that at the beginning of today, the 9-colored fox was defeated once. So I gave an extra 100,000. Long Chun was excited, he already had 300,000 yuan in his pocket. At least the family doesn't have to worry about money anymore. Su Qing and the female guard stood at the door and watched Long Chun disappear into the night. The female guard suddenly said, Miss, do you think he is really a teacher at Beast Taming Middle School? Su Qing looked at the female guard. The female guard explained. It's like this, I feel like he sometimes moves subconsciously and is quite unstable, like a middle school student. Su Qing thought about it and said, Really? She didn't pay attention to this. During training, her attention was all on the spirit beast. The female guard continued to express her doubts. And if he is a teacher at Beast Taming Middle School No. 1, then he should be a senior beast tamer. Just because he brought out a Super 2-star Beast Master to train with you doesn't mean he is a Super 2-star Beast Master himself. If he is an extraordinary 2-star Beast Master, I can understand that you are mentally exhausted after a day of training with you, young lady. But why is he also exhausted? Su Qing was suddenly stunned. Then she immediately looked in the direction where Long Chun left. Yes. If you are an experienced Beast Master, his spirit value should be much higher than hers. Just one day of training with an extraordinary 2-star Beast Master. How could it make him feel tired? This is really inexplicable. The female guard immediately said, Miss, do you need me to investigate who he is? Su Qing thought about it and shook her head gently. It's not necessary. It doesn't matter who he is. What's important is that training with him has greatly improved both me and the 9-colored fox. Besides, I don't think he can be my age. There is no one stronger than me among my peers. If he is... Su Qing didn't continue. H.U. Long Chun sneezed. Immediately looked around vigilantly. Could it be that someone is after his money? When Long Chun got home, he saw that the cooling time of the ancient world training ground had expired. Buy your tickets now. This time he was obedient, and did not stubbornly choose the 2-star difficulty. Almost all 3 ancient world training grounds were used at 1-star difficulty. He had almost killed all the fierce tiger leaders in that forest. Long Chun thought of another question. What exactly is the ancient world training ground? A virtual world similar to a game? But why wouldn't the fierce tiger beast he killed respawn? Even the traces of the blood-patterned turtle's battle yesterday are still there. And next to those traces, there were some claw marks of fierce tiger beasts. Just like the real nature. The same species died, and the other fierce tiger beasts left traces when they went to check the situation. But if this is the real world... He died in the Shadow Wolf's mission, but was able to come back to life in reality? While Long Chun was washing up, he thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. However, today when I was killing the fierce tiger beast, something dropped by chance. Obedience potion. Obedience +3. Only applicable to extraordinary 2 stars and below. This drop was a pleasant surprise. But it was of no use. The obedience of all the beasts he contracted was 100. I don't know why this kind of thing would drop. Longchen suddenly saw that everyone in the group was discussing. Have you heard? The rules for this year's entrance exam are going to be changed. Ah? What has it changed to? Actual combat. Didn't we have actual combat in previous years? The third test is actual combat. It's not about this actual combat, but about going to a real forbidden wasteland and fighting with wild spirit beasts. The group fell silent instantly. This news is for most students. It was like a bolt from the blue. Go to the forbidden wasteland for actual combat? Are you kidding? Aren't these newbies doomed to die? That's what I thought. No wonder the Spirit Beast Combat Training Ground is so popular this year. It turns out that many people received the news in advance. What this person said in the group woke everyone up. No, why do you want to change it suddenly? I heard that a new principal took office at the Advanced Beast Taming School. He said that if we don't train beast tamers for actual combat, it would be a waste of resources. Chapter 13: Crazy Bugs That Kill Others. Also, there is another breaking news. You've heard of the big exam immigration, right? It seems that our Jiangxing will be allocated a few more places for further study. So some candidates from big cities will take the exam as students from Jiangxing. Someone was immediately shocked. This is unfair. Jiangxing is already lagging behind. How can it compete with candidates from big cities? The student continued mysteriously. I'm just telling you the news. Don't spread it to others. Just keep it to yourself. His name is Wang Kaixian. In the class, I am considered a little know-it-all. Because his cousin is from the Jiangxing Law Enforcement Department. The Law Enforcement Department has a very high status and is a position of great power. So his cousin can access information that others cannot. And he generally doesn't spread false news. 9 out of 10 things he says are true. Longchen immediately sat up in shock. Going to a forbidden area in the wilderness for a practical test is something that has never happened before. The scope of reform is too large. Completely caught off guard. Such is the power of higher learning institutions. They change anything on a whim. In order not to be left behind, countless students and families have to run as hard as they can. The situation is really urgent. The students in the group have already started discussing forming a group to go to the Forbidden Wasteland for training first. Don't let yourself be without any experience and die in the forbidden area. Longchen was also a little hesitant because he had money. Wouldn't it be better to go to the actual combat training ground to adapt in advance? But it's too late to say anything. Before Wang Kaixian spread the news. In fact, someone had already booked all the remaining combat training grounds in Jiangxing. Hey, it seems I can only use the Ancient Realm training ground as much as possible. He discovered a bug in the Ancient World training ground. If you don't complete the mission at the Ancient World training ground, you can keep training in it. Of course, the premise is that you don't die. When you die, you will come out. Thousands of hours of crazy training at the Ancient World training ground. Only a few hours had passed in the outside world. He plans to take the entrance exam before that. First, I will undergo 1,000 hours of devilish training at the Ancient World training ground. No, it's 1,000 hours a day. He wants to kill others. Anyway, there's only this one chance for entrance examination, so give it your all. The next period of time. Longchen went to Su Qing's house on time every day and waited. Then we practiced intensively for 10 hours. In sparring. The biggest improvement he received was that his mental strength became much stronger. Moreover, the pressure and intensity of sparring with Su Qing were at their maximum. Su Qing's 9-colored fox. You can feel its rapid growth almost every day. Combat experience, skills, courage, and other aspects. There is a noticeable improvement every day. As a result, the blood pattern turtle is under great combat pressure every day. This speed of growth made Longchen gasp. I feel that this is the spiritual beast species on the heavenly ranking. What an abnormal learning ability! But Longchen was not very panicked. because after returning home every day, he would have extra training with the blood-pattern turtle in the ancient realm training ground. After learning how to fix the bug, he specifically avoids the fierce tiger beast. Finds some non-mission related extraordinary 1-star or 2-star ferocious beasts for actual combat. The killing took 1.5 months. Of course, it was a month and a half in the ancient world training ground. Wait until you feel that the training volume is about right. Then go back and kill 3 fierce tiger beasts to complete the mission. And make sure to use up the 3 tickets every day. The rewards for completing a level are important. Although the first time only has the highest reward, the subsequent times are only half of it. But with 3 chances a day, that's 1.5 times. The important thing is, this happens every day. Some people want to increase the basic stats of their own beasts. They will be fed with chi and blood pills, speed and agility pills and the like, which are used to train warriors. A Qishua pill costs 50,000 yuan. It can only increase strength by about 5 points. But his blood pattern turtle increases his strength by 30 points every day. Spend 300,000 to buy 6 chi and blood pills every day. Even if you are a rich second generation, you may not be able to afford such expenses, right? Longchen came out after taking all the rewards. In the real world, only 2 hours had passed. Then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, I went to Su Qing's house and waited. Arrange your daily rhythm in a tight schedule. We are just saying. There was 1.5 months of intensive training every day. Who can surpass myself? However, bug fixes are not always successful. Sometimes you will randomly encounter very scary beasts. He and the blood pattern turtle were killed instantly by the other side. That kind of bone-chilling fear. It's so real that I wake up howling every time. But over time, the number of deaths increased. When facing powerful beasts, he will be more calm and composed. A week passed. Longchen has already earned tens of millions from Su Qing. This was the first time he made so much money through his own efforts. Delicious. There is hope for my adoptive father to go to a large continental hospital to treat blood poisoning. However, he did not tell his adoptive parents about this immediately. I'm afraid that some unexpected factors may arise and cause the adoptive parents' hopes to be dashed. He first called the major continental hospital. The other party asked what stage the blood poison invasion of the demon cave had reached. Longchen talked about the 3rd stage. The other party was silent for a while, then sighed. The 3rd stage is almost incurable. Boom! The other party's answer. For Longchen, it was like the sky had fallen. Didn't you say that you can completely eliminate the blood poison? Indeed, it is possible, but it has to be in the 1st and 2nd stages. Even the 2nd stage is a bit difficult. The 1st stage is the best. The 3rd stage is already incurable, the blood poison has merged with the body, alas. The other party was also helpless. There are actually many such tragedies. The blood poison of the demon cave comes from the demon cave. Most of those who fell ill were ordinary soldiers who had been fighting in the devil's lair all year round. Many people die every year because of the blood poison in the magic cave. But I have money! How much do you want? 10 million? 20 million? Or 30 million? I can raise any of them. There was a cry in Long Chen's voice. God, please stop playing jokes on him. He finally saw hope. Finally there is hope. He doesn't want to give up. The hospital staff hesitated for a moment. Generally speaking, when the blood poison invades to the 3rd stage, it is no longer treatable. But I heard that there is a healing beast in the advanced beast taming school that can remove blood poison, but it is difficult for you to get that beast to do it. If you weren't a student at the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, you might not even have met each other. Longchen was stunned for a moment. Then she wiped away her tears immediately and said, As long as I become a student of the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, that will be enough. Maybe you can try, but only if you can really become one. The other party's advice can only go so far. The rest depends on Longchen's own luck. But this is equivalent to giving him hope again. A higher beast taming school. He must go. Whoever stands in the way will die. For weeks past. He is with Su Qing almost every day. In the last week, Su Qing said she was going to the practical training ground, so the sparring cooperation with him ended. Longchen actually felt it was a bit of a pity. Perhaps, this might be the moment when he is closest to Su Qing. Once you pass the entrance examination, Su Qing will be her princess again. And I will have to struggle for a living again. The lives of both of them will change drastically. Become two parallel lines that never intersect. However, he was fortunate. This is nearly a month of high-intensity training. He took advantage of a card bug and stayed in the ancient world training ground for a full 600 days. Chapter 14. Cheap, Angry Iron-Eating Beast. Who would have thought that it would take him just 1 month? Train yourself hard for 2 years. And I plan my time very self-disciplinedly every day. Practice with the strongest school beauty during the day. I practice like crazy by myself at night. The blood pattern turtle's strength value has skyrocketed to thousands of points. Far superior to the average 2-star extraordinary beast. And his own strength value broke through the 60 mark. A warrior far superior to the first level. To be honest, he felt that he was incredibly strong. The blood pattern turtle can also make use of the practical experience accumulated every day. Successfully suppressed the 9-colored fox many times. The 9-colored fox was almost depressed to death. This also made Su Qing frequently look at him strangely. It seemed as if she had not expected that while her 9-colored fox was improving rapidly, the blood pattern turtle was also making rapid progress. At the same time, his mental power finally broke through 50 points. It's not easy. For humans, a breakthrough in mental strength is much more difficult than a breakthrough in physical strength. Because mental strength is almost impossible to exercise. Or the effect of exercise is minimal. It mainly relies on nourishment from potions or magic weapons. This involves huge amounts of money. Generally, a novice beast tamer can reach level 50 within 3 years. That's already extremely fast. And it only took him 1 month. All he had to do was to brush up on the ancient world training ground every day. When your mental strength exceeds 50, you can open another beast taming position and contract your second spirit beast. And for him, the assimilation function is finally not gray. This function brings greater improvement to his individual status. He is looking forward to it. Longchen plans to do this before the big exam. Buy another spirit beast. Anyway, he just happened to have collected a bottle of atavism liquid that can be used to revert from extraordinary 1-star to extraordinary 2 stars. 1 more spiritual beast means 1 more layer of protection. Go to the Spirit Beast Center in Jiangqing to look for it. There are quite a lot of varieties, and the beautiful sales lady is also very enthusiastic. Wear a low-neck cheongsam and try to bend your body as much as possible. Let her body be fully displayed in front of him. There was a sly glint in the young lady's eyes. This kind of young man who is full of vigor and vitality is most susceptible to this. Handsome boy, what is your talent for taming beasts? Can I introduce one to you? Well, anything is fine. Longchen replied casually. But these words made the young lady tremble. Anything? Could it be that you have a talent for controlling beasts with all attributes? In an instant, the whole store fell silent, looking at Longchen with burning eyes. With talents in taming beasts with all attributes, he is the chosen beast master. No need to be restricted by attributes, you can freely choose beasts with different attributes according to your own strategy. A genius picked out of 1,000,000. Those who awaken both types of beast taming talents are 1 in 100. Longchen immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. When he looked up, he saw everyone looking at him, feeling a little awkward. Are there any cheap spirit beasts? Cheaper? The one you're looking at is already the cheapest, 120,000, and the controllability is only 72. It's quite dangerous, so I don't recommend you buy it. Longchen was embarrassed. Is there anything cheaper? Cheaper? The young lady looked Longchen up and down, and immediately lost interest in him. Her tone became a little stiffer. Don't blame me for not reminding you. 72 controllability is the safety threshold. If you want something cheaper, it's basically a discarded product that will eat its owner. Okay, I'll look somewhere else then. Longchen ran out of the store dejectedly. The young lady curled her lips and said, I thought he was a big money sponsor, but he turned out to be a pauper. He wants all kinds of attributes, but I guess he can't afford anything. Longchen did not argue with the other party. He really doesn't care about this little money now. But he was surprised to find out. A qualified, spiritual beast that is relatively easy to control and is sold in stores. In the eyes of the system, they are all unqualified. All rubbish. All garbage. Blood purity less than 1. Not qualified to be regressed and transformed. Now we can be sure of that. The blood purity required by the system is the same as the blood purity of ancient ferocious beasts. Doesn't this mean, from now on, he can only buy cheap, obsolete spiritual beasts? Longchen took out those promotional text messages again. I don't know if there are any that have not been confiscated. I contacted several people and finally got in touch with one. He asked for 5,000 yuan. The other party was quite nice, saying that he had just lost a batch of products recently and just wanted to make up for it. He sold him a spirit beast with a 40 controllability for 5,000 yuan, which would be a little less out of control. Longchen immediately refused. He only wanted those with a controllability below 10. The other party was confused. You don't want any good things? You want the worst? He was too lazy to argue with Longchen anymore. Longchen placed an order and the other party shipped the goods. When Longchen arrived home, there was another black iron cage at the door. There was a creaking sound inside, and you could tell from the sound that it was a ferocious creature. Longchen became excited instantly. As soon as he opened it, the dark shadow inside pounced towards him instantly. Ouch! The black shadow bit the iron cage frantically. It feels like it will burst out in the next second. But as it was biting, it suddenly became stunned. Why does it feel like this human's reaction is different from other humans? Not afraid of it at all. Instead, he smiled brightly at it. I don't know why, but I feel like this smile is a bit perverted. My baby! It's you! After Longchen saw clearly what it was, the bright eyes dimmed immediately. The extraordinary one-star pandaemon. It is said that this is a relatively ancient spiritual beast. I didn't know what it was like before, but now it's mainly going for the cute style. And he's the kind that doesn't fight with the world. You guys can do whatever you want, I'm just drunk alone. It's good to keep it as a pet. But it's really not suitable to be used as a beast in battle. Therefore, it has not sold well in the spirit beast market. This merchant, fuck me. But at the moment, only this bloodline has a purity greater than 1. There is no other choice. After more than 10 minutes of suppression, with 50 points of mental power, it is easy to carve the contract symbol on the panda beast's head. Ding! Completed the contract with the extraordinary one-star panda beast. The beast, extraordinary one-star panda beast, was detected, and it can revert to extraordinary 2-star violent iron eater. Violent, iron-eating beast? This is completely different from his understanding of panda beasts. Longchen looked at the description in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia. The evolutionary path of pandaemon is extraordinary 2-star moonlight panda. Moonlight panda. Level, extraordinary 2 stars. Feature. It has soft white fur with gray spots. Looks friendly and non-aggressive. Its most notable feature is a pair of eyes that emit a faint blue light at night, and can absorb the power of moonlight. Evolution limit, Elite 2-star Dark Pandaemon. Battle features. An auxiliary spirit beast that can use the moonlight to reflect healing energy to heal wounds for itself, or its allies. Has good night vision capabilities. Agility increases 3 times in moonlight. Strength, 70 speed 30. Stamina, 50 spirit 50. Generally pretty standard. Healing and nocturnal activity are the characteristics of Moonlight Pandaemon. However, compared with professional auxiliary spirit beasts and nocturnal spirit beasts, they have some shortcomings in all aspects. It's a panacea type. Longchen looked at the ancestral route again. Irritable iron-eating beast. Level, extraordinary 2 stars. He is huge in size, with a sturdy and strong build. The hair is coarse and dark gray in color. Its skin is as hard as iron and can withstand certain attacks. Its eyes glow red at night, revealing wildness and violence. Here it comes! Here it comes! Long Chun became excited. Just reading this description made his blood boil. Finally, it is not just cute in appearance and is not aggressive anymore. Chapter 15 Team-Based Assessment, full of difficulties. Battle features. Iron skin, skin as hard as iron, highly resistant to physical attacks. Violent force, able to unleash powerful force in battle, with incredible destructive power. Iron teeth, possesses sharp teeth that can bite through metal and easily tear through the enemy's armor. Skill. Iron tide roars. The irritable iron-eating beast lets out an earth-shaking roar. The sound waves contain spiritual power and can form sound wave shocks, causing both physical and psychological damage to the enemy, causing the enemy to lose balance and combat ability in a short period of time. Iron fist frenzy. In battle, if the Iron Eater eats enough iron, it will enter a frenzy state, with its defense soaring and its attack speed and power greatly increased. Each attack carries the breath of iron and blood, which can weaken the enemy's defense and cause continuous damage. Okay. He seemed to understand a little about the ancient ferocious beast. You all like to go crazy, right? The blood-pattern turtle attacks violently when in the blood-burning state. If the Iron Eater eats enough iron, it can transform into a crazy kung fu panda and deal crazy blows to the enemy. Awesome. With a consistent system. It is indeed a crazy ancient beast. They all like to fight hard. Let's look at the attribute values of the angry Iron Eater. Strength, 210. Speed, 80. Stamina, 80. Spirit, 90. Awesome. It is stronger than the blood-pattern turtle from the start. It is indeed a ferocious beast from the ancient times. The blood-patterned wild turtle is an ancient ferocious beast. The violent iron-eating beast is a period earlier than the blood-striped turtle. An ancient ferocious beast. There's nothing more to say then. System, reversion of the panda beast. Returning to our ancestors. Reversion Fluid 1. The fur of the angry Iron Eater began to gradually turn black and gray. It looks like a very dirty panda beast. The size is also getting bigger. Long Chun placed the irritable iron-eating beast into the beast-controlling space and waited for it to evolve successfully. At least I will have a backup plan for the entrance exam tomorrow. It is estimated that there are not many novice beast masters who own 2 spirit beasts. He should have the upper hand. The next day was the day of the big exam. Students follow the school's rules. Gather at the meeting point outside the city. Hundreds of students came, most of them accompanied by their families. Long Chun looked a little sad. My adoptive mother is in the hospital with my adoptive father, so she can't come. And the adoptive parents had no idea that the way the big exam would turn out would be so dangerous. He didn't want to make them worry, so he didn't say anything. This entrance examination has attracted attention from all walks of life in Jiangqing. Many celebrities came to watch. Everyone also wants to know who in Jiangqing can rise to fame this year. Even the military was mobilized. The invigilators sent were the Flame Dragon Shadow Task Force, one of the sharp knife companies of Linjang's demon-suppressing army. It is extremely difficult to be selected into the team, and they are the elite among the elites. Everyone looked at them with awe and yearning in their eyes. I wish someone could produce a Flame Dragon Shadow Task Force. That's really the smoke coming out of the graves of 18 generations of ancestors. Long Chun couldn't help but take a few more glances. Very domineering indeed. I heard that the Flame Dragon Shadow Warrior Task Force has eliminated all the extraordinary beasts above 2 stars in the examination area to ensure the safety of the candidates. But with an area of hundreds of hectares, is it true that no fish have escaped the net? This is the mystery, and it is also what everyone is worried about. And some others have attracted everyone's attention. A dozen or so handsome men and beautiful women dressed in gorgeous clothes, followed by maids and servants, raised their necks with proud looks on their faces. It was as if he wanted to distinguish his identity and status from the natives of Jiangqing. The students of Beast Taming No. 1 Middle School were filled with resentment. These damn immigrants for the college entrance examination. If you are really that proud, then don't come to this little place. She is a whore and a virgin. So disgusting. The principal of Beastmaster No. 1 Middle School stood in front of the stage and gave a speech. Hello students, you are about to embark on a post-apocalyptic road full of challenges and dangers, but it is also the only way to glory and power. In this actual combat test, you will face not only external enemies, but also inner fears and doubts. But please believe that the knowledge and skills you have learned, and the passion and courage in your heart, will lead you through the darkness and into the dawn. After the principal walked down, a soldier in military uniform walked onto the stage. He is not as positive as the principal. He first looked at the young students, then said sarcastically, I wonder how many of you can make it out alive? As soon as these words were spoken, fear immediately covered the students' faces. Do you see the flag in my hand? We have placed some of these flags in the exam area. You need to form a team of 7 and find 8 flags. The first team to find 8 flags will pass the exam. Everyone was immediately in an uproar. Ah? Is this the type of exam? Looking for a flag? Then there is too much luck involved, right? Longchen frowned. It wasn't just luck that played a big role. He even felt that this type of exam was very easy to cheat in. As long as you know where the flag is first, wouldn't it be easy to win? And why is it a team battle? There are strong and weak people in a team. Aren't the weak ones just a burden? In other words, it is easier to win by cooperating with the strong. The officer raised a finger and continued. Requirement 1, it must be completed as a team. Individual completion does not count as an achievement. Requirement 2, no more than half of the Beastmasters or Beastmasters in the team can be sacrificed, otherwise the mission will be considered a failure and the entire team will be disqualified. As soon as the words fell, the students moved madly. Strong. We must find a strong person. The strong are not only a support, but also a guarantee. Longchen immediately looked around. Some of the students currently known, such as Lu Yenrui and Wan Hao, have powerful spirit beasts, so they will inevitably become favorites. I didn't see Wan Hao, most likely the spirit beast's injuries haven't healed yet. A large group of people had gathered around Lu Yenrui. There was a scornful smile on Lu Yenrui's lips. No one was willing to team up with him because the news of his discarded spirit beast had spread throughout the school. He is recognized by everyone as the biggest burden. Brother Long! Please join my team! Longchen turned around. He saw a fat man covered in golden light waving at him. Wan Kai-xian. He is the little know-it-all in school. It was he who leaked the information about the discarded spiritual beast that he bought. Wan Kai-xian, why did you choose this guy instead of the others? His spirit beast is a discarded one. Several people around him frowned and said. Longchen took a glance. There is an lotus next to it. He Yu. Yu Qiuyao. Zhao Jigang. They are all above average in school. Wan Kai-xian still has a certain appeal. Although he is not as arrogant as Lu Yenrui. But in fact, his family background is not bad at all. The Wang family is even the richest family in Jiangqing. He is the only child in the Wang family, and everyone thinks that the Wang family will put a lot of effort into Wan Kai-xian. So it is more stable to follow Wan Kai-xian. But Wan Kai-xian rejected many people along the way and walked straight to Longchen and invited Longchen to join the team. Are you crazy? The one who expressed dissatisfaction was Fan Lanha. Boss Longchen, can you lead us? I'm looking forward to you joining us. Wan Kai-xian ignored Fan Lanha and continued to invite Longchen. Longchen didn't say anything, but his expression was a question mark. What does Wan Kai-xian mean? Want to deliberately add him to the team, and then mock his discarded spirit beast in front of the female classmates? I don't think I have ever provoked Wan Kai-xian. Wan Kai-xian had never done anything against me before. It was nothing more than posting his transaction information in the group. But people like Wan Kai-xian are so cocky. If you find something new that others don't know, share it immediately. It doesn't necessarily mean malicious intent. But what does it mean to invite him now? Chapter 16. The Long family actually arranged people too. Longchen thought about it and agreed. Anyway, the requirement is to form a team. He also felt that Wang Kaishuan's team would be slightly more reliable. Wang Kaishian, you still called him? Didn't he buy a discarded spiritual beast? He has no fighting power and will only drag us down. Fan Anha continued to dislike Long Qin. Fan Anha used to be Bai Lily's best friend. When I was in school, I often followed Bai Lily to attend his tutoring classes. We would always greet each other with a smile when we met before. As a result, he now bought a discarded spiritual beast. Fan Anha's attitude towards him also changed 180 degrees. The other three remained silent. But from the look in their eyes, no one can understand Wang Kaishuan's approach. They also thought that Long Qin would be a burden. Wang Kaishuan said with a smile, "Brother Long Qin is the boss, you know nothing." "Wang Kaishuan, how can you talk like that? Believe it or not, I will ask Bai Lily to ask young Master Lu to teach you a lesson." Fan Anha is very arrogant. The smile on Wang Kaishuan's face gradually disappeared. "You keep calling me Bai Lily and young Master Lu. Did they add you to the team? Where do you get your confidence from? Do you believe that I will kick you out of the team right now?" Fan Anha's face changed slightly, and she stopped talking immediately. Except for the most popular and powerful teams, Wang Kaishuan's team is currently reliable. She doesn't want to leave. "Come on, Brother Long Qin, don't just stand there. Let's find the next team member." Wang Kaishuan seemed to be afraid that Long Qin would run away. He grabbed Long Qin's arm. "Who to look for next?" "Hey, you'll know in a moment." Wang Kaishuan kept the secret. He led Long Qin and a few others through the crowd. Then we arrived at the place where the crowd was the densest. Through the human wall, Long Qin saw who everyone was surrounding. A girl wearing training clothes, a high ponytail, and holding a straight knife in her hand. It is so exquisite and beautiful, as if it came out of a fairyland. It's impossible to take your eyes off her. And the indifference in her eyes made people dare not look at her for even a second. "Su Qing." A girl with short hair, said. "Su Qing is super popular, can we get her?" "Hey, who knows if we don't try?" "Now." Su Qing is accepting an invitation from another team. "It's Lu Yenrui." Lu Yenrui said gentlemanly. "Student Su Qing, at the moment, it seems that only our team is your best choice. Anyway, our goal is to pass the exam, right?" Lu Yenrui is very confident. After all, his team includes 3 of the top 10 students in the school. If Su Qing is included, that would make 5. Without a doubt, it is definitely the strongest team except for the team that takes the big exam to immigrate. Su Qing's eyes were indifferent, and no one knew what she was thinking. Wang Kaishuan immediately said, "Student Su Qing, what do you think about it?" Everyone immediately looked at Wang Kaishuan. Lu Yenrui also looked over. Seeing that Long Qin was also in Wang Kaishuan's team, his brows immediately frowned even deeper. Then it flattened out again. "Haha, Fatty Wang, you just gathered a bunch of random people together, and you want to invite Su Qing? What do you think of Su Qing?" Bai Lily, who was next to Lu Yenrui, also glared at Long Qin fiercely. "Long Qin, I didn't expect that you, who bought a discarded spirit beast, would have the guts to take part in the exam? If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to come. Do you really think that being a beast tamer is a game that only poor people can afford?" Long Qin smiled. "Bai Lily, do you remember me and you? I'm looking forward to competing with you in the big exam. You'd better pray that you don't run into me." Bai Lily was threatened by a loser in public. I was so furious. "Long Qin, are you looking for death? You are a 1-star transcendent emerald turtle. What can you do to fight my 2-star transcendent benevolent bird?" Lu Yenrui was still able to keep his composure a little. He motioned Bai Lily to stop, and then said to Long Qin calmly, "Long Qin, I can only say that you are too unlucky. It is normal for a group of people to die in the actual combat test in the Forbidden Wasteland." Lu Yenrui's eyes suddenly became fierce. "I can tell you right now that you will definitely die. Let your poor adoptive parents be prepared to send your son off before them." Everyone looked at Long Qin with sympathy. "Why?" Offended by Lily and Lu Yenrui. "You also have to go to the dangerous and unpredictable Forbidden Wasteland. Even gods can't save Long Qin. By then, Long Qin's name will definitely be seen on the list of victims. Long Chen's eyes were also extremely cold. Oh, you are right. It is normal for some people to die in the exam. Lu Yenrui frowned slightly. What's going on? Why did he suddenly feel a bone-chilling chill? Su Qing glanced at Long Chen and frowned slightly. Long Chen quickly avoided his gaze with a guilty conscience. Then Su Qing asked Wang Kaixian, "Do you really know who he is?" "Of course, my third uncle is the president of the Jiangqing Labor Union." The two people seemed to be communicating in riddles. Long Chen was puzzled. What were they talking about? Why does it feel so familiar? When they were in school, it seemed like Su Qing and Wang Kaixian didn't talk much, right? It feels like they know a secret that I don't. Long Chen felt inexplicably resentful and jealous. He even felt that Su Qing, who had been with him day and night for more than a month, had cheated on him. Anyway, I feel very complicated. He had seen Su Qing sweating profusely. In theory, closer than anyone else. Lu Yenrui also frowned. Wang Kaixian, what are you doing? The most urgent task is to form a strong team to pass the exam. Before Lu Yenrui finished speaking, Su Qing indifferently agreed to Wang Kaishuan's proposal and joined Wang Kaishuan's team. Lu Yenrui was stunned. What did Wang Kaixian promise Su Qing? Su Qing actually chose to join a third-rate team. Don't care about the exam results at all. And in Wang Kaishuan's team. Except for Wang Kaixian, everyone was stunned. Father-in-law Princess Su? Long Chen was also stunned. Su Qing wanted to team up with them? After forming a team, the students filed in through the military's makeshift entrance. When passing through the entrance, Long Chen noticed gazes from two directions. One direction is towards Lu Yenrui and Bai Lily. They made a gesture of wiping their necks. The other people in the team also looked at Long Chen with gloating eyes. Stupid! Long Chen cursed speechlessly. Lu Yenrui and Bai Lily were almost mad to death. Long Chen! Just wait! You're dead! After they entered the Forbidden Wasteland, they were taken to other areas. Each team will start in a different area. The other side's gaze. It is one of the teams taking the big immigration test. The looks they gave him were also very unfriendly. There was even overt hostility. That's strange. I have never offended outsiders. Suddenly, he found himself among the crowd watching outside. A few of them seemed to be from the Long family who were seen in the hospital before. The Long family members frequently exchanged glances with the immigration team taking the exam. I still remember that in the hospital, his stepmother told him to give up his career as a beast master and not to dream of returning to the Long family. Long Chen's face immediately darkened. Understood. These people were probably arranged by the Long family. To prevent yourself from passing the big test, and even to destroy yourself in the big test. What a sinister family. They never thought of it at all. The so-called property, resources and power that they treasure. In his opinion, nothing is more important than keeping his adoptive father healthy. He just wanted to live a down-to-earth life at home. But since someone wants to disrupt the peace of his family, then just give it a try. Chapter 17, The Local Tyrant Pig, It's Coming. Enter the Forbidden Wasteland. The forbidden area closest to Jiangqing. It can't be considered a real forbidden area. It's just a branch of the Chilean Demon Mountain. It stretches for hundreds of kilometers and there are many spiritual beasts on the mountain. There are demon-suppressing troops stationed there all year round. This area is located within the outer periphery and is a great distance away from the real forbidden area. Each student wears a wristband issued by the military. The student's position and vital signs can be detected at any time. When the student voluntarily gives up and asks for help, they can also be found based on the location of the bracelet. Okay, let's go, everyone! Everyone followed Wang Kaixian into the forbidden area. The forbidden area is extremely quiet. It's different from the Devil's Cave or the Place of Despair that I imagined. The grass is lush and green, and the breeze is pleasant. It's simply a paradise. Forbidden places are like this. The more beautiful they are, the more dangerous they are. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, a tiger suddenly jumped out of the woods not far away. Ah! The three girls screamed immediately. although Zhao Jigang could barely remain calm. But his face was also rather pale, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. A wild, extraordinary 2-star glazed tiger. The fighting power is quite strong. Boss, help me! Wang Kaixian immediately hid behind Longchen. Only 2 people could remain calm and stare at Liu Lihu seriously. Very calm, not at all panicked. Especially that Longchen, he is so calm. How can you still look like a student? Many soldiers who have participated in the battle are no match for him. Similarly, Su Qing glanced at Longchen with some surprise. The reason why she herself was not panicked. It was because his 9-colored fox could easily kill the glazed tiger. Where does Longchen's calm confidence come from? At this moment, Longchen was very calm. He was so calm that even he himself found it unbelievable. There was no feeling of fear at all. The mood is stable, like the electrocardiogram of a dead person. There was no ups and downs at all. He had seen this glazed tiger in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Beasts. It is considered a ferocious beast. But I don't know why. He felt that it was better than the ancient fierce tiger beast in the ancient world training ground. Liu Lihu seems a bit weak. Even after seeing the sharp teeth and fierce face of the fierce tiger beast too much. Do you think this glass tiger is a little cute? Like tiger. A round body and a chubby head. I really want to touch the furry hair. Longchen woke up instantly. Oh shit! Is this a side effect of the ancient world training ground? When I look at the wild beasts in the real world, I feel nothing. However, he is a little confused now. The grumpy iron-eating beast hasn't finished evolving yet. Should we summon the blood-patterned turtle? But wouldn't it be exposed if we summoned him? If Su Qing knew about this, she would have called the teacher for several days. In fact, it was her classmate who took advantage of her. Wouldn't that mean I would have to kill myself? But now that I'm here, I can't keep the blood-patterned turtle from appearing forever. TSK. What to do? Boss, why don't you take action? We are here for actual combat training. Wang Kaixian whispered while hiding behind. Longchen turned around and looked at Wang Kaixian deeply. This guy. Don't you really know something? Roar! Liu Lihu suddenly roared and pounced towards Longchen. The 3 girls screamed even louder. Wang Kaixian was almost crying and tugged at the corner of Longchen's clothes. Boss, take action! Take action? Still not taking action? When Longchen hesitated. Everyone thought that Longchen was frightened silly. Zhao Jigang, who was near him, hesitated for a moment, and then the main team moved away from Longchen and had no intention of rescuing Longchen. Fan Anha on the other side said directly, I knew that a loser like Longchen would hold us back. Don't save him, just let him die. Zhao Jigang immediately followed up. Yeah, anyway, we have 3 death quotas. As long as it doesn't exceed half, 1 death won't affect our results. Wang Kaixian frowned immediately. He was just about to say something. At the critical moment, a silver light flashed. Plop! The glazed tiger landed. The body is separated. The scar on his neck, as big as a bull, is shocking to see. I was also a little shocked. This is the real Forbidden Wasteland. Beneath the beautiful scenery lies blood and killing. Everyone immediately looked at Su Qing. And the 9-colored fox beside her. His eyes were filled with horror. He acted so decisively, not like a rookie beastmaster at all. Longchen nodded secretly. After this period of training, Su Qing's actions did become very decisive. This is partly due to his contribution. Longchen actually felt a little proud, and unconsciously revealed a smile that showed his great achievement and fame. Su Qing, you are so powerful now. A wild spirit beast with a superb 2-star rating can't even survive a second in front of you. A short-haired girl said admiringly. The girl with short hair is Hiyu. A cool girl who is very popular among both girls and boys. Yeah, Su Qing is not at the same level as us. The long-haired girl said gently. She is Yuqiu Yao. She has a gentle personality but an amazing figure. She is often the dream girl of the boys in the class. Zhao Jigang is a strong and dark-skinned boy. At this moment, he summoned his spirit beast without making any sound. It is a monkey more than 2 meters tall. The hair is short, hard, and rock gray in color. There is a rock-like texture under the skin, as if wearing natural armor. The limbs are strong and the muscles are clearly defined, demonstrating its powerful strength. Rock armor monkey guard! Fa Nanha was surprised. Others recognized it, too. The rock-armored monkey guard was a spiritual beast species that once ranked 100th on the yellow list. The reason why it is not on the list now is that as the number of spiritual beast species discovered by humans increases, if better quality ones appear, they will replace the spiritual beast species on the list. However, being on the yellow list is already pretty awesome. Long Chun was also a little surprised. Zhao Jigang usually keeps a low profile. There is actually such a backup plan? A smug look appeared on Zhao Jigang's face. He glanced at Su Qing unconsciously. Like Su Qing, his spirit beast has been on the list. Although one is on the yellow list and the other is on the heavenly list, there is a huge difference between them, but he is different from others. But Su Qing looked calm. Seems a bit disappointed. I'm sorry, Miss Su, I was slow to react just now. In fact, my rock armor 8 guard can easily kill the glazed tiger in seconds. Zhao Jigang ignored everyone and walked straight to Su Qing. Su Qing looked at Zhao Jigang in confusion. He asked inexplicably, "How many spirit beasts do you have?" Zhao Jigang was also surprised. My spiritual power has not reached 50 yet, so I can't open the second beast taming position, so I only have 1 spirit beast for the time being." Su Qing nodded, and then ignored Zhao Jigang. Zhao Jigang was also a little embarrassed. Wang Kaixian suggested, "Let's all summon our own spirit beasts. After all, it will be too late to summon them when the danger is right in front of us." No one objected. Summon your own spirit beasts one by one. Fa Nanha's spirit animal is the star spirit butterfly. He Yu's spirit beast is the swift shadow leopard. Yu Qiuyao's spirit beast is the green tree demon. They are all extraordinary 2 stars. It seems that everyone is hiding their true abilities. All the 1-star super warriors who are complaining in the group should unite. At worst, they can go to the demon-suppressing army to be comrades in arms. In fact, it has already secretly evolved into a super 2-star. It's quite curly and quite mean. Wang Kaishuan's spiritual animal is a chubby pig. Chapter 18. Isn't Liulihu very weak? It is in stark contrast to other people's spirit animals. He was wearing clothes that shone brightly with gold. Looks like a local porcupine. But everyone covered their mouths in surprise. Lazy! Don't be fooled by its silly and cute appearance. But in fact, it is the number 1 spiritual beast species on the yellow list. The name of this pig-like spirit beast is Lazy Pig. It can release a special spiritual energy that affects the enemy's mind, making them slow in action, lack of fighting spirit, and even lazy. It's actually a very abnormal skill. This spiritual beast is the dream of many beast masters. Zhao Jigang suddenly felt that his rock armor monkey guards were not good enough. Hee, my dad spent a lot of money to get it for me. Wang Kaixian didn't say how much money. But it won't be cheap. He is worthy of being the richest man in Jiangqing. Don't look at me like that. I'm far behind Long Chen and Su Qing. Wang Kaixian immediately turned the focus away from himself. Fa Nanha frowned. There's no need to talk about Su Qing, but what about Long Chen? Didn't he buy a discarded spiritual beast? Among us, he is the weakest. Everyone instantly focused on Long Chen. Su Qing also looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was held here. Suddenly, there was a noise in the jungle. Several glazed tigers rushed out instantly. Everyone was frightened immediately. How many glass tigers? Isn't the Liuli tiger a solitary spiritual animal? Defend against the enemy! Bao Jigang shouted. But the next second he stood next to Su Qing. Fight the enemy together with Su Qing. Fa Nanha was quick to act and hid behind Wang Kaixian. He was very brave and directly ordered his swift shadow leopard to rush out and fight with the glazed tiger. The swift shadow leopard and the glazed tiger are equally matched. Moreover, the swift shadow leopard is faster and has a slight advantage. But what rushed out were several glazed tigers. The swift shadow leopard was almost cut into pieces. Swift shadow leopard! Hiyu's pretty face immediately turned pale. The swift shadow leopard rushed forward to rescue her. Stopped by Longchen. Oh my god! Yu Qiuyao, who was beside Longchen, exclaimed. 3 glazed tigers are charging towards us. What to do? Her spirit beast is a green tree demon, which is a support type. Not good at fighting. However, Zhao Zhigang's rock armor monkey guards had no intention of taking action. It seems that he doesn't want to end up like Hiyu. Long Chen's eyes turned cold instantly. Summon the bloodline turtle immediately. The moment the blood-veined turtle appeared, a strong smell of blood immediately rose within a few meters. Su Qing's pupils suddenly shrank, looking at Longchen in disbelief. It's this guy. Zhao Zhigang next to him said sarcastically. It's worthy of being a 5,000 yuan spiritual beast. It's so ugly. Su Qing didn't say anything. On the other side, Wang Kaixian pondered for a moment and said nothing. There are 3 people on Long Chen's side. Hiyu's spirit beast almost lost its combat effectiveness. Yu Qiuyao is not good at fighting. Then the blood pattern turtle will need to kill 3 glazed tigers. No, it's all the glass tigers. After more than 7,000 hours of training at the Gujie training ground, the blood pattern turtle's combat experience has already been improved to the extreme. Rush out first and avoid the big mouth of the Liuli tiger. He bit the glass tiger's neck steadily, accurately and fiercely, then shook its head violently. Liuli, whose neck was broken in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the blood pattern turtle rushed over with a thud, and at an extremely fast speed, launched a blood armor attack, knocking over 2 glazed tigers. Another claw ripped open the belly of another glass tiger. Boom, boom, boom. Continued the crazy pursuit. Bite, impact, tear. In less than 2 minutes, all 8 glazed tigers were killed. The blood-patterned wild turtle was covered in blood and looked extremely creepy and terrifying. When fighting with the Liuli tiger, the blood-patterned turtle knows that its advantages are vitality, defense, and self-healing ability. So in order to get rid of the opponent faster, it wisely gave up defense and chose the ultimate offensive fight. Everyone fell silent. Hiyu and Yu Qiuyao, who were standing behind Longchen, had dazed looks on their faces. Wang Kaixian and Fa Nanhe were also stunned. Not to mention Zhao Zhigang. I was so scared that my legs were shaking. He had just mocked Longchen. Only Su Qing looked very calm except for a complicated expression. When faced with danger, everyone retreats faster than the other. Is this what you call a team? Long Chen's expression was grim. He was just disappointed with other people's reactions. Long Chen, why are you so crazy? I just killed a few glazed tigers. Wild spiritual beasts like these are not as good as those evolved by beastmasters. How dare you be so frightened? Fa Nanhe had always looked down on Longchen. Especially after Longchen was dumped by her best friend by Lily, she looked down on him even more. When she heard that Longchen dared to teach her a lesson, she cursed at him. This time I'm giving you a chance to show off. Next time I won't need you, a piece of trash, to take action. Fa Nanhe said to the others. Maybe we all overestimated the Liuli tigers. The Liuli tigers are not that strong. We can easily fight a group of them alone. Neither Wang Kaixian nor Su Qing said anything. Zhao Zhigang immediately stood up and patted his strong chest. Yeah, it's not my turn to take action this time. Next time I meet a group of glazed tigers, I'll show you my skills. Zhao Zhigang looked as if he had not had time to take action just now. Immediately eliminate the achievements that Longchen had just made. Wang Kaixian seemed to be thinking about something, and immediately clapped his hands. Okay. Then we'll rely on you too. Longchen glanced at Wang Kaixian. What is this guy's mentality? It feels like he is doing something on purpose. Liuli, who is weak? Maybe not as good as the fierce tiger beast. But in fact, its single-target combat power is similar to that of the shadow wolf. 7 or 8 shadow wolves, now known as blood-patterned turtles. Even the blood-patterned turtle may not be able to cope with it at the beginning. Others may not know, but how could Wang Kaixian not know? Wang Kaixian blinked at Longchen calmly. It was as if saying, "Brother, I will teach these two arrogant guys a lesson for you." Suddenly, rustling sounds were heard in the jungle again. 7 or 8 glazed tigers rushed out again. This time, Longchen directly pulled Hiyu and Yuchioya to hide behind Su Qing. Su Qing glanced sideways at Longchen deeply. But he did not deliberately keep his distance like he did with Wang Jigang. When Wang Jigang saw this tiny but humiliating difference, he immediately felt a burning jealousy in his heart. Thinking that as long as he could defeat these glass tigers in a one-on-one fight, Su Qing will also change her opinion of him. While Fang Anhe was still hesitating, Wang Kaixian pushed him and said, "Student Fang, it's up to you." Fan Anhe could only bite the bullet and let her star spirit butterfly fly over the Liuli tiger's head. The star butterfly's wings will sprinkle some substances that can make the fierce tiger beast lose its sense of direction. Then the star spirit butterfly took the opportunity to cut off the head of the glazed tiger with its wings as sharp as a knife. Well planned? But in actual control, the star butterfly can never get to the right position. The spilled material is always avoided by the glazed tiger. In terms of actual combat experience, the glazed tiger is much stronger than the star spirit butterfly. He closed his 2 claws and grabbed the star butterfly. Then he tore it into pieces with his bloody mouth. "Star butterfly!" Fan Anhe was hit so hard that she fell to the ground. "Liuli tiger, isn't it very weak?" "Not weak at all." Zhao Jigang also reacted, but it was too late. The rock armor monkey guard was torn apart by 4 glazed tiger guards. Even though the rock armor monkey guard's defense and strength are much stronger than the glazed tiger, but when one is against 4, it is impossible to defend. They were knocked to the ground and eaten by the crowd. "Please save my rock armor monkey guards!" Zhao Jigang quickly asked others for help. Chapter 19. Su Qing's cooperation is too high. But Su Qing ignored him altogether. Wang Kaixian shrugged innocently. "I'm not a big shot, don't look at me." At this time, Zhao Jigang thought of Longchen. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Longchen in a stiff tone, "Longchen, save my rock armor ape guard." Originally, Longchen really wanted to rescue him. So this is Zhao Jigang's attitude? Okay. He shouldn't waste his energy on this. Ignored Zhao Jigang's order. "Longchen, do you want to die? Young Master Lu and I are brothers. Do you believe that I can let young Master Lu kill you?" Zhao Jigang is still threatening Longchen. Longchen chuckled. "I know you are Lu Yenrei's lackey, so let Lu Yenrei come to save you." "You!" Zhao Jigang's face turned red with anger. His fists were clenched and made a crackling sound. I really want to rush up and beat Longchen to death. But when he saw the giant turtle beside Longchen, he lost his courage again. It seemed that the rock-armored monkey guard was about to be bitten to death. Zhao Jigang knelt on the ground. "Brother Long! Please help save my rock armor ape guard." Longchen smiled and said, "How great would it be if I had this attitude just now?" Zhao Jigang was immediately delighted. "Have you decided to help?" "I said it just now. Now this attitude is useless." Zhao Jigang's face immediately turned extremely dark. Longchen is playing with him. Wang Kaixian burst out laughing. "You guys are so stupid. I told you a long time ago that Brother Long is a big shot, but you still don't believe it and are still mocking me." Wang Kaixian continued. "Moreover, you and Fan Anhe clearly had the opportunity to save Hiyu's swift shadow leopard just now. You were both very close to each other. Why did you choose to stand by and watch?" He and Su Qing were originally standing far away from each other. Fan Anhe and Zhao Jigang deliberately ran to them and hid beside them. Different nature. Zhao Jigang was speechless. "My father often taught me a principle of life. If you want others to be generous, you must be generous to others first. You can slowly figure it out." Wang Kaixian patted his pig. "Hee hee hee." The local porcupine began to grunt. Under this magical voice, the movements of the glazed tiger seemed to have slowed down. Finally, he stopped in confusion. His eyes became much clearer. "Now!" Wang Kaixian hurriedly reminded. Su Qing patted the 9-colored fox, and the 9-colored fox rushed out instantly. After a burst of swordplay, the heads of several glazed tigers fell to the ground. Several people gasped again. But now, the team's situation has changed. The harmonious swift eagle leopard was dying. Zhao Jigang's rock-armored monkey guards were eaten. Fang on his star spirit butterfly was also eaten. These 3 people lost the qualification for the final examination. He was taken away by the military. Only Yu Qiuyo's green spirit tree demon, Long Chen's blood-patterned turtle, Wang Kaishuan's lazy pig and Su Qing's 9-colored fox were left. According to the requirements of the major examination, their team, whether it is the Beastmaster or the Beastmaster, can no longer sacrifice. Otherwise the whole team is out. Yu Qiuyao's face was pale. Her spirit beast was the only one present that was of auxiliary type and had no ability to protect itself. If no one saves her next, she will surely die. Wang Kaixian comforted Yu Qiuyao warmly. Qiuyao, don't worry. There is a reason why we didn't save them. They asked for their own death. Yu is actually an exception. I didn't expect that she has no experience at all. It was her first time in the Forbidden Wasteland, and she was so reckless. In fact, Yu is a nice girl. Be sincere, down-to-earth, and willing to contribute to the team. But before everyone could react, the swift eagle leopard was already in danger. Longchen said, "We haven't found a single flag yet. It looks like we need to go deeper." Su Qing nodded. She also became serious. She asked Yu Qiuyao to follow her. Yu Qiuyao feels honored. Longchen suddenly understood the significance of the team test. Learn to protect your teammates. Otherwise, if your teammates are eliminated, you will also be disqualified. The new principal of the Beast Taming Academy is truly a very practical manager. Maybe this big exam should have been taken a long time ago. If the concept of unity is planted in every student's heart early on, it may be remembered by the students for a lifetime, and there will be no scum like Fang Anhe and Zhao Jigang. Whoosh bang! Suddenly, the sky became farther away from them. A cluster of small fireworks rose up, quickly dissipated in the air. These are the fireworks that are automatically set off when the flag is pulled out. It is designed by examiners to increase the difficulty of major exams. What? A team has already taken down the flag? Wang Kaixian was shocked. They have just suffered a heavy loss. Who is it? With such a fast speed, could it be a group of immigrants from other places? Wang Kaixian asked. I don't know, but it's not normal. Long Chen's expression was solemn. Although, their team was delayed for a lot of time by 3 waves of glazed tigers. There must be a team faster than them. But there was no clue at all in such a large forest. It might not be easy to find a flag so quickly. It seemed as if it was heading towards the flag. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible so fast. Long Chun began to wonder if someone was cheating. Maybe the other party has a reconnaissance-type beast, or reconnaissance-type skills. For an event as big as the entrance exam, the chances of cheating are extremely small. Long Chun turned around and found Su Qing looking at him. It seemed like he already knew what he was thinking. Well, he was ignorant. Long Chun changed the subject somewhat awkwardly. Well, we have to speed up. Suddenly, Yu Qiuyao looked at her green spirit tree demon. At this moment, the green tree demon was inserting his vines into the ground. A light green energy circulates. The surrounding trees made a rustling sound. It seemed to be responding to the green tree demon. The existence of this spiritual beast is quite special. It is a spiritual beast formed from the spirit of a tree, and has a natural and sensitive affinity for trees. Wait a minute. The green spirit tree demon said there seems to be a flag ahead. Yu Qiuyao said. Wang Kaixian opened his eyes wide. Wow! Your tree spirit has the ability to perceive? Aren't tree spirits usually able to heal and recover? Yu Qiuyao's pretty face turned slightly red as Wang Kaixian stared at her. My tree demon has slightly different skills. Good! Wang Kaixian was greatly encouraged. Yu Qiuyao has pointed out a clear path for us. Let's go! Don't let others get there first. Wang Kaixian rode the pig and rushed forward. This action looks as funny as it can be. Long Qin and Su Qing also sped up. When we arrived at a relatively open area, we saw a red flag stuck in the ground. Wang Kaixian turned around and said, "Brother Long, your turtle has strong defenses. How about we go ahead and explore the road? See if there are any traps or something?" Longchen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Su Qing's 9-colored fox is very agile. Why don't you let her go?" Being criticized, Wang Kaixian stuck out his tongue. "Big brother, do you think I dare to command Miss Su?" Miss Su hardly paid any attention to him the whole time. And how could anyone possibly lead the way for them? It's good enough that Princess Su is not aggressive and lets others explore the way. He has seen many princesses who came from top wealthy families and wished that the whole world would revolve around them. They are the only ones who can enslave others, so how can others have the chance to enslave them? "It's okay. I'll do it." Su Qing took a step forward. Wang Kaixian was stunned. It was like seeing the Big Bang. His eyes were filled with shock. "Princess Su? Are you willing to take the risk just because of Long Chen's words?" Chapter 20. First Encounter with Lu Yanrui's Team. Long Chen didn't expect Su Qing to agree so easily. Remind Su Qing. "Be careful, the position of this flag is a little special. It is placed here so openly. I suspect there is a trap." Su Qing nodded. Then he ordered the 9-colored fox to seize the flag at super speed. When the 9-colored fox just stepped into the area ahead, the ground suddenly began to collapse in large quantities. It's like a giant trap cover. The 9-colored fox shuttled back and forth among the collapsed rubble. Finally he returned to the ground, with a look of shock on his face. "It feels like escaping from the gates of hell." Then, a huge sinkhole appeared in front of the 4 people. Very profound. At least a few hundred meters. The diameter is at least several hundred meters. This caused a large number of trees around to fall down. "Oh my God, this is too cruel. Is this a big test? Are you sure it's not murder?" Wang Kaixian was stunned. There are sharp bamboo thorns under the Tianqing. If this thing falls down, won't it turn into a beehive? All 4 of them were a little surprised. Long Chen immediately asked Su Qing beside him, "Is the entrance exam so dangerous? This doesn't even seem like a trap set for students. It seems like the traps set specifically for spirit beasts were used to deal with students. So cruel." Su Qing shook her head. "I don't know. This is my first time taking the entrance exam, and this year is the first year of the reform. There are no previous cases to represent. How do we get the flag in the middle? Should we crawl underneath it?" Wang Kaixian asked. "Well, I think I can give it a try." Yu Qiuyao raised her hand weakly. Then she had the green dryad take root on the shore. Absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings, and then slowly extend the branches and leaves. Although it is slow, people don't have to go down. "Hey, now we have Qiuyao, we have the best assistant. She's so capable," Wang Kaixian praised crazily. This made Yu Qiuyao even more embarrassed. The branches spread over, gently wrapped around the flag and pulled it up. Yu Qiuyao said with a slight puzzlement, "It's so loose. It's like it was inserted here casually." Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. He glanced at Su Qing, and Su Qing also looked at him. The 2 spoke almost in unison. "No fireworks! No fireworks!" As soon as the words fell. Babble. A sharp cry was heard in the air. A giant eagle descended from the sky, snatched the flag from the dryad's hands. Then it flew to a big tree on the side. There were several people standing on the tree. Long Chen frowned slightly. "Lu Yanrui? This team is exactly the team of Lu Yanrui and Bai Lili." Lu Yanrui looked at Long Chen with a sneer, full of contempt. And next to her is Bai Lili, who is on Lu Yanrui's body. He was overjoyed and said, "Long Chen, what did I say? You must pray that you don't run into us. If you do, we will tear your tendons and bones apart. In the end, you still fell into our trap. That's great." Long Chen was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. "Did you set this trap? How is this possible? The scale of this trap is so huge. It would probably take 30 to 50 hunter teams half a day to dig it out. There are only a few of them." Su Qing also frowned slightly. She originally thought that cheating in the exam was unlikely. But now it seems that Longchen was right. Before the big exam started, someone had already come in to make arrangements. And the military is responsible for maintaining fairness in the exam. Acknowledge their cheating behavior. Before the exam began, the military must have secretly established surveillance, and even conducted a carpet search of the spiritual beasts in the area. It is impossible not to discover such a trap. What is going on with this year's exam? After a little thought, Su Qing roughly understood what was going on. This trap was not set for us, but for the immigrant students taking the college entrance exam. We just happened to run into it, Su Qing told Longchen. Longchen still didn't quite understand. Wang Kaixian didn't understand either, and said in shock, "But isn't this still cheating?" A young man next to Lu Yanrui sneered. "Lu Yanrui, no wonder you and Longchen got together, you are so stupid." "Zhang Tao, what do you mean? Do you think you are justified in cheating?" Wang Kaixian cursed back. Zhang Tao's family is quite rich. He is the son of the second richest family in Jiangqing. The two are often compared to see whose family is richer. So basically they would fight each other whenever they met. But today is different from before, this is not a fight. This is a matter of life and death. Yu Qiuya said weakly. "I think I seem to understand that this kind of cheating is allowed by the military." Wang Kaixian was still confused. "So, why is cheating allowed? I've never heard of cheating in a major exam before." Longchen said calmly. "This is a test for the college entrance examination immigrants. They played a little trick, thinking that it would be easier to enter the advanced beast taming school by immigrating to Jiangqing to take the exam, but in fact the school is very clear about their movements. So they deliberately allowed the local candidates from Jiangqing to use cheating methods to deal with the immigrant candidates." Longchen just reacted. They wanted to dig out such a big trap without making any noise right under the military's nose. It's simply impossible. Combined with what Su Qing said, he understood what was going on. Lu Yanrui looked at Longchen indifferently. "Longchen, even though the spirit beast is useless, it still has some brains. Originally, this trap was intended for the immigrant candidates, but since you have triggered it, you will be eliminated. It doesn't mean that this trap of ours is wasted." Lu Yanrui announced Longchen's fate. Bai Lili added, "I will let my good deeds bird kill him and his emerald turtle personally." Lu Yanrui nodded lovingly. Bai Lili was overjoyed and immediately used the bird that had just taken the flag to carry herself down to the ground. That huge black bird is the good bird. Extraordinary 2 stars. Good at flying and reconnaissance. Originally, he was not very good at combat. But Bai Lili felt that it would be easy to teach a 1-star extraordinary green-patterned turtle a lesson. Longchen and the other 3 had no expression on their faces. Wang Kaixian immediately thought of something, hid his smirk in his eyes, and said kindly, "Bai Lili, I suggest you don't fight Longchen alone, right?" Bai Lili thought Wang Kaixian wanted to interfere in the duel between her and Longchen. She doesn't have the confidence to fight with Wang Kaixian. So he immediately looked to Lu Yanrui for help. Lu Yanrui looked at Wang Kaixian with cold eyes. "Wang Kaixian, if you want to risk your life to protect Longchen, then I can help you." A huge flaming fox jumped down. He looked at Lu Yanrui dangerously. Lu Yanrui is quite tactful. She turned around immediately and said, "It has nothing to do with me. I'm doing this for Bai Lili's own good. If you don't appreciate it, forget it." "Ha! For my own good? Do you really think my good deeds bird will lose to the emerald turtle? I will tear him into pieces." Bai Lili is full of confidence at this moment. She can finally put Longchen under her feet. When I wanted to devote myself to him, he actually refused. What a thing! Behind Longchen, Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuya looked strange. Brother Long's turtle is not a green-patterned turtle. Su Qing was not interested at all. She closed her eyes and leaned against the tree waiting for Longchen to finish these things. Chapter 21, Tyrannical Good Bird. "Longchen, look at how pitiful you are now. You live like a dog." Bai Lili looked down at Longchen with contempt. It seemed like he had finally found an opportunity to mock Longchen. "When you had the full attribute beast taming talent, weren't you very crazy? Don't you look down on everyone?" But now you are the most useless one. This is fate playing tricks on us. What's the point of studying well? Don't you still have to be a dog for Su Qing and Wang Kaixian? Otherwise, why would they bring a piece of trash like you with them? Suddenly I was called out. Wang Kaixian and Su Qing looked at each other. I don't know what Su Qing is thinking. But Wang Kaixian really couldn't hold it anymore. Can we start the fight quickly? If Bai Lili continues to be so funny. He actually laughed out loud. Bai Lili became a little annoyed when she saw that Long Chen was unmoved. At this point, he still dares to ignore her. Long Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you pretend to be noble? Is this the place for you to pretend to be noble? Go to hell! The black good bird suddenly launched a charge. The hard claws are as sharp as a knife. It is enough to easily cut through hard iron sheet. The people in the treetops smiled with confidence. Bai Lili, are you taking this too seriously? Long Chen's useless spirit beast is just a one-star transcendent emerald turtle. Bai Lili snorted coldly. I told you, I will definitely torture and kill him. At this moment, Bai Lili completely forgot about the friendship between her classmates. She just wanted to kill Long Chen. Because Long Chen is her dark history. If she wanted to marry into a wealthy family as a matter of course, then some factors that may damage her image must be eliminated. For example, her ex-boyfriend, Long Chen. There was a hint of complexity in Long Chen's eyes. Bai Lili. How did I become such a person? In that case, there was no need for him to hold back. Bang! Long Chen snapped his fingers. The beast controlling space behind Long Chen opened. An astonishing murderous aura immediately raged out. The air suddenly became heavy. It seemed as if an invisible pressure was approaching rapidly. The air was filled with the breath of wild power. The ground even began to vibrate slightly. Wang Kaishuan's heartbeat immediately accelerated. I was extremely excited. Here it comes, here it comes! Brother Long's savage Tyrannosaurus Rex is about to appear. Boom! A huge figure slowly walked out of the beast taming space. Its steps are steady and powerful. Every step made the ground tremble. Gray and black texture, round but strong body. The skin is as hard as iron and sparkles with a metallic luster. Its eyes fell on the good bird. It was a scrutinizing gaze, full of majesty and power. Everyone was stunned. There was silence for several seconds. Both sides were extremely shocked. Bai Lili was shocked as to what kind of spiritual beast this was. Didn't Long Chen buy a discarded green pattern turtle for 5,000 yuan? This one looks like a panda beast. But it is nothing like the cute little panda beast. What exactly is it? Lu Yanrui narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he didn't contract the emerald turtle? Is this a panda beast? Oh, how beside him nodded. It should be a panda beast, but it doesn't look very good. It may be a discarded product. It will be useless if it is replaced again and again. Bai Lili, don't be scared by its appearance, it's just a discarded product. Bai Lili nodded. Yes, it's just a discarded product. My bird of mercy will surely tear it to pieces. The other side. Wang Kaixian and others were stunned. Even Su Qing opened her mouth, which was rare. The second beast? Is Long Chen already a dual spirit beast tamer? His mental strength has reached 50? Oh shit! Wang Kaishuan's scalp felt numb. Brother Long, you are awesome! He really did not hold the wrong thigh. This big test. It's settled. Su Qing looked at Long Chen deeply. I recalled the time when I was sparring with Long Chen. Her 9-colored fox is a spiritual beast species on the heavenly ranking. The rate of growth is increasing day by day. But he was always suppressed by Long Chen's turtle. Now, Long Chen has become the first dual spiritual beast tamer of this session. This growth rate. Babble. The good bird rushed towards the violent iron-eating beast with its claws raised. The speed is very fast. This is the advantage of flying spirit beasts. The speed is much higher than that of land beasts. The sharp claws clasped the shoulder of the furious iron-eating beast, and then flapped its wings wildly, intending to tear off a piece of flesh from the furious iron-eating beast first. But the violent iron-eating beast was 4 or 5 meters tall. As steady as a rock. There was a hint of cruelty in those scarlet eyes. Grabbed the slender leg bone of the good bird. He fell heavily to the ground. Bang! If one time is not enough, drop it again. Bang! The ground was cracked. The good bird cried out in pain. The smile on Bai Lily's face froze instantly. Then his face was filled with shock. Every blow was like a heavy hammer hitting her heart. You're lying, you're lying. How could a useless beastmaster like you be so powerful? This is impossible. Bai Lily's body was shaking. She yelled at the good bird angrily. Good bird, kill it quickly! Are you not even as good as a discarded product? You spent $2 million to evolve, but you are not as good as the trash that poor guy bought for a few $1,000s? The good bird struggled desperately. But its power is far inferior to that of the violent iron-eating beast. He was knocked unconscious after being hit by the violent iron-eating beast. But this is not the end yet. The raging iron-eating beast grabbed the 2 feet of the good bird separately, and then used its arms with bulging muscles to tear the good bird into 2 halves. Good deeds, bird! At this moment, Bai Lily suddenly regretted that she should not have put pressure on the good bird. Her tears suddenly burst out, and she looked at Linjang viciously. Linjang, you killed my good bird, I'm not done with you! She hadn't finished her harsh words yet. The violent iron-eating beast was actually in full view of everyone. Put the carcass of the good bird into its mouth. Sharp steel teeth, chewing with a crunching sound. He swallowed it down with a gulp. Hiccup. The violent iron-eating beast burped and spat out a mouthful of black feathers. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. There was fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Bai Lily's crying was instantly suppressed. Everyone unconsciously felt a deep sense of fear. Wan Kaixian and others couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although spiritual beasts are also beasts, it is normal for them to eat each other. But why did Brother Long's spirit beast give off a villain vibe? Did you eat it? Linjang kicked the violent iron-eating beast on the leg. This kick is so heavy. Even the iron-eating beast's sturdy body was shaken. This is a suicidal act. Everyone was immediately frightened to the point of their hearts jumping into their throats. Su Qing frowned slightly. The spirit beast that had just drunk blood was out of control. It would be very dangerous to stimulate the spirit beast at this time. Lu Yanrui on the treetop also showed a playful smile. It was originally an obsolete spiritual beast with low controllability. It is possible to lose control at any time. You are still courting death like this now. Do you really think you won't become the beastmaster who gets killed by a spirit beast? The violent iron-eating beast slowly turned its head. The fangs in its mouth still had the flesh and blood of the good bird hanging on them. No one dared to even breathe. Wan Kaixian and Yu Chuyao covered their eyes with their fingers. The ferocious iron-eating beast raised its claws. Then he touched the back of his head, curled up into a ball, and grinned foolishly. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Such a ferocious and violent iron-eating beast. How could he be so stupid in front of Linjang? Chapter 22 Foster Mother, Chinner, is in danger. Just like a student who has made a mistake, every body movement reveals humility and regret. Everyone was shocked. They are beastmasters. It's too clear. I want my spirit beast to be so obedient to me. How high is the fit? Linjang and the violent iron-eating beast walked up to Bai Lily. Bai Lily was so scared that she was shaking all over. Linjang! What do you want to do? Linjang looked down at Bai Lily with contempt. I feel sorry for you now that you have become like this. Then Linjang passed by Bai Lily, facing Lu Yanrui and others on the treetops. Lu Yanrui, your trap almost killed us, you need an explanation, right? Linjang asked with a smile. Lu Yanrui's expression sank slightly. It's just killing a good bird that is not good at fighting. It's not worth your pride. Alright, Master Lu, there's no need to waste time talking to this guy. I'm going to kill him. Zhang Meng next to him volunteered. He summoned a giant ape demon. Boom! Jumped down heavily. Its body is as tall as that of a ferocious iron-eating beast. Another rock-armored monkey guard. but this rock-armored monkey guard is obviously taller than Zhao Jigang's. Should be better qualified. Therefore, the effect after evolution is even better. Jiang Meng said arrogantly. I know Zhao Jigang has joined your team, but my rock-armored 8 guard is different from that loser. My rock armor 8 guard has top-grade qualifications. With this qualification alone, I will definitely be able to enter the top 30 of the yellow list. There is a huge difference between me and your discarded spirit beast. Longchen picked his ears. Why so much nonsense? You're the next one, right? Longchen snapped his fingers. The violent iron-eating beast immediately rushed towards the other party. Rock-armored monkey guards, let the eliminated ones see what a real violent beast is. Jiang Meng was full of fighting spirit. My rock armor 8 guard has a strength of 160. Moreover, the giant ape spirit beasts are inherently more powerful than the panda beasts. They will definitely overpower his panda beasts. 2 giant beasts, 4 or 5 meters tall and strong in body, collided with each other. That kind of extremely brutal, fist-to-flesh attack. It's shocking to watch. But as the fight went on, everyone felt something was wrong. Jiang Meng's rock armor monkey guard is so powerful. The power of 160. That's comparable to an armored vehicle. But why was he fighting so fiercely with Long Chen's panda beast? Equally matched? Someone jokingly asked. Jiang Meng, could it be that your rock-armored 8 guards can't defeat his panda beasts? Jiang Meng was embarrassed and cursed. Bullshit! My rock-armored monkey guard is far superior to that discarded one. But even though Jiang Meng was stubborn, but it was difficult to tell the winner for the moment. This made Jiang Meng very anxious. He gritted his teeth and immediately asked the rock armor monkey guard to put on his equipment. Someone by the side immediately growled. Are you crazy? If you wear the equipment at this time and are seen by the examiner, you will be directly judged as cheating. Jiang Meng was also a little hesitant. Lu Yanrui said calmly, Don't worry, the inspector is here. I'll explain for you. Since they allow us to set traps, they also naturally allow us to equip spirit beasts with equipment. Isn't this normal? Lu Yanrui is protecting me. Jiang Meng immediately became bolder. With a whoosh, a ray of light fell on the rock armor monkey guard. The rock armor monkey guard was immediately wrapped in armor. There are even spikes on it. Wang Kaixian saw it and immediately shouted, Hey! Are you addicted to cheating? You even used the ratchet armor? Quick battle, quick decision, said Lu Yanrui. Yes. Jiang Meng immediately ordered the rock-armored monkey guards to attack violently. The spikes on the ratchet armor prevented the violent iron-eating beast from getting close, so it was forced to retreat step by step. Wang Kaixian was anxious. I quickly asked Su Qing, Should we help Brother Long? Su Qing said calmly, No need, have you forgotten that he still has that turtle? Wang Kaixian immediately remembered this. Oh, I was overthinking it. Once Brother Long's savage Tyrannosaurus turtle attacks, even 10 layers of ratchet armor are useless. Savage Tyrannosaurus turtle is the nickname Wang Kaixian gave to the blood-patterned turtle. Longchen sneered. You guys are really shameless. If that's the case, don't blame me. Longchen snapped his fingers again. The violent iron-eating beast let out a deafening roar. The claws on the claws carried the power of tearing. Its expression became even more ferocious, with all the fat on its face piled up, like a savage pervert. The heavy claws slapped the ratchet armor frantically. Even though its claws were already bloody, his body was also covered with scars. Blood gushed from his wounds, dyed its fur red. But the raging iron-eating beast never retreated. Instead, the movements became faster and faster, and the attacks became more and more fierce. The rock armor monkey guard couldn't hold on any longer. Every time it was hit, it was knocked back. Even through the ratchet armor, he was photographed to the point of vomiting blood. Finally, rock armor monkey guard was slammed hard against the tree. The ratchet armor on his body broke, revealing his chest that had long been smashed. Jiang Meng, who was on the treetop, fell down in despair. How is it possible? How could my rock-armored monkey guard lose to this useless, discarded piece of shit? Then Jiang Meng watched helplessly as his rock-armored 8 guards were ripped out of their hearts, and lungs by Long Chen's panda beast, with blood flowing all over the ground. Pandaman's face was covered in blood after eating again, and he looked very satisfied. And everyone was so shocked by the battle that they could not move. Su Qing was surprised again. She had never seen such a violent fight. I have never seen such a fearless and brave spirit beast. The degree of compatibility and obedience with Long Chen is simply too high. Apart from being of poor quality, it is also extremely bloodthirsty. This is simply the perfect spirit beast. How was Long Chen tamed? Su Qing is now full of curiosity about Long Chen. Periphery. The parents were extremely anxious. Now the number of light spots in the examination area is decreasing. This means that students are constantly being eliminated. The specific reason for elimination is unknown. Someone can get out alive. When some people were sent out, they were already a pile of leftover bones. This means that the danger of the exam is beyond imagination. The parents were extremely worried. In the crowd, Long Chen's adoptive mother was also waiting anxiously. This kid! No one told her that the exam rules had changed. Changed to such a dangerous way. But it's also her fault. She has been in the hospital for most of the past month. It was time to pay the hospital bill. She originally thought the hospital was going to kick them out. It's all packed up. As a result, the hospital said that Chinner had paid for the next stage of treatment. And it has been extended to next month. But where did Chinner get the money? She immediately asked the school about the situation. Only then did I realize that Chinner actually bought a discarded spiritual beast worth 5,000 yuan. Then, he took part in this extremely dangerous practical test in the forbidden area without telling them. Chinner, please don't get into any trouble. The foster mother couldn't stop crying. A scornful voice came from the side. Haha, I've already told you to give up your unrealistic ideas and just live your life as a low-class person. Why do you still have to have such delusions? The foster mother turned around. Then I saw a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes. The leader among them is Long Jinbang's current wife, who is also Chinner's stepmother. Are you still in Jiangqing? The adoptive mother was very unkind to this woman. The woman chuckled. Of course. After all, I had a hard time arranging the immigrant students for the college entrance examination to Jiangqing. They are willing to do anything to repay me. Hee hee. The foster mother was stunned for a moment. Then a feeling of horror suddenly came over me. Chinner. There is danger. Chapter 23. Things get complicated. In the jungle. Long Chen looked at Lu Yenrui. Now it's your turn. Such a contemptuous attitude. This made Lu Yenrui extremely angry. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me like that? Veins popped out on Lu Yenrui's forehead. His red flame fox also began to get ready. There is a raging flame on the tail, releasing extremely high heat. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the distance. The people around him immediately reminded Lu Yenrui. Brother Lu, the inspection is coming soon, let's go quickly, otherwise we will be arrested. Lu Yenrui made a gesture of scratching the neck towards Long Chen. Long Chen, I hope you won't be eliminated so easily. If you survive to the end, I will personally deal with you. After saying that, Lu Yenrui and the remaining 4 people turned around and left. Disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Su Qing suddenly said, Let's go too. Wang Kaixian was puzzled. Why? Brother Long won and beat them away. Why should we run? Su Qing didn't answer him and left. And Long Chen also passed by him riding on a ferocious iron-eating beast. Hey! Brother Long, why are you running? We can't explain why such a big trap was left here. It's better to avoid trouble than to stay here and possibly get caught by the inspectors. Wang Kaixian also quickly pulled Yu Chuya to ride on the pig. Lazy pig, whose name is Lazy. But it's not really slow when running. I still don't understand. Wasn't this trap built with the acquiescence of the inspectors? Didn't they acquiesce? It's not tacit approval, it's turning a blind eye, provided that you don't really fall into their hands. Wang Kaixian shrugged. Okay, but it's a pity that we didn't get the flag. I just saw that Lu Yenrui's team already has 3 flags, and we don't even have one. If this continues, do we still have hope? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Drones flew overhead. There were also several figures moving quickly through the jungle. He was an inspector arranged by the military. They will take away the eliminated by Lily and Zhang Meng. Judging from the flexible movements, they are all at least level 4. A strong man at the centurion level. In order to maintain order during the examination, the military really spent a lot of money. I don't know how many powerful people like this have been sent. It seems that the safety of the exam is generally guaranteed. But Long Chun looked into the depths of the jungle. I don't know why. I have a bad feeling. Deep in the jungle, a team has just disarmed a trap. Got a flag. Why are there traps in the exam venue? What does it mean? A girl with twin ponytails riding a unicorn. He grumbled. They say that big exams are easy in this small place, but I didn't expect that you can actually cheat. Next to him, a young man in gorgeous clothes said with a smile. It doesn't matter. It's just to ensure that the natives of the small place have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. It doesn't affect anything. This level of trap is just child's play for us. Haha, that's true. After all, we are among the top 30 elites in Huaqing. Huaqing is more than 10 times larger than Jiangqing. Any one of us can beat the top talents here in Jiangqing. You're right. So what deserves our attention are the other 2 immigration teams for the big exam. One of them seems to be from Yangqing, and the other is from Linjang City. The captain of this team is a red-haired young man. The young man already had information about 2 other immigration teams taking the big exam. A short-haired young man wondered, why are the candidates from Linjiang City coming here? Linjiang City is the capital of Linjiang Prefecture. It is the first among the 100 cities in Linjiang Prefecture. It is at least hundreds of times more prosperous and huge than Jiangqing. The candidates there are the elite among the elite. And their resources are top-notch. Even if they didn't go to the higher beast taming school, with their resources, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The red-haired young man sneered. That means that even in Linjiang City, there are ants who are not worthy of being on the stage. They are not worth mentioning. And in the team, there was a guy who was as fat as a pig. In each hand he held a huge pork elbow. Your mouth will be filled with golden fat. He suddenly said in a muffled voice. Brother Chi, are we ants too? The domineering expression on the red-haired face froze for a moment. It immediately looked as ugly as if I had eaten shit. Everyone's expressions became very interesting. Everyone was trying to hold back their laughter, not daring to laugh out loud. The girl with twin ponytails on the unicorn burst out laughing. Fat pig, we are not a big place like Linjiang City. Although Huaqing is 10 times more prosperous than Jiangqing, it is just a larger border town. So we are not ants without ambition. Oh, I see. The fat pig man continued to gnaw on the big pork elbow. This is Long Chen's side. They finally found a flag. At the moment the flag was pulled out, a cluster of fireworks shot into the air. A small spot of light exploded in the sky. This flag actually has a mechanism. Is there no way for anyone to survive? Wang Kaixian rolled up the flag while cursing. This is to increase the difficulty of the test. If there are other teams nearby, they will immediately know that we have pulled down the flag here, and then they may come looking for us. Long Chen took the flag. Now, the importance of this flag is equal to life. Apparently the flag is not that easy to find. Fortunately, there are auxiliary beast masters like Yichuyao among them. Sense the direction of the flag. Otherwise, finding a few inconspicuous flags in such a large venue would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Okay, let's go, Long Chen said. But Su Qing stood still, looking ahead. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. Su Qing pointed to the front and said, There's someone over there, didn't you notice it, Teacher Long Chen? There's someone over there. Long Chen looked out. Suddenly, all the hair on his body stood up. What did Su Qing call him just now? Old teacher? This name. When I was practicing with Su Qing before, Su Qing mistakenly thought he was a teacher at Beast Taming Middle School. So I always called him teacher, and he was so secretly happy that he didn't explain it clearly. And when he first revealed the blood pattern turtle, Su Qing had obviously discovered her identity. But Su Qing didn't say anything, so he pretended that they didn't know each other. But Su Qing suddenly called him teacher. This scared him so much that his heart was trembling. Longchen glanced at Su Qing cautiously and found that Su Qing was looking at him with a slightly resentful look. "Hey, classmate Su Qing, you're too polite." "Is that so, sensei?" You don't have to call me teacher." "Why, teacher?" Longchen felt guilty at this moment. At the same time, I felt secretly happy. Being such a super invincible beauty. Called teacher in a sweet voice. "Let me ask you, which man in the world can bear this?" "Royal and milky." Chapter 24, Illegal Evolver Team. Wang Kaixian suddenly said, "Can you two stop flirting? Those guys seem to be very hostile to us." Wang Kaishuan's words. The two of them blushed instantly. "Who flirted? Who flirted?" They scolded Wang Kaixian almost in unison. Wang Kaixian had a face full of question marks. Isn't this flirting? Is this a deliberate attempt to show telepathy? Feed him dog food? A small team walked out of the jungle. This team is one of the immigration teams taking the big exam. They held two flags in their hands. The leader was a muscular young man. Behind the young man, there was a huge black bear. The moment the black bear appeared, it even gives people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. It is more than 10 meters high. Wang Kaixian screamed in surprise. "Isn't this a fowl? With such a large body, are you sure it's not a super 3-star spirit beast?" Generally, the largest 2-star extraordinary spirit beast is about the same size as Brother Long's panda beast, which is 5 or 6 meters at most. This is at least 15 meters, right? Longchen recognized the giant bear. Armored violent bear. Extraordinary 3 stars. Use the Book of Beasts to look at the description of the iron-armored violent bear. Large in size and with strong muscles. Skin as hard as steel. The surface is covered with black hair with a silvery sheen. The claws are as sharp as knives. Capable of tearing through the toughest objects with ease. There are raised bone spurs on the back and shoulders. Increased its defense. The basic strength is around 1100. There is an age limit for taking the exam. It must be before the age of 18, or even the year of 18. In order to protect Beastmasters, the country prohibits people from contracting spirit beasts before the age of 18, when their mental strength and willpower are not mature. The contract can only be made after the school notifies you that you can contract a spirit beast. Once violations are discovered, you will be disqualified from the exam. Therefore, at this time, a 3-star extraordinary spirit beast can be brought out. Or it's a gifted talent. Or, it's a legal evolution. With such strength, the other party should be able to pass the test anywhere. But why would you go all the way to this small border town? Obviously, the other party is evolving illegally. Through some special means, the spirit beast's bone age can be avoided from being detected, so as to achieve the goal of being admitted to a higher beast taming school even if it evolves illegally. However, Longchen suddenly remembered. These people seemed to be just before entering the big examination area. The team that made eye contact with the Long family members. Sure enough, several people on the other side were staring at him. "Brother Xiong, this is the guy, right? If we kill him, we'll complete the deal, right?" A blond young man next to the burly young man asked. Kui Xiong stared at Longchen for a while, then said directly to Su Qing and the other two, "We are looking for him. It has nothing to do with you. Go away. I won't touch you." Su Qing ignored him completely and turned a deaf ear to his words. Wang Kaixian sneered. "Big guy, are you crazy? Don't you see there are only 4 of us? If we lose one more person, we will be eliminated." Kui Xiong frowned. "Then die with him." The armored bear rushed over with big strides. Li Yi let the violent iron-eating beast take over. But the huge difference in size and strength caused the violent iron-eating beast to be overturned in an instant. Several people were horrified. This is the extraordinary 3-star spirit beast. So strong. It's not even on the same level as a 2-star extraordinary spirit beast. The difference in combat effectiveness is too great. Brother Long's panda beast can even brutally defeat Jiang Meng's rock-armored monkey guard. But now it's been kicked away like a sandbag. The feeling of fear was instantly overwhelming. Yu Qiuyao's pretty face turned pale in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the iron-armored violent bear rushed towards Long Chen unhindered. Nine-colored fox! Su Qing gave a short and quick order. The agile figure of the nine-colored fox jumped in front of the iron-armored violent bear. The nine-colored fox looked even smaller. But the nine-colored fox directly activated its innate skills. Tail blade plus fire slash. The flame tail knife is extremely sharp. Dense knife marks were cut on the iron-armored violent bear's sturdy breastplate. It can be said that it blocked the iron-armored violent bear. Kuei Xiong was a little frightened. It is worthy of being the spiritual beast species ranked 33rd on the heavenly ranking. Just the extraordinary 2 stars can cause sharp cutting to the extraordinary 3-star iron-armored bear. But then, Kuei Xiong showed a playful smile. Although the 9-colored fox is very strong, it is only a 2-star extraordinary after all. It seems that it is not easy to defeat my iron-armored violent bear, but... Kuei Xiong's smile became even colder. Immediately following, 2 extremely powerful auras appeared again. A thunderhorned lion with some arcs of electricity flashing. A phantom water elephant with flowing ripples. These 2 spirit beasts are the same as the iron-armored violent bear. They are all extraordinary 3-star spiritual beasts. Long Chen even suspected that all the members of this team were evolvers who violated the rules. A complete and utter violation. How did he get into Jiangqing? In other words, what kind of person is the one who helped them sneak into Jiangqing? Entrance examination. It is a top priority for the country. Anyone who interferes with the entrance examination, they will all face very severe punishment. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. Was it that woman from the Long family who helped you sneak into Jiangqing? Kuei Xiong said calmly. You don't have to guess about this. You just need to know that someone doesn't want you to walk out of the exam alive, and that person is someone you can't afford to offend, so I advise you to just accept your fate. Accept your fate. Long Chen murmured, then picked his ears. Recently, people have been telling me to accept my fate, but who the hell are you? What did you say? Kuei Xiong frowned. Someone told me that your family is a pauper. We even know that you bought a cheap, discarded spiritual beast. But you should know that beast masters are made of money. All attribute beast taming talents are useless. So in our eyes, you are just an ant who refuses to accept his fate. What else can you do now except wait for death? Your useless spirit beast is no match for my iron-armored violent bear. Kuei Xiong's words had just fallen. Then there was a creaking sound. It feels like chewing something very hard. Everyone looked for the source of the sound. Then someone pointed in horror at the ferocious iron-eating beast lying on the back of the armored bear. The violent iron-eating beast that was hit and covered in blood. It was actually gnawing on the iron armor on the back of the iron-armored bear. And in the process of eating, the wounds on the violent iron-eating beast are healing. Moreover, the power of the violent iron-eating beast is rapidly increasing. I feel like I've entered a more violent state. How can a panda beast eat iron? It's already very strange that the panda beast can grow into this state. Now you can even eat iron? Are you kidding? Could this be the pica unique to obsolete spiritual beasts? Iron-armored violent bear, throw it down! The armored bear swung wildly. But the iron-eating beast's claws were firmly entangled in the armor. Totally impossible to get rid of. The violent iron-eating beast's momentum increased greatly. The eyes became more red, staring at the back of the iron-frame bear's head. He bared his fangs, as if revealing a creepy smile. It was you, kid, who kicked me away just now, right? Iron Fist Frenzy. Launch. Chapter 25, Massacre the entire team. Crunch. The raging iron-eating beast continued to gnaw on the armor of the iron-armored bear. And the speed of swallowing iron is very fast. In less than a minute, the iron-armored bear's steel carapace was almost completely eaten away. Kuei Xiong's eyes were as big as cow eggs. His body stood there motionless as if under a spell. The expression on his face is absolutely brilliant. I was totally dumbfounded. You should know that these armors are the strongest defense of the iron-armored violent bear. If it weren't for these armors, grants the ironclad Tyrannosaurus Rex an indestructible defense. Even high-powered armor-piercing shells, none of them could penetrate the chest and back armor of the iron-armored bear. It can be guaranteed to be invincible in battle. The armored bear's fur doesn't actually have very strong defensive power. Kuei Xiong's pupils trembled. Oh no, hurry up and stop that panda beast, don't let it continue to eat iron. Kuei Xiong could no longer remain calm. He roared immediately. But it's too late. Berserker is an iron beast that eats a lot of iron. The conditions for the Iron Fist frenzy have been met. The muscles on his body are incredibly developed. I feel like I have endless strength. He clenched his fists, as if he had transformed into an iron beast with master-level kung fu skills. Bang 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 bang. Violently hammering the armored bear's back. Every punch is heavy. It's like beating a drum in an empty mountain. There was a deafening noise. The iron-armored bear was not protected by the layer of steel armor behind it. The skin and flesh were torn apart, and the bones were bent and deformed by the iron fists of the raging iron-eating beast. Roar! The iron-armored violent bear roared in pain. Although the ferocious attack of the violent iron-eating beast caused it severe pain. But its power is much stronger than that of the violent iron-eating beast. All the strength in my body bursts out at this moment. Muscles are tense and veins are bulging. Want to throw the violent iron-eating beast off. But the violent iron-eating beast's attacks never stopped. One punch after another, like a storm. When the iron-blooded frenzy begins, iron is the fuel for the raging iron-eating beast. As long as there is enough iron, the violent iron-eating beast can continue to attack crazily. But the iron-armored bear's body is covered with steel armor. So the raging iron-eating beast eats the carapace, and then the waist armor. After eating the waist armor, eat the leg armor. After eating the leg armor, move to the stomach and eat the breastplate and plastron. Its sharp teeth. Naturally able to restrain steel. I can only say that iron-armored violent bear had a very unlucky idea. The opponents it encountered were too restrained in their advantages. Kuei Xiong completely collapsed. His armored bear. Just like that, he was gnawed into a bald meat bear. There was blood all over his body. And there were fist marks of the ferocious iron-eating beast everywhere. I don't know how many bones in my body were broken. Until the iron-armored violent bear was hammered to his knees. Then the raging iron-eating beast stabbed through the chest of the armored bear with one claw and crushed its heart. The more than 10-meter-tall body fell to the ground with a loud bang. A hole was smashed in the ground. Breath goes out but not in, and life passes away quickly. There was total silence. Kuei Xiong couldn't believe it. His own iron-armored violent bear was actually killed by a super 2-star spiritual beast. The whole burly body fell to the ground. His dream of entering an advanced beast-taming school was shattered. How so? What's going on with the other party's spirit beast? Didn't the general's wife tell them that it was just retail of obsolete items? Brother Long, you are so awesome! Wang Kaixian admired Longchen to the utmost. A super 2-star beats a super 3-star. There is no precedent and no successor. Even Su Qing couldn't help but nodded. Really? Originally, it was thought that the combat effectiveness of Long Chen's second spirit beast would be weaker, because Long Chen must have spent most of his resources and energy on that turtle. I didn't expect that it has such strong fighting power. It even feels stronger than when I first saw the turtle. And Su Qing couldn't help but look at the violent iron-eating beast. Long Chen's 2 spirit beasts have one special trait. The degree of obedience to Long Chen is extremely high. Even if the body has suffered very serious attacks and injuries. But it seems that he never thought of retreating. What a strong obedience! How is this done? Countless beastmasters dream of making their beasts more compatible with themselves and more obedient. Even if it is just a 1 increase, it will cost a huge price. How was this done? Hum! Wang Kaishuan's lazy pig made a piggy sound. This sound seems to be accompanied by magic. The beasts of the illegal evolution team began to become a little sluggish. Although the extraordinary 2 stars can influence the extraordinary 3 stars, it is very difficult. But Lazy Pig is the number 1 spiritual beast species on the yellow list after all. It was on the Xianbang list for a long time. But Lazy Pig's combat effectiveness is basically at the level of a weakling. But it is precisely because of this ability to make the opponent lazy that it has such a high ranking. This is enough to show how abnormal this ability is. Longchen glanced at Su Qing and said, "Eliminate them." Su Qing nodded. She didn't plan to hold back. It is against the rules to test immigrant students. And all the members of this team actually evolved illegally. They even wanted to kill the local candidates from Jiangqing. Then it is not worth sympathy. The 9-colored fox's fire-tail knife was swung again. Red rays of light streaked across the sky. Avoided the most defensive part of the spirit beast. Accurately cut at the opponent's weak point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With just a few slashes, 2 extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts were beheaded by the 9-colored fox. Longchen couldn't help but gasp. Why does it feel like Su Qing is stronger? In other words, he was even more ruthless than during sparring. It seems that the blood-pattern turtle is not the only one holding back during the sparring. The 9-colored fox also held back. At this moment, the 9-colored fox was moving with ease among several extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts. The fit body is extremely elegant. The 9-tailed sword swung fiercely. 2 more extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts were beheaded. In the blink of an eye, this confident and illegal evolution team suffered 5 casualties. On the other side, Longchen also summoned out the blood-pattern turtle. With the cooperation of Wang Kaishuan's lazy pig and his own furious iron beast, he killed the thunder-horned lion and the phantom water elephant. All the spirit beasts of the illegally evolved team were sacrificed. Kuei Xiong and his companions were extremely angry and roared with gritted teeth. "Longchen, you've ruined our plans for further studies, you're dead. From now on, it's not just a Long family that wants to kill you. Once we get out, we will use all our connections to hunt you down. Until I cut you into pieces." Longchen suddenly looked at Kuei Xiong. His eyes were extremely cold. Kuei Xiong's body suddenly couldn't help but tremble. Because he saw murderous intent in Longchen's eyes. Longchen asked with a smile, "Without your spirit beasts, are you sure you can leave alive? This is a restricted area, where anything can happen. What do you want to do?" Kuei Xiong panicked. "You can't kill us." Longchen laughed. "But you wanted to kill me." Kuei Xiong quickly used his watch to notify the inspector to come over. Others did the same. As long as the inspectors come, Longchen won't be able to kill them. Chapter 26. Half of the people are dead. Longchen glanced at Wang Kaixian and Su Qing. Su Qing turned around and left. Wang Kaixian also understood what she meant and took Yu Qiuya with him, following behind Su Qing. Yu Qiuya asked Wang Kaixian in a low voice, "Will Longchen really kill those people?" Yu Qiuya's face looked a little pale. For her, students killing people is a big deal. In fact, it is very far away. She always thought that was something adults would do. Wang Kaixian smiled and shook his head. "No, Brother Long just wanted to protect them before the inspection team arrived." Wang Kaixian just finished speaking. Heart-wrenching screams came from the jungle behind him. Wang Kaixian couldn't help but tremble the corners of his mouth. Yu Qiuyao's pretty face turned even paler. "Is this protection?" Wang Kaixian was embarrassed, and he didn't know how to explain. But Brother Long is really cruel. This way of dying sounds cruel. Afterwards, Longchen quickly caught up on his ferocious iron-eating beast. Su Qing glanced at Longchen. But nothing was said. None of the 3 asked Longchen anything. Everyone knows it. Moreover, it was the other party who wanted to kill Longchen first. Wang Kaixian smiled and said, "Now we have 3 flags." Longchen held 2 bloody flags in his hands and nodded with a smile. Several inspectors arrived. I was completely horrified by the scene before me. 7 extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts were either beheaded or brutally killed. The 7 beast masters barely even had a human form. One could barely tell whether they were male or female. but nothing else could be seen. What a cruel method! Was it done by other candidates? One of the female examiners felt like vomiting. Next to him, a middle-aged man was inspecting the examination with a serious look on his face. Obviously, this is an illegal evolution team. Their combat power should be among the best among the candidates' teams, but all of them were killed and brutally beaten. This means that the opponent is even stronger. To be honest, the strength of this year's candidates. It has exceeded their expectations. I feel that if they were to patrol the exam, even if one person faced a team of beast tamers, they might not be able to defeat them. The Beast Master and the Spirit Beasts were all destroyed. This is already the 7th team to be wiped out. Could it be the same team that did this? While the examiners were talking, a shocking piece of news broke out. There were 7 teams with nearly 50 people, and no Beast Masters or Spirit Beasts survived. At present, more than half of the casualties in this exam have occurred. There are more casualties than in any previous major exam. The main reason is that this year the Higher Beast Taming Academy changed the assessment method from the previous kind of safer school exams. It has become the uncontrolled restricted area test that it is now. Even though their military sent out 5 times more inspectors than in previous years, it was still impossible to patrol such a large area. Some teams took advantage of this loophole. Kill other student teams. The middle-aged examiner in charge looked solemn and said, "Report this matter as soon as possible and see what the invigilator decides." Outside the examination room, the invigilator looked at the big screen, where half of the light spots had disappeared, and his expression was a little dull. How could so many people die? This area had been cleared several times by the military in advance. It is almost impossible for a wild spirit beast to appear that students are completely unable to deal with. So, that means there is a team of candidates who are specifically hunting other candidates. The other party's goal is no longer just to pass the exam. We must kill all competitors. Proctor, should we terminate the exam? The adjutant asked quickly. The parents have already started making trouble. The invigilator glanced at the parents, who were crying and shouting. Parents watched as the red dots on the big screen became fewer and fewer. And the names of my own children also became dim. It collapsed in an instant. What's going on? Although there were dangers in the previous exams, they were only limited to one-on-one combat. The spirit beasts might die in the battle, but the students would not die. The principal of Beastmaster No. 1 Middle School also hurried over. Seeing so many students' names dimmed, his face changed in shock. This is a big deal. The sky is falling. He hurried to question the invigilator. The invigilator said calmly, "Mr. Principal, we have sent 20 inspectors in, but the examination area is too large. We are trying our best to understand what is going on. Stop the assessment immediately and get all the remaining students out alive." The principal roared with his beard puffed and eyes glared. "Stop the assessment?" The invigilator sneered. "The assessment is over now. All the students failed. Who will take the responsibility? Can you take the responsibility?" The principal was stunned. These students have been looking forward to this day for more than 10 days, like a year. If they are deprived of the qualification for the major examination, it is indeed unfair to those students who have the hope of passing the exam. The principal looked at the examination area with concern. "You must survive, classmates!" Among the parents, the adoptive mother looked at the big screen nervously. The names disappeared one by one. The number of red dots has been reduced by nearly half compared to the initial number. Around China's name, almost all the names were dimmed. She was so nervous that her face turned pale and her body went limp. I was afraid that in the next second, Chin's name would also fade away. Haha, that bastard Longchen seems to be quite lucky. He has managed to survive until now. Mrs. Long had a somewhat ferocious expression on her face. She saw that the names of all the members of the team she had arranged were dimmed. All dead. How did he die? Something must have happened in the examination area. She looked at her adoptive mother with contempt. But don't be complacent. The exam area is like a meat grinder. People like Longchen who have survived until now by luck will be wiped out soon. Just look at his name carefully. It won't be long before his name disappears from the big screen. No! Chinner will definitely come out alive! The foster mother's voice was filled with tears. Madame Long whispered in the foster mother's ear. You may not know, I arranged a team that violated the rules to evolve. All members have extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts. I originally wanted them to kill that bastard Longchen, but they are dead now. Even someone with this strength will die. Do you think Longchen can survive with that extraordinary 1-star elimination? Boom! The foster mother seemed to have her soul suddenly sucked out of her, and her body collapsed limply to the ground. His eyes widened and he stared at Mrs. Long. The shock in his eyes was like waves in a storm, hitting her heart wave after wave and making her body tremble constantly. I was so shocked by this cruel reality that I couldn't move. Even a team with all 3-star super members couldn't survive? What exactly happened in the big test area? Chinner. The foster mother tried desperately to rush into the examination area. But they were stopped by the military. The adoptive mother knelt on the ground and cried in despair. Mrs. Long felt extremely comfortable seeing this scene. This is what she wanted. Although it was not the person she arranged who killed Longchen personally. But it doesn't matter. As long as Longchen dies, it will be fine. She wants her son to be the only legitimate son of the Long family. No one can become a stumbling block for her. Chapter 27, Being Targeted by the Ceiling Board. Longchen and his 3 companions shuttled through the jungle. As a result, I didn't find a flag for a long time. They have already searched a considerable area. But it felt like the flag was deliberately avoiding them. Even Yu Qiuyao's corset could not sense the position of the flag. Longchen suddenly stopped. I think we need to change our thinking. At the beginning, the examiner just said that the team that gathered 8 flags first would win. But he didn't say how many flags there were. So is it possible that there are only 8 flags in total? Why else would there be this number? Wang Kaixian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Yes, why are there 8 flags? There are obviously 7 people in each team. Why is it 8 instead of 7? Su Qing nodded. If your guess is correct, then we have 3 flags in our hands, and the remaining 5 flags are likely to be concentrated in the hands of 2 or even 1 team, and they are also looking for us. Wow, the atmosphere suddenly becomes tense, Wang Kaixian said with a bit of pride. But we are different from other teams. We just eliminated a team that evolved illegally. All of them have 3-star extraordinary spirit beasts. If anyone runs into us, it's bad luck for them. Longchen looked around vigilantly. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. So he spoke out what was in his mind. I think the current situation is a little special. Have you noticed? Not only did we not find the flag, we didn't even encounter any other teams of examinees. Do you think that's normal? Yu Qiuyao suddenly raised her hand weakly. Actually, I also discovered it just now, but I thought you knew it, so I didn't tell you. Wang Kaixian was stunned for a moment, then looked around. Eerie. The rustling sound of wind blowing through the trees. It feels very lonely just listening to it. It seemed like there were no people in the whole area except for these few of them. I couldn't help but get closer to Longchen. Brother Long, what's going on? Longchen took a deep breath. The air has been filled with the smell of blood since a while ago, and the smell is getting stronger and stronger. Something must have happened in this exam area. Several people's hearts suddenly tightened. Isn't there an inspector here? What could happen? It is impossible for an inspection to cover everything. This inspection tour of such a large examination area is the first time to experience such a large-scale examination, so it is inevitable that some loopholes will be exploited. So what should we do now? I can't die. I am the only one in my Wang family. If I die, there will be no one to inherit all my dad's money. Wang Kaixian really started to cry loudly. The lazy pig beside him also wailed. It was like 2 pigs howling. Outside the examination room, Wan Eugene, who had lived a life of wealth and glory, hurried over. He immediately asked his subordinates who were watching here. What's the situation now? I heard that many candidates died. Wan Eugene is the richest man in Jiangqing. I heard that if you change all the money in your home into gold, you can build a mountain of gold. But Wang Kaixian is the only son in the family. So Wang Eugene dotes on Wang Kaixian very much. He originally thought that there wouldn't be any major chaos this time. Among the candidates, even if my child is not the best, he is still among the top ones. And he didn't put too much pressure on Wang Kaixian. Anyway, his family has plenty of money, so he doesn't need to go to that advanced beast taming school. Of course, it would be best if you could go. According to his assessment based on the admission quotas of previous years, it should have been about the same. But the rules of this year's exam have become so huge. Moreover, those immigrant students who were taking the college entrance examination took advantage of this loophole. So he reminded Wang Kaixian, never force yourself to give up just because the situation is not right. Don't throw your life away trying to get into an advanced beast taming school. But what is this kid doing? Why don't you admit defeat quickly? Now less than 1/3 of the names are still displayed in the examination room. The name is currently dark. Basically, they were all crushed. If he waits any longer, it will be his son's turn. What the hell is going on? Who are the triumphant players? Have they all been eliminated now? The subordinates immediately reported to Wang Eugene. Before entering the examination room, the young master formed a team with several people, including a girl named Yi Qiuyao, Miss Su Qing and Long Qin. Their names are still lit up. Su Qing and Long Qin? Wang Eugene was stunned for a moment. Strictly speaking, these two people are both influential figures in beast taming middle school. There is no need to talk about Miss Su Qing. That's the only one among Jiangqing's freshmen this year. Even compared with the immigrant students who took the college entrance examination, they are even better. So this is definitely a strong backing. I didn't expect my son to be so smart. He actually pulled Miss Su Qing into his team. But what about Long Qin? Although Long Qin was the same as Miss Su Qing before, as a very rare all-attribute beast master, he was also a well-known figure in the school, and his fame was no less than that of Miss Su Qing. But the problem is, Wang Eugene had a headache. I heard that Long Chen's family is very poor and bought a discarded spirit beast. Wouldn't it lower the level to bring such a person into the team? In this case, every team of candidates wants to stand out. Not everyone is as strong as Miss Su Qing. But at least there are no shortcomings. One shortcoming can sometimes ruin an entire team. My son was very unwise in this regard. The foster mother nearby heard what Wang Eugene said. His already pale face now looked even uglier. Mrs. Long was sitting on a luxurious chair. There were people holding umbrellas for me and people fanning me. He laughed so hard that he fell backwards, praising Wang Eugene. Wang Eugene, you are right. Letting Long Qin join the candidate team will drag down any team. No matter who is in the team, it will be useless. It will only make the whole team follow him and suffer the consequences. Wang Eugene looked to the side. He saw that the other party's show was even more grand than his. I couldn't help but start to think. He has heard some rumors recently. It is said that the lord of Linjang's demon suppression, the wife of General Long Jianbang, came to Jiangqing. Such a big shot is a rare sight for this small Jiangqing. That's really the ceiling level. And it is the middle plate of the ceiling. So Wang Eugene immediately asked attentively, why did Madame Long also come to this examination room in person? Could it be that a junior you care about is taking the exam? Haha, it can't be said that he cares about me, he just wants to witness the fate of his worthless life. Wang Eugene's mind was working rapidly. Something came to mind immediately. Long Chen's surname is Long. Are the rumors really true? Long Jinbang has an illegitimate child who is being raised secretly in Jiangqing? So Mrs. Long came from afar. In fact, I wanted to see Long Qin die before I could leave with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Wang Eugene's heart instantly turned cold. Isn't this the end? People who are targeted by this kind of ceiling panel. He is actually in the same team as his son. Chapter 28. Whoever gets anxious first loses. The situation was already very disadvantageous, and now it is even more hopeless. Even Wang Eugene was suspicious. These three immigration teams came for the big test. At least one or two of them were personally organized by Mrs. Long. And the other party owed such a big favor to Mrs. Long. I must do something for the Long family. Just like killing Long Qin. The more Wang Eugene thought about it, the more terrified he became. He became so dizzy that he couldn't stand up straight. A housekeeper behind him quickly supported Wang Eugene. He whispered in Wang Eugene's ear. Master, I think you can try to trust the young master's judgment. He must have his reasons for letting Long Qin join the team. In fact, before the big exam, Grandpa asked me to investigate something. Miss Su Qing has posted a long-term mission in the Union to recruit spirit beast combat trainers, and they only need to be of the same level as her own spirit beasts. A total of 12 beast masters went on that mission. And they were all outstanding in the extraordinary 2-star level, but they all failed. I heard that even the spirit beasts were bleeding in Miss Su Qing's home. But after a beast master accepted this mission, Miss Su Qing withdrew her mission in the Union. Wang Eugene frowned slightly. He instantly understood the meaning of the butler's words. Are you saying that there is actually a superb 2-star spirit beast in Jiangqing that can be comparable to Miss Su Qing? But Wang Eugene immediately rejected it. This is impossible. Miss Su Qing's spirit beast is a spirit beast species ranked 33rd on the heavenly ranking. Who can compete with it at the same level? The old butler glanced meaningfully at a name on the big screen. Wang Eugene followed the gaze and took a look. The pupils contracted immediately. The whole body feels like it is being electrified from top to bottom. Then penetrate madly from bottom to top. As stiff as a lump of wood. My breathing became rapid. It's actually him? But wasn't what he bought an obsolete spiritual beast species? But... although I don't know what happened in between. But if there is a Miss Su Qing in his son's team, plus a Long Qin who is equally matched with Miss Su Qing. And his son. What the hell? Wang Eugene suddenly felt that everything was smooth sailing. No wonder his son's team has survived until now. No wonder his son is such a timid guy and has not surrendered until now. It turns out there is an expert in the team. Wang Eugene stood up immediately, and was no longer as out of control as before. The expression on his face began to show some anticipation. What if his son really gets admitted to the advanced beast taming school? Then the Wang family will become really rich. Brother Long, can we hide here? In the jungle. Long Qin and his companions hid in the bushes. It was quiet ahead. And it was getting dark all around. The restricted area of the wilderness at night really has an eerie and scary feeling. It should be fine. At present, there are probably only 2 to 3 teams that have the potential to win besides us. The other teams have either been eliminated or don't have a flag at all. Those teams that want to gather all the flags will frantically look for people, so whoever is anxious at this time will lose when we see them. They are in the light and we are in the dark. The initiative is in our hands. Long Qin analyzed in a low voice. Wang Kaishuan's eyes were full of stars at this moment. Brother Long, you really are a top student. You are so awesome. Su Qing, who was unwilling to lie on the ground, leaned against the shadow and said calmly. Of course, he is teacher Long Qin after all. Long Qin was instantly ashamed. It seems that this matter will not be easy to get over. Women are really petty. I was only his teacher for 3 weeks. Is it necessary to keep brooding over it? Wang Kaishuan's face was full of meaning. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he felt it was very exciting. Play as student and teacher. This seems like a very new kind of flirtation. Rustle. Suddenly there was some noise coming from the jungle ahead. Several people immediately held their breath and focused. Then a flower emerged from the bushes opposite. But flowers can't walk, so this is a shadow flower fairy. It is similar to Yu Qiuyao's tree demon. The shadow flower demon rooted itself in the earth. The petals are slightly opened. It seems to be guiding that little bit of moonlight. The cold glow of the moonlight formed drops of dew on the petals. The dewdrops flow into the stamens in the middle. It immediately turned into wisps of smoke. It looks like the flowers are releasing spores in large quantities. But this number is too huge. Like a big chimney. Long Qin frowned slightly. What is this shadow flower demon? A wild spiritual beast or someone's beast. Yu Qiuyao suddenly thought of something and whispered. I remember that the Shadow Flower Fairy has a skill that emits spores to put surrounding enemies into a deep sleep. What? Long Chun and his companions immediately realized that something was wrong. But by the time they discovered it, their bodies had already been infected. I felt waves of drowsiness coming over me. Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyao felt it most clearly. Not only do my body muscles feel quite loose, I can hardly even lift my eyelids. On the other hand, neither Su Qing nor I had any obvious reaction. This kind of mental toxin attack is more effective against people with weaker mental strength. And my mental strength has reached 50. This is the mental strength level of a genuine second-level beast master. And now the students who are taking the big exams. Probably 99 of the people are first-level beast masters. This is true even for immigrant candidates. Because it is too difficult to improve mental strength. If he didn't have the ancient world training ground, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to reach this level. So naturally he wouldn't be affected too much. But why didn't Su Qing react at all? Long Chen turned around and glanced at Su Qing. Suddenly he had a guess. Could it be that Su Qing's mental strength value has also reached 50? Even Su Qing has her own second beast? Rustle, rustle. There was another noise from the bushes opposite. Several people came out from inside. They also looked unfamiliar. It should be one of the 3 teams of immigrant candidates. Brother Qi, do we need to be so cautious? The team was led by a red-haired young man. The person who asked him the question was the guy with the crew cut next to him. Chiga said calmly, It's better to be safe than sorry. And judging from the team we just encountered, it seems that not all the people in Jiangqing are useless. The girl with twin ponytails rode on a unicorn and said disdainfully, Speaking of that team, they actually sold us the location information of their candidate team in the same city. How insidious. Chiga chuckled. It's normal. The lower the level, the more they will devour each other. Everyone wants to pass the big test. Once you reach that level, all your previous relationships and connections can be discarded. So they naturally won't talk about classmates' feelings at this time, because they may be people from 2 different worlds in the future. Chapter 29 Another immigrant team taking the exam. Under the bushes. Long Chen frowned. Someone exposed their location? Who? The first thing that came to Long Chen's mind was Liu Yanrei's team. And they have only encountered 2 teams so far. One team has been wiped out by them. The other team is Liu Yanrei's team. So only Liu Yanrei and others have this possibility. As expected, they had to be killed even though they risked being discovered by the inspectors. Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyao were already drowsy. Only he and Su Qing were left. Long Chen glanced at Su Qing and said nothing. But the sparring lasted for nearly a month. Let them form a tacit understanding. He only needed to give Su Qing a look, and she immediately understood what he meant. The 2 immediately approached each other. Silently. Especially Long Chen. More than 20,000 hours of actual combat training at the Gujie training ground. He had already figured out mature experience. Sneaking silently in the jungle. Su Qing followed behind Long Chen, watching his skillful movements. Very surprised. Long Chen is like an experienced old hunter. They are totally not on the same level as newbies like them. Su Qing only needs to imitate Long Chen's movements and step on the places where Long Chen stepped. It can also be done without making any sound. This is real skill. Without 3 to 5 years of specialized training, you will never have this skill. Immigrant students would never think of these big exams. At this moment, the hunter and the prey have switched identities. The young man with the crew cut looked around and said, Brother Qi, do you think that team will have a flag? It might just be an ordinary team, and it might have been killed by other teams long ago. Chica said coldly. We have to give it a try. There are only 8 flags. If we want to win, we have to not let any team go. Understood. Tsunfa quickly rubbed his eyes and looked for traces. Rustling. Suddenly there was a friction sound in the jungle. Several people immediately became alert. The bush was shaking faster and faster, and it felt like it was a big one. Careful! Chiga is reminding. Then he was stunned. Crawling out from the bushes was a scarred turtle. The cracked tortoise shell and the red substance in the cracks that looked like blood. It looks so miserable. This turtle crawls very slowly. However, the biggest weakness of spiritual animals like turtles is speed. Several people breathed a sigh of relief, and Chiga said, "It's okay, it's just an injured turtle beast." "But this turtle beast is so big," the girl with twin ponytails exclaimed. "That's normal. There are many hybrids, eliminated species, and mutant species of spiritual beasts in the wild. It's not strange what they look like. This spirit beast will not pose a threat to us, so ignore it." Chiga didn't take the turtle seriously. Who would be afraid of a turtle? And it was a turtle with bloody cracks all over its shell. Not even worth mentioning. "Are you looking for us?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Very sudden. Several people turned around immediately, and saw a young man. Standing next to him was a huge spirit beast that looked like a panda beast. It looks dirty, as if it had been through a fierce battle. Several people did not act rashly immediately. Instead, observe the surrounding situation first. It is impossible for the other party to appear alone, there must be team members lying in ambush around. "No need to look, I was knocked down by your demon flower." Longchen took the initiative to speak out. Chiga was a little confused. "Then why didn't you get knocked down? Could it be that your mental strength is very strong, even more than 50 points? That's not the case. You should know that even for candidates like you who come from big cities, it's impossible for your mental strength to reach 50 so quickly. I'm just a little special." Longchen said this very sincerely. This made Chiga even more confused. He suddenly became very interested in this candidate who was a native of Jiangqing. "Why do you want to tell me everything? What do you want to do?" The short-haired young man next to him immediately said, "Brother Chi, why bother wasting your breath on this guy? Anyway, we can just eliminate him. Isn't it enough if he doesn't compete with us?" Chiga shook his head. "Said it in front of Longchen? His spirit beast seems to be a mutant panda beast. Its strength should be quite good. Among the native candidates in Jiangqing, it should be among the best. Why didn't someone like him choose to sneak attack us, but instead took the initiative to expose himself? I really want to know the reason." Then Brother Chi looked at Longchen and smiled somewhat ferociously. "Now that I have asked you my question, you should answer it. I will decide how to deal with you based on your answer. You'd better think it through first." Longchen said without any hesitation. "It's simple, because I realized the strength of you immigrant students who took the big exam, and I felt that I had no hope of winning, but I was unwilling to see my enemies win, so I wanted to join you." Chiga frowned slightly. "Who are your enemies?" "Lu Yenrei, you probably don't know him. His spirit beast is a red flame demon fox." Chiga and his friends looked at each other. Isn't that the team that just met them and had some conflicts, but neither side gained the upper hand? Although the two flags were not taken away from the opponent. But the other party provided them with a clue, saying that there was a team of students in this direction, holding a flag. He was still a little puzzled as to why he gave them this clue. It turned out that the two sides had a grudge against each other. Many things can be explained. At least there is no logical problem. In fact, this cooperation is not impossible. Lu Yenrei's team is quite strong. They should be the first echelon of Jiangqing's student team. Even they find it difficult to gain an advantage. The person in front of him is also quite powerful. If he joins, perhaps the chances of winning will be greater. But it was impossible for Chiga to believe Longchen so easily. He asked Longchen, "How can I trust you?" You should have those steel shackles for spirit beasts, right? They can be used on my mutant pandaemon." "Mutated pandaemon. You are really honest. You told me everything." Chiga looked at the short-haired young man next to him, and nodded. The short-haired young man immediately took out two heavy steel shackles. This is made of special metal. Even two powerful armored vehicles would not be able to break the shackles by pulling in opposite directions. So there is no need to worry about being escaped by the extraordinary two-star spirit beast. When the short-haired young man was put in shackles, It's a bit scary to get close to the ferocious iron-eating beast. What the hell is this? It's really unusual. No wonder Chigu decided to cooperate with this person. How come there is such a person among the natives of Jiangqing? After the shackles were put on, Chigu and his men completely relaxed. Okay, now tell me how many people are there in your team? Chigu continued to ask. Besides, Longchen was about to speak. The twin-tailed girl's white unicorn immediately sensed something. When they turned around suddenly, they found that the turtle with scars all over its body was actually approaching them. Brother Chi, this turtle won't cause us any trouble, right? Chigu just glanced at it casually. Nothing to fear. Brother Chi would not even doubt that this turtle was the spirit beast of other beast masters in Long Chen's team. Even if it is, it doesn't matter. The fighting power of this turtle is obviously far inferior to that of the mutant panda beast trapped in shackles. He didn't believe that the other party would be willing to let a more powerful spirit beast lose its combat effectiveness just to make them relax their vigilance. Chapter 30. Something went wrong with the exam. Furthermore, it was already very surprising that there was only one person who could stay awake under the hypnosis of the Shadow Flower Fairy's spores, and it was impossible for there to be a second person who could do so. But the words had just fallen. Longchen glanced at the blood-patterned wild turtle. The blood-patterned turtle immediately understood what he meant and aimed at the Shadow Flower Demon, raising its head and biting it. Under the terrifying bite force. With a click, the Shadow Flower Demon was broken in half like a fragile straw. From the broken part, black juice gushed out like blood, emitting a disgusting stench. Ah! My Shadow Flower Demon! A long-haired girl's pretty face turned pale in an instant. He fell to the ground wailing. Chigu and his companions were also greatly shocked. Because it all happened so fast. Defend against the enemy! Chigu immediately gave orders. But the blood-patterned turtle's movements were contrary to its normal slowness. In an instant it became swift and decisive. A violent, murderous aura rose up instantly. The blood-red lines on the blood-veined turtle's carapace glowed blood-red, and they flowed quickly like living things. Burning blood. Longchen did not hesitate at all. Directly let the blood-patterned turtle activate its talent skills. These people are all strong, so he must burst out with all his strength to seize the initiative. The basic attribute strength value of the blood-patterned turtle is nearly 1,000. Judging from the strength alone, it is almost approaching that of an extraordinary 3-star spirit beast. Amplified 3 times by the blood-stained skill. The strength is close to 3,000. The speed also skyrocketed to more than 1,500. So at this moment, the blood-patterned turtle no longer looks like a turtle. It's simply a killing machine with its engine running at full speed. The blood-patterned turtle turned its head and bit a blue-green and white elephant next to it. The blue-green and white elephant is also very powerful. But after all, it is only extraordinary 2 stars. The maximum strength value should be around 700 or 800. So the blood-patterned turtle bit off his neck in no time. Blood was spilled all over the ground. Extremely bloody. The air around became heavy because of the murderous aura of the blood-patterned turtle. Chigu and his companions were completely stunned. The turtle before them was completely beyond their imagination. The turtle even used the unique ferocious pounce skills of a tiger-like spirit beast to kill an iron-tailed silver wolf. The turtle-like spirit beast was killed by a tiger. Chi-Ji's eyes almost tore. My eyeballs are about to pop out. Just as the blood-patterned turtle pounced on another spirit beast. The girl with twin ponytails immediately let her unicorn slam into the blood-marked turtle. The unicorn's huge horn sent the blood-marked wild turtle flying several meters. Longchen took a deep look at the girl with twin ponytails. This unicorn is not simple. The power is so strong? Much stronger than ordinary unicorns. Could it be the Xuanguan unicorn ranked 27th on the Xian list? If you look closely, you can see that this unicorn has pure white fur. Has a pure and noble temperament. The unicorn radiates a mysterious glow. It seems to have a kind of psychedelic power that can enchant people's hearts. Its 4 hooves were stepping on a faint halo, as if it were a divine beast descending from the realm of gods. It seems to be the Xuanguan unicorn. The identity of this girl with twin ponytails is not simple. This kind of spiritual beast might be worth tens of millions. He is the strongest among these people except for the one with red hair. Brother Chi is so angry at this moment. He thought about it for a long time, but he still got it wrong. You damned fellow, I will tear you into pieces. Chi Ji's spirit beast is a flaming winged fire lion. The red hair is like burning flames. There is a pair of small fire wings growing on the back, although they are not yet fully developed and look a bit miniature. But it can be foreseen that if it evolves to a certain level, it may have the ability to fly. The flame-winged fire lion has strong and powerful limbs and sharp claws that can easily tear through the enemy's defenses. The tail is long and powerful, with an eternal flame burning at the end. It is a relatively ferocious species of spiritual beast. Longchen frowned slightly. Now another spiritual beast species has emerged that is ranked 15th on the yellow list. As expected, he is a candidate from a big city. They are indeed better than the candidates from Jiangchen. The flame-winged fire lion and the mysterious light unicorn approach the blood-patterned turtle at the same time. Chi-ge and the girl with twin ponytails are determined to win. I feel like I can definitely win. But suddenly, a flash of fire quickly passed through the air. Slash at the Xuanguan unicorn accurately. The Xuanguan unicorn reacted very quickly and dodged the knife by raising its neck. But the next tail knife came. This time, the Xuanguan unicorn was unable to dodge and could only use its strongest horn, the strongest part of its body, to deal with it. Clang! The tail blade instantly cut off the horn of the Xuanguan unicorn. The girl with twin ponytails had a startled look on her face. How is that possible? Chi-ge was also stunned and immediately looked at the person who came. When Su Qing's perfect face appeared in front of them, Chi-ge and his companions were completely stunned. Oh my God! What a beautiful girl! The girl with twin ponytails was also very shocked. It's simply stunning. This doesn't seem like the natives you would find in a small place like Jiangqing. That kind of innate noble temperament can definitely not be possessed by just an extremely outstanding appearance. It's okay, don't panic. We still have the upper hand. The other side only has 2 spirit beasts, and the remaining one has no combat power. Chi-ge looked towards the violent iron-eating beast. The scene he saw made his eyes widen. This mutant panda beast is actually eating the special steel shackles. Even heavy high-torque armored vehicles cannot break the shackles. But this mutant panda beast ate it with gusto. Crunching. Chew it piece by piece and then swallow it into your stomach. In the blink of an eye, the violent corpse was escaped. The situation now becomes 3 versus 4. But the opponent's spirit beast is obviously stronger than them. And the other party also has the spiritual beast species ranked 33rd on the heavenly ranking. 9-colored fox. What the hell are these things I met today? It's really weird. Brother Chi is really regretting it now. You shouldn't have listened to Lu Yenrui. Provoked the student team. It turned out that Lu Yenrui was using me as a gun. This team is probably the first echelon of Jiangqing's native student team. Lu Yenrui himself was not confident that he could win. So let them come over and deplete the strength of this team. What a damn guy. Chi-ge pondered for a while, and suddenly said, Brother, let's put it this way. Actually, we don't have any grudge against you. We are just fighting for the flag. If you insist on fighting us, you may not be able to gain much advantage. We will just give you the 2 flags in our hands. Then we will go find Lu Yenrui and kill them. He wants to use our knife to kill you. I don't like being used by others, so I want to take revenge. Is that okay? Longchen thought about it, then nodded. Can. The situation is a little unclear now, and it is indeed not advisable to fight with this team. What if other teams take advantage of it? You will be so angry that you will wake up even in your dreams. Okay, that's great. Chi-ge provided another valuable piece of information. I am actually becoming more and more interested in you, but I have to remind you that although your team is very strong, there are problems with the exam now. Many people have been eliminated. Either they were killed or more than half of the team was killed or injured. We don't know the exact situation yet, but there is definitely something wrong with this exam. Be careful. Chapter 31 Ancient Beast Church. Chi and his men gave the 2 flags in their hands to Long Chen and left. There was a hint of solemnity on Su Qing's pretty face. It seems that something went wrong with the exam. Well, obviously, but aren't there so many rounds of exams, what could go wrong? Long Chen couldn't figure out which link had gone wrong. Su Qing also shook her head. Then the 2 of them went to wake up Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyao. Plus the 2 flags of the red-haired team. They now have 4 sides. If there are only 8 flags in the entire examination venue. So now they have got 4 sides. No matter what, other teams will target you. So the most urgent thing is that it might be better to continue lying in ambush. But they can't gamble. What if the total number is not 8 flags, but 12, or even 16, or more? While they were waiting here, others may have already collected all 8 flags and obtained a place in higher education. So Long Chen decided to take the initiative. He is different from others. He has his reasons for having to pass the entrance examination. Seeing Long Chen's positive attitude, Wang Kaixian was naturally happy. Although my dad didn't have any expectations of me. But give it a try, what if? Now we are very close to passing the big exam. Only the last 4 flags are missing. Maybe we can kill the next team we meet. Can we collect them all? Su Qing didn't say anything. Her goal was to pass the entrance examination. Yu Qiuyao would not even raise any objection. She is an auxiliary beastmaster. I was able to get to this point entirely because of the support of my teammates. If she really has the chance to pass the entrance examination, she would naturally look forward to it. So the 4 of them unanimously decided to take the initiative. Outside the examination room, the parents' cries and shouts became more and more frequent. I heard that other parents were also panicking. Now the name on the big screen is 2/3 black. Some students were eliminated because more than half of their team members were eliminated. So I was forced to give up the big exam. I was feeling quite regretful at first, but when I heard that many teams were wiped out, I immediately felt that it was quite good that I was doing this. At the same time, their parents also feel fortunate. Just be alive. Many parents' children are reduced to nothing but a pile of bones when they are born. So miserable. The foster mother looked at the big screen. She had been waiting anxiously for a day and a night. I look forward to Chinner coming out all the time. It doesn't matter if you are eliminated, as long as you come out. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. Mrs. Long is already getting impatient waiting. What's going on? How could that bastard Long Chen survive for so long? She stared at the big screen with gritted teeth. Long Chunwei is like a weed, stubborn and unwilling to die. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Only after she saw Long Chen's corpse could she leave this desolate Jiangqing with peace of mind. The chief examiner and several co-examiners are in a meeting. The examiner looked at the list of students still alive. His eyes suddenly locked onto the immigration team taking the big exam. Such a change happened in the Jiangqing examination area. The immigration team is the first to be suspected. Adjutant reports. Captain Zhang, among the 3 immigration teams for the exam, all members of the team from Linjang City have died. And tragic deaths of students in the examination area are still happening, so they can be ruled out. They are victims. The team from Huaqing also suffered casualties of 3 spirit beasts just now, and the entire team is on the verge of being eliminated. But Yangqing's team is still full. The examiner groaned. Still full? How many teams are full now? There is only a small group of immigrants from Yangqing. The examiner's eyes suddenly became sharp. Immediately send the inspectors to keep an eye on the Yangqing team. If there is anything suspicious, report it to me immediately. Yes. Then the examiner continued. Contact Yangqing and ask about these students. I want to know their background. Yes. Everyone be alert. We may have encountered a serious incident this time. Deal with it with all your strength. Yes. The examiner stood up. A bloody murderous aura immediately rose from his body. How dare he commit such a thing in the examination area where his Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior Task Force was invigilating? No matter who the other party is or what their purpose is. He won't forgive the other party. Soon. Specific information came back from Yangqing. They did have a few candidates immigrate to Jiangqing to take the big exam. Originally, this answer basically dispelled the examiner's doubts. But the head of the school in Yangqing said that the candidates who came here were not outstanding in Yangqing Beast Taming Middle School, and they were not even middle class. The examiner frowned slightly. Although Yangqing is much more developed than Jiangqing. But the bottom-tier students in Yangqing would not be very strong. They have stayed until now? It was even the only fully staffed team. This is even more abnormal. Then, the person in charge in Yangqing also said, not long ago, there was a riot in Yangqing caused by the ancient beast church. Base. The examiner immediately felt a chill running up from the soles of his feet. Straight to the cerebral cortex. The expressions of the other members of the Longyan Yingwu task force also changed instantly. Other senior executives from Jiangqing who were present. The moment I heard the four from the ancient beast church. His face suddenly turned pale. The strong feeling of fear made their brains go blank in an instant. Ancient Beast Church. One of the largest villain organizations in the human race. The symbol of their organization is a totem composed of the outline of an ancient ferocious beast, with an eye in the center, symbolizing the desire for ancient power. And their purpose is to recreate the ancient ferocious beasts. Restore the natural order between humans and beasts. But in fact, they want to use the powerful force of the ferocious beasts to break the existing world order and establish a new order ruled by them. In order to achieve this goal, they used all means to collect various methods to revive the ancient beasts, and even dug up all the useful things such as the bones and hair of the ancient beasts from various places. Besides that, they have another purpose. It is to destroy the beast master of mankind. Let the spiritual beasts no longer be domesticated by humans, and slowly restore their wildness. In short, they are a terrible organization with unforgivable evil. This action is too much like the style of the ancient beast church. The principal immediately said, please stop the exam without further ado. There are still more than 50 students alive. Otherwise, the foundation of Jiangqing's beast masters will be severely damaged. The examiner asked the staff to ask the parents for their opinions. The major examination is very important, and is the country's top priority every year. If the final exam is interrupted because of their ideas, students who had hope of passing the exam will lose their opportunity. It also depends on whether the parents agree or not. Suddenly a parent yelled frantically, if you stop the exam, then let my son enter the advanced beast taming school unconditionally. My daughter too. We have done everything for our child. He has finally made it this far and has a good chance of passing the exam. Chapter 32. Has the inspection also fallen? Although some parents agreed, many others disagreed with the termination of the exam. Because every family is looking forward to this day. Gave too much. For parents. Even if you fail, you have to fail first. What happened if the exam was terminated due to human intervention? It's okay to cancel the exam. Directly allow their children to obtain a place in higher education. Otherwise, no deal. They haven't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. The military cannot spread the news of the ancient beast church. This is just speculation at this point. If it spreads, it will inevitably cause panic. What if there is no ancient beast church incident by then? Then they will have to bear huge responsibilities. So the exam has to go on. The principal sighed in despair. Looking at the vast examination area. I hope the ancient beast church is just their guess. Long Chun and the other three waited until daybreak and began to speed up their search for the flag. They passed the place. The corpses of spiritual beasts are scattered all over this place. There are even the remains of beast masters that were eaten. This smell of blood is much stronger than the first time Long Chun went to Su Qing's home training ground. Yu Qiuyao saw a person's head, tied to a treetop with hair. Just hanging there, the blood on the neck had already drained out, and a string of blood scabs fell from the bull-sized scar. She was so scared that she immediately hid in Wang Kaishuan's arms. Wang Kaishuan was also frightened. His fat legs were trembling. The most surprised were Long Chen and Su Qing. Because they have seen this team. It's Jiji's team. The girl with twin ponytails had her head cut off and tied to the tree. The spiritual beast is a Xuanguan unicorn ranked 27th on the Xian list. They had separated only 3 hours ago. As a result, now, all 4 of them died in battle. The bodies of Qige and the other 2 were not complete. I feel like I was tortured to death. Longchen, is Lu Yanrui's team so strong? Su Qing asked. She didn't think Qiji's team was so weak. Apart from anything else, with Qiji's flame-winged fire lion and the twin-tailed black light unicorn, their combat power is very strong. He is definitely one of the best among the candidates. It stands to reason that it is impossible to be abused unilaterally. Longchen shook his head. It may not be Lu Yanrui's team's fault. It is possible that they encountered another team, and that team may be related to the disappearance of a large number of candidates. Wang Kaixian asked in a trembling voice. Then, doesn't that mean that we might also meet each other? Yeah, so we have to be careful. Longchen and the other 3 left quickly. Then they saw an inspector passing by them. The inspector stopped and walked towards them. Hey, have you seen the team of immigrants who are taking the big test? The inspector asked them directly. I didn't see it. What's wrong? Longchen replied. The inspector looked at Longchen deeply, then asked Su Qing and Wang Kaixian. Did you really not see it? The 3 shook their heads. Indicated that he didn't see it. The inspector looked at the 3 people for a while, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. Very secretive. Then he smiled and said, Okay, forget it if you didn't see it. I wish you good luck on the exam. I think you have a good chance of winning. Come on. The inspector left. Longchen and Su Qing looked at each other. Then he immediately took Wang Kaixian and Yu Chuyao away. The 2 still don't understand what's going on. Longchen said. There was something wrong with the inspector just now. Remember, before the exam started, the chief examiner said that inspectors were not to communicate with candidates. This was the inspection rule. But the inspector just now took the initiative to ask us questions. But what does this mean? Maybe the examiners have also noticed something unusual about the exam and want to find out what's going on. Although only for a moment. Ordinary people will never be able to find it. But Longchen and Su Qing's mental strength reached 50 points. His perception was extremely sharp and he immediately caught the slightest sign of something strange. The inspector was hostile to them. The other side. The inspector slowly walked out of the jungle, looking at the direction where Longchen and the others left. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Took out 2 intercom devices. One of them is a communication device between invigilators. In theory, there is only 1 intercom for each patrol. But he has 2. He hung up the intercom used for patrol communications. Then turned on another intercom device. Coordinates 1231:3234, there is a team of 4 with 4 flags in their hands, come quickly. A lazy voice came from the other side. Okay, hard work. The inspector hesitated for a moment. I have helped you so much, and now the inspection team has discovered that there is something wrong with you. I am taking such a big risk, you will fulfill your promise. Of course, after the exam is over, your family will be released by us and will receive a large amount of funds. Okay, you must keep your word. Longchen and the other 3 shuttled back and forth quickly. Finally, they saw a team of students. And he is a classmate of Jiangqing Beast Taming Middle School. The other party was like a frightened grasshopper. After seeing them, he almost pulled out his watch and gave up. Zhou Tong? Wang Kaixian immediately asked. How are you doing? I heard that many people were killed or injured. Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Wang Kaixian. They have a good relationship in school. Yeah, we are all scared to death. There are nearly 200 students coming in, but now the jungle is dead silent. Wang Kaixian continued to ask. Did you encounter any problems? How come there are only 4 of you left? Zhou Tong hesitated. Several people looked at each other. Zhou Tong shrank his body and lowered his voice. We actually didn't actively clash with other teams. We even took a detour along the way. But we happened to see the 2 teams fighting each other. The scene was so scary that the immigration team was so brutal that they slaughtered Lu Qianqian and her team. It was horrible. When we were planning to evacuate quietly, The enemy noticed us and chased us for a long distance. Zhao Wan, Lu Yi, Lin Hui and the others were the ones who fell behind when they were escaping. I think they are in great danger. The other 3 members of Zhou Tong's team trembled with fear just thinking of that scene. Which immigration team? Long Chen asked. Zhou Tong said. It seems to be from Yangqing. Yangqing? Long Chen was surprised. Among the 3 immigration teams taking the exam, it seemed that Yangqing's was the weakest and had the lowest presence. He is not a well-known figure in Guangzhou. They are just some last-minute guys who want to come to Jiangqing to see if they can get ashore. But they are so strong? Are they evolving illegally? Long Chen continued to ask. Illegal evolution? I don't know, but their spirit beasts are all very strange. How strange is that? It just feels... Zhou Tong suddenly pointed at Long Chen's ferocious iron-eating beast. It's like this. It feels a bit rough, and very savage and bloodthirsty. It has a very low obedience to the beast master. The Yangqing team is also very careful in controlling it. Chapter 33. Every human being is an ancient ferocious beast. Su Qing and the others didn't hear much useful information. But Long Chen's body shook. Is it similar to the beast you own? He knows the situation of his beast. In other words, every member of the team in Yangqing is an ancient ferocious beast? That's a bit scary. Oh, right. A girl in Zhou's team raised her hand. I saw a symbol on their shoulders. It was an eye in the middle of the outline of a ferocious beast. I don't know if it's what I think it is, but I think it's unlikely. Wang Kaixian murmured. The outline of a ferocious beast, with an eye in the middle. Long Chen's eyes widened instantly. Some were horrified. Are the people in Guangzhou so tough? Students can get tattoos? The school doesn't care? Everyone was ashamed. Is this the focus? Su Qing suddenly asked. Are you sure that the symbol you saw was the outline of a ferocious beast with an eye in the middle? Yeah, sure. Because it looked pretty scary, so I remember it more clearly. Su Qing's pretty face immediately became secretive. Long Chen saw the clue. What's wrong? What's wrong with this tattoo? This totem symbol represents an organization called the Church of the Ancient Beast. Everyone looked confused. First time hearing about this organization. What do they do? Long Chen asked. He had never heard of it at all. And terrifying beings through forbidden means. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Reappearance of ancient ferocious beasts? Isn't this the first taboo in human society? We must never let the spirit beast appear again. This organization does the exact opposite. Is this possible? The ancient beasts have disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Can they really reappear? Wang Kaixian asked. Su Qing shook her head. I don't know either, but this is the purpose of the Ancient Beast Church. But I heard that they have a forbidden book that records the secrets of ancient beasts. It is the supreme canon of the Ancient Beast Church. Long Chen fell into deep thought. What the hell? Do they also have a system of atavism? Su Qing reminded everyone. Theoretically, the Ancient Beast Church cannot appear in the exam, but if they really come, the exam will become extremely dangerous. You should withdraw as soon as possible. Su Qing reminded Zhou Tong and the others. But the 4 of them were obviously still a little hesitant. I have managed to hold on until now, even though I don't have any flags in my hands. As long as I haven't been eliminated, there is still hope. Who doesn't want to pass the exam and achieve success overnight? Su Qing said nothing more and respected personal destiny. These people don't understand what the Ancient Beast Church means. Maybe they even just regarded the Ancient Beast Church as a third-rate gangster organization. However, Long Chen took it seriously. Then please be careful about your safety. Long Chen did not plan to take Zhou Tong and the others with him. It is obvious that the other party made sufficient preparations before launching this attack. Simply stacking up the number of people is useless and may expose themselves. Long Chen took Su Qing and the other 2 and continued to search for other flags. I also encountered some inspectors on the way. The inspectors are dealing with some very gruesome murder scenes. Not much better than Shiga and the others. The means are extremely cruel. This is the 3rd horrific massacre we have seen. I doubt there are many surviving teams left. Wang Kaishuan's voice was trembling, and he held Long Chen's clothes tightly along the way. Long Chen suddenly asked, "Do any of you want to quit?" Wang Kaishuan was stunned for a moment. "There are only 4 of us left. If one of us quits, then everyone will lose the qualification. I definitely won't quit, but if any of you want to quit, I respect your wishes. After all, the current situation seems to be not just about passing and being eliminated, but about survival and death." Long Chen's eyes were very determined. He had his reasons for having to pass the big exam. Even if the other party is the Ancient Beast Church, there is no way they can stop him. If Brother Long doesn't quit, then I won't quit either. Maybe we still have a chance to pass the exam. We still have a great chance of winning, Wang Kaishuan said while trembling. If he passes the exam, he will be the most promising person in the Wang family in decades. Long Chen nodded, then looked at Yu Qiuyao. Yu Qiuyao hesitated for a moment. I also want to pass the exam. If Brother Long doesn't despise me, I won't quit on my own initiative. Long Chen immediately felt relieved. Although Yu Qiuyao looks like a soft girl on the surface. But in fact, I am very determined inside. Okay. Then we will pass the exam and enter the advanced beast taming school together. Su Qing frowned slightly. Why don't you ask me, Teacher Long Chen? Long Chen said. Because I know you won't give up. I have seen how strong your willpower is. Su Qing curled her lips slightly and turned away. A blush crept up her pretty fair face, but no one else saw it. Yu Qiuyao was a little confused. Are Long Chen and Su Qing very familiar with each other? Why do I feel like you two hardly communicate at school? Long Chen didn't know what to say. Wang Kaishuan explained with a smile. Brother Long has been doing actual combat training with Miss Su Qing for nearly a month, so of course they are very familiar with each other. How do you know that? Long Chen asked Wang Kaishuan. He felt that this kid must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so active in inviting himself to join the team. My second cousin is a high-ranking official in the labor union, so when Miss Su Qing first announced the recruitment task, I already knew about it. The first 12 beast masters were all very strong, but they all failed, so the mission has been pending. It was not until Brother Long took on that task that the trainer became a permanent member. I knew that Brother Long must be very capable. Long Chen was embarrassed. Your Wang family is really well connected. Your second uncle is from the law enforcement department, so you exposed the information about me buying a spiritual beast. Your second cousin is from the trade union, so you know my identity information in the trade union. Long Chen now knew how Wang Kaishuan got Su Qing to join the team. Wang Kaishuan must be using his identity as a bargaining chip. As long as Su Qing is willing to join the team, Wang Kaishuan will tell her who the trainer wearing a mask and practicing against her is. I can't say that I can see through everything, but I can cover the sky with one hand. Wang Kaishuan was not polite either. Since your Wang family is so powerful, why didn't you set a trap when others were setting one? Wang Kaishuan was stunned for a moment, then looked around and saw no other teams. He whispered, They really did make a trap, but it's a bit dangerous. Long Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Where? Deep in the jungle. The place was filled with a pungent smell of blood and the damp smell of blood. The dense trees made the light intermittent. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps broke the silence of the jungle. Several people came out from the depths. There was blood on his body, very fresh and not yet coagulated. Chapter 34 Encounter with the Yangqing team. Captain, those 2 inspectors just now actually wanted to arrest us. Fortunately, we killed them. But does this mean that our identities have been exposed? A graceful woman said. The woman was wearing a purple robe that highlighted her figure to perfection. The beast beside her is a giant poisonous spider. The spider's body is 5 or 6 meters long. Its hairy legs were covered with spikes that sparkled with a poisonous luster, and made a rustling sound when it crawled. Just looking at it from a distance is enough to make your scalp tingle. The man walking in front of them was tall and strong, with explosive muscles. He wore a black metal half-face mask on his face, revealing a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. There was coldness and determination in his eyes, as if everyone in his eyes was just a lamb to be slaughtered. In an instant, darkness covered the sky and the sun. It was a huge eagle beast, hovering above his head. The eagle's beak was hooked and extremely sharp, and its eyes flashed a blood-red light. It flapped its wings slightly, bringing up a gust of eerie wind. The captain said calmly, "It's normal. We killed so many people. If the other party still doesn't react, then it's not the Dragon Flame Shadow Task Force. Oh. It's a pity that they underestimate us. They really think that our level is the same as that of ordinary college entrance examination candidates." Another young man in armor said with a smile, "Our beast is an ancient beast that can easily crush those of the same level. Even if it is a 4th level examiner, we will be caught if we are not careful." Squeak, squeak, squeak. There was a rustling sound. A flock of black bats flew over, hovering over the heads of the other beast tamers in the team. The beast master raised his head, as if receiving a signal. Then he immediately said to the captain, "My bats said they found a small group in the west. Do you want to go over now?" The captain said, "For now, let's go to the coordinates given by the patrol. That team was able to collect 4 flags, which shows that they are very powerful. Let's kill them first." "Yes." The team quickened its pace. At this moment, there was a lot of crying from parents outside the venue. There were clearly more than 50 people left just now, but suddenly there were more than 20 people, and the names of more than 30 people were blacked out inexplicably. At this moment, the examiner was already wearing armor. In front of him stood a row of well-equipped team members. Each of them has a powerful aura and seems to be able to fight against 100 people alone. This is the real Dragon Flame Shadow Task Force. They also asked the military to surround the entire examination area. I applied for dozens of applications in a row. Their superiors finally agreed to let them break into the examination area. The remaining 20 or so students' parents looked at them with great anticipation. Please, you must rescue my son." They now regretted very much that they had not agreed to terminate the exam before, and they just hoped that it was not too late now. The examiner said to the members of the Longyan Shadow Warrior Task Force, "There are suspected members of the Ancient Beast Church who are trying to disrupt the entrance exam. Our target is the Yangqing team. Once we find them, we will try to capture them alive. If we can't, we will kill them without mercy." "Yes." The roar of the Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior Task Force shook the sky. "Action!" As the order was issued, figures quickly rushed into the examination area. The foster mother squeezed into the crowd and begged desperately, "We must bring Chen out alive! Please!" At this moment, Mrs. Long slowly withdrew from the crowd. Her face didn't look good either. A suspected traitor from the Church of the Ancient Beasts appeared in the immigration team. Then everyone who helps the immigration team to handle relevant immigration procedures will be subject to scrutiny. This kind of thing is actually a power transaction on a gray level. In the past, people would turn a blind eye to it. But if you encounter a special period, if it really needs to be brought out for review, then it is definitely breaking the law. However, I am Long Jinbang's wife, and I don't think the reviewers would dare to do anything to me. Long Chun and his 4 companions went to the trap that Wang Kaixian had set in advance. I actually saw the inspector's body on the road. And there is more than one. Only some bitten residues were left, and the identity of the other party could only be determined by his clothes. The ominous premonition in Long Chen's heart became stronger and stronger. It seems that the Ancient Beast Church has been underestimated. Even the inspector could be killed. What kind of strength does the other party have? It's right ahead. Wang Kaixian led the way. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Long Chen grabbed Wang Kaishuan's clothes and pulled them back. Wang Kaixian fell backwards. He raised his head in confusion. "Brother Long, what are you doing?" He suddenly saw a big pit appearing in front of him, like it was shot out by a missile. If Brother Long hadn't pulled him, he would have been dead. Long Chen looked at the other side of the big pit. Several people came out. These people look unfamiliar. They must be the immigrant group from Yangqing. Finally met him. "You guys ran pretty fast, but you still couldn't escape death in the end," the woman in the purple robe said with a smile. Looking above their heads, they saw a bat beast with a wingspan of 10 meters. The big hole was created by the bat beast using ultrasonic waves. Are you the ones who killed students indiscriminately during the exam? Longchen asked. It's us, what do you want? The armored young man crossed his arms arrogantly. That contemptuous look seemed to have regarded Longchen and the others as dead. Oh, nothing, just wanted to ask. Longchen looked at the bat beast. Extraordinary 3 stars. But it is much larger than other bat beasts of the same level. And it does look a bit rough and hideous. At first glance, it does look a bit like his own beast taming style. But in fact, it is really different. After his beast reverted to its ancestral form, the concentration of its ferocious beast blood increased, causing its appearance to change to a hideous state. However, the blood concentration of the opponent's spiritual beast and ferocious beast was extremely low, only a few tenths of a percent. Therefore, their mutation is more like taking some kind of violent potion, which obviously has extremely strong side effects. It's completely different from his real atavism. Illegal evolution plus forbidden drugs? Su Qing revealed the true nature of the other party's spirit beast in one sentence. The armored young man immediately became displeased. We are fierce beasts. We are completely different from your weak and frail spirit beasts. Yeah? Su Qing suddenly took action. The 9-colored fox attacked instantly. There was also a lot of silver-white thunder mixed in with the fire-tail blade. The sharpness increased several times. Like a shooting star passing by. One of the wings of the bat beast in the sky was torn apart in an instant. The knife frightened everyone, including Longchen. Why does it seem like this 9-colored fox has no upper limit to its combat power? What the hell? It shouldn't be when he is fighting with his own blood-vein turtle. The 9-colored fox has been suppressing its power, right? Everyone in the Yangqing team was also stunned immediately. But Longchen didn't give them time to react. Immediately let the ferocious iron-eating beast rush over violently. The armored young man used his mammoth-like giant elephant to resist. Originally, he thought that he could easily knock the panda beast away. It turns out that Pandaemon knows martial arts. With a hug and throw, the mammoth-like elephant was thrown headfirst. The elephant's tusks were poking into the ground, and its gigantic body was hanging upside down in the air. Su Qing! Longchen roared. The 9-colored fox slashed with its sword. The mammoth elephant was cut in half. The whole place was in dead silence. Wang Kaixian was stunned. The cooperation between these two is amazing. Kill the opponent's 2 spirit beasts in the blink of an eye? Chapter 35. The massacre was committed by someone else. Several members of the Yangqing team were also confused. How come 2 spiritual beasts were injured or killed in just one encounter? The sturdy man in the lead immediately growled. Don't take them lightly, one of them is the best in Jiangqing. Concentrate your firepower and kill the 9-colored fox first. She is really the daughter of a rich family. The purple-robed woman chuckled seductively, and then her pupils turned dark purple. The spider next to her showed its sharp fangs. It spits out a large amount of spider silk, which is like white water and is highly corrosive when spread on the ground. Moreover, the corrosion speed was very fast, and a hideous scar was corroded on the ground in just a few seconds. But the 9-colored fox was faster, and avoided the spider silk. The woman in purple robes kept letting the spiders spin silk, hanging white silk all over the jungle. The trees made mournful creaking sounds, which were the sounds of branches being corroded and broken. There was white smoke everywhere, which was very pungent. Just a little inhalation can make your lungs burn. I couldn't even open my eyes. When my eyes touched the smoke, they felt burning. The corrosiveness may have exceeded that of super-concentrated acid. I will bring you green shade. Yu Qiuyao immediately let the green spirit tree demon take root. A forest of trees spread out above everyone's heads, and the light cast by the forest was very soft, purifying the highly corrosive substances in the air. Thank you. Wang Kaixian thanked him. Yu Qiuyao blushed immediately. No, this is all I can do for you. With the shade of the trees, Longchen and Su Qing felt more relaxed. Although their spirit beasts are not very resistant to corrosion, their fur is not grown in vain. As long as they are not directly caught by the spider silk, there will be no problem. The violent iron-eating beast pulled up a tree, rushed over with big strides in the corrosive mist, and directly shoved the trunk into the spider's silk spinning place, and the spider let out a shrill wail. The 9-colored fox immediately followed and chopped down with its tail blade, but was blocked by the spider's fangs. The purple-robed woman sneered. "The knife of a fox's tail is not necessarily tougher than a spider's fang." Swish! But then, another flash of fire with thunder and lightning appeared from behind the 9-colored fox, then passed over the spider's teeth and chopped down on the spider's head. Snap! The spider's head was chopped off. The brains were spurting out. The purple-robed woman's pretty face was filled with shock, but this was not the end. The third knife, the fourth knife, the fifth knife. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe, taking lives from top to bottom. Chopped the spider's head completely into pieces. Boom! The ridiculously large spider was chopped to death. The Yangqing team was even more shocked. How is this different from what they expected? Their spirit beasts have undergone ancient evolution, and are stronger than spirit beasts of the same level, but why can't they even beat a transcendent 2-star spirit beast? This is different from what that person said. That person clearly said that he could ensure that their spirit beasts were invincible. Quick! Retreat! The captain immediately panicked. The strength of this team is abnormal. But when they turned around, they saw a turtle blocking their way. Where did this dead turtle come from? Stone sculpture, smash it to pieces! The captain shouted immediately. A gigantic eagle flew over everyone's heads, blocking out the sun, and swooped down towards the blood-patterned turtle. Wang Kaixian said quickly, "Brother Long, eagle beasts are naturally able to restrain turtle beasts. The turtle beast has strong defense. Most spiritual beasts have no way to deal with turtle shells. But the eagle beast can pierce the turtle shell with its extremely sharp claws. It is even possible to carry a turtle to a height of several hundred meters and then drop it down, directly killing the turtle while it is curled up in its shell. This is a natural nemesis." The cracked stone sculpture roared down like the god of death. When its huge wings spread out, they were like a dark cloud covering the sky. Every flap of its wings brought up a whistling wind that bent the trees below. The stone-splitting eagle dived faster and faster, its sharp claws protruding from its belly, like 4 deadly sickles shining with cold light, pouncing straight towards the tiger. The momentum seemed to be able to chisel a hole in the earth, and the whole world was shrouded in its murderous intent. So horrible! What kind of spiritual beast is this? So rough but so strong! Just when the huge stone sculpture was about to catch the blood-veined turtle, the blood-patterned turtle jumped up immediately. That's right. Yes, jumped up. Its powerful hind legs kicked the ground hard, and its whole body shot up like a red lightning. Boom! The earth trembled at its kick. The blood-patterned turtle opened its bloody mouth, revealing its fangs as sharp and thick as daggers. It twisted its body in the air and pounced towards the stone-splitting sculpture with incredible strength and agility. This pounce was like a mountain falling down on one's head. The power of the blood-patterned turtle was fully demonstrated at this moment. Its front paws stretched forward, its muscles tensed, and each claw was like a steel hook that could tear steel apart, pressing the stone sculpture to the ground. No matter how the cracked stone sculpture struggled, it was of no avail. The blood-veined turtle bit off his neck. Everyone was dumbfounded. In a trance, they seemed to see a tiger pouncing on a flying bird. Is this a move that a turtle can do? Su Qing was also frightened by Long Chen's blood-patterned turtle. It is obviously a turtle, but it is incredibly agile. When dealing with Qi Ji's team before, this turtle also demonstrated a skill similar to the tiger's attack. And that amazing speed. Could this be a tiger that was born in the wrong family? When others are surprised. Long Chen frowned slightly. How should I put it, this Yangqing team is quite strong. But it doesn't seem to be that strong. They probably don't have the strength to eliminate so many student teams. Especially Qi Ji's team. It shouldn't be killed so easily. Outside the examination room. The Longyan Yingwu task force has been inside for a while. Parents are looking forward to it. Suddenly, I saw another name on the electronic screen turn black. The parents cried out in surprise. There were more casualties. The examiner looked at the blackened name. This is from the Yangqing team. This was the first time that the Yangqing team suffered casualties, and 3 of them were killed or wounded at once. It seems that the team members found them. The examiner breathed a sigh of relief. The killing could finally stop. At this time, a voice came from the intercom. The team members who were carrying out the mission inside found that several patrolmen had been killed and their bodies were thrown deep into the jungle. What? The inspector was also killed? The examiner became nervous again. Have you found the Yangqing team? Not yet. The test area is too big and the other party is always moving. We are still looking for them. The examiner opened his eyes wide. Immediately looked at the name that turned black on the big screen. Since it wasn't you, then who eliminated the members of the Yangqing team? And who killed the inspector? The examiner immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The situation might be more serious than he imagined. The inspectors are all 4th-level strong men selected from the army. No matter how strong the candidate is, he cannot defeat a 4th-level strongman. So who is it? Are their ideas all wrong? The Yangqing squad was not the real mastermind behind the killings. Is the killer someone else? Chapter 36, Win. But Yangqing is in flames. The examiner immediately thought of a horrible answer. Maybe the Yangqing team is just a smokescreen set by the opponent. Use it to attract attention. To bear the blame for killing so many people. Find the Yangqing team immediately, and be careful of other suspicious individuals. After the examiner gave the order. Then I saw another group of soldiers coming from a distance. I hurried over to ask and found out that the other party was the garrison of Jiangqing. It was learned that the ancient beast church was suspected to have appeared in the exam. So we sent troops to support us and see if they could help. The examiner's pupil shrank suddenly. Who told you to do that? The battalion leader said. Yes, someone anonymously provided us with information. The superiors attach great importance to the ancient beast church, so they sent us here. What about Jiangqing? Now that you are here, who is guarding Jiangqing? The examiner's voice was trembling. Jiangqing, now, there is no. The battalion commander also realized something immediately. He showed a look of horror. No way. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? The two immediately looked in the direction of Jiangqing. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion came from the direction of Jiangqing. The noise of the explosion caused some vibrations here. The battalion commander immediately turned around and rushed back with his troops. Broken! Fell into a trap. The examiner immediately put on the fine iron armor and combat uniform. He shouted to the parents who were still confused. A special situation has occurred. Jiangqing has entered a special combat readiness state. All of you should find a place to hide. Only then did the parents realize this. When everyone is focusing on the big exam. Someone launched an attack on Jiangqing. Judging from the explosion just now, the attack must have been of an extremely large scale. A look of fear instantly spread across everyone's faces. Their families are still in Jiangqing. The adoptive mother looked in horror at the dust rising into the sky from the direction of Jiangqing. What happened in Jiangqing? Her husband is still lying in the hospital in Jiangqing. And Chinner is still taking the final exam. What happened? The foster mother's face turned even paler. Over there, Wan Eugene was furious. Damn it, someone has taken over our nest! Come on, follow me back! Someone quickly asked. What about the young master? Wan Eugene glanced at the electronic screen. Perhaps the exam area is now a safer place. The other party used the exam to attract everyone's attention. The main purpose was to attack Jiangqing. Now that the goal has been achieved, the exam is no longer the other party's main focus. After hearing this, the foster mother looked at the examination area in confusion, then turned around with a painful expression and ran towards Jiangqing where explosions were still occurring. In the jungle, Long Chen and his companions all looked towards the direction of Jiangqing. It seemed like there was a vibration coming from that direction. Brother Long, what happened? Wang Kaixian asked, and Long Chen shook his head. The most urgent thing is to deal with this team first. Long Chen couldn't care less. There must be something wrong with this Yangqing team. Their spirit beasts are not the result of ordinary evolution. But it is not atavism either. Maybe it really is the ancient beast church that Su Qing mentioned. Since it is the ancient beast church, then kill them all. Let the blood-patterned turtle and the violent iron-eating beast cooperate with the nine-colored fox. They were slaughtered crazily. The members of the Yangqing team were extremely angry. He rushed towards Long Chen and Su Qing with weapons in hand. Since we can't kill the beast tamer, then kill the beast tamer. The beast masters are all fighting far away, and without their beast masters, they are like fish on the chopping board at will. The purple-robed woman rushed towards Su Qing with a dagger. Just as Su Qing was about to take action, Long Chen stood in front of her. He grabbed the purple-robed woman's wrist and twisted it violently. With Long Chen's strength of more than 30 points, the purple-robed woman's arm was twisted into a knot and kicked more than 10 meters away. The armored young man saw the purple-robed woman being kicked away. So he rushed over to kill him. This time, Long Chen did not hold back. A huge force gathered in the fist. The punch was like a cannon fire. It hit the armored young man hard in the face. The facial bones were broken directly and the body flew backwards like a missile. Everyone was frightened by Long Chen again. Is this a beastmaster? What power? Even a first-level warrior may not have this power. Retreat quickly! The captain of the Yangqing team has given up the fight. In the team, a viper more than 10 meters long led several people to flee madly. The viper is not slow. But the violent engine of the blood-patterned turtle behind him started. Boom, 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 boom. It was chasing us like a violent chariot. Viper was almost crying. This is the first time I've been chased by a turtle and felt so miserable. But the faster nine-colored fox had already arrived next to them. In the stunned expressions of several people, the nine-colored fox's tail knife flashed by. Several people felt that the whole world was quiet in an instant. Then their eyes rolled down. They just watched as the vipers rushed deeper into the jungle with their headless bodies, and then their world went dark. Yangqing team, completely wiped out. 4 more names suddenly went black on the big screen outside the examination room. At this point, there are only 8 names on the entire big screen. Longqing team and Lu Yanrui team. There are 4 people in each. According to their ranking in the final exam, they have been admitted. But now, apart from a few staff members who recorded his name, no one else cares about them. It's already chaos outside. Longchen got the 4 flags of the Yangqing team. They collected 8 flags. The 4 of them couldn't suppress their ecstasy in their eyes. They finally won. Passed the big test. You can enter the advanced beast taming school. In the future, their achievements are limitless. Wang Kaixian excitedly hugged Longchen and kissed him hard several times. Longchen kicked Wang Kaixian away and wiped the saliva off his face frantically. So disgusting. Yu Qiuyao was so excited that her face flushed. Thank you, everyone! You helped me pass the exam. Thank you. It's okay. It's what I should do. Wang Kaixian said this arrogantly, as if the credit belonged to him. But just as he finished speaking, there were several sounds of breaking air coming from the jungle, followed by several dark shadows surrounding them. Don't move! Longchen hasn't reacted yet. The opponent's knife was already on his neck. The opponent's move was decisive and swift as the wind, with a solemn and murderous aura. Completely different from students. The other party was wearing black combat uniform. It's from the Longyan Yingwu task force. You killed the Yangqing team? The task force members saw several human heads rolling on the ground and into the grass, which looked horrifying. Well, but we were acting in self-defense because they were trying to kill us, and they were evolving illegally. Longchen didn't say that their spirit beasts were also very strange. After all, his own spirit beast was also very strange. The Longyan Yingwu task force checked the identity information of several people, and then looked at the 8 flags. Okay, you have passed the exam. Now immediately evacuate the exam area, but do not return to Jiangqing. Why? Longchen was puzzled. Our identities are very transparent. We are normal college entrance examination candidates, and we killed people purely to protect ourselves. He thought the other party suspected that there was something wrong with them, or suspected that they were the perpetrators of the killing. Chapter 37 Adoptive father Lin Feng is determined to die. Jiangqing was attacked. The members of the Longyan Yingwu task force said it directly. No one reacted. What attack? Longchen asked. Ancient Beast Church. The young member of the Longyan Yingwu task force was about to speak. But he was stopped by another, slightly older man. Okay, your mission is over. Go to a safe place and wait for it to be over. Our Longyan Yingwu task force has already started the operation and will definitely ensure the safety of Jiangqing. Don't worry. The middle-aged man had a cigarette in his mouth, looking cool and handsome. Long Chen's mind went blank. I felt like being struck by lightning. It took me a long while to recover. Jiangqing is just an ordinary border town. Why did the Ancient Beast Church set its sights on that place? He immediately rode the ferocious iron-eating beast towards Jiangqing. His adoptive parents are still in Jiangqing. Long Chen's teeth were almost broken. He probably understood what was going on. The Ancient Beast Church created chaos during the exam to attract the military's attention, and then took advantage of Jiangqing's lack of military strength to launch an attack. This was a long-planned action. The scale is bound to be not small. The vibration just now. Long Chen didn't dare to think about it anymore. He just wanted to rush to his adoptive parents, as quickly as possible, and protect them. Brother Long, wait for me! Wang Kaixian also hurriedly rode on Lazy Pig. Yu Qiuyao also rushed out in a hurry. Her family was also in Jiangqing. Su Qing stood there and watched the three people leave. Brother Zhang, why don't we stop them? After all, they are just students. If the unrest in Jiangqing was really caused by the Ancient Beast Church, then they... The young players were a little hesitant. The middle-aged team member sighed. In life, the worst that can happen is the destruction of the country and the ruin of the family. Let them go. This is what they have to go through. Otherwise, even if they survive, they will never get over this hurdle in their lifetime. The middle-aged captain seemed deeply touched. When Long Chen ran to the entrance of the exam, many parents gathered here, crying their hearts out. Everyone was staring at him because he was the first one to come out of the exam on his own initiative. A student recognized him. Long Chen? You won? Long Chen ignored him and continued on his way. The violent iron-eating beast ran wildly on all fours at a very fast speed. The student hurriedly chased after him and shouted, Long Chen, I just saw your adoptive mother. But after the explosion in Jiangqing, she hurried back. Long Chen became even more anxious. The adoptive mother is just an ordinary person. She can't do anything. After a while, Wang Kaixian also rushed out. The Wang family's housekeeper rushed over and said, Master, I'm so glad you're okay. The housekeeper was in tears, with tears and snot running down his face. Wang Kaixian asked, Where's my dad? The master has taken his people back to Jiangqing. Wang Kaixian felt dizzy. Where's Brother Long? Brother Long, is that Long Chen? Long Chen also rushed towards Jiangqing just now. Young master! Where are you going? The master asked you to wait here. Wang Kaixian ignored the obstruction. Riding the lazy pig, he headed straight to Jiangqing. Long Chen has been contacting his adoptive parents by phone. But the adoptive parents didn't answer the phone. He called the hospital, but no one answered the phone. This means that Jiangqing is already in chaos at this time. Long Chen ordered the violent iron-eating beast to speed up. The ominous feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. If anything happened to his adoptive parents, he would never forgive the Ancient Beast Church. When Long Chen arrived in the city, it was already in chaos. The Spirit Beast base was bombed. A large number of spirit beasts scattered around and were frantically attacking passers-by. Although these spiritual beasts are not very powerful, to ordinary people, they are ferocious beasts that cannot be defeated by human power. Once encountered, you will definitely die. And these spirit beasts are a little strange. Extremely aggressive. They all had red eyes and would eat anyone they caught. It's like having rabies. The status is somewhat similar to that of the beast masters of the Yangqing team. Very violent, with a drastic change of temperament. There must be thousands of spiritual beasts that escaped. Therefore, Jiangqing Law Enforcement Department and the military were already overwhelmed just dealing with these crazy spirit beasts, and had no time to protect the ordinary people of Jiangqing. Several mad wolves pounced on Longchen. Longchen let the violent iron-eating beast smash their skulls with a few slaps. During this period, someone asked him for help, but Longchen had no choice but to leave cruelly because he couldn't take care of others now. By the time he arrived at the hospital, the iron gate had already been lowered and the doors and windows were blocked with iron sheets. The spirit beasts outside surrounded the place tightly. They attacked the doors and windows frantically, and the people inside tried to block them with their bodies. But human strength is no match for spiritual beasts. Bang! The door that several people were holding together was pushed open by a rhino head. Those who were blocking the door died on the spot. The hospital was immediately filled with screams of terror. They're rushing in! The spirit beasts are rushing in! Run! The hospital is not safe! If you stay here, you will die! In the ward, the adoptive mother was supporting the adoptive father and was about to open the door and leave. Boom! A figure flew past them. Like a cannonball. It was the nurse who just shouted. He was shot at the end of the corridor with his neck broken. The adoptive parents poked their heads out in horror. Then I saw an ape walking up the stairs. My head is almost hitting the ceiling. With a slender figure and long limbs. There is a large amount of fur piled up between the hands and feet, which looks like wings when spread out. Spirit Wind Flying Ape. An extraordinary 2-star spiritual beast. Known for its agility and strength. Although it is slightly smaller than the rock-armored monkey guard of the same level. But it's more flexible. Ability to glide short distances. So it can reach high floors faster. In other wards in the corridor, there were patients and their families who did not have time to escape. Everyone was in complete despair. Extraordinary 2 stars, even guns and cannons can't kill it. They are dead. Return! The adoptive father quickly pulled the adoptive mother back. Closed the door of the ward. The two of them crawled under the bed, praying that the flying ape would not enter their ward. But obviously, they underestimated the bloodthirstiness of the spirit wind flying ape in its violent state. In the ward, there were screams of pain and the crunching sound of bones being chewed. The two men saw blood flowing in through the crack in the door from under the bed. There's a river of blood outside. The foster mother's face turned even paler in an instant. The adoptive father quickly covered the adoptive mother's mouth. The roars of pain grew closer and closer until the giant shadow arrived outside their ward door. Neither of them dared to breathe, and watched with eyes wide open. Bang! The door of the ward was shot directly from the outside to the inside. Fly out of the window. The Linjang flying ape, covered in blood, stood at the door. In his hand he was holding a human head with long hair. Linjang Feiyuan was just about to pull out the hair and eat it. The adoptive father suddenly made a decision. He would go out and die to save his wife's life. Of course, the adoptive mother could see what the adoptive father was thinking. She immediately reached out to grab her adoptive father, but her adoptive father had already made up his mind. He shook off his adoptive mother's hand and rushed towards the huge spirit wind flying ape with a roar. Pull out a rusty broken sword. The adoptive father smeared the blood on the broken sword. The broken sword seemed to be tempered and reborn, bursting out with incomparably powerful sword energy. The foster mother's pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Changfeng! You can't do it now! You will die! But Lin Changfeng has made up his mind. The sword energy on the broken sword began to boil. The sword energy spread like a violent storm, and the surrounding air was distorted by this powerful force. At this moment, Lin Changfeng seemed to have returned to his peak. Chapter 38, Longchen, one man guarding the pass, 10,000 men cannot break through. A hint of contempt flashed across Linjang Feiyuan's eyes. He didn't take Lin Changfeng seriously at all. He was about to reach out and break Lin Changfeng's neck. Suddenly, an even more powerful force blasted the spirit wind flying ape away. Lin Changfeng was stunned, and his adoptive mother, who had just crawled out from under the bed, was also stunned. Is there anyone coming to rescue them? The feeling of joy has not yet fully appeared. The expressions of the two people changed again. And it's even more sluggish than before. His eyes were wide open. Because the one who shot the flying ape was. It is a beast that looks even bigger, more terrifying, and more murderous. This spirit beast is even more terrifying than the previous one. But it is completely different from the cute black and white panda beast we know. It looks like a mutant, and is full of violence and ferocity. The blood-red eyes were extremely ferocious and filled with murderous intent. With a bloody mouth. Its dagger-sharp and jagged fangs were exposed, with strands of saliva hanging from each fang. It emits a series of low roars like a wild beast. The strong limbs are like 4 thick iron pillars, each covered with bulging muscles. Its God's will that they die. Suddenly, at this moment, a head popped over. "Mom and Dad, are you okay?" The one who poked his head in was none other than Long Chin. Lin Changfeng and the other man were dumbfounded, looking at Long Chin in astonishment. The two dared not move. Because behind Chinner stood the huge panda beast. "Your head may be smashed by a slap at any time. Chinner." Lin Changfeng reminded Long Chin in a low voice. Long Chin was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Lin Changfeng's heart was trembling, for fear of alarming the mutant panda beast. "Behind you." Only then did Long Chin realize that his adoptive parents were frightened. He turned around and kicked the violent iron-eating beast in the shin bone. The violent iron-eating beast jumped in pain. Tears are coming out. "I told you to stop scaring people, but you didn't listen to me, right?" The violent iron-eating beast immediately squatted down with a wronged look on its face. Draw circles on the ground. "I was clearly trying very hard to smile just now. What's so scary?" And Long Chen's kick, like a lesson for his grandson, scolded the horrible mutant panda beast so much that it squatted on the ground. This scene made Lin Changfeng and the others open their eyes in disbelief. "Chinner, is this your beast?" Lin Changfeng asked hurriedly. Didn't you buy a discarded spiritual beast species?" Lin Changfeng also knew about this. He and his wife learned about this from the school. He immediately became extremely anxious and asked his wife to go to the examination site to stop Chinner from going in to die. "But is this the obsolete spiritual beast? Why does it feel so strong? Much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts of the same level. And this kind of loyalty and obedience is simply incredible. You know, even if a spiritual beast is relatively easy to control, a beast master must still treat it with caution. After all, it has animal nature in its bones. If it is suppressed too hard, there is a possibility of backlash from the beast master. But this mutant panda beast is too obedient to Chinner. No resistance at all. Unbelievable. Yeah, so it looks a bit ugly, but it's actually not bad, haha." Long Chin didn't say much. Lin Changfeng and his wife looked at each other. "This is not bad? This is clearly a treasure. Chinner, a spirit beast like you." Lin Changfeng wanted to know more. But Long Chin didn't give him this opportunity. Immediately changed the subject. "Lao Lin, what's the situation now? What happened to Jiangqing being attacked?" Lin Changfeng shook his head. "We don't know either. Suddenly there was an explosion, and then a large number of spirit beasts rushed out, and Jiangqing fell into chaos. But I suspect it was..." Lin Changfeng didn't continue speaking, as if he knew something. Long Chin didn't say anything. He knew it was the ancient beast church that did it. But the adoptive parents are ordinary people, and letting them know that the ancient beast church is coming will only make them more nervous. The hospital was still filled with screams. Lin Changfeng told Long Chin to ignore them and go clean up the spirit beasts in the hospital first. The law enforcement agencies and the military are unable to take care of them, so the residents can only try to protect themselves. Seeing that Chinner's spirit beast is extremely powerful, it should be more than enough to deal with ordinary spirit beasts. But Long Chin was worried about his adoptive parents, so he decided to let the violent iron-eating beast stay in charge of this floor while he went to other floors. Lin Changfeng immediately said, "If you leave the beast behind, what will you use to fight?" Long Chin smiled and then summoned the blood-marked turtle. The moment the blood-veined turtle appeared. "The blood is running high. The momentum instantly overwhelmed the violent iron-eating beast. The violent iron-eating beast that was full of murderous intent just now. In front of this huge, battle-hardened-looking turtle. I was immediately melted by it. It seems that any violent and bloodthirsty beast is nothing but child's play in front of this turtle. Linjang was completely stunned. The two eyeballs popped out more than 1 meter away. His chin hit the ground with a bang. Two beasts? How is this possible? At this stage of college entrance examination, having an extraordinary 2-star spirit beast is already very outstanding. Chen actually has 2 extraordinary 2-star ones? And each one is more terrifying than the other? Chen, are you? Before Linjang could ask, Long Chen had already slipped away. Some things cannot be explained now. He also cannot expose it, this is his trump card. Besides, if the Ancient Beast Church is also looking for a way to revive the ancient beasts, then he might be targeted by them. Therefore, what he has to do now is to develop himself as quietly as possible. When he becomes a strong man one day, he will not be afraid of being exposed. By that time, his family members would no longer ask him what happened. Long Chen and the blood-patterned turtle cleared out the spirit beasts layer by layer. Soon, the hospital was filled with spiritual beasts. Only then did the medical staff, patients, and their families dare to walk out of the ward with their lives intact. Everyone looked at Long Chen in curiosity. Many people know Long Chen. Long Chen's adoptive father has been in this hospital for quite some time. Long Chen also often came to visit and take care of her. So everyone knows that Long Chen is a student of Beastmaster No. 1 Middle School and will take the exam this year. Not long ago, Long Chen's adoptive parents had a quarrel with some people. It was about lending money to Long Chen to buy a spirit beast. As a result, he was rejected by the other party with very harsh and unpleasant words. Originally, I thought that Long Chen would not be able to become a Beastmaster, or could only become a very mediocre Beastmaster. As a result, Long Chen saved everyone in the hospital today. Long Chen's turtle beast blocked the hospital door. No spiritual beasts outside are allowed to rush in. Anyone who dares to rush in will die. A number of spiritual beasts have been bitten to death. Like a god of war. 1 man can block the pass, 10,000 men cannot break through. The Long Yen Yingwu task force that passed by were all stunned. They knew the student Long Chen. Just passed the big exam. He is worthy of being the one who can stand out in this meat grinder-like exam. It's really amazing. A female task force member dressed in tight clothes and gracefully said with a smile. Classmate, when you graduate from the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, would you like to join our Flame Dragon Shadow Warrior task force? Everyone immediately opened their eyes wide, full of envy. If passing the exam is the dream goal of many people, then joining the Longyan Yingwu task force is an extremely high-level goal that no one dares to even think about. Being invited to join the team is a rare opportunity. But Long Chen's expression was calm. What's the point of joining you? You can't even protect Jiangqing. The female task force member was suddenly stunned. Chapter 39. Killing an elite-level player is as easy as killing a dog. She didn't expect that Long Chen would start by asking for accountability. Speak so directly? But from the resentful look in Long Chen's eyes, she seemed to know why he was like that. Jiangqing was attacked and his family was in Jiangqing. However, the Longyan Yingwu task force, which was responsible for maintaining public order, did not play a role at this time. It was normal for him to be dissatisfied. The female task force member said solemnly, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we will do our best to protect Jiangqing and its people and live up to our responsibilities. After saying that, the female task force member and several others left. They did not focus on eliminating the rioting spirit beasts. Maybe I have other more important responsibilities. For example, the final culprit of this riot. That is, the people from the Ancient Beast Church. The Ancient Beast Church is the source of the disaster. If those evildoers are not punished, the root of the riots in Jiangqing cannot be eradicated. Long Chen was wondering if he was being angry at the other party for no reason. In fact, they had tried their best. Long Chen continued to guard the hospital. His power is limited, and he can't protect many people. It is already a merit for him to protect this hospital. People who were fleeing nearby saw that the hospital was guarded. He fled to the hospital madly. More and more, hospitals gradually began to become overcrowded. Longchen suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. With so many people pouring into the hospital, it was like a big cafeteria to the spirit beasts, who came from all directions just by smelling the human scent. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaking violently. It was like a tide was rushing violently through the streets. Longchen stared straight ahead. A mass of black gradually appeared at the end of the street. Those black things looked like the crest of a wave, carrying a lot of waves and rushing down the street. These spirit beasts are targeting the hospital. The first thing that flashed through Longchen's mind was that someone was commanding these spirit beasts. Otherwise, how could it be so uniform? Longchen's body tensed up. A rough count shows there are at least several hundred. Various kinds of violent spirit beasts came flying over the eaves and walls. Can you hold it? Can't hold it. Suddenly, a military combat team armed with live ammunition rushed over. A gun line was set up at the hospital entrance. Bang, 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 bang. The guns and artillery fired intensively, immediately tearing the spirit beast's skin and flesh apart, with fragments flying all over the sky. It works. These are low-level spiritual beasts, and human guns and cannons are still useful to them. The spirit beast's frenzy was instantly suppressed by dense gunfire. But the next moment, the situation changed again. Those spirit beasts immediately scattered from the streets nearby, but the sound of dong 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 footsteps continued to approach. They haven't given up yet. It just changed from one direction to multiple directions. The military combat team responded immediately. Number 1 and 2, go to the west gate. Number 3 and 4, go to the east gate. Number 5 and 6, go to the south gate. Everyone else, follow me to provide support. We must defend this hospital. As soon as the captain finished speaking, he was suddenly lifted up by something falling from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a huge toad lying on the roof of the hospital. The hospital was obviously built on very high floors, but the gigantic toad was like a huge ball of black mud hanging above their heads. The tongue is long and like a spring. It stuck to the captain's head and then retracted into its mouth. Click. The sound of bones being crushed was heard. The captain's leg stopped struggling immediately. A large amount of blood mist flowed out of the toad's mouth. It fell on the faces of the dazed team members lying on the ground. The captain died too quickly. None of them reacted. Longchen immediately used the myriad beast's mirror to check the data of this beast. Miss Swamp Cold Toad, Elite Level 1 Star. Longchen's pupils suddenly shrank. It was the first time he saw a true elite spirit beast. It's really scary. The strength exceeds 5,000. The speed exceeds 2,000. No wonder they didn't notice this Miss Swamp Toad. It was moving so fast that I didn't even know when it landed on the upper floor of the hospital. Kill it! The team members opened fire in anger. The dense bullets hit the body of the Miss Swamp Cold Toad, just like tickling it. There is a layer of scab formed by mud on the surface of its body, which is harder than rock and steel, as if it is wearing rock armor. Ordinary guns and cannons can't penetrate it at all. Swoosh! Suddenly, a whistle was heard. Longchen looked over and saw a man wearing a black combat suit and a mask on his face. There is a pattern on the mask. In the middle of the outline of what looked like a ferocious beast, there was an eye. Ancient Beast Church. This is the real person from the Ancient Beast Church. Plop! There was a loud bang. The cold toad in the misty swamp jumped down. Like a small hill, it fell to the ground. Several members of the military team were directly crushed to death. And Longchen was right in front of it. At the same time, Longchen felt something sticking to him. At this moment, he felt that the whole world was quiet. He seemed to see a scornful smile in the masked man's eyes. I thought of the scene where the military squad leader was swallowed into the mouth, and his bones were crushed in an instant. Dead? Get out of here! Longchen was furious. The blood-marked turtle beside him jumped up. The burning blood starts instantly. Use over 3,000 points of power to crazily attack the Miss Swamp Cold Toad. but the burning blood has always been successful. Now it's useless when facing the Mist Swamp Toad. The Mist Swamp Toad didn't move at all, and there was even some contempt in its eyes as big as green beans. Haha, it's interesting, but it's too weak, the masked man said condescendingly. Long Chen suddenly felt a huge force drag him into the mouth of the Mist Swamp Toad. Finished. With such a powerful force, even with the blood-patterned turtle blocking it, it would still break his waist. Just when Long Chen thought he was going to die. Clang! Suddenly, a sharp sword sound rose from the ground. The majestic sword energy rises into the sky, like a comet cutting through the air. Make a sharp whistling sound. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was torn apart, leaving behind ripples visible to the naked eye. A figure rushed out of the hospital. His momentum was as majestic as a mountain, as turbulent as a raging wave, and he was so domineering and arrogant. Crushed the tongue of the Mist Swamp Toad and saved Long Chen. Long Chen looked at this man in surprise. Adoptive father? What's going on? This domineering and arrogant figure was actually his adoptive father? Lin Chanfeng? The Mist Swamp Cold Toad felt pain and slapped angrily. Lin Chanfeng raised his hand slightly, and the domineering sword energy surged like a tide. Each of Lin Chanfeng's swords was arbitrary, and yet extremely precise, like a violent storm, penetrating every hole and indestructible. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it seemed as if it was going to split the sky and the earth apart. Although the Mist Swamp Toad was huge in size, it was extremely clumsy in front of Lin Chanfeng's sword energy, and was killed and forced to retreat again and again. Lin Chanfeng's sword energy was like a living thing. Sometimes it condensed into a beam and pierced the cold toad's vital points, and sometimes it dispersed into a net and blocked the cold toad's retreat. His sword skills were unpredictable, making it difficult for Han Chan to defend himself. Long Chen was stunned. The whole person was hit by lightning, burned on the outside and tender on the inside. An elite one-star spiritual beast, comparable to the strength of a centurion in the army. In front of his adoptive father, he was so vulnerable. Chapter 40. A heavenly level spiritual beast disaster. The masked man was also shocked. He immediately ordered the Mist Swamp Cold Toad to fight back. The other party is just a warrior. How can a mere warrior compare with a powerful spirit beast? Long Chen looked at the masked man dimly. The masked man suddenly had a bad feeling. He found that Long Chen was staring at him, so he snorted coldly. Little friend, do you think I only have one spirit beast? It's easy to kill you. After saying that, he summoned another toad. At first glance, it looks like a smaller version of the Mist Swamp Toad. But in fact, it is the extraordinary 3-star evolution process of the Mist Swamp Cold Toad. Rock-shelled Toad. The skin is as hard as rock, with natural stone patterns, as if wearing rock armor. He has a strong body and sturdy limbs. He stared at the blood-veined turtle with contempt, revealing a sense of arrogance towards the blood-patterned turtle. The blood-patterned turtle was instantly enraged. Damn it! They are all aquatic products. Who are you looking down on? The blood-patterned turtle suffered a defeat at the hands of the cold toad in the Mist Swamp. I was already full of anger but had no place to vent it. Now I see this rock-shelled toad that deserves a beating. Just rush forward with the blood burning. In the cracks of the carapace, blood flows like boiling magma. Blood armor impact. Violent claw attack. Bite violently. A few combos down. The rock-shelled toad was beaten with its belly facing up. Then the blood-patterned turtle pounced on the rock-armored toad like a tiger, and cut open its stomach. Green blood splattered in a radius of dozens of meters. It was a tragic scene. The masked man was stunned. A superb 3-star rock toad, killed by the opponent's extraordinary 2-star turtle beast. How is this possible? The next second, the blood-marked turtle with murderous aura was already close to him. He hurriedly asked the Mist Swamp Cold Toad to save him. But when he looked over, he saw that the Mist Swamp Frost Toad had been dismembered by the warrior. The blood-patterned turtle slapped the masked man away. All the bones in his limbs were broken, but he was still breathing. Long Chen deliberately spared the masked man's life. This person is from the Ancient Beast Church and must know the real reason why the Ancient Beast Church attacked Jiangqing. Seeing Longchen coming over, the masked man laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, did you think you won? Wrong, this is just the beginning, the real horror is still to come. Everyone in Jiangqing will become a sacrifice for the arrival of the Ancient Beast. After saying this, a flash of white light appeared on the masked man's chest. Then a breath of destruction spread. Long Chen's face changed in shock. Oh no! Then there was a massive explosion of white light and violent heat that came like a devastating force. Chinner, be careful, it's an explosive talisman. A figure stood in front of Long Chen. The sword energy rose up into the sky, suppressing the white light rushing towards it. Boom! After a loud bang, the area within dozens of meters was razed to the ground. Only Long Chen and the building behind Lin Changfeng survived. He actually blew himself up. What a powerful execution! What kind of organization is the Ancient Beast Church? It is possible to brainwash people to such an extent. Dad! Long Chen saw a trace of blood oozing from the corner of Lin Changfeng's mouth. Lin Changfeng smiled and said, Nothing, it's not because of the explosion. Long Chen looked at the adoptive father in front of him who was familiar yet unfamiliar. In his impression, his adoptive father was just an ordinary laborer who worked in the demon-suppressing army to mine or in order to support his family. How could he be such a powerful warrior? In fact, it felt like he was better than anyone he had ever met. He couldn't tell exactly how powerful it was. Anyway, an elite one-star spirit beast can be easily destroyed like a piece of paper in front of his adoptive father. What secrets are hidden in my adoptive father? Dad, you... Long Chen was about to ask. Suddenly the ground shook violently. It was as if some huge monster was tumbling underground. Considering what the masked man said just now, when the ancient beast revives, everyone in Jiangqing will become a sacrifice. Could it be that a huge and ferocious beast is about to revive underground? Oh shit! Long Chen was shocked. The smell of blood in the air became stronger. In the vibration of the ground, the blood on the streets gathered into streams and flowed into the sewers. Lin Changfeng murmured, The flow of this blood is very special. Someone is deliberately guiding it. There must be an elementalist controlling it, and there must be more than one. What on earth do they want to do? Long Chen asked. Lin Changfeng shook his head and suddenly looked to the other side. There was nothing over there, but Lin Changfeng's expression was extremely shocked. He immediately told Long Chen, You stay in the hospital to protect your mother. I'll go over there to take a look. Something big is going to happen. What's the big deal? Long Chen asked. But Lin Changfeng's figure was as fast as the wind and disappeared between the buildings. The speed left Long Chen dumbfounded. Is this his adoptive father? Why do I feel so unbelievably powerful? Long Chen saw that many spirit beasts had gathered near the hospital. He quickly rushed over with the blood-patterned turtle to protect it. After a few minutes, the earthquake stopped. Long Chen thought the mutation was over. But then an even more violent earthquake occurred. A huge black shadow rose from the center of Jiangqing, taller than high-rise buildings. It is extremely magnificent, like a giant beast that has revived. After Long Chen saw it clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. It turned out to be a creepy towering tree. Every inch of the tree trunk was flowing with bright red, filled with sin and death. The surface of the trunk is covered with intricate vein-like patterns. You can vaguely see dark red liquid flowing. The branches of the tree demon twisted like the tentacles of a devil, extending in all directions. Every branch was hung with people, their blood sucked dry, their bodies shriveled, their skin clinging to their bones, and appearing a sickly pale color. Their eyes were hollow and their mouths were open. It was as if she was screaming silently, but in the horrible silence, no sound could be heard. Among these corpses, there were old people, children, and middle-aged people. Their identities, ages, and genders were different, but in the end they all became sacrifices of the tree demon. What's this? Someone came out of the building and looked at the towering tree. My legs seemed to be nailed down, and I couldn't move at all. His eyes were fixed on the tree, and his pupils contracted sharply with fear. Every hair on my body stood up, I was sweating profusely, and my heart was beating wildly in my chest, as if it was about to burst out. Those shriveled people hanging on the tree were all living people just a few seconds ago. Alarm! Alarm! A Tianyao-level spiritual beast disaster has occurred in Jiangqing. Everyone stay at home and wait for the disaster to be resolved. The shrill broadcast sounded throughout Jiangqing. Long Chun was suddenly awakened. Tianyao level? The levels of spirit beasts range from extraordinary level 1 to 3 stars, to elite level 1 to 3 stars, to commander level 1 to 3 stars, and then to brilliant level 1 to 3 stars. And the Tianyao level? It is one level higher than the Yao level. Not to mention Jiangchen, who can become the ceiling at the elite level. Even in the entire Linjiangzu, only a rare few people at the Tianyao level can match him. Jiangqing is over. Chapter 41. The adoptive father went crazy and swung his sword at the Tianyao level. Suddenly, someone from the law enforcement department rushed over and told them to quickly go to the nearby forbidden underground shelter. The ground has been taken over by the military, and heavy weapons and equipment are being dispatched. All ordinary people must seek shelter. But when Long Chun turned around, he saw a mighty sword shadow rising into the sky. It's Dad's sword energy. Dad is going to fight that Tianyao level tree demon? Are you crazy? That's the Tianyao level. There are no more than a handful of them in the entire Linjang continent. All of them are super figures standing at the top. When my adoptive father fights against the Tianyao level spirit beast, it's like a moth flying into a flame. But before he could explain, the people from the law enforcement department had already dragged him into the underground shelter. Long Chun was very worried and wanted to rush out to save his adoptive father. Suddenly, the foster mother came from behind and said softly, "Your foster father has made up his mind, and even 10 cows can't change his mind. Just let him go, and we can hide here." Long Chun always felt that his adoptive mother seemed to know his adoptive father's secret. It seemed that he was the only one who knew nothing. There are dozens of shelters of various sizes underground in Jiangqing. Only the law enforcement department and the military know the exact location. Ordinary people generally don't know about it. This is to prevent someone from exposing the entrance of the shelter to people with bad intentions, causing greater number of casualties. There were probably several hundred people in the shelter, and everyone was crying. Most of their family members have been killed by spirit beasts. The foster mother said, "This ride of spirit beasts killed at least tens of thousands of people in Jiangqing." "How many tens of thousands?" Long Chun was shocked. Although he saw many people being killed. But I didn't expect it to be such a huge number. This is definitely a major disaster that Linjiangzu has not seen in 10 years. The consequences of the disaster are almost as severe as the one 10 years ago. Chunner, don't worry about the rest. Leave it to your adoptive father and the combatants outside. They will definitely be able to quell the disaster in Jiangqing. Long Chun hesitated to speak. My adoptive mother didn't understand at all. This attack is different. A tree demon of the Tianyao level. Even in the catastrophe 10 years ago, there didn't seem to be a disaster of spiritual beasts of the heavenly glory level. The ancient beast church must have been planning for today for quite a long time. Dryad. Long Chun pondered. Why did he feel a little familiar with the tree monster? Never mind. Long Chun calmed down and realized that what his adoptive mother said was right. I can't help much. At most, I have an extraordinary 3-star combat power. Anyone in the Longyan Yingwu task force is stronger than himself. My most urgent task is to improve my strength. Long Chun closed his eyes. Enter the ancient world training ground again. Because of the big exam yesterday, Long Chun wasted 3 admission tickets to the ancient world training ground, which made him feel very painful. From now on, try to use up the 3 admission tickets every day. This time, he still had 2 options before him. Option 1, enter the ancient realm, difficulty level 1 star, rewards halved. Option 2, enter the ancient realm, difficulty level 2 stars, rewards doubled. In the previous month, in order not to waste his admission ticket, he had always entered option 1, the level of the fierce tiger beast. Today, he decisively chose option 2. He wants to meet the Shadow Wolves again. The moment you enter the ancient world training ground, everything around him changed. The task box still pops up in front of me. Currently in the ancient realm. Difficulty level, 2 stars. Mission, kill 30 Shadow Wolves. Reward, extraordinary 1-star atavism fluid 0.2. Assimilation times 1. Beastmaster, strength plus 10, spirit plus 5, speed plus 3, stamina plus 3. Beast tamer, strength 30, spirit plus 6, speed plus 6, stamina plus 7. He failed in his last challenge. Finally, he was torn into pieces by the Shadow Wolf. Longchen took a deep breath. Directly summoned the blood-patterned turtle and the violent, iron-eating beast. The blood-marked wild turtle led the way in front, and the violent, iron-eating beast protected him from behind. Rustle. The sound of rapid movement could be heard from the grass in all directions. Longchen has not forgotten the introduction to the habits of the Shadow Wolf. Shadow Wolves are known for working in packs, and they coordinate their hunts with precision. There is a clear division of labor. Some are responsible for driving away prey, some are responsible for ambushing, and some are responsible for the final kill. A Shadow Wolf pack consists of 30 to 50 individuals. When you hear the movement of the Shadow Wolves, it means that they have completed their layout and started the final group hunt. 7 or 8 huge black shadows rose into the sky from the grass. The blood-patterned turtle immediately took a defensive stance. But they didn't attack, they just passed by. Then, it got dark. When Longchen looked up, he found several Shadow Wolves rushing towards him from behind. It turned out to be a feint to the east and attack in the west. So insidious! What a cunning hunter! The violent iron-eating beast immediately attacked with a heavy punch. The basic attributes of the violent Iron Eater are much stronger than those of an individual Shadow Wolf. But it's still the same problem. Shadow Wolves attack in groups. 7 or 8 of them surrounded the ferocious iron-eating beast and bit it. The violent iron-eating beast began to kill indiscriminately. With one slap, the Shadow Wolf's brains were slapped out. But the Shadow Wolf also tore off the fur of the violent iron-eating beast piece by piece. Longchen did not immediately call for the blood-patterned turtle to rescue. For the violent iron-eating beast, this is a rare opportunity for actual combat. Moreover, you can start over again after death, but in the real world, you only have one chance to die, and you cannot start over again. The blood-patterned turtle was killed easily on the other side. It's like a tiger entering a flock of sheep and killing them all with one bite. The bodies were thrown high up in a pile. Longchen deliberately stopped the blood-patterned turtle and left it to the violent iron-eating beast to kill. The ferocious iron-eating beast fought bloody battles, and in the process, its combat experience was greatly improved. Finally, when the 15th one was killed, the furious iron-eating beast fell to the ground under the siege. It was already an outstanding performance, at least better than the blood-patterned turtle that came here for the first time. Afterwards, Longchen ordered the furious iron-eating beast to complete the task of killing the remaining 15. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Shadow Wolf 30 of 30. Task completed, please receive the reward. Bloodline Turtle Strength 30, Spirit plus 6, Speed plus 6, Endurance plus 7. Violent Iron Eater Strength 30, Spirit plus 6, Speed plus 6, Stamina plus 7. The reward was not evenly divided. This was beyond Longchen's expectations. He originally thought that if 2 spirit beasts passed the level and each killed half, the reward should be divided equally between the 2 spirit beasts. But the system is more generous than he imagined. Okay. The strength of the violent iron-eating beast suddenly increased from 210 points to 240 points. The increase was still very large, equivalent to eating 6 chi and blood pills, saving him 300,000. Longchen Strength plus 10, Spirit plus 5, Speed plus 3, Endurance plus 3. Longchen clenched his fists. His strength value has reached 160 points. It is more powerful than the average 2-star extraordinary spirit beast. It's a pity that he never learned the skills of a warrior. Otherwise, he could actually try to fight the spirit beast himself. After all, a strong warrior is very strong. In Longchen's mind, he once again recalled his adoptive father's tall and broad back. Take the remaining rewards. Extraordinary 1-star atavism fluid 0.1. Number of assimilation 1. He has accumulated 17 assimilation attempts. But it never worked once. The stronger the assimilation target is, the shorter the assimilation time will be and the greater the consumption will be. Chapter 42, $1 Million Ticket, Legendary Difficulty. For example, if he assimilated into a blood-veined wild turtle. With his current foundation, he can assimilate for a maximum of 1 minute. If he assimilates a violent iron-eating beast, he can assimilate it for 3 minutes. Of course, after assimilation, the attributes retained by him will definitely be different. I haven't used assimilation yet, so I haven't had a chance to test it. But even if he had to use it, he would do it when no one was watching, otherwise his secret might be exposed. After coming out of the ancient world training ground, less than 10 minutes had passed outside. The shelter was still restless. Everyone's crying hasn't stopped yet. I could hear the ground shaking, but it wasn't strong. This may be because the underground shelter is located deep underground, so even if the surface is attacked by a nuclear bomb, there may not be much vibration transmitted down. Linjang continued to enter the ancient world training ground. This time, 2 new options appeared in the ancient world training ground. In addition to the previous 2 options, options 3 and 4 appeared. Option 3, enter the ancient realm, difficulty level 3 stars, and double the reward level. Option 4, enter the ancient realm, difficulty level, legend. The reward level is 5 to 10 times higher, with a chance of getting legendary atavism fluid, legendary talent skills, legendary equipment. There is another bracket after option 4. Note, this option is more difficult and requires a legendary ticket to open. There is no limit on the number of tickets that can be opened per day. Legendary difficulty? Linjang subconsciously thought that this was equivalent to a copy in a game, where different levels of difficulty could give rewards of different magnitudes. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. In addition to the 1, 2, and 3-star difficulties, there are also expansion difficulties, similar to the Abyss level difficulty. The rewards at this difficulty level should also be of legendary value, such as rare equipment, special props, or a large amount of precious game resources. But where do you get the legendary ticket? Never obtained it. Linjang tried clicking on option 4. A box pops up. No legendary ticket can't be opened. Do you want to redeem the legendary ticket? Oh? Can it still be exchanged? Linjang immediately became interested. Exchange! He was very curious about what he could exchange it for. Exchange successful. Funds 1,000,000. Get 1 ticket to the ancient world legend. Are you using it now? Linjang was stunned for a moment. He counted the zeros with a dull look in his eyes. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. 100,000. Million. 1 million. What the hell? It is said that admission tickets need to be exchanged for money. What about exchange? Can't you just say buy it? 1 million per ticket. Is this legendary admission ticket made of gold? Gold isn't that expensive. Do you want to use it now? Linjang thought about it and decided to use up the remaining 2 free tickets first. What if the legendary level is very difficult and you are kicked out as soon as you enter? That's a big loss. He chose the 3-star difficulty. The surrounding scene changed again. This time the environment around him changed again. There is no jungle ecology anymore. Instead, it is an endless desert with an extremely hot ground temperature. It's at least 50 or 60 degrees. I feel like I'm going to melt. Every breath is like swallowing fire. Linjang didn't care about the discomfort as a box popped up in front of him. Ancient Realm, difficulty level 3 stars. Task 1. Kill 50 extraordinary 2-star flame crystal scorpions. Task 2. After killing a 3-star extraordinary flame crystal scorpion. Award. Extraordinary 2-star atavism fluid 0.05. Assimilation times 1. A random piece of flame crystal armor equipment. For use by beast tamers. Flame spirit scorpion tail blade 1. For beast taming equipment. Beast Master, strength plus 20, spirit plus 5, speed plus 5, stamina plus 5. Beast Tamer, strength plus 60, spirit plus 20, speed plus 10, stamina plus 10. This ancient world actually has 2 missions. It is not enough to just complete one level. And among them there is also an extraordinary 3-star Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen, which is obviously fundamentally different from the Flame Crystal Demon Scorpion. Linjang checked through the Book of Beasts. Flame Crystal Scorpion. Level, Extraordinary 2 stars. Feature. It is medium to large in size, with a body length of 3 to 4 meters. The body is covered in a fiery red crystal carapace, beneath which is a hard black breastplate that provides additional protection. Battle features. Known for his fire and strength, he can easily unleash high-temperature flame attacks, powerful enough to melt rock in one strike. Although it is an insect-type beast, the power of the Flame Crystal Scorpion is in no way inferior to that of agile spirit beasts, especially its scorpion tail, which can burst out amazing power. The Flame Crystal Scorpion has extremely high endurance and can maintain efficient attack power during long battles without getting tired easily. Skill, Scorpion Tail Slash. Habits. Flame crystal scorpions usually live near craters or magma in the desert, which provide them with abundant thermal energy resources and a hidden living environment. They like to be active at night and rest in caves or under rocks during the day. The flame crystal scorpions are ferocious beasts that live in groups. They have a strong sense of territory. Once you mistakenly enter their territory, they will come out in full force to expel the outsiders. Usually a group of flame crystal scorpions is managed by a flame crystal scorpion queen, with a number of around 50 to 100. Flame crystal scorpion queen. Level, Extraordinary 3 stars. Feature. It is huge, 7 to 8 meters long, 3 times the size of an ordinary flame crystal scorpion. The shell has stronger defense and has an extremely high temperature, like a burning flame. The 6 claws are as sharp as knives and are used all year round to climb and fix on the hard rock and iron in the underground magma mouth. Battle features. Known for his unparalleled strength and fire poison, he can easily shatter the enemy's defenses. The Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen has extremely high speed and agility, and can burst out at amazing speeds in a short distance. Charge quickly, using your hot and hard shell to block enemy attacks and collide with enemies, causing burning effects. The 6 claws can easily pierce the enemy's skull and even chop off the enemy's head. There is a sharp poisonous blade at the end of the tail, which stores a deadly fire poison and has a cutting effect. It can be used as a sharp blade and can cut iron like mud. Skill. Flame crystal earth splitting. Hit the ground with force, causing a large-scale fire shock wave, causing heavy damage to the enemy. Stinger combo. Continuously use the stinger on the tail to attack the enemy, causing fatal fire and poison damage. Habits. Scorpion queens usually live deep in volcanoes or near magma. Linjang was shocked. The difficulty of these 3 stars immediately increases by a large level. Much more difficult to deal with than 30 shadow wolves. And it's a scorpion, so I feel like I should make good use of the blood vein turtle's carapace. Suddenly, the desert on the ground began to tremble. Linjang lay on the ground and heard the sound of drum beating. Very dense, like raindrops. And getting closer. The flame crystal scorpions are out. Then, a ball of fire seemed to be burning on the sand dunes opposite, mixed with flying sand and rocks, like a firestorm rising on the horizon. The momentum was so fierce that even the sky seemed to change color. The huge pincers and scorpion tail flashed with cold metallic light, swayed, and collided with each other, making a sound of metal collision. The surrounding creatures sensed this terrifying aura and fled in terror. The swarm of flame crystal scorpions are dispatched, leaving no grass behind. Linjang patted the blood-patterned wild turtle. Crush them! The blood vein turtle's engine is running at full speed. Boom boom boom, he rushed towards the group of flame crystal scorpions. The violent iron-eating beast would definitely not be able to cope with such a situation. Don't let the violent iron-eating beast suffer. Let the blood vein turtle lead them through and get the reward. Chapter 43. More than 3,000 hired beasts fighting in a round-the-clock battle. The blood-patterned wild turtle is like a tiger among a pack of wolves. The hard back shell blocks all scorpion tail attacks. On the contrary, the blood vein turtle can slap the brains out of the flame crystal scorpion with just one slap. It's not that the flame crystal scorpion is too weak, but the blood pattern turtle is too strong. I spent 1.5 months playing in the ancient world at 1-star difficulty. More than 7,000 hours. Even if you are a novice, after training in the novice village for such a long time, you will become the strongest novice. Therefore, ordinary flame crystal scorpions are basically no match for the blood vein turtle. Longchen and the furious iron-eating beast were waiting leisurely at the back. 5 attributes were revealed at the same time. They are strength +5, power +5, and speed +5 respectively. And 2 fire poison resistance +3. Longchen asked the blood pattern turtle to take on the fire and poison resistance attribute. Then the remaining basic attribute values were given to the violent iron eater. Rabid iron beast strength value increased to 250. It is equivalent to the effect of taking 2 qi and blood pills. But that's just in theory. In fact, qishui pills should not be taken so frequently. From taking the pill to the absorption of the drug and then the expiration of the half-life, the cycle is generally 3 days, and then you can take the next pill. In other words, an average spirit beast can only increase its strength by 5 points every 3 days by taking medicine. His furious iron-eating beast had grown by 40 points in one night, and even in the real world, only less than 10 minutes had passed. Who would have thought? He just closed his eyes for a while and his strength became stronger. He felt that he was a bit perverted. The blood vein turtle killed the entire clan of the flame crystal scorpion and exceeded the killing target. Mission 1, kill the flame crystal scorpion 6150, completed. So easy. Next we have to look for the flame crystal scorpion queen. According to the description of the habits of the flame crystal scorpion queen in the Book of All Beasts, it likes to hide in craters or near magma. This is a plain and there are no volcanoes, so it can only be magma. When Longchen climbed over a sand dune, he saw an extremely bright magma zone, like a huge red scar torn out of the desert land. No wonder it's so hot here, it turns out the heat source is here. Suddenly, a black rock appeared near the lava. Suddenly moved quickly. Like a hill. The ground seemed to be experiencing a small earthquake, cracks spread rapidly, and magma began to erupt. It's an even bigger flame crystal scorpion. This is the flame crystal scorpion queen. Longchen, the blood pattern turtle, and the violent iron-eating beast widened their eyes. Is this the so-called 7 or 8 meters? Looking at the scorpion tail hanging high, my scalp goes numb. It is true that the body is 7 or 8 meters long, but the tail and the scimitar-like scorpion tail are also at least 7 or 8 meters long. The scorpion tail behind the flame crystal scorpion stood tall. A fiery red light flowed on the shell like moving magma. Wherever it went, the air was distorted due to the high temperature, as if even the space began to burn. The 2 sharp blades moved freely on the smooth rock iron, rushing towards me with a clattering sound. The huge scorpion's tail swung over like the god of death's scythe, making a sound of tearing the air. Longchen was terrified. How come this is completely different from the extraordinary 3-star spirit beasts he had seen? Is a 3-star extraordinary beast so ferocious? The blood pattern turtle immediately started burning blood. Used more than 3,000 forces to collide with the flame crystal scorpion. But it was overturned in an instant. Then the flame crystal scorpion queen rushed towards Longchen. Oh shit! No wonder he felt that 50 flame crystal scorpions were too weak. It turns out the hard part is waiting here. The violent iron-eating beast had no choice but to rush out immediately. After launching an iron fist frenzy and madly hitting the flame crystal scorpion. On the other side, the blood pattern turtle also woke up, and with a furious roar, it rushed towards the flame crystal scorpion again. Although we won't be defeated quickly, looking at the current situation, winning is basically impossible. An elite beast has been detected. Do you want to activate the hired beast? Hired beast. What is a hired beast? Longchen didn't have much time to check the system functions. So when the system prompted him, he didn't understand at all. But no matter what, hired beast should be used to help you, right? Enable! Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of Longchen. Higher beasts. Currently available for summoning combat in the Ancient Realm Training Ground. There are a lot of spiritual beasts listed above. All are to be unlocked. But these spirit beasts look very familiar. 1 ironclad violent bear. 1 shadow flower fairy. 2 rock armor monkey guards. 1 good deed bird. 10 glazed tigers. 1 rock toad. Aren't these all the spiritual beasts that he killed? Can someone serve as his hired beast in the ancient world training ground? Long Chen continued to scroll down. The result is even more shocking numbers. 225 fierce tiger beasts. 3,750 Saphenous tigers. 45 shadow wolves. 65 flame crystal scorpions. What the hell? Isn't this the ferocious beast he killed in the ancient world training ground? The reason why the saber-toothed tiger killed so many. It was because when Long Chen was frantically brushing the 1-star difficulty level before, he left the ancient world training ground prematurely in order to avoid killing the fierce tiger beast. He specifically hunted for tigers that were similar to the Lihu beast, but of a different species. In more than 7,000 hours, he killed 3,750 Schizodon tigers. Long Chen's expression seemed somewhat inexplicably guilty. No wonder it was so difficult for him to find another saber-toothed tiger later on. Could it be that he had already killed all of this beast? However, Long Chen discovered that so many hired beasts could not be summoned whenever he wanted. Summoning costs money. A super 2-star summon beast costs 1 million to summon once. You can only fight for 10 minutes. However, if the hired beast dies in battle within 10 minutes. If the 10 minutes are not up, the next summoned beast of the same level can be released. In other words, as long as you have enough spirit beasts and they die quickly enough, you can even release all your hired beasts to fight in a rotation within 10 minutes. But the hired beasts that died in battle were dead, and their number would be permanently reduced, unless some ferocious beasts or spiritual beasts were killed again, then their number would continue to accumulate. Then there is nothing to hesitate about. Higher beasts charge! Long Chen directly clicked on the first hired beast to attack. It's a saber-toothed tiger. The Sphenodon had 2 huge teeth. Pushed forward like a mammoth. The flame crystal scorpion queen looked at the scimitar with disdain and dodged slightly. The scimitar rushed into the magma with a plop and was burned into charcoal. Schizodon 1. Long Chen was confused. The blood-marked wild turtle and the violent iron-eating beast were also stunned. As if to say, Master, this is the funny guy you found? Long Chen was embarrassed. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. Long Chen ordered another hired beast to go out. Still a saber-toothed tiger. I learned my lesson this time and slowly approached the flame crystal scorpion. However, the flame crystal scorpion queen looked at the saber-toothed tiger with contempt, then swept it with its tail. For the saber-toothed tiger, that was a big pendulum. It was immediately slapped and flew hundreds of meters away. Plop! It fell into the lava and turned into ashes. Schizodon 1. Long Chen opened his eyes wide. The scene was deathly silent. The blood-patterned turtle and the violent iron-eating beast were both so angry that they laughed. But he didn't dare to laugh, because Long Chen's face was now completely black. The flame crystal scorpion queen swung her scorpion tail proudly. There was a scornful smile in those dark eyes. It seemed to be mocking Long Chen, a weak human. Chapter 44 Epic Enhancement. Long Chen's face turned pale. He spent another million expressionlessly. 1 million can summon a hired beast. Aren't those 2 million just for 2 hired beasts? His anger was aroused. How can I allow you to laugh at my amazing abilities? Long Chen clicked on the hired beast frantically. 2 saber-toothed tigers rushed out at once. One of them was slapped away by the flame crystal scorpion queen. But the other one bit the flame crystal scorpion's leg. The flame crystal scorpion queen felt pain, and its scorpion tail instantly dropped from the sky, piercing the saber-toothed tiger's head and splattering its brains everywhere. Before the flame crystal scorpion could feel proud, 2 more scimitar-toothed tigers rushed out. The flame crystal scorpion queen was stunned for a moment. After killing one, 2 more rushed out. Endlessly. Can we still play like this? Cheating? Orphan? Numbers kept flashing on Long Chen's panel. Scimitar 2. Scimitar 2. Scimitar 2. Scimitar 2. It doesn't matter. Theoretically, he could summon countless saber-toothed tigers within 10 minutes. There are more than 3,000 of them. Come and kill them. The saber-toothed tiger pounced on the flame crystal scorpion like a suicide squad. The flame crystal scorpion's tail swung wildly. However, the fighting power of the flame crystal scorpion queen is truly terrifying. One man guarding the pass, kill as many as come. This shocked Longchen once again. This is the danger of extraordinary 3 stars, which is fundamentally different from extraordinary 2 stars. During the final exam, the blood pattern turtle even killed a 3-star extraordinary spirit beast. But facing a super 3-star beast, the gap is so huge. I don't know what will happen after the blood pattern turtle becomes a super 3-star. Is it also so perverted? Longchen got angry and spent another million. Summon 3 scimitars at the same time. You have already spent 2 million, so why would you care about spending 1 more million? There is a mentality called gambler's mentality. The higher the cost of investment, the more desperate you will be. Otherwise, if you fail to pass this level in the end, all the previous investment was wasted. And as long as you pass the level, the reward will far exceed 3 million. Worth a gamble. 3 saber-toothed tigers kept circling and biting the flame crystal scorpion queen. Their huge teeth, despite being melted by the high temperature, finally caused injuries to the flame crystal scorpion queen. Scimitar 3. Scimitar 3. Scimitar 3. After consuming more than 1,500 saber-toothed tigers. After continuous high-intensity combat, the flame crystal scorpion queen was finally exhausted. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. The blood-veined turtle and the violent iron-eating beast seized the opportunity. Burning blood and iron fist frenzy are activated. There was a lot of clanging and smashing going on for several minutes. Only then did he kill the flame crystal scorpion queen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing 50 flame crystal scorpions and 1 flame crystal scorpion queen. Task completed, please receive the reward. Bloodline turtle strength plus 60, spirit plus 20, speed plus 10, endurance plus 10. Violent iron eater strength plus 60, spirit plus 20, speed plus 10, stamina plus 10. Longchen strength plus 20, spirit plus 5, speed plus 5, endurance plus 5. Extraordinary 2-star atavism fluid 0.05. Assimilation times 1. A random piece of flame crystal armor equipment. For use by beast tamers. Flame spirit scorpion tail blade 1. For beast taming equipment. Pick up fire and poison resistance plus 15. Pick up the beast taming skill book. Fiery flame armor. Pick up beast taming obedience potion 5. A series of reward information appears. Longchen felt his strength surge again. 180 points. It feels like he can blow up an armored vehicle with 1 punch now. Even a tier 2 warrior might not be his match in terms of strength alone. It seems that I need to teach myself some warrior skills. 1 more killer weapon means 1 more means to save your life. Longchen noticed that a beast taming skill book called Blazing Flame Armor had exploded, and he clicked on the description of the skill. Skill book of Blazing Flame Armor. Skill type, defensive skill. Applicable objects, beasts with shells on their bodies. Skill description. The beast tamer confused the flame energy in his body with the shell on his body surface, transforming it into a layer of blazing flame armor, greatly enhancing his own defense capabilities and bringing with it a certain burning attack effect. Longchen understood. This skill book is derived from the flaming shell on the body of the flame crystal scorpion queen. The temperature was extremely high, and after a few hits from the violent iron-eating beast's iron paw, its palms turned red, as if they had been roasted. When we were using the saber-toothed tigers in a rotation battle just now, many of them were directly burned to death by the shells of the flame crystal scorpions. This skill is only applicable to bloodline turtle. So Longchen gave the skill book to the blood pattern turtle to learn on the spot. At the moment of activating the skill, The shell of the blood-patterned savage turtle began to emit a blazing breath, as if it was a giant fire beast awakening from the abyss. The red markings on its carapace are even brighter red. The blood-red lines were like burning lava, flowing with wild flames and emitting suffocating heat. The blood patterns on the shell appear even more hideous and terrifying against the backdrop of this layer of flaming armor, as if it were a totem of hell, making the blood-patterned turtle look even more brutal and violent. Even the ferocious iron-eating beast was unable to get close due to the high temperature. Long Chun was ecstatic. This skill is tailor-made for the blood-patterned turtle. Attack and defense in one. Long Chun continued to look at other rewards. Beast tamers all need potions and such. He is useless. But he has accumulated more than 100 bottles. Just put it aside for now and continue looking at other rewards. Although the reward for the atavism fluid is only 0.05. But it is an extraordinary 2-star. In other words, he only needs to clear the level 20 times to get a complete bottle of extraordinary 2-star evolution liquid. Can help the blood-patterned turtle evolve into an extraordinary 3-star. Long Chun thought of how powerful the flame crystal scorpion was. I was very excited. 2 equipments were also awarded. One is a breastplate for humans to wear. Deep red, very delicate. It looks like it was made from the shell of a flame crystal scorpion queen. This shell cannot be broken even by the iron fists of the violent iron-eating beast. It is much harder than ordinary fine iron. The other piece of equipment is huge. 6 or 7 meters long. It is a weapon transformed from the scorpion tail of the flame crystal scorpion queen. Flame spirit scorpion tail blade. This is equipment for beast tamers. As long as you put it on, you will have certain abilities equivalent to the flame crystal scorpion queen's tail. The violent iron-eating beast looked at Long Chun excitedly. This time it's its turn. Long Chun hesitated for a moment, then threw the equipment to the blood-patterned turtle. The violent iron-eating beast instantly turned gray. The world has lost its light in it. Squat there and draw circles. The master is partial. My master doesn't love me anymore. Long Chun was ashamed. This guy looked so strong, but he was such a fragile person. Long Chun explained. This scorpion tail is more suitable for the blood-patterned savage turtle. After all, it and the flame crystal scorpion queen are both aquatic, so they are a better match, while you are a beast. There will be something more suitable for you next time. Upon hearing the word, ferocious beast, the violent iron-eating beast's mood instantly became happy. He looked at the blood-patterned turtle with pride and asked, Did you hear that? My master said I was a beast and you were aquatic. But the violent iron-eating beast's breathing stopped instantly. Behind the huge body of the violent iron-eating beast, there stands a gigantic metal scorpion tail. The scene is so shocking. Even Long Chun opened his eyes wide. So damn handsome. Scorpion turtle. The sharpness of the scorpion tail blade and the hard shell of the blood-patterned turtle complement each other. It doesn't look abrupt at all. When the blood-patterned turtle swung the scorpion tail blade, the 6 or 7 meter long blade danced in the air like a giant flaming dragon. It cuts through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The flames on the blade became more violent as it was swung, as if even the sky could be torn apart by this force. No wonder beast taming equipment is so expensive. The boost of beast taming is too great. This piece of equipment has an epic effect in improving the combat power of the blood-veined turtle. He could imagine how stunned the flame crystal scorpion queen would be when the blood-patterned turtle met the flame crystal scorpion queen again. Just do it. Enter the ancient world training ground again. Chapter 45 by Lily, You are looking for death. This time, enter the ancient world with 3-star difficulty. Maybe it's because he's a level 2 beast tamer. Unlike other levels, the reward for completing the level a second time is not halved. However, although the reward was not halved, the content of the reward was adjusted. The skill book, Blazing Flame Armor, is gone. It seems that this reward is only available for the first time through the game. And below the Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade, there is an extra line of words. If you already have it, equip it, and then the equipment will be strengthened by +1. That's pretty humane. Long Chun was a little worried before. if he madly brushes this 3-star difficulty level in a later stage. He got a bunch of flame spirit scorpion tail blades, but they were of no use to him. He doesn't have that many beasts to equip. That would be a waste. For every +1 enhancement of equipment, all attributes of the equipment will be improved by 10. This time, the challenge was obviously more manageable. The Bloodvein Turtle and the Violent Iron-Eating Beast picked up a lot of fire and poison resistance attributes. Even in this scorching desert, I feel very comfortable, just like being at home. This time, Longchen mainly let the Violent Iron-Eating Beast take action. In the last challenge, the Furious Iron Eater did not have such a high resistance to fire and poison. Faced with the siege of a large group of flame crystal scorpions, he was still unable to fight. But now he can stand on his own, and the speed of his progress is astonishing. Some basic attributes were revealed. Gives the Violent Sky Eater strength +30, speed +10, spirit +5+, stamina +5. These attributes are like free gifts. If you use pills to increase so many attributes, it will cost at least hundreds of thousands. Arrived at the place behind the flame crystal scorpion, Longchen wanted to try to pass the level without relying on hired beasts. It turns out that the Bloodvein Turtle already has such a high fire resistance. It even has the blessing of the Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade. When fighting against the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen, he was still knocked away in no time. Although they are similar scorpion tails, their powers are actually very different. After all, the Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen is too strong. Then continued to hire beasts. This time he only spent 1 million and sent out a hired beast at one time to cooperate with the Blood-Patterned Turtle and the Violent Iron-Eating Beast in the battle. After fighting for nearly an hour, I finally succeeded in killing the Flame Crystal Scorpion. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing 50 Flame Crystal Scorpions and 1 Flame Crystal Scorpion Queen. Task completed, please receive the reward. Bloodline Turtle Strength +60, Spirit +20, Speed +10, Endurance +10. Violent Iron Eater Strength +60, Spirit +20, Speed +10, Stamina +10. Longchen Strength +20, Spirit +5, Speed +5, Endurance +5. Extraordinary 2-star Atavism Fluid 0.05. Assimilation ×1. A random piece of Flame Crystal Armor Equipment, Armor 1. For use by Beast Tamers. Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade 1. Or Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade Enhancement +1. Choose 1. Pick up Fire and Poison Resistance +15. Pick up the Beast Taming Skill Book. Fiery Flame Armor. Pick up Beast Taming Obedience Potion 5. It's similar to the last reward, except for the Flame Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade. Between obtaining equipment and strengthening it, Longchen chose equipment without hesitation. After all, strengthening can only strengthen it by 10, but if the Violent Iron Eater is equipped with a scorpion tail, the effect of increasing its combat power will be more than that. The Violent Iron-Eating Beast was immediately overjoyed after getting the equipment. He immediately stuck his butt out to show off to the Blood-Patterned Turtle. Look! I also have such cool weapons and equipment. The Blood-Patterned Wild Turtle had a cold and aloof expression on his face. Idiot! The Violent Iron-Eating Beast was suddenly stunned. That's not right. Didn't the master just say that this weapon is specifically for aquatic use? Didn't the owner say it was a ferocious beast? Facing the questioning gaze of the Violent Iron-Eating Beast, Longchen chose to ignore it. Just having it is enough, why so much nonsense? When Longchen opened his eyes. In reality, only 10 minutes had passed. Who could have thought that in just 10 minutes, one's strength could be greatly enhanced? Suddenly he heard the sound of quarreling. There was a group of people gathered over there, and I didn't know what they were doing. My adoptive mother is not around at the moment. Why don't you give it to us? Why do you treat us differently? In the crowd, the adoptive mother argued with him angrily. The other party was the staff distributing supplies. From Jiangqing Logistics Department. Even if I don't give it to you, what can you do? The person who spoke was a girl. By Lily. By Lily's face looked ferocious. It's like I finally found an outlet. Gnashing his teeth, he said to his adoptive mother, "If you want to blame someone, blame your son Long Chun. Isn't he very capable? Then you shouldn't take the supplies. Anyway, no matter what you say, we won't give it to you. The supplies in the shelter are reserved for more useful people, not for low-level trash like you." Bai Lily's words made people around her very dissatisfied. "What you said? Everyone who comes here to seek refuge is an ordinary person. How could anyone with a little bit of ability come here to seek refuge? They all go to their own private luxurious shelters. It was really too much for them to make things so difficult for this woman. Everyone just dares to be angry but not speak out. After all, we still don't know what the situation is outside. It is possible that they will have to stay in the shelter for the rest of this period of time. When people are under someone's roof, they can barely take care of themselves. Who would dare to offend the logistics department at this time? In the shelter, the logistics department is in charge of all supply distribution." The foster mother was furious. Then he watched Bai Lily give a large pile of supplies to the woman next to her, and that woman looked somewhat similar to Bai Lily. The woman was extremely happy. She looked at her adoptive mother with pride, and then told everyone she met, "Raising an outstanding child is so much easier. This is my daughter. She is an outstanding graduate of Jiangqing Beast Control No. 1 Middle School. She was already selected by the logistics department before she graduated." Everyone looked at him with envy. Some people flattered him by saying, "You are truly a child of destiny. You will be happy for the rest of your life. If my son is half as good as your daughter, I'd be really lucky if he was even 1/10 as good as her." Bai Lily and her mother both showed proud expressions. The foster mother clenched her fists tightly. Looking at the supplies in front of him, he grabbed a few bags. "How dare you rob the supplies from the logistics department? How audacious!" The sturdy man who distributed the supplies, who was also the one who supported Bai Lily, grabbed the adoptive mother's arm. The force was so strong that the foster mother looked in pain. But the adoptive mother was unwilling to let go even at the risk of her life in order to prevent Long Chun from starving. "Shame on you!" Bai Lily slapped her adoptive mother. He planned to vent all the anger he suffered from Long Chen on his adoptive mother. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of the adoptive mother. "Who dares to stop me?" Bai Lily just asked half of the question domineeringly. Suddenly I was stunned. Long Chen? You're not dead?" Bai Lily was so frightened that her voice became shrill. Because she was eliminated very early, she returned to Jiangqing after being eliminated. So she didn't know Long Chen's final situation. I thought that in that meat grinder-like exam, Long Chen would definitely die. I didn't expect this guy to come out alive. Long Chen's face turned pale. Bang! A heavy slap landed on Bai Lily's face. Bai Lily's slender body spun several times in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. The whole person was stunned. There was a blood mark on the face that was extremely clear. Chapter 46. The value of the ancient world training ground is still increasing. "Lily!" Bai Lily's mother rushed over immediately. He turned around and angrily scolded Long Chen with gnashed teeth. "How dare you hit my daughter? Brother Zhao!" "That strong man is Brother Zhao." Brother Zhao's expression was gloomy, and a powerful aura suddenly burst out. The powerful shock wave immediately pushed back the people around. The muscles on his body bulged wildly. Like a monster. Everyone was shocked. A level 3 power warrior. In Jiangqing, level 4 is the ceiling. And level 3 is quasi-first line. Basically, they are senior personnel from various units. This mother and son actually offended such a person. They are finished. In the shelter, the logistics department has a lot of say. They can even decide who has the right to stay in the shelter. Brother Zhao's voice was as deep as a bell. "I'll give you one chance. If you leave the shelter, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die." In the distance, people from the law enforcement department also saw this scene. Some people tried to stop it, but were stopped by older law enforcement officers. "We are all colleagues and we will see each other every day. If I mess with the people in the logistics department today, I will fall into their hands tomorrow, and they will definitely make things difficult for me. Why bother?" Long Chun was so angry that he laughed. Who do you think you are? The shelter was built by the state for the residents. Your logistics department is only responsible for distributing supplies. What right do you have to ask us to leave the shelter? The shelter is run by your family? Long Chen's words were also very impolite. The foster mother pulled Long Chen from behind. She had no scruples when she protested against the logistics department. But when Chener started to attack the logistics commander, she began to worry about Chener's safety. The logistics department holds a high position of power and has a large number of staff. If you offend them, you will definitely get no good results. Bai Lili saw that Long Chen was so tough. I can't help but gloat over their misfortune. The bottom is the bottom. They think they are fearless, but they don't know that they are just throwing an egg against a rock. When she thought that Long Chen was about to get into bad luck, her mood immediately improved. Brother Zhao punched Long Chen. Long Chen took it seriously and tried to block Brother Zhao's punch. Bang! Makes a very loud noise. But Long Chen only took half a step back. Everyone was surprised. This young man was no ordinary person. He could actually withstand the punch from a level 3 power warrior. The foster mother's eyes widened a little. She knew very well what a level 3 strength warrior meant. If an ordinary person were hit by such a punch, at the very least, you will be disabled, and at the worst, you will be killed in one blow. Brother Zhao also made a sound of doubt. I was wondering why he was so arrogant, but it turns out he's actually a level 2 warrior. There were exclamations from the crowd. It turns out that this is also a young talent. At this age, he seems to be a top candidate this year. Level 2 warrior is among Warrior 1. At least it can be ranked in the top 100. Bai Lili looked suspicious. Tier 2 warrior? No, he should be a level 2 beast master. Bai Lili was about to tell Brother Zhao this information. The smile on Brother Zhao's face suddenly became more ferocious, and he said to Long Chen, But do you know that a level 2 warrior is as weak as a newborn baby in front of a level 3 warrior? Brother Zhao punched again. This punch was emitting golden light. And the punch was obviously stronger. There was a crackling sound in the golden light. It is obvious that this punch is packed with skill. The people from the law enforcement department can no longer sit still. Zhao Shangjiang, how can you use your skills on the examinees? People from the law enforcement department rushed over. But it's too late. A fierce look flashed in Long Chen's eyes. Who said I was a warrior? A beast controlling space appeared behind Long Chen. A giant beast with a ferocious aura walked out. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads in shock. Is this a turtle? A turtle with a giant scorpion tail? What variant is this? I've never seen a turtle like this before. It looks so rough and barbaric. But so domineering. It completely overturned their understanding of turtles. The violent aura all over his body feels more terrifying than killing countless wild beasts. It was too late for Zhao Shangjiang to stop. A punch hit the blood-patterned turtle's carapace. Then, a scorching heat instantly came from the carapace. Shichichi. The blazing flame armor is activated. Ah! Zhao Shangjiang let out a shrill scream. He quickly pulled his hand back, only to find that a layer of skin had been burned off his fist, along with a large piece of flesh and blood. It burned through the bone in just 1 second. But then, the huge scorpion tail blade came crashing down like a pendulum. He slapped Zhao Shangjiang hard on the head. Zhao Shangjiang's body flew out like a missile. After all, he is a level 3 warrior. Although his body has not yet reached the point where it is as hard as steel. But their vitality and ability to withstand blows are hundreds of times stronger than those of ordinary people. So Zhao Shangjiang quickly got up. But a sharp scorpion tail blade hung in front of him. The end is as sharp as a needle. There was also red liquid dripping down. The liquid dripped onto his body like a drop of boiling gold, instantly burning through his clothes and penetrating into his skin. Ah! Zhao Shangjiang quickly took off his clothes. Looking again, there was a bullet hole burn on his chest, and his ribs could be vaguely seen. Everyone gasped madly. It's excruciatingly painful just looking at it. The blood-patterned barbarian turtle's scorpion tail pointed at Zhao Shangjiang again. If you move again, I will inject the fire poison directly into your body. Long Chen's cold and clear voice rang out. Zhao Shangjiang shuddered. Then I dared not move even if it hurt. Just dripping onto the surface of the body is painful enough. If it is injected into the body, wouldn't he be burned to death? So scary. The whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at Long Chen in amazement. This great student actually completely defeated the level 3 warrior. The foster mother also widened her eyes in surprise. Why do I feel? Chen'er seems to be stronger than when he was in the hospital? It took less than half an hour. Even a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years cannot make such rapid progress. Bai Lily and her daughter were even more shocked. Especially Bai Lily. She felt that this turtle was stronger than during the big exam. Or did Long Chen simply not try his best during the exam? Bai Lily's expression suddenly became complicated. Looking at Long Chen, who was envied and admired by the crowd. It was as if I saw again that proud child of heaven who was so famous wherever he went because of his infinite talent for taming beasts. Before, she thought Long Chen had fallen down. However, unexpectedly, Long Chen stood up again. Among so many surprised people, the most surprised person was Long Chen himself. He was tempered by the flame crystal scorpion at the ancient world training ground. Suddenly I found a level 3 warrior. What a delicious dish! So weak? A level 3 fighter like Zhao Shangjiang. Even 100 of them cannot defeat a single flame crystal scorpion queen. Describe a phenomenon. The value of the ancient world training ground is still rising. Although he was badly beaten in the ancient world training ground. But in the real world, he would also abuse others terribly. Chapter 47. Every word is evidence in court. I was wrong. Under Long Chen's powerful sense of oppression, Zhao Shangjiang quickly admitted his mistake. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. There are some questions he must clarify. After all, Zhao Shangjiang is a staff member of the logistics department. He is a person with an official background. In particular, the logistics department is responsible for the distribution of supplies in the shelters. If a conflict arises with the logistics department over the issue of material distribution, some people may think that this is tantamount to forcibly snatching materials from the logistics department. If you really care about this, it will be a big deal. Therefore, he had to let Zhao Shangjiang himself tell the whole story about the mistake. Especially in front of the members of the law enforcement department, who were watching the show. In the distance, every word Zhao Shangjiang said was presented as evidence in court. Zhao Shangjiang was a little hesitant. If I tell it out, I might lose my job. Suddenly, the blood-patterned turtle's scorpion tail shook. The metallic cold light flashed on Zhao Shangjiang's face. I was so scared that my heart trembled. He blurted out all the words immediately. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have used the authority of the logistics department to treat you and your son differently and deliberately not distribute survival supplies to you. What else? Long Chen continued to ask. What else? Zhao Shangjiang asked cautiously. Long Chen frowned slightly, with a hint of murderous intent flowing in the corners of his narrow eyes. Zhao Shangjiang hurriedly continued. I shouldn't have listened to Bai Lily and her daughter and joined forces with them to bully you. I should have corrected my mistakes and woken up in time. We should not persist in our mistakes and let the conflict escalate. This struggle was all caused by me, and the responsibility lies with me. Zhao Shangjiang took all the responsibilities on himself. Only then did Long Chen feel satisfied. He took the supplies and brought his adoptive mother back to his position. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the two of them. At this moment, Long Chen is undoubtedly the god in this shelter. He beat up the logistics department, and he didn't take any responsibility. He used his powerful strength to get back his due dignity and rights. It was so cool. The people from the law enforcement department looked at each other in bewilderment. Is there such a person among the candidates of Yusho No. 1 middle school? Before, we only knew that Miss Su was at the T0 level. It seems that there is more than one person at the T0 level. This guy Zhao Shengjiang is finished. It would be bad enough if he abused his power for personal gain, but he was also forced to publicly admit his crimes. He may not be in the logistics department anymore, and even if he is, he can only be a marginalized minion. Bai Lily and her daughter were stunned. How did this guy become so strong? Obviously, we are all college students, and even if our abilities vary, the difference cannot be too big. Because the country has limited time for the first reinforcement of college entrance examination candidates. It's 1 month before the big exam. This requirement applies to all professions, whether it is the Beastmaster profession, the warrior profession, or the elementalist profession. Therefore, when a strong candidate faced a higher-level fighter like Zhao Shengjiang, he should have been crushed, but instead it was Zhao Shengjiang who was crushed by Long Qin. It's outrageous. Long Qin glanced at Bai Lily. Bai Lily was immediately frightened and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again, please forgive me. At this moment, Bai Lily was kneeling on the ground, feeling so embarrassed. But losing face is better than losing your life. She doesn't have as strong a physique as Zhao Shengjiang. Not to mention being injected with fire poison. Even if she was hit by that pendulum, she would be shattered to pieces. The foster mother was eating the can that Long Qin had opened himself. A relieved smile spread across his face. My son grew up in the blink of an eye. And it is super powerful beyond ordinary people. All parents know this. There is probably no moment that can make me happier than seeing my children have the ability to stand on their own. Long Qin was eating canned food while thinking about something. Dad, Long Qin decided to ask the questions in his mind. Why is my adoptive father so strong? Why is he so strong, yet willing to be an unknown person in Jiangqing? Even the strongest man in Jiangqing is probably not as strong as his adoptive father. There were many things he couldn't understand. The adoptive mother's expression froze, as if she guessed what Long Qin wanted to ask. Just at this moment, the door of the shelter was opened again. Some ordinary people were brought in to seek refuge. Among the crowd of people seeking refuge, Long Qin saw Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyao. The moment Wang Kaixian saw Long Qin, he immediately ran over while shouting, "Brother Long," as if he had finally met his big brother. Long Qin asked if there was any situation regarding the exam. Wang Kaixian said the situation there has stabilized. The military found out that the traitor in the exam was actually an inspector who was bribed by the ancient beast church. Many student teams were killed secretly, and the blame was put on the Yangqing team. On the contrary, the Yangqing team didn't kill many people. Long Qin suddenly realized. Sure enough, the ancient beast church has been planning for a long time. Whether it is the Yangqing team or the bribed inspector, they are just part of the plan, and their role is to attract everyone's attention and relax the defense of Jiangqing. Wang Kaishuan's scalp instantly felt numb and all the hair on his body stood up. That means the Church of the Ancient Beast has been eyeing Jiangqing for a long time? But why? Do you think there are people from the Church of the Ancient Beasts lurking around us? For example, in this shelter now? Long Qin shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. Since they have spent so much effort and set up such a big plan, it's impossible for them to arrange only a few people. Maybe they have infiltrated Jiangqing in advance, but we don't know. Speaking of which, Long Qin suddenly looked at Yu Qiuyao. It seems like you suddenly transferred to Beastmaster No. 1 Middle School a year ago, and you didn't live in Jiangqing before. Yu Qiuyao suddenly became a little nervous, and quickly lowered her head with a red face, and whispered, I moved to Jiangqing because of my father's job transfer. Which city did you live in before coming to Jiangqing? Long Qin continued to ask. Yu Qiuyao's face turned even redder. Wang Kaixian couldn't bear it any longer. Brother Long, why do you still suspect Qiuyao? We are all classmates who know each other well, there won't be any problems. Besides, Qiuyao is so timid and shy, how could she be a member of the vicious ancient beast church? Long Qin took a deep look at Yu Qiuyao, then suddenly said with a silly smile, When did I say I doubted Yu Qiuyao? I just suddenly thought of this matter and asked. But you, why are you so protective of classmate Yu Qiuyao? Could it be that you... Wang Kaishuan's face suddenly turned into a big red bun. He explained loudly. I am just concerned about my classmates. I have no other intentions. If you say that, it will make Chuya wary of me. Longchen picked his ears. I'm just asking casually. Why are you so anxious? Could it be that my words are like the sharp truth that pierce your lungs? No way. Chapter 48. The reward is a divine beast. The Monkey King. The people around looked at Wang Kaixian. Wang Kaixian quickly lowered his voice and said, I won't talk to you anymore. Sister Qiuyao and I are going to get food. I'm starving after running all the way. Longchen shrugged. Then the expression on his face gradually became serious. Looking at Yu Qiuyao's back, he fell into deep thought. If you only look at Yu Qiuyao as a person, weak, timid, and gentle. He also didn't think that the other party would be from the ancient beast church, but the towering tree demon that rose from the center of Jiangqing. To be honest, it does look a bit like Yu Qiuyao's green tree demon, although the levels are very different. But the evolution of spiritual beasts sometimes has traces to follow. For example, some special marks or textures. It is possible that it will be preserved through repeated evolutions. For some reason, he had a strong premonition in his heart. The giant tree demon that ravaged Jiangqing and killed tens of thousands of people. It seems to be of the same origin as Yu Qiuyao's green spirit tree demon. But without evidence, it's hard to say. Because this concerns Yu Qiuyao's life. If any relevant department really suspected that Yu Qiuyao had a connection with the ancient beast church because of his words, Yu Qiuyao's life would be ruined, and he could not bear this responsibility. Longchen continued to close his eyes. He still has a legendary level entry ticket that he hasn't used. Enter the ancient beast training ground again. This time, there was still no new entrance to the ancient world. Perhaps he would need to reach at least the third-level beast master before a higher-level ancient world would appear. At this moment, there are still 4 entrances to the ancient world in front of him. 1-star difficulty, 2-star difficulty, 3-star difficulty. And the entrance to the legendary difficulty. It says, Legend, Fighting the Holy Ape. Holy Ape. Related to apes? Before entering, Longchen hesitated slightly. After all, he almost failed to pass the 3-star difficulty, so would he be able to challenge the legendary difficulty? Would it be a waste of $1 million ticket? Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be in a hurry. At least you have to clear it dozens of times at the 3-star level to accumulate more strength before you can challenge the legendary level. But time waits for no one now. It is still unknown how far the fighting outside has progressed. It is even possible that Jiangqing may have been conquered by the Church of Ancient Beasts. After all, that tree demon is of the Tianyao level. The Tianyao level corresponds to the strongest human being. It is impossible for anyone in Jiangqing to defeat the other party. So he had a very pessimistic idea that Jiangqing might eventually fall completely. If he really doesn't have the ability to protect himself at that time, he will surely die. He and his adoptive mother may not even be able to get out of the shelter, and will be rushed in and killed by the people from the ancient beast church. Therefore, the top priority now is to seize every opportunity to improve our strength. Longchen made up his mind, then used up his legendary admission ticket, and entered this ancient world. The surrounding environment changed instantly. Currently in the ancient realm, legendary difficulty. Mission: kill the guardian of the ancient temple, Dotian Xinyuan. Award: Extraordinary 2-star atavism fluid 0.1. Legendary: Fighting Heavenly Ape, Cub, Special Beast Tamer. There is a chance to obtain the Cub of Dotian Xinyuan, which is a very rare Demon King beast. Beastmaster: Strength plus 50, Speed plus 20, Spirit plus 10, Stamina plus 10. Beast Tamer: Strength plus 200, Speed plus 40, Spirit plus 10, Stamina plus 40. Although it is a legendary difficulty. But there was not the long list of rewards that Longchen had imagined. There are only 2 types: atavism fluid and a baby spirit beast. Longchen's breathing suddenly became rapid. This is the beast that was rewarded to him by the ancient world training ground. It's definitely different from the ones he bought from outside. He immediately flipped through the book of all beasts excitedly. Found the description of the fighting heavenly saint ape. Basic information. Fighting heavenly saint ape. Level unknown. Feature. The Fighting Heaven Holy Ape has a majestic figure, is 100 feet tall, and has a magnificent aura. His muscles were as distinct as sculptures, and his entire body was covered with shiny golden hair. His face was handsome and dignified, his eyes sparkling. He wears a purple gold crown on his head, and the golden hoop is engraved with ancient runes. He wore a golden battle robe embroidered with cloud and flame patterns, showing his determination to fight against the heavens. Weapon: Fighting God's Stick. Forged from ancient divine iron, the stick glows with golden light and contains infinite power. The stick is 9 feet long, and the body of the stick is carved with cloud and flame patterns. The Dotian divine stick can change its size according to the will of the Dotian holy ape. The largest can be transformed into a towering pillar, and the smallest can be transformed into a thin needle hidden behind the ear. Long Chun was excited. It is worthy of being a legendary ancient world training ground. The excited blood in his body instantly boiled. Awesome! Fighting Heaven Saint Ape, it sounds very powerful, otherwise how could he fight against the sky? Moreover, this Fighting Heaven Saint Ape was very similar to a mythological figure he was familiar with in his previous life. Could it be the same one? If yes, that's awesome. The Fighting Holy Ape is so powerful. The cub of the Fighting Heaven Holy Ape must be very strong too. In this era, getting on the heavenly list or something like that should be easy, right? In fact, although Long Chun didn't say it, he was still very envious of Su Qing in his heart. Su Qing's 9-colored fox has incredible potential. It was the time when the two of them were practicing against each other. If he hadn't practiced diligently for more than 1,000 hours every night at the Gujie training ground, I'm afraid that by the next day, the blood-patterned turtle will no longer be a match for the 9-colored fox. The 9-colored fox's growth potential is so strong. And judging by the performance of the 9-colored fox in the exam, it seemed that Su Qing was still holding back during the sparring with him. Therefore, we have to admit that the spiritual beast species that can be included in the heavenly ranking are truly extraordinary. Long Chun also wanted to own such a cool beast. But he can't afford it, and even if he can afford it, it may not meet the requirements of the system's atavism. If you buy it and cannot return to your original state, then it's of no use. But if it was given to him by the system, it would be different. It 100 meets the system's requirements for atavism. What attracted Long Chun the most was the line of small words below. The spirit beasts awarded for the legendary difficulty level do not occupy the Beastmaster's own beast quota. In other words, he could only have 2 beasts to control now. Only after his mental strength reaches 500 can he have a third one. If he clears the legendary level, the system will reward him with a young Dotian Saint Ape. It can directly become his third beast. A level 2 Beastmaster has 3 beasts to control. Who could have thought of that? So at the critical moment, it is definitely your backup. Long Chun closed the task panel. Only then did I notice that the surrounding environment was a little different. There was no lush primeval forest in front of him. It's not an endless, blazing desert either. Instead, it is a winding ancient road paved with bluestone slabs. The stone slab is covered with some ancient writing-type markings. On both sides of the road are towering cliffs. Long Chun immediately got goosebumps. Don't tell him that the beast has the brains to pave a smooth path for itself? Even if the ferocious beasts have this kind of wisdom, do they need to do so? Therefore, this kind of road with traces of construction carved by knives and axes has been for people to walk on since ancient times. People! What the hell? There shouldn't be anyone in the ancient world training ground, right? When he thought of this, Long Chen's scalp suddenly felt numb. No matter how many ferocious beasts there are, he will never have this feeling. But he is the same kind as him. Long Chen didn't know how to explain his feelings. But there is no doubt that there are not only various types of ferocious beasts in the ancient world training ground, but there are even traces of humans. I'm afraid that from now on, he will have to re-examine what the ancient world training ground is. Chapter 49: Fighting the Heavenly Saint Ape. The task panel also has a story background. The Dotian Holy Ape was trapped by humans at the entrance of an ancient ruins and served as the guardian of the ruins. This ancient site is said to be the resting place of a powerful warrior from ancient times, and contains countless treasures and powerful secrets. As the guardian god, the mission of the Dotian Holy Ape is to ensure that no unworthy person can enter the site. According to legend, Dotian Xingyuan was once a demon king who harmed the local area. It was the strong man who suppressed it and averted the disaster. After the death of the strong man, the fighting heaven holy ape was trapped for tens of thousands of years, fulfilling the task of guarding the entrance to the ruins. The power of the fighting heaven ape should not be underestimated, and any intruder who attempts to force their way in will face its wrath. Once an adventurer broke into the ruins, the roar of the Dotian Saint Ape spread throughout the ruins, and the huge Optimus Prime fell. Longchen was stunned. Were the ancients so powerful? Even a powerful beast like the Dotian Holy Ape can be suppressed. And after death, the fighting heaven Saint Ape has to guard the tomb for 10,000 years. This is different from the history he knew. History books say that it was a time when ferocious beasts were rampant. Humanity has gone through a dark period. At that time, humans were extremely weak, like ants in front of powerful beasts. And? Suppress a demon king for 10,000 years? Is this a story invented by the ancient world training ground, or do humans have a wrong understanding of their own history? Longchen took a deep breath and went in. At least to see what's going on. The worst that can happen is that you'll be burned to death. Longchen released the blood-patterned wild turtle and the violent iron-eating beast, climbed up the blue brick ancient road, and entered a dense forest. The trees are tall and peculiar, with trunks of iridescent colors, as if they were dyed with fuel, yet everything seems very real. He had never been to a privately run spirit beast combat training ground, but he had experienced Su Qing's small combat training ground. The four-dimensional modeled scene was very different from the real scene, and it was obviously fake at first glance. But every blade of grass and every tree in the ancient world training ground is so real that it is difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Passing through the woods, there is a vast circular square ahead. In the middle of the square, there is a sculpture several meters tall, holding a stick in its hand, which looks exactly like the fighting heavenly Saint Ape described in the Book of All Beasts. It glared at the sky, as if it wanted to poke it through with a stick. But there are thick iron chains wrapped around it from below, preventing it from leaving the square. This sculpture is so well made, so lifelike. Longchen just finished expressing his feelings. The sculpture's eyes suddenly turned into a brilliant gold. Its body began to move, and the stone skin on the surface fell off piece by piece, revealing its true appearance. This is a living Dotian Holy Ape. Dark yellow feathers, looks somewhat malnourished. It may have originally been a bright golden color, but after tens of thousands of years of captivity, its state has been greatly weakened. The fighting heaven Saint Ape hit him with a stick. The blood-patterned turtle reacted very quickly and immediately protected Longchen under its body, while it used its body to block the stick. Boom! A loud bang. The earth is shaking. The blood-patterned turtle spat out a large mouthful of blood, but finally managed to block it. The terrifying high temperature of the carapace forced the fighting heaven Saint Ape to retreat. Blazing flame armor. This is one of the gains of the blood-veined wild turtle in the 3-star difficulty ancient world. If it were the previous blood-veined wild turtle, it would probably only be able to take the beating unilaterally. The violent iron-eating beast rushed over. The iron fist frenzy hit the fighting heaven holy ape hard. The fighting heaven Saint Ape angrily swung his stick and knocked the violent iron-eating beast away. The fighting heavenly Saint Ape is the fighting heavenly Saint Ape, even though he hasn't eaten or drunk anything for tens of thousands of years. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The blood-patterned wild turtle also launched its engine charge towards the fighting heaven holy ape. The impact of the blood armor caused the fighting heaven Saint Ape to lose balance and fall heavily to the square. The blood-veined wild turtle slammed down like a mountain. Fighting heaven Saint Ape wanted to get up and hide, but the chains rattled. It completely restricted the Dotian Saint Ape's ability to move. There's hope. Longchen no longer hesitated. He immediately entered into meditation, established a connection between himself and the blood-patterned turtle, and began his first assimilation. The first step is morphological assimilation. He lay on the ground and his shape changed dramatically. A hideous tortoise shell appeared on his body, his limbs became thick, and his expression began to become hideous. After more than 7,000 hours of training in the ancient world, Longchen has become extremely familiar with the appearance, combat habits, and living habits of the blood-patterned turtle, so the speed of assimilation is quite fast. The only drawback is that the blood-striped turtle is a turtle. No famous man likes to be a turtle. But there is no other way now. The blood-patterned turtle has strong combat power, and the cost-effectiveness of assimilation is higher. If he is given a choice, he would rather assimilate into something like the fighting heaven holy ape. Actually, if you think about it, it would be pretty cool to assimilate into the fighting heaven saint ape, right? Longchen put aside all distracting thoughts and continued to concentrate on meditation. At this moment, Longchen's skin color and carapace have been initially formed. Assimilation level reaches primary score. Obtain 30 of the basic attributes of the bloodline turtle. It's not enough, the details of meditation are not enough. Longchen meditated on the blood-patterned turtle's posture and movements, which were almost a one-to-one replica. Assimilation level reaches intermediate score. Obtain 50 of the basic attributes of the bloodline turtle. Gain 30 of the defense attribute of the bloodline turtle. Can use blood turtle's normal skills. Not enough. Longchen began to imitate the roar of the blood-patterned turtle. Each time more alike than the last. Until the end it was almost completely consistent. Assimilation level reaches advanced score. Obtain 80 of the basic attributes of the bloodline turtle. Gain 50 of the blood turtle's defense. You can use the blood turtle's talent skills. Above the advanced rating are the perfect rating and the master rating. A perfect score can replicate 100 of all aspects of strength. The master rating is amazing. It can even surpass the blood-patterned turtle. But no matter how long Longchen meditated, he could not reach the perfect level or the master level, and only stopped at the advanced level. However, the basic attributes in all aspects have also skyrocketed. The strength soared from 200 points to 800 points. Although it is not as good as the blood-patterned turtle, it is far superior to most extraordinary 2-star power-type spirit beasts. Besides, he can burn blood. The moment when the blood burning starts. His assimilation level of the blood-patterned turtle reached the highest level. The strength instantly soared to 2,400 points. Longchen also launched a blood armor attack on the Dotian holy ape like the blood-patterned turtle. Two blood-veined wild turtles fight against the heavenly saint ape. On the other side, the violent iron-eating beast found a pile of worn-out iron weapons from somewhere. Chew it in your mouth like a lollipop. The more you eat, the more violent you become. The more he ate, the more ferocious his expression became. It was as if he mistook the iron object in his mouth for the holy ape fighting heaven. Chew it till it's mush. After eating enough iron, the violent iron-eating beast also joins the battle. The iron fist frenzy was in full swing, and each punch could send out a large amount of iron filings, just like Kung Fu Panda, hammering the fighting heavenly saint ape wildly. The fighting heaven holy ape roared. The chain vibrated more and more violently. The whole square was shaking. Chapter 50. The initial values are amazing. But this iron chain can bind it for tens of thousands of years. Of course, it can't break free. Therefore, the fighting heavenly saint ape can only evade within a certain range. Longchen seized the opportunity and bit the wrist of Dotian Xingyuan. Dotian Xingyuan felt the pain and punched Longchen several times. Longchen was beaten dizzy, but he tried his best to snatch the stick from the fighting heaven saint ape. He was then knocked aside, and the assimilation time ended, so he returned to his bruised and swollen human form. That was a close call. I was almost beaten to death by a few punches from the fighting heaven saint ape just now. If he dies, the challenge will fail. Congratulations, you have completed an advanced score assimilation, and are calculating the retention ratio. Calculation completed, this time retaining 10 of the basic attributes of the bloodline turtle. Strength plus 140, speed 16, spirit plus 10, endurance plus 30. What the hell? He knew that after assimilation was complete, some values would be retained. But I didn't expect to keep so much. His strength soared to 430 in one breath. Humans are not as good as spiritual beasts. 430 points of strength is already close to that of a level 3 warrior. Without its stick, the fighting power of the holy ape fighting heaven declined even more sharply. The blood-marked wild turtle and the violent iron-eating beast attacked from the front and back. The two fire spirit scorpion tail blades lashed out madly. The Dotian holy ape was beaten to pieces. Seizing the opportunity, the blood-patterned turtle also injected a large amount of fire poison. The fire poison entered the body and gathered a large amount of heat energy at the shoulders of the Dotian saint ape. When the heat energy accumulated to a certain level, it directly melted the arm of the Dotian saint ape. The entire arm fell off, with a large amount of red lava and melted flesh and blood tissue at the broken end. Longchun was so frightened that he gasped. The power of fire poison entering the body is too terrifying. It is equivalent to pouring high-temperature magma directly into it. However, Longchun was a little confused. Isn't the legendary fighting heaven holy ape very powerful? Even if its strength has declined, it shouldn't be that weak, right? Then Longchun looked at the stick. Although it was very heavy, it did not seem to be made of the ancient meteorite iron recorded in the Book of All Beasts. The density of ancient meteorite iron must be much greater. 1 foot weighs tens of thousands of pounds, while this one only weighs about 100 pounds. Isn't this the real fighting heaven holy ape? Boom! In the fierce battle between the blood-veined turtle and the violent iron-eating beast, the fighting heaven holy ape fell down with a loud bang. Various basic attributes fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing 1/10,000th of the Dotian saint ape. Task completed, please receive the reward. Award. Extraordinary 2-star atavism fluid 0.1. Legendary, fighting heaven holy ape, cub 1. Longchun, strength plus 50, speed plus 20, spirit plus 10, endurance plus 10. Violent iron eater, strength plus 200, speed plus 40, spirit plus 10, stamina plus 40. Blood turtle, strength plus 200, speed plus 40, spirit plus 10, stamina plus 40. Crazy iron eater pickup attributes, strength plus 15, stamina plus 10. Blood turtle pickup attributes, strength plus 20, speed plus 15. Additional benefits. Ancient Realm, Secret Realm Exploration Degree 1, Achievement, Dharma World, obtained. Reward, Dotian Shogun Skill Book, applicable to Beastmasters. Skill Book Level, Ancient Earth Rank. The amount of information is too huge. In addition to the rewards and pickup rewards known in advance, there is an additional reward for exploring a secret realm. What's the meaning? Every ancient world of legendary difficulty has a secret realm? In other words, the secret realm is the main body of this ancient world. Longchun was excited. Oh shit! The value of the ancient world training ground is still increasing. With only 1 exploration degree, he was directly given a warrior skill book. It's still Earth level. The skill book is the same as the spirit beast species. There are also 4 lists, Tiandi, Xianhuang, and Huangdi. Those who can enter the list have very high level of skill books. The skill books on the Earth rank list are priceless, comparable to the price of the spiritual beasts on the Earth rank list. What he even obtained was the ancient Earth rank, which was only stronger than the current Earth rank. Delicious! Longchun continued to check the beast taming panel. There's one more extraordinary 1-star Dotian holy ape. Fighting heavenly saint ape. Level, extraordinary 1-star. Bloodline, ancient level 100. Feature. Humanoid in form, tall and strong. He is about 10 feet tall. The muscle lines are smooth and every strand is sharp and angular. The hair is dark brown with a slight golden sheen. His face was resolute, his eyes were bright, he had an indomitable fighting spirit, and a rebellious and fierce aura. He wore a simple animal skin battle skirt, and a belt made of animal bones and tusks around his waist. Mastered the basic stick techniques. Arms. Although the refined iron rod has not yet demonstrated the power of the Dotian divine stick, it is comparable to a Xian-level magic weapon. Strength, 200. Speed, 90. Stamina, 150. Spirit, 70. Longchun looked at the number, and was even a little dazed. The power of a 1-star supernatural being exceeds 200? It's a bit scary. At that time, the blood pattern turtle super 2-star was only 180. The violent iron-eating beast extraordinary 2-star is only 210. This fighting heaven saint ape is too powerful. Only now did Longchen understand why Su Qing's 9-colored fox was so powerful. It is also possible that the 9-colored fox's extraordinary 1-star basic stats are similar to those of the fighting heavenly saint ape. Longchen suppressed his excitement. Now is not the time to get excited, because he has several bottles of extraordinary 1-star atavism fluid. The atavistic fighting heaven holy ape requires 5 bottles. Enough. He has saved up more than 10 bottles and can't use them all. You need to add 1 more bottle for rapid atavism. Add. Arrogant. Mainly because I can't wait to see the extraordinary 2-star fighting holy ape. Quickly return to the ancestors of the Dotian saint ape. Returning to the ancestral holy ape. Atavistic liquid 6. Return to the ancestors is successful. Longchen immediately checked the results. Fighting heavenly saint ape. Level, extraordinary 2 stars. Bloodline, 100 ancient. Feature. Humanoid in form, tall and strong. He is about 3 meters tall. The muscles are more developed, the lines are more rugged, showing more powerful strength. The hair turns bright golden, like a burning flame, symbolizing the further awakening and increased power of its ancestral bloodline. His face became even more ferocious, with golden light flashing in his eyes. Even when he was standing still, he gave off an intense sense of oppression as immovable as a mountain. His entire body was beginning to exude the aura of a demon king. He is proficient in the art of using sticks, which can be varied. Weapon, refined iron rod. Talent skills. Dharmakaya, the normal size is the same as that of an adult. After using Dharmakaya, it can become 3 meters tall, and all values are increased 5-fold. Strength, 1,100. Speed, 350. Stamina, 400. Spirit, 210. Oh my god! Longchen's eyeballs flew out more than 1 meter. Anyone with a big mouth can fit a Dotian stick. Just entered the extraordinary 2 stars. The power directly exceeded 1,000? The blood vein turtle is only level 1350 now. You have to know that the blood pattern turtle trained hard for 7,000 hours in the ancient world training ground. Unbelievable. It's really against the will of heaven. I'm afraid even the 9-colored fox doesn't have such growth potential. The most important thing is that the fighting heaven saint ape has a mastery skill in stick techniques, which not only has strong basic attributes, but also has strong technical skills. If a monkey knows martial arts, nothing can stop him. There is also the innate skill of Dharmadhatu. After the body becomes bigger, the combat effectiveness increases 5 times. Damn, invincible. Directly become his strongest beast tamer in 1 step. When Longchen opened his eyes again. A few more minutes passed outside. When the foster mother saw that Longchen woke up again, she thought he had not slept well. Then he said with concern, "Chinner, you can rest in peace. No one will bother us again." Longchen shook his head. "It's okay. I've rested enough." Then he hesitated and said, "I want to go out and take a look." Before Longchen could finish, his adoptive mother flatly refused. "You can't do that. It's very dangerous outside. Only experienced warriors can go to the battle. You are too young, inexperienced, and not strong enough." Wang Kaixian also said, "Brother Long, the fighting outside is so intense that even a 4th-level warrior is in danger of falling. A 2nd-level beast master like us can't stand it at all." Yu Qiuyao also advised, "Student Longchen, don't be impulsive." But Longchen had made up his mind. Because his adoptive father is still out there. Although he didn't know if he could be of any help. But it makes him feel more at ease than staying here. Chapter 51 The Monkey King appears. Every citizen has a share of responsibility for the fate of a country. Besides, the reason why we are trying so hard to pass the exam is to gain stronger strength and fight for the survival of mankind, right? The opportunity is right in front of me now, and what I need to protect is my hometown. How can I retreat at this time? Long Chen's words moved the people from the law enforcement department not far away. Several people looked at each other and felt a little ashamed. To be honest, when Jiangqing was attacked, when they were assigned to the post of ensuring the refuge of personnel, they felt somewhat fortunate. But they were educated by this great examinee. It's so shameful. Little brother, you are right. Every citizen has a share of responsibility for the prosperity of the country. My name is Lu Qijuan. What is your name? A member of the law enforcement division came over. My name is Longchen. Longchen, okay, I'll take note. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I recognize you as my little brother, Lu Qijuan said with a carefree smile. Okay, thank you for your help. Could you please protect my mother? The only thing that Longchen is worried about is his adoptive mother. Although the shelter is theoretically absolutely safe. But, in the face of such a huge disaster, who can guarantee that this place will be safe? Lu Qijuan nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect your mother. Longchen saw seriousness in the other person's eyes. Know that this is someone you can trust. Then Longchen looked at his adoptive mother. The adoptive mother saw Chener's determined eyes. I knew that no matter how much I tried to persuade him, it would be useless at this time. Then you must pay attention to safety. Yeah, I got it. Before Longchen left, he also left the blood-patterned turtle behind. One more layer of protection means one more layer of safety. Wan Kaixian hesitated for a moment and left with Longchen. He was actually quite worried about his father. The two left the shelter and came to the ground. It was already bloody outside. The smell of blood is so pungent that it makes me want to vomit. The tree monster in the center of Jiangqing has turned blood red all over, and it was all dyed with human blood. There was blood on the ground that formed a river and flowed towards the direction of the tree demon. A tree has completely covered the sky of Jiangqing. Covering the sky and the sun. The branches are full of people who have been sucked dry. Wang Kaixian was shocked. How many people died in this disaster? The current official death toll is 70,000. But the number of people densely packed on the trees alone may be more than 70,000. No wonder people say that Tianyao-level spirit beasts are invincible. It's so easy to massacre a city. Light kept exploding on the tree trunks. The sound of dense gunfire also rang out. But it is impossible to blow up the tree monster's skin. Is this hell on earth? Hurry up and go! Suddenly, a voice of expulsion came from a distance. Some people in white clothes were driving a team of over 100 people, including men, women, young and old. After being driven to a place, many branches suddenly fell from the sky. Those branches were like pythons, madly hunting those hundreds of people. Those people in white immediately rolled and crawled away. The branches slowly rose up, carrying hundreds of people. Within a few seconds, those hundreds of people were sucked dry and turned into mummies, with their skin clinging to their bones and without a trace of blood. And the tree demons seemed to have a darker blood color. Wang Kaixian was furious. Brother Long, these people! At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were also full of blood. His voice was trembling. Yes, the ancient beast church. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that there were human beings who could be so cruel to their fellow human beings. Feeding so many people to the spirit beast. What a beast! How can you do this to your fellow countrymen? It's a crime worthy of death. Let's go, follow them! Long Chen and Wang Kaixian followed quietly. These people went from house to house looking for lonely residents. Even children are not spared. While searching, he said, Brother Wang, do you think this will really work? A yellow-haired young man asked the leading young man. The young man smiled and said, There must be no problem. The first step to revive the ancient beast is to stimulate the beast's cruelty and bloodthirstiness. As long as the beast's habit of eating people is reproduced, the ancient beast's bloodline in the beast's body may be activated. If the ancient beast really is resurrected, then won't our ancient beast church be invincible? Ha ha! While laughing, several people dragged the ordinary people who were screaming out of the house. Some people resisted for the sake of their wives and children, but were directly killed by the expressionless yellow-haired man among them with a knife, and their heads fell to the ground. It was as if they were not killing people, but chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs. "Please spare us, at least let my daughter go. I can do anything for you." The still charming young woman knelt on the ground and begged for mercy while crying. Several people looked at the young woman's plump figure, looked at each other, and saw a hint of lust. Huang Mao licked his lips and said, "Brother Wang, how about letting us brothers enjoy it for a while before sending it to the tree demon?" The young man smiled and said, "Yes, our team has already transported thousands of people. It's time to take a break. Let's go." After that, several people dragged the young woman back to the room. The young woman desperately called for help, but no one cared about them at this time. All the military and law enforcement officers who were able to fight were basically fighting around the tree demon. Before support came from other cities, they could not take care of the safety of ordinary people for the time being. The young woman was thrown onto the bed, and the little girl cried, "Big brothers, please let my mother go, okay?" In the team, a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds set his eyes on the little girl. "Children born by beautiful women are different. They have been so pretty since they were young." After saying that, he carried the little girl to another room. The young woman was completely desperate, crying heartbreakingly. Boom, boom. There were two loud crashes from the next room. Huang Mao frowned. "You fat pig, he's just a kid, be gentle." But the fat man didn't answer, and the others didn't care. They thought the fat man was in a hurry. After all, how could a little girl of 8 or 9 years old be in any danger? Sizzle! The young woman's clothes were torn to shreds. Just as someone was eagerly climbing up, a huge scorpion tail suddenly came rushing over. Quickly and fiercely, he directly poked the man's head to pieces. All kinds of blood and dirt fell on the woman's body. The woman was so frightened that she screamed. The others reacted immediately. I saw a huge panda beast standing at the door. "Damn it! A mere 2-star superhuman pandaemon dared to kill my brother!" The young man flew into a rage on the spot. The gloves in his hands lit up instantly. A warrior turned boxer. Level 4. You can only change your job once when you reach the 4th level. His fist slammed into the violent iron-eating beast. The furious iron-eating beast immediately shook his head, indicating that your opponent is not me, and then pointed in the direction of the window. Everyone looked towards the window, but there was nothing. When I turned around, I saw the ferocious iron-eating beast tiptoeing and trying to escape. Oh shit! Being toyed with by a spirit beast. Chapter 52 Sacrifice 300,000 people. The young man was so angry that he turned into some shadows and chased after him. One of the warrior's common skills, Shadow Step. He had just caught up with the raging iron-eating beast. Boom! Suddenly, a big stick came out from the door next door. Hit him hard on the head. The young man's reaction speed was also very fast. Blocked it with both hands. The iron rod vibrated and made an excited trembling sound. "Who dares to ruin the good deeds of our ancient beast church?" the young man shouted. Then a figure walked out of the house. He has a hairy face and a big mouth, and wears armor with tiger skin patterns. On the furry face, a pair of eyes were like burning charcoal, flashing with unruly light. The corners of its mouth raised, revealing its sharp teeth. It took back the Dotian divine stick and placed it on its shoulder. He looked at the young man with disdain. For a moment, the young man couldn't tell whether it was a spirit beast or a person acting as one. If it was played by a human, the carefully crafted tiger skin armor and wild hair would blend so perfectly, and the violent aura that only belongs to the beast would rush towards him. If it's a spirit beast, what on earth is this? I have never seen such a human-like ape-like spirit beast. The young man calmed down and said, "It's just a 2-star supernatural beast. Why are you pretending?" His boxing gloves lit up again, and he attacked the fighting heaven holy ape. The iron fist is extremely powerful, and every punch is full of destructive power. But the fighting heaven saint ape used his agile body to move around the room like a ghost, dodging every punch from the young man. And his stick was extremely delicate, and he took advantage of every opportunity to strike the young man like a violent storm, continuously. In just a few rounds, the young man was hit dozens of times, with fractures and ulcers all over his body. The young man opened his eyes wide in shock. What on earth is going on? Your stick skills are so wonderful and proficient. Are you a human actor? The other members immediately said. Brother Wang, don't be fooled, he must be a stick fighter in disguise. The young man was furious. You are such a ghost. He charged at the fighting heaven holy ape once again. Each of his punches contained the power to split rocks. The air made a crackling sound under the pressure of his fists. However, the fighting heaven holy ape just stood there quietly, with a hint of disdain in its eyes. When the young man's iron fist was about to touch it, the fighting heaven holy ape moved. The stick in its hand seemed to come alive, and with a seemingly simple but infinitely changing trajectory, it gently flicked the stick and dissolved the boxer's attack into nothingness. The young man was shocked. This man's stick skills were as pervasive as running water, and as unpredictable as a gust of wind. Incredible! It's as if I was born to be one with this stick. Fighting Heavenly Saint Ape was not in a hurry to decide the outcome. It made full use of its flexibility, jumping up and down to deal with the young man. Every time it swung the stick, the young man's fist paused, and every time it tapped the stick, the young man's body paused. In the room, Long Chun and Wang Kaixian watched the fighting Heavenly Saint Ape's artistic stick techniques. At this moment Wang Kaixian was dazed. Because he hadn't yet reacted to how Brother Long got a third spirit beast, and then he was shocked again by the third spirit beast's smooth and ever-changing stick techniques. As we all know, learning skills for spirit animals and learning skills for humans are two different things. Spirit beasts cannot be as sophisticated as humans, so the skills they learn are relatively crude, and they tend to use strength or elemental energy to oppress their opponents. But Brother Long's monkey completely refreshed his cognition. He even believed it if someone said there was a warrior job change hidden inside. Long Chun was also very excited. The fighting Saint Ape's stick skills are more powerful than he imagined. Long Chun watched the fighting Heaven Holy Ape's every move carefully, preparing for his later assimilation into the fighting Heaven Holy Ape. He has already decided that the fighting Heaven Holy Ape will be his main object of assimilation in the future. So handsome. And it doesn't violate the rules at all. Even if he assimilated into the fighting Heaven Saint Ape, others might still think that he was deliberately dressed like this. Absolutely perfect. The young man's attack became more and more intense, and his fist shadows poured down like a rainstorm, trying to overwhelm the fighting Heaven Holy Ape with numbers and strength. But the fighting Heavenly Saint Ape switched between offense and defense quite smoothly. A pair of golden eyes were always looking for the young man's flaws, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Finally, after a fierce confrontation, fighting Heaven Holy Ape found an opportunity. Its stick drew a perfect arc in the air and accurately hit the boxer's wrist. This attack, seemingly understated, contained the profound power of the fighting Heaven Holy Ape. The young man only felt a huge force coming, and his fist involuntarily deviated from the direction. The young man's arms were forced to spread out in a spread eagle position. His pupils suddenly shrank. Finished. His defense was broken by this monkey. Sure enough, the next second, a whistling sound was heard, and a refined iron rod came down from top to bottom. It's too late to return to defense. Bang! There was a loud bang. The stick hit the young man's head hard. This stick was like a thunderbolt, containing a tremendous force. The shock wave spread out in all directions. The ground exploded in all directions, forming a large pit with a diameter of more than 2 meters. The young man's body suddenly stiffened and his eyes immediately became bloodshot and turned blood red. Then, the young man fell straight to the ground, breathing out but not in. Dead? Others were shocked. Brother Wang is the strongest among them. He is also one of the main persons in charge of this church action. A 4th-level warrior. It is always a mainstay no matter where it is placed. It is also very valuable in the ancient beast church. But he was killed. The yellow-haired guys were immediately frightened out of their wits. He was about to jump out of the window to escape, but the violent iron-eating beast had already blocked his way. The flame spirit scorpion's tail blade pierced into the yellow-haired man's chest, injecting a large amount of lava, and the yellow-haired man's internal organs were instantly burned. A few people were left trying to escape through the door, but a pig blocked the entrance. Several people yelled, What are you doing blocking the road, you idiot? Get out of here! Lazy Pig grunted twice. Then his expression became fierce. Just because you don't dare to provoke me, Big Brother Monkey, you think I, Little Brother Pig, am easy to bully? Lazy Pig charges like a wild boar. He knocked several people to the ground. Long Chun was a little surprised. Although these people were not as strong as the young man, they were basically third-level warriors. Is Lazy Pig so strong? Wang Kaixian smiled and said, After all, it is the #1 spiritual beast species on the yellow list. Besides, this Lazy Pig of mine is a little special. My dad bought it for me at a huge cost, hee. Long Chun understood. If Wang Kaixian said that it cost a huge amount of money, then it must be a sky-high price. Long Chun interrogated several people about the situation of the Ancient Beast Church. They said that the Ancient Beast Church sent 7 external teams which would not participate in the core battle. Their main responsibility was to capture people to feed the Green Spirit Tree Demon, and use large amounts of human blood to activate the Green Spirit Tree Demon's Ancient Beast bloodline. When Long Chun asked the other party how many people he planned to feed, he got a shocking number. At least 300,000 people. Long Chun and Wang Kaixian gasped. This is an attempt to sacrifice the entire Jiangqing. Chapter 53 Wanted Criminal. One-Eyed Wolf Master. In order to force out the information he wanted, Long Chun showed no mercy and directly ended the lives of several people, then dragged them out of the room. The young woman knelt on the ground in dishevel. Thank you for saving me and my child. Can you please stay and protect us? I can pay any price. You can do whatever you want. This young woman, who still had her charm, looked at them lovingly. If she were an ordinary young man, he would have lost control long ago. Long Chun sighed. Sorry, we have other things to do. You try to stay in the house and don't come out. The disaster should be over soon. Then he left the desperate young woman and Wang Kaixian away. Wang Kaixian looked at the blood-red tree demon that was growing more and more lush above his head. Brother Long, will the disaster really be over soon? Long Chun didn't have time to speak. Huh! Why are you two here? The two turned around and saw several people running towards them. One of them is the teacher of the practical training class of Beast Taming Middle School No. 1, and he is a level 3 beast tamer. There were a few people around him, who should be teachers from Warrior No. 1 Middle School and Element No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, they were covered in blood and showed signs of fighting. Teacher, what's going on now? Long Chun asked immediately. Teacher Zhang Haochuan of Beast Taming Middle School shook his head. It's very pessimistic. Although the spirit beasts that escaped from the spirit beast base have been initially controlled, there are still people from the Ancient Beast Church active in Jiangqing. It's very dangerous. The female teacher of Warrior No. 1 Middle School, wearing silver armor and holding a spear in her hand, looked like a heroic Valkyrie. She immediately said, But you two are still students and can't do anything. Hurry up and hide in the shelter. Teacher Zhang Haochuan also said, Yes, judging from the current situation, it is not possible for students to participate. In addition, congratulations on passing the exam. Thank you, teacher. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian bowed quickly. Teacher Zhang Haochuan said with satisfaction, Your team and Lu Yanrui's team are the pride of Beastmaster No. 1 Middle School. Upon hearing this, Long Chen immediately asked, Did Lu Yanrui and the others also pass the exam? Yes, they collected all 8 flags earlier than you did. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were a little surprised. In their opinion, Lu Yanrui's team should have encountered the Yangqing team before. The Yangqing team killed everyone they saw, so why did they let Lu Yanrui's team go? Long Chen kept this question in his mind. Continued to ask, Teacher, what can the two of us do now? We also want to do our part to protect Jiangqing. You are still just students. Zhang Haochuan shook his head and was determined not to let Long Chen and the other two join the battle. The female teacher of Warrior No. 1 Middle School also said, I know you want to contribute your strength, but you are still too young. Now is not the time to exert your strength. When you grow up and become stronger, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight for humanity. The teacher of Element 1 Middle School, wearing a black hat and holding a staff in his hand, said, The Ancient Beast Church teams operating in Jiangqing each have at least 1 rank 4 warrior. You are no match for them. At this time, A shrill cry came from the other side. Zhang Haoxuan said nothing more. Okay, you guys hide quickly and be obedient. We're leaving first. Several teachers immediately went to where the screams came from. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian hurried over. Acting together with the teachers is a relatively safe option now. Otherwise, if the two of them encounter another team from the ancient beast church, it will still be very dangerous. Residential area. A group of people were driven into a corner. In front of him were 3 pitch-black demon wolves. The one who controls them is a beast master. Next to the beast master were a few team members with ferocious expressions. I told you all to just follow us obediently. You insisted on resisting, and as a result, so many people died in vain. The beast master was a middle-aged man with a crew cut, a scar on his face, and a black eye patch over one of his eyes. Someone recognized him. It's the one-eyed wolf tamer. The wanted criminal who massacred several residential areas in Yangqing before. The one-eyed wolf master grinned. Oh, I didn't expect that even people in Jiangqing know about my great reputation. I am worthy of it. The other members of the team behind him also flattered him. Yeah, you are worthy of being Brother Wolf. You have earned such a fierce reputation. You are a role model for us. What a pity. This time, the superiors told us to keep them alive and send them to the tree demon. Otherwise, I really want to kill them all and become as notorious as Brother Wolf. The conversation between these people frightened everyone in the neighborhood so much that their faces turned pale. Brother Wolf chuckled. Brother is just a legend. Don't imitate me. You can't imitate me. After saying that, Brother Wolf ordered his 3 magic wolves to rush towards the crowd, opening their bloody mouths and biting several people to death, further breaking down the psychological defenses of this group of people. Crunch. The sound of the demon wolf chewing on human corpses made people's scalps tingle. I'll say it again, are you going or not? Everyone has collapsed, they know that leaving is a dead end. There were so many mummies hanging on the tree monster, they could all see them. Black-horned elephant. Giant rock mountain elephant. A loud shout was heard. Boom, 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 boom. 2 huge elephants charged forward. The ground shook as if a torrent of steel was surging across the land. The 3 demon wolves immediately retreated. Among spiritual beasts, elephants are known for their strength and are generally stronger than wolves of the same level. But the advantage of the elephant beast lies in defense, while the advantage of the wolf beast lies in attack, so it is difficult to say which one is better. Brother Wolf frowned slightly. Judging from the clothes these people were wearing, they seemed to be practical class teachers from various middle schools. You teachers, dare you join in the fun? Brother Wolf doesn't seem to take the teachers seriously. Zhang Haochuan said coldly. It is our duty to protect Jiangcheng. Oh? That's a coincidence. It's our duty to destroy Jiangqing. But you're just a level 3 beast master, are you sure you can stop me? After saying that, the 3 wolf beasts took a step closer to the 2 elephant beasts. Zhang Haochuan is under tremendous pressure. Although the elephant has the advantage in size and strength. But the opponent's 3 wolf beasts are also extraordinary 3 stars. He is at a disadvantage. Clang! The female teacher of Warrior No. 1 Middle School shook her spear, and the sharp spear light shot up into the sky. What about us? Brother Wolf glanced at the female warrior and the female elementalist. Are you guys worthy? He waved his hand casually, and 2 wolf beasts rushed towards the 2 people respectively. The female teacher immediately shook the gun. Spear fighting, cloud-piercing spear! The female teacher shouted loudly, and immediately swept out with a gorgeous spear, stabbing at the demon wolf. The demon wolf is extremely agile, and its movements are as fast as a shadow. He dodged the spear's thrust by turning his head, then bit the spear and swung his neck violently. The beast's strength is far greater than that of humans of the same level. The female teacher held on tightly, but her body was violently pulled down and pressed under the wolf. The claws as sharp as a knife attacked the female teacher in an instant. The female teacher blocked it with the handle of the gun. Her fair face was less than 5 centimeters away from the sharp claws. Chapter 54, Fighting the God of Heaven. Skill Book. But the demon wolf was extremely powerful, and with a force of more than 2,000 pounds, its nails got closer and closer to her eyes. There was less than a centimeter left. "You Lingfei!" The female elementalist shouted immediately. She planned to go over to provide support immediately. But two demon wolves stood in front of the elementalist and other teachers, baring their fangs. The female elementalist, her 3 water element skill, Torrent Impact, bombarded the magic wolf, but could only repel it but could not cause any effective damage. The other teachers were temporarily unable to break through the blockade of the 2 magic wolves. "Black Horn Elephant!" Zhang Haochuan immediately ordered the beast master to go for support. Brother Wolf sneered. "Did I let you go?" The beast controlling space behind him opened again. Zhang Haochuan was shocked. There are already 3 magic wolves. This 4th beast, could it be? The door of this beast controlling space is quite tall. It's 20 meters high. At least twice as high as a 3rd-level beast master. A strong and brutal aura raged out. Everyone immediately felt uneasy. A low wolf howl was heard. Zhang Haochuan's 2 elephant beasts immediately seemed to be cast under a spell. Their bodies tensed up and they stared at the door of the beast controlling space with fear. Then, a thick claw stepped out. Countless cracks appeared on the ground in an instant. More bodies came out, their gray hair mixed with dark shadow textures like the night. A huge wolf head appeared, with a cold blue light flashing in its eyes, revealing its unparalleled wildness and pride, just like a wolf king. The moment it appeared, it launched a surprise attack at an extremely fast speed, running wildly in front of the 2 elephants, stepping on the rock giant elephant, and then biting off the head of the black-horned elephant, and half of its body fell to the ground with a bloody mess. Zhang Haochuan was covered in blood and was completely stunned. Elite 1-star, Shadow Wolf. The strength crushes warriors and other professions of the same level. Brother Wolf is so majestic and domineering. The people of the ancient beast church cheered wildly. Haha, a bunch of weak ants dare to dream of becoming enemies with the ancient beast church. If you don't die, who will die? Brother Wolf looked towards Yu Lingfei. Yu Lingfei can't hold on any longer. Cracks were beginning to appear on the handle of her gun. Once it breaks, she will surely die. At this moment, there was a sudden loud shout. Boar charge! Humph! Boom 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 boom! A lazy pig with a smooth and white body. He charged towards the demon wolf with a ferocious look on his face. The tusks of lazy pig are longer than usual. It hit the belly of the demon wolf, and the powerful impact force actually knocked the demon wolf weighing over 1,000 pounds away several meters. Yu Lingfei took advantage of the situation and stood up with a somersault. Then he saw Wang Kaixian and Long Qin. You 2 actually followed me! Yu Lingfei exclaimed. She subconsciously wanted the 2 of them to leave. But a fierce, murderous aura burst out from behind him. Teacher Lu caught a glimpse of a huge black shadow out of the corner of his eye. The demon wolf attacks again. Yu Lingfei's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh no, she left her back to the demon wolf. Snap! The sound of metal breaking. Yu Lingfei's armor was torn by the sharp claws of the demon wolf, revealing the white back. Teacher, be careful! Long Qin reminded. And before Ling Fei could react, a scarlet scorpion tail blade swung over. The sharp needle at the end directly pierced the demon wolf's eyes. Then a large amount of lava was injected instantly. The demon wolf's eyes turned red in an instant. Then the eyeballs were burned by the high temperature in an instant. A bit of lava dripped out and landed on Yu Lingfei's back. Yu Lingfei screamed in pain and staggered forward into Long Chen's arms. Long Chen hugged Yu Lingfei tightly. Are you okay, teacher? Yu Lingfei looked up at Long Chen's knife-sharp profile. There was a hint of dullness in her beautiful eyes. After hearing Long Chen's voice, he left with a blushing face. No, it's okay. What was that just now? Everyone in the audience looked towards the violent iron-eating beast. What a strange spirit beast. It looks like a panda beast, but it is not as gentle and cute as a panda beast should be. Instead, it is extremely violent and ferocious. The evil spirit is overwhelming. In terms of brutality and brutality alone, it is not inferior to the Tsang'ing war wolf. The weirdest thing is, at the tail of this panda beast, there is a large metal scorpion tail. The demon wolf was attacked by this scorpion tail, At this moment, he was twitching on the ground and foaming at the mouth. The brain was burned by the scorching heat. Even if he is not dead now, he has lost his ability to fight. Zhang Haochuan was stunned. So strong! Extraordinary 2 stars can instantly kill extraordinary 3 stars. And it's a one-hit kill. Is there such a monster in Beast Taming number 1? Of course, he had heard of the student Longchen. After all, he and Su Qing are the only 2 with all attribute talents. It still attracts much attention. Unfortunately, he heard that Longchen's family was not well off and had an adoptive father who was bedridden all year round. All the family's money was used to pay for his medical treatment. So Longchen bought a discarded spiritual beast. Shit, what a pity! Who said Longchen was a pity? This spirit beast is so strong that it's abnormal. Even his black horn elephant and rock mountain giant elephant might not be able to instantly kill a demon wolf of the same level. But Longchen's mutant panda beast did it. Yu Lingfei and other teachers were also stunned. There's a monster in Beast Tamer 1. It's hard to believe that this child is a top student this year. No wonder he was able to pass the exam. With this mutant panda beast, we are fully qualified to win. Brother Wolf looked at his demon wolf twitching on the ground. My heart is bleeding. Although he is a 4th level beastmaster, the most powerful killer weapon is the elite 1-star Senging Warwolf. But it would also cost him a huge amount of resources to train a 3-star extraordinary magic wolf. These 3 magic wolves are all quasi-elite 1-star ones that he has in reserve. One was actually killed. Brother Wolf's face was distorted with anger. Very good, very good. You really pissed me off. I was planning to keep you alive, but now it seems like you'd better die. Brother Wolf gave an order. Several other people from the ancient beast church rushed out immediately. Their target is Longchen and Wang Kaixian. You guys step back. Yu Lingfei stood in front of the 2 men. Longchen saw Yu Lingfei with one arm hanging down. He could only use his other hand to barely hold up the silver spear. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately took the spear from Yu Lingfei. Teacher, can I borrow your weapon? Yu Lingfei was surprised. Wait. You're not a soldier. But Longchen had already rushed out. System. Learn the skill of Fighting Heaven's Stick. Cleared the ancient realm at legendary difficulty. He was rewarded with a skill book suitable for beastmasters. Fighting the God's Stick. Derived from the stick skills of the Fighting Heaven Saint Ape. Learning. Fighting Heaven's Stick. Learning completed. Suddenly, a vast amount of memory and experience descended from the sky and landed in his body, instantly drilling into his brain, and even merging into his muscles and bones throughout his body. Learning level, 1st level of great perfection. That's enough. Chapter 55. When Longchen picked up the stick. In an instant, Longchen seemed to be possessed by the Fighting Heaven Holy Ape. Powerful energy and blood surged into the sky. He used the spear in his hand as a stick, and galloped among the people from the ancient beast church like a dragon emerging from the sea. The stick brought with it a whistling wind, causing the surrounding air to vibrate and whistle. Longchen's body was as agile as a spring, and the iron rod seemed to have intelligence, flying up and down in his hands and leaping into the middle of the enemies. The shadows of the sticks hit the enemy like raindrops. Most of the people in the Church of the Ancient Beast are warriors, and are level 3 warriors who have not undergone a job change, so their skills are used rather roughly and they lack specialization. Some use knives, some use swords, and some use boxing gloves, which paves the way for future job changes. However, Longchen is different from them. After systematic indoctrination, the stick method has been integrated into his bones. The 1st level of perfection. Reach the proficiency that can only be obtained after changing jobs in advance. With this level of proficiency, it is easy to beat the warriors who are not proficient in these skills. Bang 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 bang. Longchen's swing was getting faster and faster. Getting more and more dense. Just like beating a drum. Every strike is powerful and heavy. Several people were hit so hard that their heads were broken and bleeding. Wang Kaixian was stunned. At this moment, Brother Long looks like a warrior. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand. What is a warrior? The so-called fighting using strength and body. They are all reckless men. This is a real warrior. With a more flexible fighting style and consummate fighting skills, he can fight against several people without losing the upper hand. A strong man rushed out from the ancient beast church. In his hands he held 2 huge axes. It is obvious that he is one step further than other level 3 fighters. Fix your career change goal in advance. Axe Warrior. He was a burly and strong man, almost twice as tall as the average man, and his broad shoulders felt like they could hold several adults. It's like a towering war fortress. His bronze skin shone with a metallic luster in the sun, and every muscle was as strong as iron, expanding and shrinking with his movements, as if containing endless power. It looks scary. Classmate, step back! Suddenly, a male teacher rushed out. Also from Warrior Number 1 Middle School. He also has a strong physique. Standing between Long Chun and the Axe Warrior. Long Chun hesitated for a moment, and was about to say something when Yu Lingfei pulled him behind him. It will be fine if I leave it to Lao Lu. He is a powerful swordsman and will definitely not lose to that Axe Warrior. Yu Lingfei is very confident. A big knife appeared in the male teacher's hand. At first glance, he seems to be the brute force type. The male teacher was not afraid of the Axe Warrior. Come on, big guy, I'll chop you to death. Could it be that the big knife was accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind? Hundreds of pounds of strength burst out in an instant, and he slashed at the Axe Warrior with a single blow. Clang! The Axe Warrior raised his double axes and blocked it easily. The residual force of the collision between the knife and the axe caused ripples on the skin of the 2 men like weak waves blown by the wind. The Axe Warrior smiled coldly. His 2 axes were large and sharp, flashing a chilling light. The axe handle was thick and long, and was firmly held in his big, fan-like hands, as if it was integrated with his arms. That's it! You're just a piece of trash! The Axe Warrior suddenly let out a roar that shook the earth. The sound waves spread out in all directions like a surging tide, and the ground beneath one's feet seemed to tremble slightly because of the roar. He used his waist as the axis, and his entire upper body acted like a powerful engine, driving his arms to rotate rapidly. The 2 axes drew huge and sharp arcs in the air, just like 2 silver lightnings crisscrossing. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed sharply, making a sharp whistling sound, as if it was wailing in pain. The male teacher's face changed immediately. Such earth-shaking power. This person is also ranked in the upper middle among the level 3 fighters. The attacks of the 2 axes were as dense as raindrops. The left axe chopped down from top to bottom with great force, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on one's head, with tremendous force that could split the earth. The right axe swept out from the side like a raging tornado, ready to sweep everything in. The male teacher's sword was immediately knocked away. Old Lu! Yu Lingfei and others exclaimed. But it's too late. The male teacher was instantly caught in the tornado. The upper body immediately turned into a pile of meat paste. The lower body is in a kneeling position. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Yu Lingfei's face turned pale instantly. They are in this team of teachers. Zhang Haochuan and Lao Lu are the strongest. Now one of Zhang Haochuan's 2 beasts is dead and the other is disabled. Old Lu's upper body turned into bloody mud. What to do? It seems there is no other way now. Yu Lingfei's pretty face turned pale. He turned around and said to Long Qin and Wang Kai-Shin, "You 2 turn around and run. Don't look back. Don't look back. Then what should we do here? Leave it to us." Yu Lingfei's face revealed determination. Zhang Haochuan also said, "We teachers are still here, so there is no need for you to go through life and death." The other teachers were also very determined. They know what they are facing. But in order to protect the students, they will do whatever it takes, even at the cost of death. Long Chun felt his nose sour. This is the gap between people. Some people kill their compatriots like pigs. Some people are willing to risk their lives to protect the weak. But he didn't choose to leave. Instead, he stood in front of Yu Lingfei again. "Teacher, thank you for protecting us. But we are not greenhouse flowers either. The ancient beast church is so abominable, Of course, everyone must kill it. Long Chen's feet were firmly on the ground. Very solid, just like being rooted in the earth. Just like his words, they were powerful. Today, I will kill these people. Long Chen's words shocked Yu Lingfei. Classmate, don't be impulsive. The other party is the Ancient Beast Church's peripheral special operations team. They are very powerful. You are no match for them. Yu Lingfei was about to stop him. Wan Kaixian leaned close to her ear and whispered, Don't worry, my brother Long is very strong. We just wiped out a small team. Yu Lingfei's pupils suddenly shrank. What? The Axe Warrior, Wolf Brother and others from the Ancient Beast Church also smiled contemptuously. Idiot. Brother Wolf glanced at the Axe Warrior. The Axe Warrior immediately understood. I will kill him well. The Axe Warrior roared, swung his two axes, and rushed towards Long Chen with a whistling sound like two mad bulls. Facing the aggressive Axe Warrior, Long Chen's eyes shrank slightly. The moment the Dotian Shingun skill was performed, a powerful force surged from the soles of the feet, slowly rising along the leg meridians until it gathered at the waist. Just as the Axe Warrior was about to get close, Long Chen moved. He exerted force from his waist suddenly, like a dragon swinging its tail, causing his upper body to twist rapidly. At the same time, his arms popped out like springs, and the iron rod in his hand was like a black lightning, smashing accurately towards the axe handle of the Axe Warrior's right axe. When? There was a loud bang, like the ringing of a huge bell. The vibration caused ripples in the surrounding air. The force of this stick was so great that it directly knocked the Axe Warrior's right axe out of his hand. It drew an arc in the air and embedded itself deeply into the ground several feet away, splashing up a cloud of dust. Chapter 56, Dharmat Hatu. Please give me some gold tickets. The Axe Warrior looked surprised, as if he didn't expect Long Chen to be so powerful. Yes. The force is not very strong, but it is very powerful. The ability to control the body has reached a very high level. The Axe Warrior quickly steadied himself, swung his left axe, and tried to attack Long Chen from the side. Long Chen was not in a hurry. He tapped the ground lightly with his feet and slid back several feet like a ghost, easily avoiding the fierce attack. Then he jumped high and somersaulted in the air. The iron rod pointed vertically downward, stabbing at the Axe Warrior like a sharp blade. The Axe Warrior hurriedly raised his axe to block. However, at the moment of contact, Long Chen skillfully flicked his wrist, and the front end of the iron rod instantly changed direction, sliding along the axe blade towards the Axe Warrior's arm. The Axe Warrior felt his arm go numb and a sharp pain came, and he could hardly hold the left axe in his hand. Too strong! Yu Lingfei could tell at a glance that this student must have a very strong foundation in warrior skills, far surpassing the ordinary students of Warrior No. 1 Middle School. As nimble as a monkey. Unbelievable! Zhang Haochuan was also stunned. Long Chen is a beast master and a warrior at the same time? And he is a warrior with such proficient skills. It feels like Yu Lingfei looks a bit amateurish in front of Long Chen. Who would believe that Long Chen is this year's college entrance examination candidate? Asshole! The Axe Warrior felt greatly humiliated. The axe was actually knocked away by a student. The Axe Warrior picked up his right axe, opened his arms, and turned his body into a powerful engine again, driving his arms to rotate rapidly. Teacher Lu was killed with just one move. Careful! Several teachers said in unison. They originally thought that Long Chen would retreat. But unexpectedly, Long Chen did not retreat but advanced instead. Although his 450 points of strength is nothing in front of a level 3 warrior. But his skills are extremely high. It can allow the power to be released most perfectly. Even multiple releases. The Dotian Shingun skills are fully activated. He used his waist as an axis and twisted violently. Moved the entire upper body like a fully drawn bow. The veins on his arms bulged like those of a winding python. The moment the force was transmitted to the iron rod, he swung it out. The front end of the iron rod is like a cannonball fired from a gun, cutting through the air, making a sharp whistle. This stick carries a tremendous force. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be cut by a sharp blade. There was a hissing sound, and the axe warrior in front felt an overwhelming force surging towards him. Bang! The iron rod went into the gap between the two swords. Accurately hit the axe warrior's wrist. Snap! Under the powerful bombardment, the axe warrior's hand was directly blown off. Then Longchen suddenly changed the direction of the iron stick. At this moment, he took out the gun tip that he had been hiding behind his back. Like lightning, the blow hit the axe warrior's head. Straight through. The spear tip pierced through the axe warrior's head, bringing out a string of red and white dirty blood. Plop! The axe warrior fell to his knees and fell silent. Everyone was silent. Especially Zhang Haochuan and Wang Kaixian. Holy shit! Longchen is a student of Beast Taming Middle School No. 1. Killed a level 3 warrior with bare hands. This is going against the will of heaven. Brother Wolf's eyes became extremely cold. Watching his teammates die or get injured. His face turned pale. Boy, you succeeded in irritating me. Brother Wolf asked his Sui War Wolf to change direction. The huge body rushed towards Longchen like lightning. Zhang Haochuan quickly asked his only remaining rock elephant to protect Longchen. But the rock mammoth was already seriously injured, and its speed was no match for that of an elite 1-star wolf beast. So when it just started, the Kanjing war wolf had almost rushed in front of Longchen. The female elementalist and other teachers immediately attacked the Sui war wolf, but none of their attacks were fatal. The only target of the Kanjing war wolf is Longchen. Brother Wolf said disdainfully, Boy, you are indeed outstanding. Whether as a beastmaster or as a warrior, at your age, you can be ranked among the best among your peers. But it's a pity that you met me. Brother Wolf's voice seemed like a death notice to Longchen. The blue shadow war wolf leaped up, and a huge black shadow covered the sky and swooped down. Longchen's body seemed extremely small. Some people couldn't bear to watch anymore. It will definitely be another bloody scene. Yeah. Longchen chuckled. Then the beast taming space behind Longchen opened. Before the real body appeared, a huge stick came out first. Supporting himself on the ground, he stabbed directly into the throat of the Kanjing war wolf. It was a close call that the Kanjing war wolf didn't vomit. Then a golden, hairy ape-like creature came out. Not that tall, but very strong. It has a human form, although not a majestic one. But there is a powerful momentum. It seems that you can pick stars and the moon with just a wave of your hand. Just standing there, I have an aura that no one else can do it but me, and I am the only one who can do it. This is a natural pressure. A pair of golden eyes, piercing and sharp. Everyone was surprised. What kind of spiritual beast was this? Another one I haven't seen before. Is it a variant too? But this ape beast gives people a tingling feeling. Even the Kanjing war wolf stared blankly at the Dotian holy ape for a long time, faintly feeling a blood suppression. Brother Wolf frowned slightly. It's just a 2-star spirit beast, eat it! The Kanjing war wolf had no choice but to bite back. Facing that terrifying bloody mouth. The eyes of the fighting heaven saint ape were filled with contempt. Instead, its eyes were bloodshot. It seemed as if the innate fighting instinct was boiling in its blood. The fighting heavenly saint ape tapped the ground lightly with his toes. He dodged the big mouth of the Kanjing war wolf. He jumped onto the head of the Kanjing war wolf, swung the iron rod, and hit it hard. Boom! This was an incredible explosion. Kanjing war wolf was in so much pain that tears came out. The Sui war wolf was really furious. He turned his head and bit at lightning speed, but what he got in return was an iron rod falling from above. Snap! 2 teeth were broken. The Kanjing war wolf felt the pain and nimbly dodged to the side, swinging its long tail towards the Dotian holy ape like a steel whip. Fighting heaven saint ape turned around and blocked horizontally with the magic stick. With a loud pop, the end of the stick collided with the wolf's tail, making a deafening sound. Everyone was stunned. So strong! It wasn't the Sui war wolf that shocked them. But it was Longchen's ape beast. He is only a 2-star transcendent, but he can fight on equal terms with the Tsanging war wolf. Unbelievable! Zhang Haochuan was completely confused. Doesn't Longchen have no money? How can I buy this spiritual beast which is obviously of top quality? Could it be that this is also a discarded item? Then you accidentally bought the variant? What good luck! The battle between Dotian Xingyuan and Kenjing Zhanlang has entered a fierce stage. Longchen frowned. The Kenjing war wolf was indeed an elite 1-star spiritual beast. It was indeed extremely powerful when it got serious. If it weren't for Dotian Xingyuan, a combat expert who has combat ingrained in his bones, any other one of the same level would have been eaten long ago. But even so, the fighting heaven holy ape did not seem to gain an advantage. There is no way. Dharma realm of heaven and earth. As soon as Longchen thought about it, the fighting heaven holy ape immediately received the order. The fighting heaven holy ape suddenly roared towards the sky. Its body began to radiate a dazzling golden light, which became brighter and brighter, gradually enveloping its entire body. I saw its body slowly rising. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. Chapter 57. Damn! Dad is so strong! The fighting heaven holy ape became extremely burly. It seems like an immortal god of war forged by the ancient sacred mountain. His body was covered in golden hair, each strand like a divine golden chain, sparkling with a cold metallic luster. Under the golden hair, the muscles bulged like raging waves, containing enough power to overturn the world. That broad chest seems to be able to accommodate hundreds of rivers. Every ups and downs are accompanied by the surge of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Under the Dharma realm of heaven and earth, its basic attributes instantly skyrocketed fivefold, and its overall momentum also skyrocketed. Everyone was stunned with shock. Especially Zhang Haochuan. He had heard that some apes and beasts that ranked high on the earth list or on the heaven list would have this kind of appearance similar to that of humans, but such apes and beasts should be very rare. Among the hundreds of apes and beasts known to humans, there are probably only a very few that can achieve such an effect. Brother Wolf also looked at the fighting saint ape in disbelief. On the list of spiritual beasts, he had never seen this kind of ape beast that could change size, so there was only one possibility: this was a mutant ape beast. Spiritual beasts with low controllability are more likely to induce mutations, but the vast majority of mutations are negative, such as deformity, bloodthirstiness, and replacing useful abilities with useless garbage abilities. Only in extremely rare cases is it possible for a mutation to occur in a positive direction, but it is something that can only be encountered by chance, and no one can control the direction of the mutation. But this guy. Brother Wolf looked at Li Yi and the boy's two beasts. A panda beast and an ape beast. It seems that some kind of positive change has occurred. Could it be that he has mastered some secret recipe for mutation? Brother Wolf immediately ordered Kenjing Warwolf. Catch him alive! I want to take him back for research! At this point, he still felt that his Tsanging Warwolf would definitely win. An elite 1-star player is fighting an extraordinary 2-star player, and I don't know how I can lose. Long Chen's mind moved, and he gave an order to the fighting heaven holy ape. Get rid of it! Roar! The fighting heaven saint ape roared towards the sky. Be the first to attack. Its speed suddenly increased 5 times compared to before. In addition to its already very fast speed, it now looks like a golden lightning falling from the sky. The Tsenging Warwolf opened its bloody mouth, revealing fangs as sharp as knives. The moment when the two giant beasts fought, a huge storm was immediately set off. Boom, 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 boom. It's like beating a drum in an empty mountain. It made Zhang Haochuan and several other teachers feel terrified. This is the fight between elite spirit beasts. So fierce. But what shocked Zhang Haochuan even more was this ape beast. Although its level is inferior, its basic attributes are much better than those of the Kenjing Warwolf. But the fighting heaven saint ape relied on his mastery and tenacity in combat, and his ever-changing stick techniques, and did not lose out at all. It's as if he's been playing with sticks since he was in the womb. Sometimes stabbing, sometimes picking, sometimes sweeping. The iron rod came to life in its hands and danced with impenetrable force. And the more you fight, the braver you become. Like the god of war descending to the earth. But it is as violent and bloody as the demon king. Brother Wolf watched for a long time but couldn't take down the ape beast. He immediately flew into a rage. Soaring Warwolf, are you a loser? You can't even defeat a 2-star supernatural being. I order you to kill it within 3 minutes. The Sui werewolf was in pain. Extraordinary 2 stars? After the opponent became huge, it was clear that his strength and speed were no less than his own. The combat skills are far superior to it. It can't find any opportunity at all. When Kenjing werewolf was in trouble, his feet suddenly slipped, and he lost his balance. Fighting Heaven Saint Ape seized this opportunity. With a light poke of the stick, the Kenjing werewolf was knocked down. Then he raised the stick high. A flash of colorful light flashed across the surface of the stick. Strings of ancient runes began to climb up the stick. The air around the stick also began to vibrate. There were ripples visible to the naked eye. It's like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Then the iron rod began to grow longer and thicker. With every foot of length, the aura of the stick increased dramatically. There is an aura flowing out that seems to destroy the world, exuding a thrilling aura of majesty. Kenjing werewolf was stunned. We are all spiritual beasts, why can you make the stick bigger? The fighting Heaven Saint Ape exerted force suddenly, and his muscles swelled like raging waves. The blue veins bulged like a winding dragon. With its waist as the axis, its entire body acts as a giant catapult. He poured all his strength into the iron rod without reservation, and with the immense force, he smashed it down hard at the Kenjing werewolf. When the stick fell, it seemed as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The fur on that Tsanging werewolf's body was torn easily like fragile paper, revealing the bloody flesh beneath the skin. The Tsanging werewolf's body, as hard as steel, caved inwards. A large amount of flesh, blood and broken bones crowded to both sides frantically, swelled like balloons at the edge of the skin, and then exploded directly. A large amount of blood and flesh gushed out, staining the ground within 100 meters in radius with blood. Everyone was silent. Zhang Haochuan's scalp felt numb. That stick crushed Ling Xiao to pieces, so unruly and unruly. With the guise of an extraordinary 2-star, he killed an elite 1-star. Never seen before. Such a thing has never been heard of in the history of human beast masters. His eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out, and his expression of shock was no less than witnessing the collapse and reshaping of the universe. Everyone seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. Not even a sound could be uttered. This was especially true for Brother Wolf himself. His face was instantly distorted and the look of shock was like a surging tide, flooding his entire face. His face turned pale, his body lost support, and he fell to the ground in an instant. His shadow wolf. He was hit to death with a stick. Zhang Haochuan and several other teachers reacted instantly. Subdue Brother Wolf. There must be some important secrets to be uncovered from such a person. Student Longqin, Beastmaster No. 1 Middle School is proud of having students like you. Zhang Haochuan just finished speaking. Longqin didn't have time to speak. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the sky. Everyone looked up immediately. I saw a huge sword energy spanning the sky, rolling down from the clouds. It's like a nuclear weapon that destroys the world. Under everyone's shocked gaze, it landed heavily on the blood-red tree demon. Under the sword energy, Longqin saw a figure. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his hospital gown rustled. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, and his cold gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the trunk of the tree demon. Yu Lingfei exclaimed, "It's sword energy! Incomparably powerful and vast pure sword energy! This sword energy is like a surging river, unstoppable!" The sound of the sword resounded throughout the entire Jiangqing. Could it be a heavenly glory level sword master? Yu Lingfei was extremely excited. This is a warrior who stands at the pinnacle of humanity. Zhang Haochuan was ecstatic. Great, Jiangqing is saved! With the help of a Tianyao level expert, Jiangqing will definitely be able to escape the disaster. Longqin opened his mouth wide, stunned. What are they talking about? What kind of heavenly glory sword master is this? That man is his adoptive father. He is an ordinary middle-aged man who was infected with blood poison due to fighting in the Forbidden Demon Cave and has been lying in the hospital for chemotherapy for many years. Buzz! Suddenly, the tree demon shook. It sounded like the low groan of an ancient giant beast, or like a huge bell struck by the gods, causing the entire Jiangqing to tremble violently. Countless blood-red branches and leaves swept towards Dad Lin Changfeng. A red gale formed that covered the sky and the sun. Under the devastation of this extreme force, countless buildings were torn apart and collapsed. A Tianyao-level spiritual beast, every move is earth-shattering. Lin Changfeng took a step forward. This step seemed light, but it was as heavy as a mountain pressing down on his head. With one step, he crushed the whistling red gale. It makes people's hearts boil. Long Chen's blood was burning with excitement. Oh shit! Dad is so strong! Chapter 58 My adoptive mother is so strong! At the same time, Lin Changfeng swung the sword in his hand. A dazzling sword energy shot up into the sky. The sword energy was pure white, and ripples appeared in the space, as if it was distorted and deformed under the powerful force. The tree demon felt the fatal threat, its huge body shook violently, and countless thick branches danced like a giant python, bringing up gusts of fishy wind, and the leaves rustled, as if it was roaring angrily. Lin Changfeng's eyes became increasingly cold. He gently swung the sword in his hand, and the sword energy in the sky swept towards the tree monster like a surging tide. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was cut into pieces, making a sharp whistling sound. The tree demon's branches tried to resist, but were easily cut off the moment they came into contact with the sword energy. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and the broken branches fluttered down like a bloody rain. Lin Changfeng roared loudly, his voice shaking the sky. This roar contained endless sword intent and power. The whole person seemed to merge into one with the sword, transforming into a dazzling stream of light, rushing towards the tree monster with a powerful sword energy. Crack! A loud bang. The sound was like the collapse of heaven and earth, deafening. The trunk of the tree demon was like a rotten dead tree. Under this peerless sword, it had no power to resist and was instantly split in half from top to bottom. The moment the tree demon was split, a powerful impact force spread out in all directions, and the surrounding land was lifted up several feet high, forming a huge circular earth wave, which knocked down 1/3 of Jiangqing's buildings. Unprecedented devastation. But the good result is that the tree demon was killed. The people of Jiangqing finally saw the sky again. Someone shouted angrily, Lin Changfeng! You betrayed the ancient beast church, the archdeacon will not let you go, just wait for death. Then countless figures quickly evacuated Jiangqing. The ancient beast church finally retreated. Long Chen was stunned. Lin Changfeng is the name of his adoptive father. Although most people only know that his adoptive father is Lin Dayou. If he hadn't accidentally found his adoptive father Lin Changfeng's ID card, he wouldn't have known that this was his adoptive father's real name. Betray the ancient beast church, what does that mean? Is the adoptive father a member of the ancient beast church? Long Chen's mind went blank. Long Chen looked at Lin Changfeng standing in the sky. Lin Changfeng seemed to feel his gaze. She lowered her head and looked at him, then gave a complicated smile and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His face turned pale and his body began to stagger. Before more people gathered, Lin Changfeng left. For some reason, Long Chen had a feeling that after his adoptive father left, he didn't know when he would see him again, or even. The ancient beast church retreated and the disaster subsided. The next few days, the military and law enforcement departments began organizing post-disaster reconstruction work. But this time, the attack by the ancient beast church has caused Jiangqing to suffer an unprecedented attack. It is estimated that it will take 3 to 5 years for it to recover to its pre-disaster state. Official Statistical Bulletin. A total of 550,000 people were killed in this disaster, including 120,000 deaths, 430,000 injuries of varying degrees, and a large number of injured people are being treated in hospitals. In addition, the invigilator of the examination was bribed by the Church of Ancient Beasts and killed the students taking the examination. The invigilator has now committed suicide out of fear of the crime. As for the Yangqing team, which should have been investigated the most, the official authorities did not announce the relevant investigation results. However, the official has proposed to start strictly investigating the phenomenon of immigration during national entrance exams in various places. The public purpose is to maintain the fairness of the national entrance exams, but whether there is any deeper purpose is unknown. For example, the beasts controlled by the Yangqing team are obviously more violent and cruel than ordinary beasts, and are similar to the crazy beasts in the Jiangqing beasts breeding base. What methods did the Fire Seed organization use to cause such changes in the spirit beast? The authorities have not released the results of these investigations. Long Chun went to the shelter to find his adoptive mother. She seemed to have expected this, and neither of them mentioned their adoptive father tacitly. When he returned home, he found his home was in a relatively remote residential area in Jiangqing. The bustling main street area was hit hardest. So his family basically did not suffer any damage. It was only during the earthquake that cracks appeared on his old house. The community said they would send a professional engineering team to repair it to ensure everyone's living safety. During this period, someone came to investigate about Lin Changfeng, but he and his mother both said blankly that they didn't know any Lin Changfeng, they only knew Lin Deo. The investigators checked and left. The mother and son calmed down. The adoptive mother suddenly said, "Some things are not that we don't tell you, but it will not do you any good if we tell you." Long Chen's mind moved. Is my adoptive father a member of the ancient beast church? The foster mother was silent for a moment, then sighed. Originally, such a secret should have been kept from you for the rest of your life. But when you resolutely left the shelter, I suddenly realized that you have grown up and have the power and qualifications to decide your own life. This matter is actually related to your background. Long Chen's life experience has always been something his family kept silent about. The adoptive mother continued, Your mother, I mean your biological mother, Ji Yan, may still be alive now. She was captured by the ancient beast church at that time. Your father, I mean your adoptive father, joined the ancient beast church in order to save her. Later, I don't know what happened. He appeared at my doorstep on a rainy day, holding you in his arms. When talking about his biological mother, Long Chen's face showed no expression. Whether it is his biological mother or father, they have been deleted from his dictionary. His adoptive father and mother are his mother. The adoptive mother seemed to have guessed what Long Chen was thinking, and she said gently, Actually, you don't have to blame your biological mother. She still loves you very much. She was a famous beauty back then. She had some love-hate relationship with Lin Changfeng and Long Jinbang, and eventually she married Long Jinbang and gave birth to you. Then one day the ancient beast church captured her and you. Then Lin Changfeng entered the ancient beast church and brought you out. But Lin Changfeng said that Ji Yan might still be alive. Long Chen was in a very strange mood. There is an indescribable feeling. He said that he no longer had any feelings for his biological mother. But I heard that my biological mother was still alive and was imprisoned in the ancient beast church. He had an inexplicable urge. The foster mother handed Long Chen a note and said, When you get to Linjang City, contact the person above. He is a friend of Lin Changfeng and can take care of your life in the advanced beast taming school. Long Chen immediately said, Mom, won't you come with me? The foster mother shook her head and said, No, I want to wait here for your father to come back. Otherwise, when he comes back and finds that there is no one at home, he will be anxious. But I'm worried about you staying in Jiangqing alone. The foster mother suddenly stood up and smiled mysteriously. A sharp blade light gathered at the fingertips. Just a gentle slide. Suddenly, a horizontal cut appeared on the wall of the house. Boom! The wall collapsed in an instant. What the hell? Long Chen was stunned, looking at the house falling down with a loud bang. The foster mother suddenly embraced him tenderly and drew a line with her finger again. Immediately, a vertical cut appeared, like a sea split by a huge knife, and the walls retreated madly to both sides. By the time he came to his senses, he had already been taken outside by his adoptive mother. People in the community rushed over to inquire about the situation. The foster mother smiled and said, It seems that the earthquake has caused serious damage to the house. We have to trouble you to help us rebuild it. Long Chen looked at his adoptive mother blankly. What's going on? Not only is the adoptive father a monster, but the adoptive mother is too. In a family of 3, he is the only weakling? Chapter 59. Let's go to Linjang City. Actually, I'm not interested in who my biological mother is. In my opinion, you and Dad are my parents. Long Qin didn't want to mention anything about his biological mother in front of his adoptive mother. The grace of raising a child is greater than the sky. The adoptive mother shook her head and said, Qin'er, you are still young, so you don't understand many things. Ji Yan didn't abandon you on purpose, and even Long Zhenbong may not be as bad as you think. Many things are beyond the control of just a few of us. I originally wanted you to live your whole life as an ordinary person, and not get involved in dangers that are difficult to resolve. But you have already begun to show your extraordinariness, and many people have already seen your potential, so you must continue on this path with determination. You have already entered this situation, so you can only do your best to break it. Let's go to Linjang City. The adoptive mother's attitude was very firm. Long Qin had never seen such a foster mother. In his impression, his adoptive mother is a gentle full-time housewife. It's not the determined look and confident tone he has now. Just using the blade light condensed from his fingers, he could collapse an entire residential building. Maybe I should really listen to my adoptive mother. In fact, he also wanted to go to Linjang City and enter the advanced beast taming school. It's human instinct to move toward higher places. And what kind of situation is the adoptive mother talking about? Even his adoptive parents couldn't protect him? Such a dangerous situation? It is currently known that adoptive father Lin Chanfeng can smash a Tianyao level tree monster with one sword. That's at least a warrior of level 13 or above. In his opinion, this is already the middle board of the ceiling. Those who stand at the top of human beings. The current strength of the foster mother is unknown, but just by looking at the fingers slashing the building, it can be seen that the destructive power is at least greater than that of an elite-level spirit beast, and may be comparable to the commander level. Such strength cannot protect him? Long Qin took a deep breath and looked at the sky in the distance. In any case, he has lived in this small river town for 11 years and is beginning to want to see the outside world. Okay, I'll go. The adoptive mother finally smiled with relief. After all, if Long Qin cannot firmly choose his own path. She was also worried about letting Long Qin go to Linjiang City alone. A few days later, the school held a graduation ceremony for these graduates. Most of the graduates are still alive. After Jiangqin was attacked, many of them stayed in the examination area and did not come back, so they saved their lives. Long Qin saw teacher Zhang Haochuan during the final exam. Teacher Zhang Haochuan was wrapped in bandages and had one arm in a sling, looking a little disheveled. When he noticed that Long Qin was looking at him, he smiled kindly. Long Qin bowed respectfully. After all, in times of crisis, the teacher protected him, and Wang Kaixian behind him without hesitation. Even though he knew there was no hope of defeating Brother Wang, he never thought of giving up on him and Wang Kaixian. Long Qin didn't know if he would have the honor to meet such a teacher again in the future. Teacher Zhang Haochuan just nodded from a distance, and did not come over, as if he did not want to attract too much attention. In fact, a few days ago, Teacher Zhang Haochuan came to thank him for saving his life, and told him not to let others know that he had killed the 4th-level beast master of the ancient beast church. Especially when you arrive in Linjiang City, don't expose yourself easily. Otherwise you will easily get yourself into unnecessary trouble. Long Qin thought it made sense. If the spies of the ancient beast church found out that he had killed many of their people, given the character of the ancient beast church, they would definitely take crazy revenge on him. So he does have to be careful about that. At the same time, the principal announced. Because Jiangqing suffered a disaster, the higher-ups decided to compensate Jiangqing in many ways, including the entrance exam. According to the original plan, only 8 students from Yusho No. 1 Middle School passed the final exam. Now the superiors have relaxed the admission quota and increased it to 30. The entire audience of students was immediately in an uproar. 30 people admitted. This is the largest number of admissions in the history of Yusho No. 1 Middle School. In previous years, even if the 3 middle schools were combined, it would not be possible to admit so many students. Long Qin was also a little surprised. But he immediately thought of something, and a hint of meaning flashed in his eyes. Wang Kaixian said excitedly. This is great. 30 admissions places, it's a record. Let me count. Basically, it seems that everyone who takes the exam and survives. Then Wang Kaixian's face suddenly became very ugly. He found that the total number of people who survived the exam was exactly 30. Nearly 200 people entered, and only 30 came out alive. This was also the most brutal test in history. No wonder the superiors would relax the conditions so much. Jiang Qing is in such a miserable state this time. Brother Long! I found out. Wang Kaixian was just about to tell others about his discovery. But his mouth was immediately blocked by Longchen. Now everyone is immersed in this cheerful atmosphere. But they did not notice the pain behind this joy. But that's enough. This is also the purpose of the superior's arrangement. Wang Kaixian immediately understood and nodded. After the graduation ceremony, Longchen and Wang Kaixian were called to the principal's office. There is also teacher Zhang Haochuan in the office. The principal immediately stood up and said, "Welcome to our 2 contact students. You bravely participated in the battle and stopped the killing of the ancient beast church. You saved thousands of residents and several teachers from 3 middle schools. I've already heard from teacher Zhang that you are all great, and Beast Taming No. 1 middle school is proud of you. Hee, it's a piece of cake. With Brother Long and I here, the ancient beast church will be a piece of cake." Wang Kaixian immediately became proud. The principal did not dislike Wang Kaixian's showing off as usual. Instead, he nodded very dotingly, and then looked at Longchen seriously. "But you should also take this as a lesson. Although you won this time, you won because of luck, because of the other party's arrogance, and because the other party didn't understand you. But luck doesn't always happen. Maybe the goddess of luck won't favor you next time. So you must remember to avoid showing off your talents. The key is to make yourself stronger. When you have an elite or even a commander-level Beastmaster, or even a brilliant-level Beastmaster, you will be able to do more things, defeat more powerful enemies, and protect more people. Do you understand?" Facing the principal's earnest instructions, Longchen nodded very seriously. "I understand, Principal." The principal then took the 2 to a secret passage behind his office. Entering, the principal's fingerprint opened a downward passage. Wang Kaixian was surprised. "There is actually such a secret passage in our school? Could it be that there are countless treasures hidden in it?" The principal rolled his eyes at Wang Kaixian. "You're overthinking it. The school isn't as rich as your family. The middle school is not eligible to participate in the war, so it cannot accumulate too many treasures. However, it is a place for teaching and educating people after all. Some Beastmasters who graduated from here will come to give back to their alma mater and give them some things. It may not be that rare, but it can be considered a reward from the school to you. Enter the underground treasure house. There's really a lot of stuff in there. There are even skill books and equipment for spirit beasts. There are some things I haven't seen yet." Chapter 60. The treasure of the treasury is a stick? When Wang Kaixian saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. "Principal! Are these all for us? How is that possible?" The principal almost wanted to hit someone. If it weren't for Wang Kaixian, he would have been considered courageous and responsible for not leaving Longchen alone. In fact, he didn't want to experience Wang Kaixian at all. "Pick one." The principal let the 2 people look around freely. Wang Kaixian flipped through a few skill books, then looked to the side inadvertently. There was a small box next to it, and inside the box was a pill. It looked ordinary, but pills with a dark green surface were quite rare. Wang Kaixian was suddenly surprised and asked, "Could this be the beast spirit pill?" Teacher Zhang Haochuan said, "As expected of the son of the richest man, he has good vision. This is indeed a precious beast spirit pill. Our school actually has something like this. It's very expensive, but there's no market for it." Longchen also came over immediately. "What is the beast spirit pill?" "The beast spirit pill is a pill that can strengthen the connection between the Beastmaster and the beast. In other words, it can improve the loyalty and obedience of the beast, and it has a great effect in improving combat coordination." Wang Kaixian was so excited that his saliva was spurting out. But Longchen had no expression on his face, and was even in a very calm mood. "Then isn't this thing equivalent to those obedience potions that exploded in the ancient world training ground? He has a bunch of them. The point is that he is of no use at all. He has a passive talent, which is that all the beasts he contracts with are 100 loyal, obedient, and under his control." What's so surprising about this? Just worthless stuff. Longchen immediately lost interest and asked casually. Then this thing doesn't cost much? Wang Kaixian stretched out a finger. 10,000? Longchen's eyes immediately lit up. If one pill costs 10,000, then can he also sell these obedience potions? He has accumulated so much now, it should be easy for him to sell it for hundreds of thousands, right? When Wang Kaixian heard Longchen's offer, he fainted. Brother Long, my dear Brother Long, if one coin is worth 10,000, I'll take as many as you have. Longchen thought about it, and it seemed that the price of this thing was much higher than this number. 100,000? Longchen continued to guess. If it were 100,000 per coin, that would be incredible. Those obedience potions of his could sell for millions. Wang Kaixian continued to shake his head vigorously. My head is turning into a corkscrew. Longchen immediately showed a look of horror. Higher than 100,000? He immediately lost his composure. It's impossible that one coin costs 1 million, right? Longchen's breathing became rapid. The eyes were immediately filled with red bloodshot. He felt as if tens of millions of people were waving at him. With these tens of millions, can I just take my adoptive father with me? Thinking of his adoptive father, Longchen immediately became a little worried. Although the adoptive father is very powerful. But suffering from blood poisoning is an objective reality. With these tens of millions, I can use them to treat my adoptive father's illness. Wang Kaixian continued to shake his head desperately. Brother Long! It's not 1 million, it's 10 million! What? Longchen's voice was louder than Wang Kaixian's, making him seem very ignorant. But in fact, Longchen was shocked by the wealth he was about to possess. Not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions. Wang Kaixian continued. The key is that there is a price, but no one is in demand. No matter how many people have it, they will want to buy the beast spirit pill, but they can't buy it at all because it has long been monopolized by certain people. Zhang Haochuan also said, Yes, this is one of the most valuable treasures in the school. If you take it away, I think the principal will be very sad. But such a treasure should of course be given to outstanding students like you, right, principal? The principal had a painful expression on his face, and his big fat face was a little distorted. Yes, yes! This Zhang Haochuan really knows how to build steps for him. He is held in such a high esteem, how can he not give it even if he is reluctant? When Wang Kaixian saw that the principal agreed, he immediately stuffed the order into Longchen's hands. Brother Long, you can take this beast spirit pill. It belongs to you. Wang Kaixian actually wanted it too, but he still gave it to Longchen. This is out of brotherhood. Longchen was silent for a while, then put the beast spirit pill on the shelf. I don't want this. Ah? If you don't want it, I will. Wang Kaixian was about to reach out to take it. But Longchen stuffed a spirit beast skill book into his hand. You don't want it, and neither do we. It's better to keep this treasure in the school. The principal immediately became anxious. You have to think carefully. This thing is in short supply. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. It can increase the compatibility of the beast by 1, which has many benefits. Teacher Zhang Haochuan also hurriedly persuaded them. Yes, you are still young now, and your beasts still have a lot of room for growth. In the later stages, if your beasts can evolve to elite or even commander levels, you will understand the importance of compatibility and obedience. We still want to see something else. Longchen blinked at Wang Kaixian. Although Wang Kaixian didn't understand, he knew that Brother Long would not cheat him. He chose the local attribute beast taming skill book that Longchen placed in his hand. Longchen looked at the deepest part of the protection area, where there was a separate weapon rack. On it was a long black stick made of unknown material. What is this weapon? Oh, that weapon is used by warriors. The reason why it is placed in the treasury is because the first principal of our beast taming middle school is not only a powerful beast master, but also a powerful warrior. This stick is his weapon. Although I don't know what material it is made of, it is indestructible. I asked someone to look at it, and they said it is at least an Earth-level weapon. Then the principal waved his hand and said, Don't look at that. It's suitable for soldiers, not for you. Longchen suddenly said, I want that stick. What? The principal and teacher Zhang Haochuan both opened their mouths wide. What the hell is going on? It would be fine if it wasn't expensive or even out of stock for the beast spirit pill. He actually chose a stick. What use is a beast master having a stick? He's not a warrior. Zhang Haochuan immediately recalled the scene where Long Qing used a gun as a stick to beat up a group of third-level warriors from the ancient beast church. Then he said, Principal, since Long Qing has already taken a fancy to that stick, why don't we give it to him? After all, we are a beast master school, and there is no point in keeping a warrior's stick, right, Principal? The principal's face turned green. You big-head ghost. What a muddy thing. To be honest, this is the real treasure of the treasury. The one-of-a-kind one. The material of this stick is definitely extraordinary. It can be said that it is also top-notch among Earth-level weapons. Chapter 61 Su Qing's Confession? In the end, the principal reluctantly gave up and let Long Qin take the stick. Long Qin was very satisfied with this unexpected gain. This stick should make his Dotian divine stick more powerful. The Dotian Saint Ape has its own stick, which only it can use. It seems to have evolved along with its ancestral form. A weapon that becomes stronger as your strength increases. It feels like only the legendary heavenly weapons have this ability. I can't envy him, this is his exclusive weapon. A few days later, Jiangqing set up a bus fleet to Linjang City at its own expense. Used to send students who have passed the college entrance examination to higher education institutions in Linjang City. And there were special people escorting them along the way. There are 4 buses in total. The 30 students from Yusho No. 1 Middle School took a bus. The people in Element 1 are riding in a bus. There are more people in Warrior No. 1 Middle School, so they take 2 buses. Of course, there are also some people who are more showy and don't want to squeeze in the bus with everyone else, so their family members drive them there in private cars, but they are also in this convey, which is safer. For example, Lu Yenrui and Bai Lily. Lu Yenrui had passed the entrance examination, but the key was to give Bai Lily the opportunity to get a place in college. Although Bai Lily does not have her own beast now, as long as she reports to the higher beast taming academy, the academy will give her a very good beast for free. So Bai Lily was lucky enough to pick it up. Sitting on the bus, Wang Kaixian was very excited. Brother Long, do you know who is escorting our convoy? Who? Long Chen asked. Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior Task Force. Long Chen showed a strange expression. When he was guarding the hospital before, he was in a very irritable mood. He got angry at a female member of the Longyan Yingwu Task Force and called them trash. His thoughts at the time were very direct. Why were these task forces so powerful, claiming to be 4th-level warriors, unable to resolve the disaster in Jiangqing? But later they had a more macro understanding of the Jiangqing disaster. They found that things were more serious than they had imagined. The ancient beast church sent more than a dozen teams, each led by a 4th-level strongman. They caused sabotage everywhere to distract the attention of the Jiangqing military and law enforcement department, and then abducted a large number of ordinary people and fed them to the tree demon. The Longyan Yingwu task force should have killed most of the teams, otherwise there would be even more mummies hanging on the branches. Therefore, the fact that so many people were able to survive in Jiangqing was largely due to the contribution of the Longyan Yingwu task force. They are not trash. Long Chen felt a little guilty. I feel like I shouldn't have said that. If he has the chance later, he plans to apologize to the female team member. Long Chen took a deep breath and complained. Why doesn't Jiangqing find a few buses with more space? It's a bit crowded to sit 3 people in a row. As Long Chen spoke, he looked at Su Qing, who was sitting by the window. That's right, there are 3 of them in this row. Myself, Wang Kaixian and Su Qing. At that time, Su Qing got in the car. Everyone stared with wide eyes. I didn't expect that Princess Su would have to squeeze on the same bus with them. After Su Qing got on the bus, she didn't look at anyone and walked straight to the row where he and Wang Kaixian were sitting. Then the 2 of them were stunned for a moment, and immediately stood up and gave their seats to Su Qing, letting her sit by the window. So their row immediately became the focus of the entire car. By the way, Amelia Su, why didn't you take a private car? In theory, you should be able to go to Linjiang City more comfortably. Long Chen asked jokingly. Did you deliberately give up the more comfortable private car because you wanted to sit with me? Ha! Longchen was laughing, but suddenly he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Su Qing was looking at him with a straight look. And the space is so narrow and the distance is so close. I felt that Su Qing could see every pore on my face clearly. Who can withstand such a gaze? The distance between their faces was less than 20 centimeters. He could even smell Su Qing's fragrant scent. Longchen really wants to kiss you and then let you stare at me. If you look at me again, I'll kiss your lips until they're swollen. However, Longchen only dared to think viciously in his heart. I felt inexplicably sad when I came out. When they arrived in Linjang City, Su Qing's identity will immediately undergo a drastic change. The daughter of the governor of Linjang Prefecture. A body worth 1,000 gold. I don't know how many people are rushing to climb up. It is said that in a big city like Linjang City, the sky is unfathomable. It is more than 100 times higher than the low ceiling in Jiangqing. Even Wang Kaixian said that the Wang family, the richest family in Jiangqing, would not even be able to become a third-rate family if they went to Linjiang City, and could only be the last-rate family. By the time Su Qing returns to Linjiang City, there will probably be countless rich second generations chasing after her. Someone like me can probably only secretly love someone from a distance. Longchen felt bitter in his heart. Suddenly Su Qing leaned close to his ear, and the distance between them was shortened a lot. Longchen could even feel the slight touch of Su Qing's nose. To the students in the back seat, it seemed like Su Qing suddenly kissed Longchen on the cheek. This bold action made Longchen feel like an electric shock ran through his body. My body immediately tensed up and my breathing became difficult. What is Su Qing doing? It happened so suddenly. I can't be really in love with him. I heard that you killed a 4th-level beast master from the ancient beast church? Su Qing suddenly asked in a very quiet voice. Long Chen's rippling eyes suddenly became more focused. The pupil suddenly became as small as a needle tip. Now he was really nervous. He turned his head slightly to look at Su Qing, but the distance between them was too close. My lips seemed to be slightly scratched. Su Qing was frightened and shrank her head back to her seat. A faint blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face, which was as white as ice. Looking out the window, Su Qing was looking at Longchen in the reflection, and her eyes looked like she wanted to kill him. But Longchen didn't bother to apologize and quickly leaned close to Su Qing's ear. Student Su Qing, are you kidding me? How can I possibly kill a 4th-level beastmaster? People like you should know how powerful an elite 1-star spirit beast is. It is not something that our students can defeat. Su Qing rolled her eyes slightly. That look seemed to be saying, do you think I believe it? The students in the back row widened their eyes. What are these two people doing? Su Qing kissed Longchen first. Then Longchen kissed her back? When did these two get together? And a gifted girl like Su Qing. How could she possibly look down upon a poor guy like Longchen? I racked my brains but can't figure out why. Now everything makes sense. Su Qing fell in love with Longchen, so she was willing to join Longchen's team in the exam, and then help Longchen pass the exam. So the reason why Longchen was able to pass the exam was because he was with Su Qing. So shameless. I'm really so envious. Chapter 62, The Task Force Noticed You? The bus drove to the transfer point for a rest. The students got off the bus to eat. On the other side, the Long Yenning task force also got off the car to rest and eat. That handsome black combat uniform. It makes one look tall and handsome when worn, attracting countless passers-by to stop and watch. Wherever they go, they are the focus of the crowd. Longchen saw the female team member, who was talking about something with other team members while gesticulating. He walked over immediately, and just as he reached the auxiliary police, he heard the female team member say, "You were not there at the time. You didn't see the resentful look on that student's face, as if he had been dumped by me." He asked seriously, "What's the point of joining you? You can't even protect Jiangqing." The female team member put on a serious face and imitated Long Chen's voice in a rough voice. Immediately, a male team member who was as strong as a bear asked in a cold voice, "Which student is it? So rampant? If I see him, I must teach him a lesson and let him know what the Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior Task Force is. Long Chun was stunned and immediately turned around and left. Someone noticed him and said, "Classmate, why are you here instead of going to eat? Our break time is relatively short, and we have to continue on our journey after dinner." The female team member turned around and saw Long Chun. Long Chun didn't dare to turn around, and said with his back to him, It's okay, I took the wrong road." Female team member Yendi flashed a cunning look. Then he immediately grabbed Long Chen's clothes and pulled Long Chen over. This strange power. Good job. After all, I have nearly 500 points of strength. It's like a little chicken in the hands of this female team member. It's him! He is the one who asked us what we are good for. Long Chen felt extremely guilty. Hello everyone. The sturdy man walked directly in front of Long Chen. The collision was like a mountain, blocking out the sky and the sun. It feels like this sturdy guy is countless times stronger than the axe warrior he killed. Boy, you are the one who said that our Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior Task Force is trash? Garbage? Useless? A waste of national resources? Just a vase for decoration? What? Long Chen had a face full of question marks. Did he talk so much at that time? Long Chen looked at the female team member, who immediately revealed a sinister smile. This girl actually slandered him. He exaggerated what he said. But he also knew that it was useless to explain anything at this time. He immediately said with an apologetic smile, "It's all misunderstandings. I didn't know how powerful you are, nor did I understand the disaster situation in Jiangqing at that time, so I misunderstood you." Long Chen's expression turned serious. "I came here to apologize to you all. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you." Everyone in the Flame Dragon Parrot Task Force was suddenly stunned. The female team members were also stunned. It seemed that no one expected this guy to admit his mistakes so frankly. Thinking about the bad words he had made up for him, he felt a little guilty and pushed the strong man away. "Well, actually, we don't mean anything else. We are also very upset about the disaster in Jiangqing, but we really tried our best. It's our fault that we couldn't satisfy you. We will definitely work hard to improve our strength so that we can live up to your expectations." The female team member bent down sincerely. The two lumps above the waist also trembled slightly. Tears dripped onto the ground. The body was trembling slightly. Although the female team member was trying hard to hold back her tears, everyone knew that she must be crying with regret at this moment. Everyone in the Longyan Yingwu task force fell silent. Frustration, regret, annoyance. Perhaps this is their true feeling at the moment. Who can really be happy after experiencing the great disaster in Jiangqing? Especially the local residents of Jiangqing. One of them had 2 swords on his back and wore a black combat uniform. A middle-aged man with a well-proportioned body and well-defined muscles walked forward. "I heard from Linyu that you defended a hospital by yourself and protected many survivors. You are indeed outstanding. If you have the opportunity, you can try to join our Longyan Shadow Warrior Task Force." The other escorts around immediately showed shocked expressions. This person is the captain of the Longyan Yingwu Task Force. The captain even invited Long Chen personally. Long Chen is still a student now, and hasn't even stepped into the gate of the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. Have you already extended an olive branch? This is too big a step. You know, many students from higher education institutions may not be able to join the Longyan Yingwu Task Force. Lin Yu smiled and said, "You won't refuse again this time, right?" Long Chen immediately said, "Of course, I'm willing to join." A hint of cunning flashed in Lin Yu's eyes again. "Then you try it." Lin Yu handed Long Chen an invitation letter. Long Chen put it directly into his pocket, and returned to the dining table to continue eating. Everyone looked at Long Chen with different eyes. OMG! Has Long Chen already found a job? And the opponent is the Longyan Yingwu Task Force. That is a department with extremely high salaries, independent of the military and law enforcement departments. It has a very high degree of freedom, and is specialized in handling major disasters and major incidents. How many people dream of joining such a department? As a result, Long Chen joined so easily? "Brother Long, you are so awesome! You got the offer to join the Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior Task Force. You're one step ahead of all our classmates, Wang Kaixian said excitedly. It turns out that holding Brother Long's thighs tightly is the right thing to do. At the dining table, Su Qing glanced at Longchen. A light pour of cold water. Special operations teams like the Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior Task Force extend a lot of olive branches to students from various universities every year. But there are very few people who can actually join. I heard that the competition ratio is 1, and those competing with you are all elite talents from various universities. How likely do you think you are to join the task force? Longchen was stunned for a moment. Still want to compete? He suddenly realized that when he said he was willing to join, the female team members showed a sly smile. It turns out he was laughing at himself for overestimating his own abilities. His face immediately darkened. It turns out that they just gave you an exam qualification. I thought I had received the invitation letter, so I came back happily without recognizing anyone. I might be seen as a fool by others. Fuck, this is so embarrassing. Longchen now wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Haha, some people are just ignorant. Even if they pass the exam by chance, they are just frogs in a well. The person who laughed at Longchen was Bai Lily. At this moment, several of them were sitting around a table. The table was filled with delicacies from land and sea, which was obviously different from what other students were eating. Lu Yanrui looked at Longchen with contempt. Longchen, do you think the Longyan Shadow Martial Task Force only sent it to you? Then Lu Yanrui took out the invitation letter in his hand. Besides him, there were also several people from Warrior 1 and Element 1 on his table, and they all took out invitation letters from the Dragon Flame Shadow Task Force. Grass. This thing is so worthless. Longchen was stunned. Then Su Qing next to her silently put her invitation letter on the table. Chapter 63, Lu Yanrui has reached level 3? Longchen was stunned. This invitation letter is everywhere? He thought this was something very rare. Su Qing said calmly. When you get to Linjang City, you will know that all major camps will deploy young talents in advance. The main strategy is to cast a wide net and always catch the fish you want. Longchen was unhappy. He originally thought that the Longyan Yingwu task force saw his unique potential and recruited him. It turns out that I was overthinking. A frog in a well is a frog in a well. Bai Lily seemed unsatisfied and continued to mock Longchen. A fierce look instantly appeared in Longchen's eyes. There was murderous intent hidden in his eyes. Bai Lily was instantly reminded of the horrific experience she had in the underground shelter. Immediately hide behind Lu Yanrui. Master Lu, protect me, he wants to hit me again. Lu Yanrui snorted coldly, and immediately said to Longchen in a cold voice. Come at me if you have the guts. Why do you keep threatening a girl? Are you still a man? Let me strip you naked in public and let everyone know how weak you are. Snap! A crack appeared directly on the table where Longchen was sitting. Su Qing, Wang Kaixian and others left their seats calmly. Many people present knew that Longchen and Lu Yanrui had a grudge. Especially after the final exam, Lu Yanrui learned that Longchen had also passed the final exam. He showed a sneer and said everywhere that Longchen was lucky. He almost eliminated this loser Longchen. Lu Yanrui immediately stood up and summoned his own beast. A fox covered in flames appeared from the beast's base. The hair is like burning flames, a deep red color. Its eyes are like two bright rubies, sparkling with a fiery and mysterious light. It has an elegant and strong body, well-defined muscular limbs, agile and quick movements, a long and fluffy tail, and the flame at the tip of the tail is like a torch that never goes out. Everyone was surprised, and Wang Kaixian exclaimed, Red Flame Fox? Su Qing said calmly. No, this is the flame-tailed demon fox of the extraordinary 3 stars. What? Flame-tailed demon fox? Wang Kaixian was shocked. This kid Lu Yanrui actually evolved the red flame fire fox to the extraordinary 3 stars so quickly. His strength is definitely far ahead of others. No wonder he suddenly dared to provoke Brother Long. It turned out that his strength had been enhanced again, which made him more confident. The students from Warrior No. 1 Middle School and Element No. 1 Middle School nearby also cast envious glances. This is the beast tamer. Controlling spirit beasts to fight is really cool. And it's an extraordinary 3-star one. What does a 3-star extraordinary beast mean? It shouldn't be a problem for an extraordinary 3-star spirit beast to wipe out all 60 people who have passed the final exam in Warrior 1, or all 45 people who have passed the final exam in Element 1. It hasn't been long since the final exam ended, but the gap has already begun to emerge. I can't imagine how big the gap between them and Lu Yenrui will be after 1 year after they enter the higher education institution in Linjang City. In the distance, members of the Longyan Yingwu task force also cast interested glances. A middle-aged man was slightly surprised. It seems that our intelligence is correct. This Lu Yenrui is at least ranked in the top 3 in Jiangqing Beast Taming Middle School. For some reason, there was a Wanhao who dropped out before the final exam, so Lu Yenrui may be ranked second only to that person. A young man with an indifferent expression in the team also said, Level 3 Beast Tamers should be ranked at least in the top half of all freshmen in the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. Yeah, it seems that Lu Yenrui is worthy of our special attention, and that girl. The girl was naturally referring to Su Qing. In fact, they know more about Su Qing, the daughter of the governor of Linjang Prefecture. This time they came to Jiangqing for support, and also received a commission from Linjang Prefecture to protect Su Qing. However, they also knew that there was a powerful 4th-level female warrior besides Su Qing, and Su Qing was very strong, so there was no need to worry too much about her safety. If Su Qing can join our Dragon Flame Shadow Warrior task force, then our task force's ranking will at least be in the top 30 this year, right? We have to ask the governor. Does your words work? Don't forget that the governor has a task force ranked in the top 3. I think Su Qing will most likely join them. That's a bit of a pity. As a second choice, we can focus on Lu Yenrui. It sounded like everyone was very interested in Su Qing and Lu Yenrui. Lin Yu suddenly said, I have a different opinion from you. I think Long Qin is more worthy of our attention. The captain asked. Why do you think so? Think about it. Miss Su Qing's strength and talent are beyond doubt, but the probability of us winning her over is very low. Then the next ones are Lu Yenrui and Long Qin. I think Long Chen's potential is much higher than Lu Yenrui's. Lin Yu said seriously. The captain didn't think so. But isn't he still a level 2 beast tamer? This means that he is already far behind Lu Yenrui. Once he enters the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, the gap will only get bigger. We all know that the profession of Beastmaster is very resource-intensive. Lu Yenrui's family is considered wealthy in Jiangqing, but Long Chen's family is said to be just an ordinary working-class family. He was raised by his adoptive father and mother, and his adoptive father is a seriously ill person. So whether it's the prerequisites or the road ahead, Lu Yenrui will go faster than Long Qin, and the gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger. Lin Yu knew that what the captain said actually made sense. Although the Beastmaster profession is very powerful, it does consume a lot of resources. They had seen many Beastmasters with outstanding talents, but because they did not have a lot of resources to cultivate them, they ended up becoming ordinary Beastmasters. But Lin Yu seemed a little unwilling, muttering, Really? But I don't think so. I still think Long Qin has greater potential. What is the basis for your judgment? The captain was really curious. A picture flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Long Qin was the only one standing in front of the hospital door, blocking the mad beast from rushing into the hospital and killing innocent people. Humph! That's what I think anyway. Lin Yu said this angrily. Suddenly, a young team member became interested. Goddess, how about this? You make a bet with me to see who is better between Long Qin and Lu Yenrui? If I win, you will be my girlfriend. If you win, you have your eyes on the Xian level top grade spear in my collection, right? How about giving it to you? Are you crazy? Why should I make such a bet with you? Lin Yu obviously didn't buy it. So you just don't have confidence in Long Qin? The young people are still forcing the emperor to abdicate. There are only two paths before Lin Yu. Either make a bet with the young man or admit that he has made a mistake. With Lin Yu's personality, how could she possibly slap herself in the face? Okay. Let's bet, but don't cry when the time comes. Lin Yu agreed. The young man immediately perked up. Fuck. Lin Yu, who has countless suitors, is about to become his girlfriend? The young man immediately shouted excitedly. Hey! Lu Yanrei, if you beat Longchen, I will give you a bottle of extraordinary 3-star evolution potion. Lu Yanrei was stunned. Extraordinary 3-star evolution potion. Millions per bottle. Lin Yu immediately got furious. Feng Sikong! You are cheating! Chapter 64. Extraordinary 2-star instantly kills extraordinary 3-star. Even Wang Kaixian was a little shocked. Evolution liquid costs millions for a bottle, and you give it to me just like that? It's worthy of being the Dragon Flame Shadow Task Force. That's too generous. But this also illustrates a phenomenon. The Longyan Yingwu Task Force seems to value Lu Yanrei very much. Otherwise, it would be impossible to give Lu Yanrei such great benefits for no reason. It seems that he is just being angry, but in fact, it may be a deliberate price he paid in order to train Lu Yanrei. Lu Yanrei was also overjoyed. I didn't expect that the Longyan Yingwu Task Force is so optimistic about him. Okay, I will definitely not let you down, and will teach Longchen a lesson. Longchen frowned. Was he being treated like a monkey? Lin Yu also immediately said, Longchen, as long as you beat Lu Yanrei, I will also give you a bottle of extraordinary 3-star evolution liquid. The crowd was shocked. What is going on? Is Longchen also highly regarded by the Longyan Yingwu Task Force? Lu Yanrei glared at Longchen resentfully. This damn guy. He stole my limelight in school, and now he's still trying to steal my limelight after graduation. Longchen pondered for a moment. Can I not have the 3-star Transcendent Evolution Liquid? I want 2 spiritual nourishment pills. Lin Yu was a little surprised. This guy actually wanted to bargain. And the lion opened his mouth wide. For a beast master, the strength of his mental power determines the duration and coordination of controlling the beasts in combat. Even for a beast master to advance to a higher level, one of the conditions is that his mental power must reach a certain threshold. However, it is very difficult to improve spiritual power. Many beast masters have lost their fortunes in the attempt to improve their spiritual power. The price of a spirit-nourishing pill is comparable to that of a bottle of extraordinary 3-star evolution liquid. This guy wants 2 pills right away. Tens of millions. Lin Yu thought. Okay, I agree, but the premise is that you must win. Su Qing looked at Lin Yu deeply. This girl. Why are you willing to pay such a high price for Longchen? Tens of millions is not a small number. Even for members of the Longyan Yingwu Task Force, it would be a huge sum of money to come up with tens of millions at one time. Feng Sikong, who was next to Lin Yu, said with a smile. Goddess, it seems that you have lost your mind a little. Longchen is only a level 2 beast tamer. How can he defeat Lu Yanrei? Snort! Lin Yu didn't say anything, just looked at Longchen, and that look seemed to say that if you dare to lose, you are dead. Longchen shrank his neck. Lu Yanrei laughed contemptuously. Longchen, do you know what it means that people die for money and birds die for food? I will make you pay the price for your greed today. Everyone discovered that the murderous intent in Lu Yanrei's eyes was no longer hidden. There is a high probability that Longchen's beast will be killed. Longchen is finished. Bai Lili immediately said flatteringly. Master Lu, if you kill that guy's beast, I can cooperate with you in various positions tonight. A hint of lust flashed across Lu Yanrei's eyes. But he didn't show it too obviously in front of Su Qing and Lin Yu. There was a cold smile on Longchen's lips. Bang! A snap of fingers. A beast controlling space opened up behind him. 2 giant beasts came out. The blood-marked turtle and the violent iron-eating beast. Everyone exclaimed. No wonder Longchen is so confident. There are actually 2 extraordinary 2-star beasts. This level of strength is outstanding among students of the same period. Strange, isn't everyone saying that Longchen's family is poor? How can I have the money to evolve 2 extraordinary 2-star beasts? Everyone from the Longyan Yingwu Task Force. He also began to look serious. I originally thought this would be a battle with a huge disparity in combat power. The captain continued to comment. But I didn't expect that one of them developed vertically and the other developed horizontally, and both of them achieved good results. Feng Sikong disagreed. But to be honest, this is really a matter of experience. Long Qin is still thinking too simply. Do you really think that two beasts can defeat one? Goddess, what do you think? Linyu didn't say anything. But to be honest, she now regretted making the bet. Two spiritual energy nourishing pills are nothing. The key is to be the girlfriend of Su Qing, a playboy. It would be better to kill her. If she were to make the assessment. Long Chen's chance of winning is probably no more than 10. Sure enough, Lu Yanrui mocked. You useless idiot, you are really a frog in a well. Do you think numbers are useful in the face of absolute strength? Flame-tailed demon fox, burn them to death! The flame-tailed fox rushed over instantly. Like a cluster of surging and hot flames. Swinging the torch-like tail and sweeping it vigorously, it immediately releases flame damage over a large area. The surrounding ground was immediately burned into black. The air was filled with scorching heat. There were even female students whose long hair was set on fire, causing them to scream in surprise. Oh my god! With such a high temperature, will the turtle and panda beasts be cooked directly? Of course it will. This is a super 3-star flame beast. It will be easy for it to kill 2 super 2-star beasts. Long Qin is too arrogant. He relies on his 2 extraordinary 2-star beasts to dare to challenge the extraordinary 3-star beasts. How ignorant! Everyone thought that Long Qin would let the 2 beasts flee. But he didn't expect that Long Qin was going to let the turtle take the brunt of it. Su Qing poked Linyu. Goddess, are you sure you don't want to persuade this young man? It's not easy to evolve a 2-star beast, and it's such a pity that it was burned to death. Snort! Linyu was too lazy to pay attention to Su Qing. Su Qing shrugged. Anyway, I'm more optimistic about Lu Yanrui, so as long as Lu Yanrui's beast is fine, it's fine. Linyu's eyes were fixed on Long Qin. Does this guy really intend to use the turtle beast to withstand the high-temperature flames? What if it's really cooked? Just when everyone's heart tightened, Long Qin suddenly shouted, Burn it to death! Everyone was stunned. Who burns whom to death? Is this because he wishes his turtle beast would be burned to death by the flame-tailed fox? What do you think? But soon, everyone was stunned. Because the tortoise shell was dark red just now, but now there was a hot liquid like magma flowing in the cracks of the tortoise shell. A higher temperature suddenly rose. Crash! At the same time, the scorpion tail blade also rushed out like an arrow. The flame-tailed fox was startled. He used all his strength to dodge the scorpion tail blade. But the next second, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared above the head of the flame-tailed fox. The flame-tailed fox looked up. Then I saw the blood-marked turtle with its carapace facing downwards suddenly spinning and falling. The flame-tailed fox was crushed to death like a mountain. Immediately afterwards, the high temperature like magma instantly burned the flame-tailed fox's skin and flesh. Moreover, the power of the blood-vein turtle is beyond imagination. This power is totally beyond the ability of the flame-tailed fox to contend with. Being pressed down on one hand, and burned by the scorching heat on the other, Lu Yanrui's face suddenly turned very ugly. The situation happening before his eyes was beyond his expectations. His own flame-tailed demon fox is an extraordinary 3-star spiritual beast. Why is it suppressed in turn? But what happened next made Lu Yanrui extremely horrified. The scorpion tail blade actually pierced into the head of the flame-tailed fox. Gulp gulp! Hot lava is pouring in. The flame-tailed fox howled in pain. But it only lasted less than a minute before there was no movement. My brain is fried. Dead? The whole audience fell silent instantly. You can even hear a pin drop. The flame-tailed fox is dead just now. The extraordinary 3-star was killed by the extraordinary 2-star? No! It's a massacre. Chapter 65 A Prosperous Metropolis. The blood-patterned turtle continued to inject lava, until several holes were burned through the flame-tail fox's head. The red face was accompanied by all kinds of blood stains. Many students who were not able to handle the stress could not help but vomit. Lu Yanrui turned pale and knelt down on the ground. Tears flowed madly. The flame-tailed demon fox is his trump card that he plans to use to show off his prowess in the entrance test. Now he's dead. He's broken down. It's ruined, everything is ruined. My great plan just went down the drain. The scene was silent for at least a minute. Then everyone started to gasp. Never seen it. I've never seen anything like this. There is a huge gap in strength between extraordinary 2 stars and extraordinary 3 stars. How did you accomplish the counter-kill? It's incredible. The key point is that Lu Yenrue's flame-tailed fox is not a rubbish spirit beast. It was almost on the yellow list. Therefore, it is at least above average among spiritual beasts of the same level. Just like that, it was killed by Long Chen's obsolete spirit beast. Everyone looked at Long Chen as if he were a monster. Su Qing also gave him a meaningful look. The most surprised ones were the members of the Longyan Yingwu task force. Feng Sikong asked dully, Captain, how many times has a 2-star superhuman killed a 3-star superhuman in the Advanced Beast Taming Academy? 30 plus 3 times. There was a younger man with short hair and a cold face in the team. He said calmly, I have done it 3 times, and Lin Yu has done it twice. This number is not small though. But it is, after all, an Advanced Beast Taming Academy where geniuses gather. There is a huge gap between geniuses. For example, the members of their task force are basically the chosen ones in various higher education institutions. So it is not surprising to have such a record. But Long Chen hasn't even reported to the school yet. It is not easy to already have such strength. Lin Yu woke up immediately. Immediately, the tip of his nose turned up to the sky, and he said proudly, See what I said? I said this kid can do it. Lin Yu looked at Feng Sikong proudly. Feng Sikong is extremely depressed now. The cooked duck flew away. In his opinion, Long Chen was bound to lose. But this extremely low probability event actually happened. Feng Sikong snorted coldly. Then Lin Yu rushed over and gave Long Chen a big hug. The abundance of the food immediately made Long Chen feel distracted. The female warriors have good figures. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a burning sensation on the back of his head. When he turned around, Su Qing was looking at him coldly. Lin Yu also noticed Su Qing's gaze. The two women looked at each other directly. For some reason, Long Chen, who was stuck in the middle, felt like he was being electrocuted. You have to give me the spiritual energy nourishing pill you promised me. Long Chen immediately thought of the important matter. Lin Yu glared at Long Chen pretentiously. I'm already hugging you, and you're still thinking about the spiritual energy nourishing pill? Long Chen immediately distanced himself from Lin Yu. I didn't ask you to hug me, and you hugged me, so you want to pay off your debt? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Do you smell so good? These words made Lin Yu instantly unhappy. You're such a jerk, Long Chen. I'm so optimistic about you. I'm never going to talk to you again. Bang! Lin Yu handed 2 spiritual power nourishing pills to Long Chen's hand. Long Chen was a little surprised. How could you carry such valuable ammunition with you? This is like carrying tens of millions in cash with you. This Lin Yu is not simple. At this time, another member of the Longyan Yingwu task force said with a hint of ridicule, Boy, you are a little too stupid. If you were to get together with Lin Yu, a rich woman, you wouldn't have any problem eating the 2 spiritual energy nourishing pills, or even eating them like candy beans. Long Chen immediately frowned slightly. What does that mean? That he is stupid? Long Chen snorted coldly. No matter how rich you are, can you be as rich as Su Qing? Everyone immediately looked at Long Chen. What does this mean? It was as if he was asking with his eyes, what does Su Qing's wealth have to do with you? What is your relationship? You are already with Su Qing, a super rich woman, so you look down on Lin Yu, a small rich woman? What does this mean? The governor's daughter already has a boyfriend. Speak more clearly. Hey! This is big news. Linjang City is always vulnerable to earthquakes. Lin Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Although the Lin family was rich, if compared with the governor's family, they might be a little worse. This guy and Su Qing. The students in Jiangqing also looked at Su Qing and Long Chen with shocked eyes. The male classmates were so envious that they almost bit their lips. Long Chen ascended to fame in one step. But Long Chen no longer explained. That's enough. You can guess it yourself. Snort. Su Qing frowned slightly. This guy. He said these words thinking he was getting the upper hand, but he didn't know that he was already in big trouble. After the meal, the convoy continued on its journey. Su Qing was still sitting next to Long Chen. At first, no one understood why Su Qing and Long Chen were so close. After Long Chen's self-exposure, everyone understood. The convoy traveled for 7 days and 7 nights. We passed through 7 or 8 cities, big and small. Only then did we arrive at Linjang City, the most central city in Linjang Island. Long Chen and others got out of the car and stepped onto the land of Linjang City. In an instant, the hustle and bustle of the city surged in like a tide. What meets the eye is endless prosperity. The tall buildings are lined up one after another, like a steel forest reaching into the sky. Various lights flickered on the exterior walls of the buildings, and a constant stream of various vehicles were running on the wide road that was like a river. Amid the hustle and bustle of traffic, the sounds of horns and engines are intertwined, forming the main component of the city's noise. There were crowds of people on both sides of the street. Fashionable men and women were wearing clothes of different styles, exuding the temperament of big city residents. The shops on the street are dazzling, with huge signs flashing attractively. There are everything from high-end fashion brand stores to snack stalls full of fireworks. Long Chen and others widened their eyes. His mouth was slightly open, his face full of shock and amazement. His eyes moved from the tall building to the brilliant neon lights, and then to the bustling crowd. He could not see enough. The students around him also stood there in shock. One of them tightly grasped the corner of his clothes, his palms full of sweat, and muttered to himself, "This is Linjang City. It's even bigger and more prosperous than we imagined. Compared to here, Jiangqing is just a small village. The difference is so huge. I can't imagine how people here live. This place is simply heaven." The students' faces were all flushed with excitement. Most of them came to Linjang City for the first time. So each one was more shocked than the other. Long Chen suddenly remembered that his adoptive parents once said that Linjang City was a city full of temptations. Even teacher Zhang Haochun and the principal of the school said that every year many students from small border towns go to Linjang City, lose their minds in the prosperous life and become depraved. Chapter 66 Jiangqing was attacked. Good luck. Therefore, it is important to keep a normal mind. Long Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His action was seen by several members of the Longyan Yingwu task force behind him. The captain nodded slightly and said, "He is indeed a talented person with great potential. Maybe we can try to invest in him." Lin Yu nodded and showed a beautiful smile. "Of course, I have never made a mistake." As she watched, she suddenly realized that Su Qing was also staring at Long Chen. Then Su Qing felt her gaze, and the two women continued to look at each other. When they arrived in Linjang City, the Longyan Yingwu task force's mission was completed. The rest is up to the students to do on their own. This includes reporting to their respective schools, moving into dormitories, purchasing daily necessities, etc. If you can't even do such a simple thing, you won't be able to adapt to the high intensity and highly competitive study pressure in an institution. There was a high-end nanny car parked on the side of the road. The kind that floats above the road. There is not even one like this in the whole Jiangqing, and it is obvious at first glance that it is very valuable. Wang Kaixian immediately said excitedly, "Wow! A psychic hovercraft! It's burning with psychic energy! Only the richest people can afford it." Then, under the envious gaze of everyone, Su Qing got into the nanny car. Not sure whether it was intentional or unintentional, Su Qing looked back at Long Chen and then closed the car door. "Brother Long, did you really win over Princess Su? I think her attitude towards you is really different." Wang Kaishuan's gossiping heart finally couldn't help it. Long Chen shrugged. "Do you think it's possible? I just said it casually, do you really believe it?" Wang Kaixian thought for a moment. "But why didn't Princess Su immediately use such a look to intimidate you after you said that?" As he spoke, Wang Kaixian imitated Su Qing's eyes and looked at Long Chen coldly. "How should I know? Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go report." When they arrived in Linjiang City, The students dispersed into groups of 3 or 5. Long Chen, Wang Kai-xian, Yu Qiuyao, and He Yu acted together. He Yu was Long Chen's teammate in the exam. During the exam, facing a group of glazed tigers, He Yu did not back down, but took the initiative to let her swift eagle leopard go out to fight for a chance of survival for the team. As a result, the swift eagle leopard was torn to pieces by several glazed tigers. He Yu was eliminated in the final exam. According to the rules of the final exams in previous years, she would definitely not be eligible for further study. However, the conditions have been relaxed this year. Even if some members of the winning team are eliminated in the final exam, as long as they complete the tasks of the final exam, the entire team can obtain the qualification for admission. So by the same token, Fa Manha and those 2 shameless scums also went to school together. At this moment, Fa Manha and Zhao Jigang were standing among Lu Yenrui's group, and this group of people were staring at Long Chen's back with unfriendly eyes. Lu Yenrui gnashed his teeth and his eyes turned red. "I will make him pay the price," Fa Manha immediately said. "Don't worry, young Master Lu. I know a senior who is a sophomore at the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. If necessary, we can ask him to help us teach Long Chen a lesson." Lu Yenrui snorted coldly. "Who doesn't know a few seniors? I want to let Long Chen know that in Linjang City, no matter how talented you are, as long as you don't have connections and resources, you are just an ant and can be crushed to death by us at any time. He must kill Long Chen. If he doesn't kill Long Chen, he won't be able to swallow the humiliation of the flame-tailed fox." It took Long Chen and his companions some trouble to finally reach the Beast Taming Academy in Area C. A complex of buildings so magnificent that it is beyond imagination. Standing majestically in front, everyone's steps stopped involuntarily, and their breathing stagnated. This is the legendary institution of higher learning. The gate of the school is like a giant beast, tens of meters high, with doorposts so thick that it takes several people to hug them. It is carved with exquisite patterns of various rare and exotic animals, and it sparkles with an ancient and majestic light under the sunlight. At the top of the gate, a huge plaque stretches across the space. On it, the large characters, Longdi Wanjiang Beast Taming Academy, are written in a flamboyant style, exuding a rich spiritual charm, as if they were engraved and written by some peerless, powerful person with spiritual power. The majestic momentum revealed between the lines made people feel awe. "This school is so huge," Yu Qiuya sighed. "As you enter the school gate, you will see a vast square. There were some students wearing beautiful and handsome uniforms welcoming the new students in the square. In the center of the square, a huge statue of a beast stands. He has an upright posture, a deep and determined gaze, and is surrounded by the phantoms of majestic mythical beasts of various shapes. Either spread your wings and soar, or roar to the sky." The lifelike statue seems to be telling the glorious legend of this beastmaster's past. "This is a legendary principal of Longdi Wanjiang Beast Taming Academy. He was a Tianyao level beast tamer who died in the depths of Longyuan. This sculpture is to commemorate him." The sound came from the side. Long Chen looked in the direction of the sound. A senior school girl walked towards Long Chen and others with light steps. She was wearing a red and white college uniform that perfectly outlined her slender waist. Her full chest was raised high, as if it was about to push open the buttons of her uniform. The curves that seem to be about to emerge are exciting. Under the short skirt, the slender and straight legs wrapped in black stockings look even more sexy and attractive. With every step she takes, the muscle lines of her legs appear faintly, exuding charming charm. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently as she moved. A few strands of hair playfully brushed across her delicate face, adding a bit of charm. Long Chen and Wang Kai-xian couldn't help but stare in a daze. My throat rolled unconsciously and I swallowed my saliva. His eyes followed the senior closely, and he instantly became nervous. "What a nice view! My name is Tuyaki, and I'm a second-year student in the Wind Attribute branch. Hello, which city are you from?" Wang Kai-xian immediately said. "We are from Jiangqing. Senior sister, you are so beautiful." "Thank you, it's Jiang." "Jiangcheng?" Tuyaki was immediately a little surprised. When others heard the name Jiangqing, they immediately gathered around. "Classmate, are you from Jiangqing?" I heard that Jiangqing was attacked by the ancient beast church and hundreds of thousands of people died. The scene must have been terrifying, right? Everyone asked questions at once. It turned out that Jiangqing was attacked by the ancient beast church, and it had long been known throughout Linjang. Many people heard the name Jiangqing for the first time because of this incident. Long Chen and the others felt touched. It turns out that people from other places also missed Jiangqing. Long Chen was about to speak when suddenly an unpleasant voice came. Jiangqing is really lucky. In order to take care of Jiangqing, the higher-ups have deliberately relaxed the number of places for further studies, allowing many people who are not qualified to pass the exam to enter higher education institutions by accident. This is a rare opportunity in a century. Long Chen and his companions immediately frowned. That's too much. Hundreds of thousands of people died in Jiangqing, and yet they say they are lucky? What a vicious heart. Chapter 67. The people in Yangqing deserve to die. The people who were speaking were also freshmen. She is dressed in gorgeous clothes and has an extraordinary temperament. The leading young man continued. Our Yangqing was also attacked by the ancient beast church. How come there is no such good thing in Yangqing? Just because Jiangqing is a backward border town, we should be given special treatment. It seems that living in a remote place has its advantages. Wang Kaixian was instantly unhappy. How can you talk like that? If you don't know how to talk, then don't talk. What do you mean by good luck? Being attacked by the ancient beast church, with hundreds of thousands of casualties, is this good luck? Well, I hope this kind of luck will come to your family every day, okay? The leading young man immediately showed his anger. You are just a country bumpkin from Jiangqing. How dare you speak nonsense in front of me? I heard that there was an immigrant group from Yangqing who went to your place and killed you. But that team is not even average in Yangqing. It's just lower middle strength. You can imagine how weak your Jiangqing is. How can you deserve so many places for further studies? The onlookers around listened to what the Yangqing youth said. He showed a somewhat surprised expression. They started talking in whispers. Is the gap in strength so big? If Jiangqing is so weak, it's no wonder that Yangqing students feel it's unfair. If it were me, I would feel uncomfortable too. It seems that Yangqing Beast Taming Academy only has 15 places for further study. And yet the Jiangqing Beast Master Academy, which is so weak, has 30 places. If what the people of Yangqing said is true, a team with a lower middle ranking can be so powerful in the Jiangqing exam area, then Jiangqing's strength is really not up to par. Such discussions made Long Chen and his companions very unhappy. Everyone has his or her own hometown complex. No matter how poor or remote it is, that is where I grew up. I would have been furious to hear others belittle me like this. Wang Kaixian cursed. Stop talking nonsense! You still have the nerve to say that? That Yangqing team is a spy of the ancient beast church. Is your Yangqing a place that specializes in producing spies? What is there to be proud of? If I were you, I would not dare to see anyone a long time ago, and I would wish I could find a place to hide. When it comes to the ancient beast church, the onlookers' faces changed instantly. So there is such a thing? That's really abominable. They actually act as pawns for the church of the ancient beasts. The key is that some people are proud of it? We should investigate these people carefully. Maybe they are also spies of the church of the ancient beasts. The faces of several people in Yangqing suddenly became very ugly. For Yangqing, being infiltrated by the ancient beast church is indeed a dark history. It has a great impact on the image of Guangzhou. Because of this, Yangqing Beast Taming Academy originally had 30 places for further studies each year, but now it has been halved. And this fat guy actually dared to bring it up in public. Isn't he trying to make the students from Yangqing get excluded from Wanjiang Beast Taming Academy on purpose? You are looking for death, the young man said angrily. Several people behind the young man immediately stepped forward, ready to use their numbers to teach Long Chen and the others a lesson. Who is looking for death? Let's have a fight if you dare. Wang Kaixian rolled up his sleeves. Although he usually doesn't like to fight. But since someone was pointing fingers at his hometown and scolding it, he couldn't stand it. Haha, okay, I'll let you start from scratch. The young man prepared to open the beast taming space. Wang Kaixian also started it simultaneously. The fluctuations in the beast controlling space made everyone feel palpitating. Suddenly, a stronger spatial fluctuation came from a senior. Behind her, the door to the beast controlling space was at least 10 meters high. A terrifying aura permeated out. The overwhelming pressure made everyone feel extremely nervous. Long Chen's pupils moved slightly. This is the space for elite beast tamers. This senior school girl looks like a vase, but I didn't expect she is so strong. His strength is no less than that of the wolf brother I met in Jiangqing at that time. But he is much younger than wolf brother and looks not much different from them, only 1 or 2 years older at most. He's already a 4th-rank beast master at such a young age? The Advanced Beast Tamer Academy is indeed home to many hidden talents. The senior schoolmate was displeased and said coldly, "This is Longyi Wanjiang Beast Taming Academy, not your Yangqing. Follow the rules." The young man frowned and looked up and down at the senior sister's figure. "Senior sister, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? If I see it, it has something to do with me." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The hat on the senior sister's head was blown off, revealing her long red hair, which was very elegant and as bright as a flame. When the young man saw the iconic red hair, his expression changed slightly, as if he knew who the senior was. He snorted coldly and looked at Longchen, Wang Kaixian and the others with a cold expression. "As expected, the weak will naturally be sympathized by others. You let the red-haired witch back you up so quickly. You're lucky this time. If I meet you again next time, you'll be dead, especially you, the fat man." Fatty. Wang Kaixian hates being called that the most. "You too, we're here to report today, so we don't have time to deal with you. Next time we see you, we'll beat you up." Hee hee. Several people from Yangqing left. The senior student reminded Longchen and the others. "Private fighting is prohibited in principle in the academy, and it is meaningless. If you lose, you may die, and if you win, you will most likely be expelled. But the academy allows students to set up a ring. The ring requires bets. It doesn't matter whether you live or die, only whether you win the bet. I think those people from Yangqing will definitely come after you later, so you should be mentally prepared." Wang Kaixian disagreed. "Senior sister, you don't have to worry about this. We are not afraid of them at all. In front of my brother Long, they are all garbage." The senior student smiled and said nothing. But that smile seemed to treat Longchen and the others as competitive children. Afterwards, the senior student took Longchen and a few others to register. When choosing a dormitory, the senior student told me that there are 2 types of dormitories, free and non-free. 10 students live there for free. The apartment is about a dozen square meters in size and has bunk tables. The conditions are quite simple. Those who pay to stay can choose between quadruple rooms, double rooms and single rooms, and can also customize the level of luxury. But the cheapest accommodation fee is 1 million. However, students can redeem their GPA. The reason for this design is that the school is to encourage students to study hard, improve their abilities, complete the homework and tasks assigned by the school, and obtain a large number of GPA points so that they can live in paid dormitories without paying. Longchen was surprised. To be honest, he didn't want to choose. The free conditions are too harsh. The population density is almost as high as that of a prison. The senior student suddenly said, "Actually, there is another way, which is boarding. Many students can't afford to live in paid dormitories, but don't want to suffer in free dormitories, so they will find a host family near the college. It costs 100,000 to 200,000 yuan a year. Although it is not as good as paid dormitories, it is definitely much better than free dormitories." Longchen began to think. Wang Kaixian said, "Brother Long, you decide. I'll go wherever you go. If that doesn't work, I'll rent a paid dormitory for 2 people, and we can live together?" Chapter 68 Homestay. The senior student smiled and said, "You two have a good relationship." "Hey, Brother Long is my big brother." Wang Kaixian is not afraid of being looked down upon by his senior schoolmates. In fact, Brother Long gave him even more. Previously in the storeroom of Beast Taming Middle School No. 1, he had intended to take the Beast Spirit Pill, but Brother Long hinted to him not to take it and chose a skill book instead. After coming out, Brother Long gave him several bottles of mysterious potions that had never been seen on the market. After he gave them to his lazy pig to eat, the lazy pig's compatibility with him surprisingly increased by 10. A beast spirit pill costs 10 million and can increase the compatibility by up to 5. Brother Long gave him the beast spirit pill worth 20 million. What's the problem with paying for dormitory fees? Isn't that normal? After considering it, Longchen decided to go out and find a boarding place. Although Wang Kaixian is rich, being rich is not something that can be achieved in this way. A beastmaster will need money from many places in the future. If you decide to find a host family, I can introduce you to a good one at a reasonable price. How about that? The red-haired senior was very enthusiastic. Even the enthusiasm made Longchen a little suspicious. As a person who has lived 2 lives, he knows very well that no one in this world will be nice to you for no reason. Okay. Thank you, senior. Wang Kaixian agreed immediately. He is the typical guy who can't move when he sees a beautiful woman. Longchen didn't say anything. After all, they are unfamiliar with the place, and it is not easy to find a reliable host family. Besides, this senior student may not have any ill will towards them. Because he saw sympathy in the senior's eyes? Even mercy? The look in his eyes really looks like he is looking at a refugee. Forget it, let me settle down in the host family first. In the end, Yu Qiuyao decided to live in a paid dormitory. He will live in a free dormitory. Wang Kaixian whispered to Longchen that Hiyu's family conditions were actually quite good. Although they were not rich, they were well off. However, Hiyu's swift shadow leopard died in the battle, and afterwards Hiyu's family bought him another spirit beast, and spent all their money to evolve it into a super 2-star spirit beast. As a result, our family went from being well off to being poor, so we couldn't even afford to live in a host family, and could only live in the free dormitory provided by the college. Longchen sighed. There was nothing he could do about it. Although he admired Hiyu, a girl who was honest, brave and loyal. But one has to find one's own path. Even if he can help temporarily, he can't help forever. If Hiyu needs him in the future, he will definitely help. After leaving the school, the senior student took him and Wang Kaixian for a few blocks. We are almost at the intersection of 3 higher education institutions. Therefore, the students active here are not only from the Advanced Beastmaster Academy, but may also be students from the Advanced Warrior Academy or the Advanced Elementalist Academy. There is a large area of single-family villas here, and from the appearance, they are all very well built. Longchen showed a puzzled look. At first glance, it is a house that is very valuable. Especially since it is built at the intersection of 3 universities, wouldn't every inch of land be worth a lot of money? How could a family that can afford a large single-family villa in a place like this possibly become a host family? Just this little bit of money? The senior student saw through Longchen's doubts through the test. He explained with a smile. Although most of the owners here are not short of money, they also have children to raise, and raising children is a huge expense, so being a host family allows them to earn more money. And on the other hand, they can get to know some of the proud students in the school. Longchen suddenly realized. The doubts in his heart were finally resolved. After taking a winding route, we arrived at one of the detached villas. The senior student seemed to be very familiar with this place and walked in through the door with ease. "And Jiang, I brought 2 new students to you. Yaki, you're here? Come in." The sound came from the kitchen. In the kitchen, that figure is like a moving painting. She was wearing a slim-fitting cheongsam with floral patterns, the cut of which perfectly outlined her still graceful figure. Her slender waist was like a willow in the wind, swaying slightly, exuding endless charm. She stood in front of the stove, her ink-black hair loosely tied up, a few strands of hair hanging down on her fair neck, adding a bit of lazy sexiness. The dishes in the pot are sizzling and emitting an enticing aroma. She was light and graceful. Occasionally, she leaned over slightly to check the cooking temperature of the dishes in the pot. The neckline of her cheongsam slid down a little, revealing her snow-white skin, which shone with a charming luster under the warm light in the kitchen. Longchen and Wang Kaixian were stunned. These 2 young boys suddenly felt hot as hell. His eyes were wide open, as if attracted by a magnet, staring at the woman's body swaying slightly with her movements without blinking. My throat rolled unconsciously, as if something was stuck there, and my hands, which were originally placed naturally, became a little uneasy. When he saw the charming curves of the woman bending over, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat, as if it was about to burst out of his chest. My feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. I could only stand there stupidly, with a blank mind. Tu Yaki saw Long Chen and Wang Kaixian like this. There was a hint of amusement on his face. Don't fall into Aunt Zhang's charm. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian lowered their heads instantly. This senior sister is not kind. Say it in front of the beautiful woman. Don't they have any face? The beautiful woman raised her head when she heard the voice. Her face looked even more beautiful in the mist of heat. Time seemed to be particularly kind to her, leaving no trace of age at all, but instead adding a bit of mature charm to her. There was a faint smile in his eyes, very gentle. What are your two names? The beautiful woman was busy at the stove while talking calmly to Long Chen and the other man. Long Chen! Wang Kaixian! They both said it almost at the same time. After looking at each other, they quickly looked away. It was really embarrassing. The beautiful woman seemed to be used to this. He just smiled and said, I happen to have 2 empty rooms. The rent is 200,000 yuan a year. Is that acceptable to you? Long Chen hasn't spoken yet. Tu Yaki immediately said, And Jiang, give them a discount. They are from Jiangqing. Mention Jiangqing. The beautiful woman immediately stopped what she was doing. There was a bit more sympathy and compassion in that gentle gaze. So you're from Jiangqing. I heard that Jiangqing was hit hard by the disaster, and hundreds of thousands of people died. It's really not easy for you to come out of that disaster. The beautiful woman immediately decided. How about this? I'll let you live here for free first, and when you make some money, you can pay me the rent. Ah? No need. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were a little flattered. These people are so nice to them. Are people in big cities so nice? Tu Yaki gave the answer. Just accept your aunt's kindness. After all, Jiangqing was hit by the disaster, and the entire Linjang prefecture should give the green light to the people of Jiangqing. There are limits to what we can do, and we can only help you with this kind of thing. Chapter 69, Holy Beast Pharmacy Pavilion. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian went upstairs to pack their things. Their room was at the end of the corridor. 1 room per person. This villa has 3 floors. There are 2 rooms on the first floor. There are 5 rooms on the second floor. There are 4 rooms on the third floor. Aunt Jiang just said that there are only 2 rooms left. That means all 11 rooms are full. Aunt Jiang has to live in a room by herself. So there are a total of 10 rooms with 10 students living in them? After a simple tidying up, they went downstairs. At the stairs, I heard the conversation between Senior Tu Yaki and Aunt Jiang. It's so pitiful. I wonder if their family members are still alive. It's not easy to survive a disaster. I guess they are terrified. That's right. Just now I saw some students from Yangqing expressing their dissatisfaction with their superiors favoring Jiangqing and giving them more places for further studies. Yangqing. Aunt Jiang sighed. Many people confuse the things in Jiangqing and Yangqing, but in fact, there are essential differences between the two. Jiangqing was attacked by the Ancient Beast Church, and Yangqing produced a group of traders from the Ancient Beast Church, so of course the higher authorities had to limit the number of places for admission to Yangqing and expand the number of places for admission to Jiangqing. The students in Yangqing have nothing to complain about. Anyway, Yaki, please help them if you can in school. Since they were admitted under relaxed conditions, their foundation is weaker than that of ordinary students. The freshman competition will soon determine how many resources they can get, and the strength gap between the freshmen will also begin for the first time. Those who can rank on the freshman list will become the top batch of freshmen. Aunt Jiang, I understand. I will help if I can, but they still have to rely on themselves for their own lives. You are right. Long Chen pondered. It seems that I really misunderstood these 2 people. They really just felt sorry for themselves and Wang Kaixian. But what is this freshman competition they are talking about? What is the freshman ranking? I feel like there is a lot for them to explore in institutions of higher learning. Long Chen's anticipation instantly reached its peak. Then he and Wang Kaixian said hello to Aunt Jiang and the senior schoolmate, and then left the host family, planning to go out for a walk. It was my first time to Linjang City, and everything was new to me. Aunt Jiang suddenly remembered. Didn't Xiaofei go to teach some time ago? Where did she go? Tu Yaki thought about it, and suddenly her face changed slightly. It seems to be Jiang Cheng. Then contact her quickly and ask her what's going on. Tu Yaki immediately contacted the girl named Xiaofei. After a while, Xiaofei answered the phone. Xiaofei, are you okay? Did you return safely from Jiangqing? Opposite was a heroic female warrior wearing silver armor and holding a spear. He sighed. I'm back. Jiangqing was severely affected by the disaster, so we ended our teaching time early. I'm fine, but when we were fighting against the ancient beast church in Jiangqing, I almost died. When she thinks about it now, she still feels a lingering fear. At that time, she met Wolf Brothers' ancient beast church action team. If it weren't for the 2 students from the beast taming middle school who rescued them, she would never have been able to come back. Tu Yaki and Aunt Jiang's pupils moved slightly. Jiangqing was so dangerous. Aunt Jiang said immediately. I'm glad you're okay. Come home quickly and I'll make you something delicious. By the way, 2 new beast masters from Jiangqing just moved into our house today. Their foundation may be a little weak, so I asked Tu Yaki to take care of them as much as possible at school. 2 new beast masters from Jiangqing? The first things that came to Yu Lingfei's mind were Long Qin and the fat man. But it shouldn't be such a coincidence. Yu Lingfei said. That's quite a coincidence. However, don't think that he has a weak foundation just because he is from Jiangqing. Jiangqing has some very powerful new beast masters, very powerful. Okay, come back soon. Tu Yaki didn't take it seriously. She also knew that there was a very powerful new beast tamer in Jiangqing. The governor's daughter. A unique existence among the freshmen in Jiangqing. Originally, not many people paid attention to this matter. But ever since Jiangqing suffered a disaster, people have been discussing it more. Some people said that the governor's daughter was also in Jiangqing. As the governor's daughter, she has top-notch resources and talents. It's normal to be very strong. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were not wandering around aimlessly. They went to the largest spirit beast trading center in Linjang City. The scale is hundreds of times that of Jiangqing's spirit beast trading hall. It is built in a very high-end style and has a lot of people. The 2 of them looked around until their eyes were dazzled. In Jiangqing, a spirit beast cub with a control ability of more than 85 is already extremely rare and requires a huge price to be auctioned. Those with a control ability of over 90 are basically obtained from other places by students' parents using their connections. But when they looked around just now, they saw 3 that were 90 controllable. If they were in Jiangqing, they would be the best of the best, but they didn't seem so precious here. Wang Kaixian sighed. It's worthy of being the provincial capital. It's so developed. No wonder the more developed the city, the stronger the young people are. The breadth of resources is completely different from heaven and earth. Long Chen also took a deep breath. He has hardly seen the world. I grew up in Jiangqing. The spirit beast trading hall in Jiangqing was already the ceiling for him. Every time he passed by, he could only stare at the inside through the window. Not to mention what we are seeing now. His worldview was turned upside down. The gap between the rich and the poor, the gap in resources, the gap in destiny between people, are they so big? Brother Long! That store specializes in selling spirit beast potions. It seems to be a chain store. I saw the same sign when my dad took me to Tianqing City before. Holy Beast Pharmacy, a branch of Linjiang City Spirit Beast Trading Center. Long Chen had also heard of this Holy Beast Pharmacy Pavilion. I heard that he has the support of several big families and the military. It can be considered a semi-official spiritual beast medicine company. The reputation has always been very good. This is the main purpose of their trip. Long Chen has a large amount of medicine that can increase the compatibility and obedience of spirit beasts, but he has no use for it himself, so he plans to sell it. But Wang Kaixian said that once this kind of drug enters the market, it will inevitably be targeted by some illegal elements, so it is safer to sell it in a reliable institution than to sell it alone. Wang Kaixian's family is indeed a big business family, and they really know a lot. Otherwise, Long Chen would have thought of setting up a street stall to sell it. By then, if someone discovers that the medicine he sells is extremely effective and comes in large quantities, they will inevitably have the idea of killing people and robbing them. Entering the Holy Beast Pharmacy, it is quite large. Medicinal materials are considered to be relatively expensive among spiritual beast materials, so those who sell spiritual beast medicinal materials are generally very wealthy. They were greeted by a woman wearing a cheongsam. She was like a peerless beauty who had walked out of an oriental painting. Coming in leisurely steps, lazy and noble. Chapter 70 Selling Obedience Potions. The cheongsam is made of top-quality silk. Its color is like the deep night sky dyed with stars, with a mysterious purple hue in the dark blue. The finely embroidered bird has feathers that seem to be fluttering in the wind, and the edges are inlaid with tiny pearls, which shimmer as it moves. This is definitely not something that an ordinary tailor could make. The cheongsam fits her body tightly, and the slim design highlights her curves perfectly. The slender waist is like a willow in the wind, so thin that it cannot be grasped with one hand. The slit of the cheongsam went all the way to the base of her thighs. As she walked, her fair skin, partly visible, was like a flash of lightning, instantly striking people's hearts, causing their breathing to quicken and their blood to boil. The hem of the skirt spread out slightly, revealing her white and slender legs. The skin is delicate and smooth, as warm as mutton fat jade. She leaned lightly on the table, slightly bent over, and the neckline of her cheongsam slid down, revealing her snow-white breasts. The deep ravines were like an endless abyss, tempting people to sink. "What would you like to order, handsome guys?" The beautiful woman greeted with a smile. Long Chun and Wang Kaixian looked at each other, and saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. "It's a big city as expected, there are so many beautiful women. The auntie at the BB where I stayed was a stunning beauty. Even this shop assistant is so beautiful that she is a disaster to the country and the people. With such beautiful shop assistants, if they were customers, they would go on a shopping spree under the smiling gaze of the beautiful women and empty their wallets just to make them smile. However, Long Chin has lived 2 lives after all, so he can still tolerate beautiful women and immediately restored his original expression. This small change was noticed by the cheongsam beauty. "Hello, do you accept potions?" The cheongsam beauty looked at Long Chin and Wang Kaixian. "You are students of the Elemental Academy?" Apothecary is a subcategory within the Elementalist category. Generally, those who come to sell potions are either teachers or students of the Elemental Academy. However, these are usually students' practice works. If they were mature teachers, they would have already negotiated supply chain cooperation with the Holy Beast Pharmacy Pavilion. If it's a student work, the cheongsam beauties are not very interested anymore. The quality of students' work is poor and their output is unstable. For such a large organization, a stable supply is very important. Gradually, a series of products will be formed, and many buyers will flock to the Holy Beast Pharmacy for the series of products. Yes. Unexpectedly, the other party gave him an identity directly. It seems that quite a few students from the School of Elements are here to sell their potions. So the store clerk is used to it. This saves a lot of trouble. "What medicine?" The cheongsam beauties were chatting idly. "But I was thinking about how to get rid of these 2 students. It increases the compatibility and obedience of spirit beasts." The cheongsam beauty immediately looked at Long Chun with some surprise. "Are you serious?" The cheongsam beauty didn't seem to believe Long Chun. After all, it is a potion that increases the compatibility and obedience of spirit beasts. The most famous one is the Beast Spirit Pill. However, the Beast Elixir has been monopolized by the Holy Beast Pharmacy's competitor, the Holy Scar Pharmacy. There are very few pharmacists who can make this kind of potion. Currently, in the entire Holy Beast Pharmacy, there are no more than a handful of pharmacists who can provide a stable supply of this type of medicine. "What kind? Who made it? Don't tell me you made it." The cheongsam beauty looked at Long Chin and Wang Kaixian suspiciously. Long Chen's brain raced. "Well, it was our teacher who made this potion, but it is not convenient for our teacher to come out, so he entrusted us to discuss cooperation with you. If you don't want it, I will go to the Stigmata Potion Pavilion across the street to ask." Just as Long Chun was about to leave, the cheongsam beauty immediately stopped him. "Wait a minute, we also need to understand it clearly. Right now it's just your one-sided statement. Can your potion really improve the compatibility and obedience of spirit beasts?" The Cheongsam beauty was also thinking hard. How many pharmacists in Linjang City are there that they haven't asked? Those pharmacists were in a high position. He is not easily persuaded by anything, and he remains unmoved by poverty and humbleness. I heard that even the stigmata pharmacy wasn't able to conquer it. Could it be that one of them figured it out? Agreed to cooperate with their holy beast pharmacy? But you can't save face, so you let the students do it for you? The Cheongsam woman thought a lot. But overall, most Cheongsam women are distrustful. In the past, 8 out of 10 people who came to sell this kind of medicine were scammers. One was blindly confident, and the remaining one could only produce semi-finished products with unstable efficacy. How about this? You show me the effect of your potion. If it really works, we at the Holy Beast Potion Pavilion will take as many as you can get. How do you think? Longchen frowned slightly. How to show it? It's easy. Just keep 7 or 8 copies and we'll know the actual effect after testing. After hearing 7 or 8 copies, Longchen turned around and prepared to leave. No sincerity. I didn't take them seriously at all. In that case, there is no need to talk about it. The Cheongsam woman sneered. What? Are you afraid that we will find out that it's a fake? If you come to cheat again in the future, I will have people kick you out. You are so young and you don't learn your lesson. In her opinion, this was a sign that the other party had been exposed. Longchen was too lazy to explain. Suddenly, several people ran in hurriedly. They came in with a huge tiger beast tied up in a hurry. The middle-aged man in the lead was sweating profusely. Ms. Bai Meng, is there still no potion to increase the compatibility of spirit beasts? My son is going to take part in the freshman competition soon, but his compatibility with spirit beasts is so low. How can he compete then? Bai Meng hurried over and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, Mr. Liu. We have already discussed it with the pharmacist. He said he would supply us with a batch of beast-controlling pills as soon as possible, but he hasn't given it to us yet. How can you not keep your word? I have already paid the deposit, and this is what you tell me? If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the stigmata pharmacy across the street. How can you be so unreliable? Not reliable. For such a large chain of pharmacies. This is the most horrible review. Once you are given the impression of being unreliable, it has a huge impact on the entire enterprise. Bai Meng was so confused, she was killed by that pharmacist. At this time, a young man in a green robe walked in. The moment he appeared, there was an immediate fragrance that filled the air, making everyone feel relaxed physically and mentally. Pharmacist. Everyone's eyes became hot. The pharmacist is a mysterious figure who is hard to find. It actually showed up today. Bai Meng immediately showed a hint of coldness when he saw this person. The young pharmacist smiled and said, Bai Meng, the customer has even paid the deposit, but you can't produce the product. This is very damaging to the reputation of your holy beast pharmacy. The smile on Bai Meng's face disappeared instantly. You were the one who breached the contract first. You promised to supply us with beast control pills, but you didn't supply them to us on time. The young pharmacist disagreed. I said, as long as you agree to be my woman, all my medicines will be sold at your place. It's you who disagrees, so I can only cooperate with the stigmata pharmacy. Bai Meng was almost mad. The suburbs were shaking with anger. Especially those 2 babies, rising and falling with the chest. It makes people's eyes dazzled. You are so shameless! Chapter 71. Come, let's perform a Gaz stealing a dog. The anxious middle-aged man heard. Does the stigma pharmacy have your beast-controlling pills? The young pharmacist nodded. I think so. I just gave it to them today. Okay. I'll go buy it right away. The middle-aged man looked at Bai Meng viciously. I will never come to the Holy Beast Pharmacy again. I also want my relatives and friends not to come here. This unreliable institution should just go bankrupt. Bai Meng looked unhappy. Finished. Something big happened. Once the breach of contract by the Holy Beast Pharmacy is exposed, this will definitely cause many customers to turn to the stigmata pharmacy to buy. The impact is too bad. What to do? Bai Meng was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do at this moment. Wait a minute, I have. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. It's Long Chen. Bai Ming's eyes moved slightly. Could this kid? The middle-aged man looked at Long Chen suspiciously. You have? Who are you? Long Chen smiled and said, It doesn't matter who I am. I was just discussing business with the Holy Beast Pharmacy Pavilion, and you guys came. Since you are in a hurry, I can sell you a bottle of Spirit Beast Compatibility Potion first. The middle-aged man was muttering. Why shouldn't I go to the Stigmata Pharmacy and buy it from you? Long Chen suddenly added. It is true that the Holy Beast Pharmacy did not handle this matter well. As a partner, I have to help the Holy Beast Pharmacy restore some of its reputation, so I decided to give you a bottle for free. One listen is free. The middle-aged men stopped in their tracks instantly. After all, who can resist the temptation of free things? The Spirit Beast Compatibility Potion is so expensive. One free one at least saves millions. The young pharmacist frowned slightly. He looked at Long Chen and felt that he had never seen this person before. He crossed his arms and said sarcastically, Mr. Liu, I advise you not to have this idea. After all, if you poison him to death, the gain will outweigh the loss. The middle-aged man immediately began to hesitate. That makes sense. Who would dare to eat something of unknown origin? And he just said that he is discussing cooperation. That means we haven't cooperated yet. There is no Holy Beast Pharmacy as endorsement. If you really eat someone else's spirit animal to death. Are these two young men worthy of her? Wang Kaixian was unhappy. Our compatibility potion is better than the beast spirit pill. How could it kill the spirit beast? The young pharmacist sneered. Ha ha! We have heard this kind of talk countless times. Those ignorant pharmacists just like to brag. Who would believe them? Bai Meng looked at Long Chen. She also wanted to see where this boy got his confidence from. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, then opened the beast taming space. Summoned the furious Iron Eater. He had a fierce aura and a ferocious and violent aura all over his body. It was like a wild beast attacking. The people around him were so scared that they screamed. Bai Ming didn't understand what this was for a moment. A mutant, panda beast? Mutant beasts are spiritual beasts with relatively low controllability. They become uncontrollable mutants due to certain evolutionary opportunities. Therefore, mutant beasts are generally very violent and difficult to tame. The moment the violent iron-eating beast came out, the tiger beast, who was held by several people and still struggling frantically, instantly turned into a good tiger, just like a gangster who lowered his head and looked submissive when he saw a gangster boss. This is enough to show how ferocious and violent the violent iron-eating beast is. The middle-aged man hid aside and asked cautiously, What do you want to do? Beat someone up? We are not afraid of you. Long Chen quickly explained. What a misunderstanding, what a misunderstanding. I wanted to show how compatible and obedient the spirit beast is after taking our potion. After saying this, in full view of everyone, Long Chen gave an order to the violent iron-eating beast. Dance the chicken cha-cha! As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Make the spirit beast dance? Still such a beast. Doing the chicken cha-cha? Bai Meng stared at Long Chen with wide eyes. What on earth is this guy thinking? All beast masters know that this kind of inexplicable order will make the spirit beast feel very embarrassed, and then begin to develop a rebellious mentality towards the beast master, and slowly become an uncontrollable spirit beast. This kind of knowledge should have been learned in middle school. The young pharmacist sneered. You ridiculous fellow, I think you have a higher chance of dancing the chicken cha-cha than it does. The others laughed too. Everyone seemed to think that Long Chen had gone crazy. Prove yourself in such a difficult way? Aren't you just waiting to be slapped in the face? Everyone's eyes immediately locked on the ferocious iron-eating beast. It looks like a macho man with explosive muscles all over his body. Why are you willing to dance the chicken cha-cha? Don't eat this young man in one bite. The muscles of the violent iron-eating beast were bulging, its rough fur was as hard as steel, its huge claws left deep marks on the ground, and its bloody mouth was filled with sharp teeth. It's scary just looking at it. Suddenly, that bloody mouth forced out a smile. Its clumsy body began to move. It tried hard to lift its extremely heavy front paws, trying to imitate the chick's light nodding movement. Every time I nodded, my whole head felt like it was going to punch a hole in the air. His body also shook violently, and his huge frame was like a crumbling mountain. He twisted his strong waist and hips hard, looking like a heavy truck loaded with cargo trying to take an S-shaped route. There is a sense of stupidity all over its body, which is a far cry from its original ferocious image. Bai Ming's pretty face was filled with astonishment. She rarely lost control of her expression. The young pharmacist was even more stunned. His chin hit the ground with a thud. Several middle-aged men almost fell to their knees, and their eyeballs popped out more than a meter away. Holy crap! Really jumped up. Although the coordination is not very good, the seriousness is no joke. But that's not all. Linjang gave another order. Do another seaweed dance! The raging iron-eating beast immediately changed its dance moves, trying to make his barrel waist sway as softly as seaweed. But the movement was more like a high-rise building hit by an earthquake, swaying left and right without any rhythm at all. Forget it, the dance is too ugly, let's just act like a bastard stealing a dog. The violent iron-eating beast is very cooperative. Suddenly he changed his posture again. The huge body was curled up as much as possible, with the back slightly arched. His eyes, as big as green beans, rolled around and he moved cautiously in a strange pace. He tiptoed to the side of the tiger beast, and then picked up the huge tiger beast in front of everyone. He rushed out of the pharmacy in a flash. While running, he was muttering something. There is a lot of saliva hanging from the corners of his mouth, which is very obscene. The middle-aged men suddenly reacted. Ah! Our Chisha tiger was really stolen. I hope it won't eat it. Linjang just snapped his fingers. The violent iron-eating beast sent the red tiger back in an orderly manner. The red tiger was frightened and huddled into a ball. The violent iron-eating beast touched the tiger beast's head very kindly, and that action looked as humane as it could be. Then he returned to Linjang's back and looked at everyone with a silly smile on his face. Everyone's scalp is tingling. Is the obedience so high? It's rare and high. Chapter 72, 2 million per bottle. Sell 10 bottles first. This obedience is at least 90, right? Someone asked. Another person said directly. How can 90 be such a high obedience rate? I think it is at least 95. Oh my god, the mutant spirit beasts have such a high degree of obedience. It seems that their compatibility potion is really effective. Bai Ming's eyes also became bright. Looking at Linjang deeply. Something was already being thought about in her beautiful eyes. The young pharmacist knew something was wrong. He immediately snorted coldly. Everyone, don't be fooled by his tricks. I don't think this is a mutant spirit beast at all. It is actually a very easy to control and very docile panda beast. It just looks ferocious and terrifying. The young pharmacist walked over and kicked the violent iron-eating beast. See, even if I kick it, it doesn't react. Suddenly, the silly smile on the violent iron-eating beast's face suddenly stopped. The muscles in his body tensed up instantly, as if they were cast in steel. His eyes were like two balls of burning red flames, emitting an extremely frightening murderous light. Huge fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth, flashing a cold and deadly luster in the sunlight. The people around him were oppressed by his powerful aura and dared not breathe. The young pharmacist sensed something was wrong. When I looked up, I saw the eyes of the violent iron-eating beast. The blazing anger revealed endless cruelty and bloodlust. The young pharmacist was about to explain. Roar! A violent roar, mixed with smelly saliva and breath, blew the young pharmacist several meters away. Boom, 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 boom. The violent iron-eating beast showed its sharp claws. With earth-shaking steps, he chased after them violently. The young pharmacist was scared to death. Help, help! The young pharmacist is not good at fighting, so at this time he can only ask for help. Bai Ming didn't want to cause any casualties, so he immediately looked at Linjang. Linjang understood what he meant. Bang! A snap of fingers. The ferocious iron-eating beast seemed to stand still in front of the young pharmacist. That fierce and ferocious face and nails as sharp as knives. Less than a few centimeters away from the young man's face. The ferocious iron-eating beast immediately trotted back to Long Chen's side. Boom! Long Chen was not polite either. Kick him hard. The force was so strong that even the violent iron-eating beast was shaken. Did it make you rush out? Facing Long Chen's kick. The violent iron-eating beast did not show any anger at all. He lowered his head, like a child who had made a mistake. This scene shocked everyone again. Not only is the obedience extremely high, the loyalty is also incredibly high. It's just perfect. The middle-aged man suddenly woke up and immediately ran to Long Chen, rubbing his hands. Hey, little brother, you just said you would give it to me for free. Before he could finish his words, Bai Meng suddenly came over. He grabbed Long Chen's arm and pulled him to the side. Then he smiled and said to the middle-aged man, Mr. Liu, he is the supply chain of our Holy Beast Pharmacy. You can't break the rules. The middle-aged man is almost regretting his decision. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have hesitated. Now millions are gone. Long Chen's arms were held tightly by Bai Meng, as if afraid that he would run away. In addition, Bai Meng had a very plump figure, causing his arms to almost sink into it. Long Chen couldn't help swallowing. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a fiery gaze from behind. When he looked back, he was stunned. Su Qing? At this moment, Su Qing seemed very surprised to meet Long Chen here. But Su Qing looked at Bai Meng hugging Long Chen. How does this guy hook up with people wherever he goes? Why didn't I realize he was this kind of person when I was in number 1 middle school? That Long Chen was just about to explain to Su Qing. He now feels like he's been caught cheating. My old face is burning with pain. He wanted to pull his arm free, but Bai Meng thought this action meant he was going to run away, so he held him tighter. Handsome guy, don't leave, come in and talk, we can discuss everything. Bai Meng deliberately said some aggressive words to make Long Chen feel embarrassed. The key is that Bai Meng's strength is much greater than imagined. He was totally dragged away. Long Chen watched Su Qing pout her lips, then turn around and leave. Misunderstood again. Long Chen wanted to cry. In the VIP room behind the Holy Beast Pharmacy, Bai Meng became serious and asked Long Chen a few questions. It's mainly about who made these potions, and how often it is supplied and so on. Of course, Long Chen would not say that he obtained it from the ancient world training ground. Just talking about a mysterious teacher who doesn't exist. As for the supply frequency, he couldn't say for sure. This kind of potion didn't always drop in the ancient realm training ground. After completing a level, there was a chance of getting 1 to 2 bottles, and sometimes there was none at all. So the tentative plan is to send it to her when it is available. Bai Meng agreed. Although it is not a stable supply chain. But this kind of spirit-beast compatibility potion is already in great demand. Just take as much as you can, and sell as much as you take, so there is no need to ask for anything else. The final price agreed upon was 2 million for a bottle of compatibility potion. Lower than Long Chen imagined. He thought it could be sold for at least 3 million. But if you think about it, it's normal, 3 million is the market price. I want to use the Holy Beast Pharmacy platform to sell it. You must share the profits with the other party. After all, it's worth it if it can save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. He gave out 10 bottles as the first batch. I didn't give him all of them. What if the Holy Beast Pharmacy saw that he had a lot of potions and wanted to steal from him? He has to be on guard against this. Before leaving, Bai Mingyan gave Long Chen a diamond VIP card of the Holy Beast Pharmacy. With this card, he could get a 30% discount on all purchases at the Holy Beast Pharmacy. Generally, only heavyweight customers who spend over 100 million yuan can get such a card. This can be considered as Bai Meng's sincerity. It can be seen that Bai Meng really wants to retain his supply chain. When Long Chen and Wang Kaixian left the Holy Beast Pharmacy pavilion, Bai Meng even shouted, "Handsome guy, welcome to play again next time." Long Chen paused. Everyone in the trading center looked at him. The look in his eyes is strange. Some people are angry, some are jealous, and some are envious. Bai Ming's beauty is famous. And Bai Ming's identity is not ordinary. There are too many people pursuing white dreams. So Bai Ming simply looked down upon ordinary pharmacists. Wang Kaixian was shocked and envious to the point of wanting to eat someone. Brother Long, what did you do with her just now? That's not true. She said that on purpose, and you still believed it? Long Qin quickly pulled Wang Kaixian away. A corner. The dusty young pharmacist looked at the two of them sinisterly. There were several people standing behind him. It's that guy. Give me a chance to kill him. The people behind him smiled in relief. No problem. He actually dared to offend the pharmacist. Doesn't he know that although the pharmacist's fighting ability is not strong, there will be a group of people with strong fighting ability who are willing to stand up for the pharmacist? Chapter 73. The head is worth 5 million. The other side. Tu Yaki is chatting with Aunt Jiang and her host family. Suddenly, a message from a hidden working group popped up on the phone. Hunter Guild Zone 3 chat group. Handsome Li Hongyuan, ha 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 ha. Love for a lifetime, what's the good news? Why are you smiling so happily? Commander Li Hongyuan, today, we brothers received a big order to kill a second-level beast master for 5 million. Wang Pacel's melons, huh? Which sponsor gave you the task? What kind of second-level beast master? Why is it so valuable? General Li Hongyuan, he is just an ordinary second-level beast master. His sponsor is rich, and he is a pharmacist. Everyone understood immediately when they heard it was a pharmacist. Those people are rich beyond imagination. Pharmacists are the most popular class for elementalists to switch to. Although he is not good at fighting, his life is definitely very rich. Moreover, as long as you are wronged, there will be a group of people willing to help you. It is simply a perfect career. Tu Yaki felt very bored. I was just about to close the chat group. Li Hongyuan is more handsome than picture. Li Hongyuan, the handsome guy. Look at these two, they are obviously freshmen who just came from the countryside, and they exude a rustic air all over their bodies. The photo he posted was of two people's backs. These two people look very student-like at first glance. In institutions of higher learning, these freshmen can actually be spotted at a glance. From the dress to the temperament, she is just like a child. Even students who are one grade higher than them seem much more mature than them. This is what happens when students go from middle school, where their parents help them with everything, to higher education, where they have to solve everything on their own. Even if it's just for a short 1 or 2 years, their entire temperament will change dramatically. So anyone can see at this moment that these two are the newest newbies. Wang Pacel's melons, wow! You guys are so lucky! Killing a newbie for 5 million? Isn't this just picking up money? Love for a lifetime, brother Hongyuan. Next time there is such a good thing, can you bring your younger brother with you? My younger brother is short of money recently, oh. Coach Li Hongyuan, let's do it next time. Let's pocket the bounty first. Wang Pacelling melons, remember to send a big red envelope. Tu Yaki stared at the two figures in the photo. The more I look at it, the more I feel. What's wrong? Yaki? Aunt Jiang asked. Tu Yaki immediately showed the photo to Aunt Jiang. Tu Yaki asked, are these two people, the two children I brought here? It seems so. What happened to them? Aunt Jiang immediately became anxious. Why did he appear in the mission target of your hunter guild? If you, the hunter guild, target us, isn't it a fight to the death? They just went out for a while, how could they have offended anyone? Yaki, you have to help them. It's not easy for them to come to Linjang City from Jiangqing. In fact, before Aunt Jiang could say anything, Tu Yaki had already stood up and said, Aunt Jiang, don't worry, I will go out and find them, and then find a way to help them solve this crisis. Tu Yaki immediately sent a photo to her hunter group. Help me find these two people. Jiang Tu, Aren't these two people the targets of Li Hongyuan's team? Sister Tu, what are you doing? Are you trying to snatch the target from Li Hongyuan? Yuling Fei, it's not necessary for 5 million, right? The Hunter Guild prohibits groups from snatching mission targets. If we are discovered, we will be in big trouble. Tu Yaki got into her red hover coupe. While speeding through the traffic, he typed quickly. Anyway, help me find them. These two kids just came from Jiangqing today. As soon as Jiangqing was mentioned, the chat group fell silent for a few seconds. Yuling Fei, Jiangqing? Are they the two new students from the Beastmaster Academy? I'll start looking for them right away. This is too much. The students from Jiangqing are already pitiful enough, yet they are still being treated like this. Xu Xinyue, okay, I'll go look for them too, but these two freshmen should be second-level Beastmasters, and they've probably been captured by Li Hongyuan and his team long ago. Jiang Tu, yes, Li Hongyuan is a third-level elementalist. It's too easy for him to kill one or two second-level Beastmasters. Tu Yaki retrieved the location where the photo was taken based on the background of the photo. It should be the Spirit Beast Trading Center. Tu Yaki immediately sent the coordinates to the group. The other side. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian strolled around the Spirit Beast Trading Center. Long Chen took Wang Kaixian into a small alley. Wang Kaixian was puzzled. Brother Long, why did we come in here? There is nothing here. Long Chen made a gesture to keep quiet. Wang Kaixian's eyes moved slightly immediately, and he understood what he meant. After a while, a few people followed up from behind this deserted alley. These people kept their distance from them intentionally or unintentionally. Long Chen and Wang Kai turned around. Who are you? Why are you following us? The leader was a young man with short hair. Looking at Long Chen and Wang Kaixian with contempt. Someone paid for your lives, so we hunters are here. Pay money to buy our lives? How much? Wang Kaixian asked. 5 million. 5 million? Wang Kaixian immediately complained. 5 million per person, and the two of us are only worth 10 million? Who is so short-sighted? Li Hongyuan sneered. He is worth 5 million, but you are worthless and not a penny. Wang Kaixian was shocked. I am worthless? He can't accept it. He is the son of the richest man in Jiangtian City. If we kidnap him, it's no problem to just ask for tens of millions of dollars, right? As a result, he is worthless in Linjang City? Who hired you? I'll pay double. Go and kill that short-sighted financier. Wang Kaixian said very arrogantly. Li Hongyuan showed an even more contemptuous expression. Little brother, you just arrived in Linjiang City, right? So you don't understand the rules of us hunters. Once we hunters accept a mission, we will fight to the death. When Wang Kaixian heard that it was a hunter, his face changed immediately, and he whispered to Long Chen. Brother Long, we seem to be in big trouble. I have heard of this hunter guild. It is a guild that does all kinds of business, but it seems that it mainly undertakes killing people. Anyone who is targeted by the hunter basically cannot survive. Hunter, Long Chen whispered. He looked at these people. The young man in the lead seemed to be a third-level elementalist. Others have third order and second order. The strength is not as strong as imagined. Long Chen was very calm. Was it the pharmacist who hired you to kill me? He had just arrived in Linjiang City. I have offended two groups of people. The new student in Guangzhou and the pharmacist. The freshman from Yangqing, like them, arrived in Linjiang City on the first day. Linjiang City is also in the exploratory stage. It's unlikely that they would find the Hunter Guild so soon. It could only be the pharmacist. Li Hongyuan sneered. You have some brains, but it's a pity that you acted stupidly when you should have been smart. You actually dared to offend the pharmacist. You are so brave! Chapter 74. You're in big trouble. Several people approached immediately. Long Chen's eyes darkened slightly. He just needs to know who is behind the scenes. Holy Beast Pharmacy. He's so brave! Bai Ming's pretty face turned pale. How dare he touch the cash cow of our Holy Beast Pharmacy? He is courting death! Behind him, a man in a black robe appeared. Young master, those two young men are only second-level Beastmasters. I'm afraid they are no match for the Hunter Guild. Bai Ming immediately said. Notify the nearby secret guards, and mobilize them all. We must find those two students at all costs. Protect it. Don't let anything happen to them. Even if the other party is the Hunter Guild, we must not harm the interests of the Holy Hand Pharmacy Pavilion. She had just signed a supply chain contract with Long Chen. As a result, it was soon discovered that someone was following Long Chen secretly. Upon checking, it turned out that the other party was from the Hunters Guild. How outrageous! Longchen is their cash cow. There are too few potions that can increase the compatibility and obedience of spirit beasts. And the demand on the market side is infinite. Therefore, every pharmacy will pay a huge price to attract more pharmacists in this field to join. Just now she asked the testing department to test it, and found that the effect of Long Chen's medicine was even higher than that of the beast spirit pill. What does that mean? This may be the most effective medicine currently circulating on the market, no doubt about it. Obviously, this potion could not have been made by Long Chen himself. Moreover, Long Chen is also a beast master. Only an elementalist can refine potions. So she concluded that there must be a big-name pharmacist behind Long Chen. And the other party gave such an important medicine to Long Chen to sell. It means that the other party trusts Long Chen very much. They can only obtain medicine through Long Chen. She had a hunch that this might be the best time for the Holy Beast Pharmacy to surpass the Holy Scar Pharmacy in one fell swoop. So nothing must happen to Long Chen. Anyone who dares to ruin the good deeds of the Holy Beast Pharmacy. Everyone must die. A strong murderous intent appeared on Bai Meng's pretty face. Linjang City Center. It is home to some of the finest luxury homes. Almost all the most important figures in Linjiang Prefecture live here. They are either powerful people or warlords. For most people, this is the cloud. You will never be able to set foot here in your entire life. One of the manners. Su Qing had just returned when the female guard behind her whispered, "We just received a piece of intelligence that someone seems to be targeting young Master Long Chen." Su Qing's body paused, then she turned around immediately. There was a hint of coldness on her pretty face. "Who is it?" the female guard quickly said. "According to the report from the Dragon Guard, it should be a pharmacist who spent 5 million to hire a D-level team of hunters." D-class team. Su Qing's expression eased a little. If it was a D-level group, it wouldn't necessarily be that dangerous. The local level groups of the Hunters Guild usually do not have 4th order experts. If there are 4th level strongmen, they will be upgraded to C-level teams. When Long Chen was in Jiangqing, he destroyed a team from the ancient beast church. That team has a 4th level beast master in charge, so it is naturally much stronger than the D-level team of the Hunters Guild. In theory, Long Chen should not be in too much danger. Have the Dragon Guards keep an eye on it at all times. If the situation gets bad, kill the Hunter Guild team directly, Su Qing ordered. The female guard immediately conveyed the order to the Dragon Guard. Dragon Guard. They are a private guard under the command of Long Jinbang, the great general who suppresses demons in Linjiang Prefecture. Although he is a guard. But there is a saying that Long Wei is the first army in Linjiang City. Extremely strong combat capability. Each of them is a powerful general who can stand alone against 10,000 enemies. Only those who can be protected by the Dragon Guards are big shots in the cloud. But at this moment, several people in unique black armor stood quietly on the towering building. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his arms were muscular as if they were made of steel. Holding a specially made spear, his deep eyes were like cold stars, staring coldly at the people below. It seemed as if it would charge forward at any time and crush several people to pieces. Li Hongyuan was wearing a black robe. There is intricate silver embroidery at the neckline and cuffs. At this moment, he raised his chin slightly, with a contemptuous arc at the corner of his mouth. "Boy, don't blame us. We are also taking money from others to help them get rid of disasters." It seemed that in Li Hongyuan's view, Long Chen is already dead. His hands danced gracefully in the air, preparing to unleash his gorgeous and deadly elemental skills. The air around seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand and quickly became chaotic. "It's the wind element." The wind element responded to his call, whirring through the alleys. The dust and debris on the ground were rolled up, forming small whirlpools, which emitted a sharp whistling sound. Long Chen and Wang Kaishuan's clothes were rustling in the wind. This is not the end yet. Immediately afterwards, Li Hongyuan formed a seal again. Woohoo! The element of fire surged out from the palm of his hand. Like a nimble tongue, it quickly moves through the wind. When the fire snake encountered the wind, it was like being injected with fuel. A huge fire tornado formed instantly, illuminating the entire alley red. The raging fire seemed to engulf the entire alley. Wang Kaixian was shocked. A third-level dual-element master of wind and fire. They can all go to Jiangqing's Yuansu No. 1 middle school and become respected teachers. As a result, I can only be a killer in Linjang City? Isn't this a huge difference in status? Longchen asked Wang Kaixian to hide behind him. Then he also opened the door to the beast-taming space at the same time. As soon as the door opened, a dark red violet aura burst out. Then a huge turtle beast with a scorpion tail came out. Li Hongyuan and several members of the team were a little confused. Why is it different from what they know? The pharmacist clearly said that the other party's beast was a panda beast. But why is it a turtle that came out? And it was clearly a Super 2-star, but why did it make them feel so creepy? Li Hongyuan felt something was wrong. But the next moment, he immediately shook his head and tried to focus. Just a freshman. How could he be my opponent? You're just bluffing. I'll burn you to death. Li Hongyuan pushed hard with both hands. The huge fire tornado suddenly rolled towards Longchen. The scorching heat will devour everything. Among the dragon guards above, one hesitated slightly and planned to jump down to help Longchen resist. But he was stopped by the strong man in the lead. Captain, this guy is the one Our Lady has secretly assigned to us. We must protect his safety. He is a second-level beastmaster, so he can't possibly be a match for a third-level elementalist. Are we sure we won't take action? The captain looked solemnly at the turtle beast in front of Longchen. Wait. He said only one word. Then he saw that the fire tornado had submerged the turtle beast at an extremely fast speed. Just when everyone thought the turtle would be roasted into charcoal. The fire tornado was actually completely absorbed by the red grooves on the turtle's carapace. Li Hongyuan was stunned for a moment. What the hell? I have put so much effort into using a large-scale skill that combines two elements. Was it absorbed just like that? What's going on with this turtle? Extraordinary 2 stars? Absorb his skills? Bang 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 bang. The next second, the earth shook. The blood-patterned turtle has its engine running at full speed and is charging straight ahead. Chapter 75 Seconds. Li Hongyuan was horrified. The people next to him were frantically using their skills on the blood-veined turtle. But the blood-veined turtle's carapace is as hard as iron. Resist all their wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Even the weapons in the warrior's hands could not hurt the blood-patterned turtle in the slightest. That ferocious face, that huge body like a mountain, and that madly swinging scorpion tail blade. He rushed over savagely and violently. The blood armor impact can crush a person into a meat patty. Then the bloody mouth struck out like lightning and bit off one of the men's neck in one bite. The next second he appeared in front of Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan was stunned. Facing the blood-patterned wild turtle that blocked out the sky. He felt so small, like a speck of dust. Then the cracks in the blood-patterned turtle's carapace glowed with red flames. Getting brighter and brighter. Like a burning coal that catches the wind. The temperature is getting higher and higher. Li Hongyuan's face became redder and redder. Please, please, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. Li Hongyuan immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. His head banged violently against the ground. The body couldn't stop shaking. He was desperately begging Longchen to spare his life. Longchen narrowed his eyes. We are all adults now, we should be responsible for our actions, right? Li Hongyuan was desperate. He watched helplessly as the blood-veined turtle's scorpion tail blade fell from the sky and cut his neck like lightning. The head rolled to the ground. It rolled to the feet of the remaining 3 people. The 3 of them ran away, crying. But how could they possibly outrun a blood-veined turtle with its engine running at full speed? Boom, 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 boom. The blood-patterned turtle caught up with the 3 people and started to kill them violently. The killing started from the beginning of the alley to the end. The blood splattered all over the alley, it looked horrifying. The alley suddenly became quiet. Longchen and Wang Kaixian looked at each other, and Longchen let the blood-patterned turtle return to the beast-taming space. Then the 2 of them immediately left the alley and disappeared into the streaming crowd. Above, the dragon guards looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. A 2-star extraordinary spirit beast slaughtered the hunter's D-level team? This is a rare miracle. If it was just a one-on-one fight where he killed a level 3 warrior, they wouldn't be so shocked. The key is to destroy the entire group. And that group had no power to resist. This mutant turtle beast has incredible fighting power, the leading captain said calmly. You are still young. You made the alley so dirty. You left the body lying on the street. Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement department will file a case and investigate? Just clean it up. Yes. Several dragon guards went down personally to clean up the alley, restoring it to its original state as if nothing had happened. The captain informed the guards around the young lady of the result. After receiving the news, the female guard immediately told Su Qing. Miss, Master Longchen has eliminated that D-level team. The female guard was a little shocked. She still remembered the first time she met Longchen. Longchen looks like an ordinary middle school student. As a result, only more than 2 months have passed, and he has grown to this point. Unbelievable. You have to know that Longchen is not her daughter. How could it possibly have such terrifying potential? After Su Qing heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then he showed a stunning smile. As expected, Su Qing said lightly. The female guard couldn't help but tease. Oh, who was it that immediately mobilized the dragon guards upon hearing that young Master Longchen was being targeted by the Hunter Guild? The deployment of the dragon guards is a big deal in Linjang City. Su Qing's pupils moved slightly, her cheeks turned red instantly, and there was some anger in her eyes. The female guard immediately shut her mouth. At the same time, Tuyaki and others have already met up. They are 4 girls. Quickly shuttle through the area of the Spirit Beast Trading Center, searching in one alley after another. Suddenly I noticed a few people gathered at the entrance of an alley ahead. Did you see it just now? Killing someone in broad daylight. Could it be the hunter who did it? The Hunter Guild is really getting more and more unscrupulous. Is there no one who can restrict the Hunter Guild? It's so bloody. The attack was so brutal that there's basically no trace of the body left. The 4 girls were stunned for a moment. Are they still late? Yuling Fei was so angry that tears came out. This is too much. The children of Jiangqing have had a hard time, but they were killed just after they arrived. Are they still human? Yuling Fei was the angriest. Because she was an eyewitness to the Jiangqing disaster. She knows how tragic it is. Many people cannot bear the blow of the death of their loved ones, and even if the disaster has subsided, they still choose to commit suicide. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed or injured. Li Hongyuan, that bastard, I'm going to kill him! Yuling Fei was going to settle the score with Li Hongyuan immediately. Stopped by Tuyaki. Tuyaki was also very sad and angry, with anger burning in her beautiful eyes. I know you are angry, and I am angry too, but if we kill Li Hongyuan now, it will cause internal strife in the Hunter Guild and we will be eliminated. But Tuyaki changed the subject and said with murderous intent. However, we can wait for Li Hongyuan and his men to leave Linjiang City to carry out their mission, and then kill them. The person must be killed. But not now. Tuyaki gritted her teeth. Although I don't have a close relationship with those 2 children. But from the moment I decided to help them, they have become my little brothers. My little brother was killed by someone in such an unclear way. This matter will definitely not end like this. Yuling Fei cried heartbrokenly. The other 2 girls, Jiang Tutu and Xu Xinyue, also had red eyes. Inside the Hunter Guild, several supervisors held an emergency meeting. Just 2 hours ago, the D-level team that Li Hongyuan was in all lost their life signals and seemed to have been wiped out. The last place they were seen was an alley. It seemed that a fight had taken place in that alley, but when we rushed over, the alley had already been cleared by someone else. Destroy the whole team? Who dares to destroy our team in Linjiang City? What was their last mission? It was issued to them by a pharmacist. Kill 2 second-level beast masters. Everyone was silent for a while. Isn't it a very easy task for them? So this is quite strange. I wonder if someone sniped them? How dare they attack our hunter guild? No matter who they are, they will pay the price. The middle-aged man in the lead had a deep gaze. He held a cigar in his hand, and a wisp of smoke floated straight upwards. Others looked at the middle-aged man. Mr. Li, what do you think we should do? Should we take the initiative? This person is a mid to high-level member of the Hunter Guild. Li Hongyuan is his nephew. It is precisely because of this relationship that several people held an emergency meeting here. Otherwise, if all members of a normal D-level team were sacrificed, they would not take it so seriously. Mr. Li tapped the table lightly with his fingers. A heart-pounding thumping sound was heard in the quiet conference room. He thought for a moment before saying, "Who finally cleaned that alley?" Everyone was stunned, and then they remembered that this was a very important clue. Whoever cleaned the alley would determine who did it. I will immediately mobilize all aspects of the Hunters Guild's intelligence network to investigate who cleared that alley. After a while, someone walked in with a heavy face. We visited nearby shops and customers and found someone wearing a unique black armor cleaning up the alley. Hearing the description of the black armor, everyone was silent in an instant. Chapter 76: Dragon Guards Clean Up the Mess? Everyone was stunned. It was as if he had heard something horrible. Even Mr. Li, who had managed to remain calm just now widened his eyes and looked at the person who brought the information in disbelief. Are you sure it's the black armor? Yes. Among the people we interviewed, 7 gave the same answer. Hiss. Mr. Li couldn't help but take a breath. The supervisors who were indignant just now were now silent. Black armor. The entire Linjang city. Someone who can wear black armor. There is only the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guards usually do not go out. Once it's deployed, it's a big deal. And the person who cleaned up the battlefield in the end was actually the Dragon Guard. Dragon Guard, how could he possibly care about such trivial matters? Someone asked timidly. But no one answered him. Yes. Why did the Dragon Guards clear that alley? If there is to be cleaning, it should be done by people from the Law Enforcement Department, or the Cleaning Department. The Dragon Guards are the personal guards of General Long Jinbang. Even in the entire Long family, there are only a handful of people who can mobilize the Dragon Throne. So, why did the Dragon Guards clear the alley? They no longer dare to think about it. What kind of big shot did Li Hongyuan offend? Mr. Li suddenly stood up and said with a look of fear, "This matter ends here, and there is no need to investigate further." The others nodded. Yeah. That's it. They are really afraid that the investigation will uncover something even more earth-shattering. In the shadow of the Dragon Guard, a tense emergency meeting ended just like that. Holy Beast Pharmacy Spirit Beast Trading Center Branch. The man in black robe has returned to Bai Meng's side. Bai Meng thought for a while. Did you see clearly? Are you sure the other party is a Dragon Guard? The man in black robe replied. Only they can wear that kind of Xianzi armor, and I saw the totem of the Long family on the armor, the purple dragon. Bai Meng was a little surprised, but seemed to understand something. I see. In other words, those 2 young men are actually from the Long family? And the mysterious pharmacist behind them is probably from the Long family? No wonder he has such advanced alchemy skills. But if he is the alchemist of the Long family, why would he hide himself so deliberately? This is something Bai Meng doesn't quite understand. Most people may prefer not to show off their wealth. But the Long family is Linjiang City. No, they are an outstanding family that ranks among the top in the entire Linjiang province. There was no need for them to act so cautiously. Even if others knew that they could refine top-level compatibility potions, so what? Who dares to take advantage of them? Even if the Long family is willing to cooperate with the Holy Beast Pharmacy. The Holy Beast Pharmacy will be very welcome. And it will definitely return more benefits to the Long family. After thinking for a while, Bai Meng felt that he was not getting the point. Finally, I gave up thinking. But since she already knew that the 2 young men were from the Long family, she would have to be more cautious when dealing with them in the future. And Jiang paced in the villa. Tuyaki has been out for a while. There has been no news coming back. She was planning to put on her clothes and go out to look for it herself. When she was about to go out, someone suddenly opened the door. The one who opened the door. It was Long Qin and Wang Kaixian. Long Qin was puzzled. Aunt Jiang, are you going out? Ah. Aunt Jiang was stunned for a while before she woke up. She quickly hugged the two of them into her gentle arms, tears streaming down her face. Where have you two been? We were so worried. Worried about us? What happened? Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were both a little confused. Aunt Jiang checked for a long time and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the two people had returned safe and sound without missing anything. Luckily it's not you. Have you eaten? Aunt Jiang didn't say anything. She felt that she and Tu Yaki had seen it wrong. Maybe the two figures in the photo are not those of the two children at all. It was just a coincidence that the clothes they wore were the same, which led to the misunderstanding. In order not to scare the two children, Aunt Jiang did not say what happened. I didn't eat. Then the meal is ready, come back and eat. Aunt Jiang pulled the two people inside. Long Qin and Wang Kaixian didn't understand what was going on. But they could feel Aunt Jiang's kindness. And the sincere tears just now really make me feel like a warm family. Maybe they were worried that they were unfamiliar with Linjang City, and thought they hadn't come back for so long because they got lost. The other side. Tu Yaki received a message from Aunt Jiang. Huh! Aunt Jiang said that the two children have already gone back. Huh! Then. Jiang Tu felt strange because her and Yuling Fei's eyes were still red. Yuling Fei was also a little dazed. Tu Yaki was embarrassed. I must have recognized the wrong person. Maybe the people in the photo are not them at all. Yuling Fei breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's good that nothing happened. I was wondering why they had just arrived in Linjiang City and offended someone. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. The four girls all breathed a sigh of relief. The next day. Opening ceremony of Longyi Wanjiang Beast Taming Academy. Long Qin and Wang Kaixian came early wearing the school uniforms issued by the school. The uniforms of the Beast Taming Academy are so cool. The blue and white suit is made of top-quality fabrics and workmanship. It is tailored according to the body shape and height of each student. Even a fat guy like Wang Kaixian looks handsome in his school uniform. Not to mention Long Qin. He found that clothes make the man. Ever since he put on this school uniform, he felt that he immediately looked much more elegant. They were both assigned to Class 3, Grade 1. Standing in the square formation, waiting for school leaders to preside over the meeting. Long Qin looked around and found that there were quite a few people. There are about 2,000 to 3,000 freshmen in this class. To be honest, it was a bit beyond his expectations. Because according to his estimation, there are less than 10 beast masters who advance to higher education in Jiangqing every year. There are hundreds of cities in Linjiang Prefecture. At most, there should be about 1,000 new students. But obviously, he was wrong. Some cities have far more places for higher education than Jiangqing. Haha, I'm put in the same class with you two losers. It looks like you two are going to be the last in our Class 3. An unpleasant voice was heard. Long Qin turned around. I found that the people from Guangzhou whom I met on the first day of arriving at the school were also there. Long Chen's expression changed immediately. It's like seeing shit and feeling disgusted. Grass. The good mood is gone in an instant.